Lingtian, the foremost of the 10 martial emperors of the celestial realm, was betrayed by a close kin while he was in seclusion with the Hongmeng Tower, which he had brought from the Imperial Abyss, colluding with extraterritorial demons to launch an attack against him. Unexpectedly, Lingtian resurrected in the lower realm with the Hongmeng Tower in tow, mastering the essence of Hongmeng and awakening a divine bloodline that defied the heavens. Rising from obscurity, he seized control of the Imperial Abyss and subdued countless races. He is the sovereign of the Imperial Abyss. When I reign supreme over the world, I shall wield my spear and vanquish all enemies. Chapter 1. The Return of the Martial Emperor, the Hongmeng Tower. On the Tianyuan continent, in the Taicang realm, in the city of Wutan, within the Yi family, in a thatched hut on the back mountain, Lingtian groggily opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Where's this place? Wasn't I dead? A sharp pain surged through his soul sea, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into his mind. I had been reborn. After digesting the memories in his mind, Lingtian gained a general understanding of his current situation. The original owner of this body was also named Lingtian, a disciple of the outer sect of the Qingyun sect, who had offended an inner sect disciple due to a precious herb, resulting in the destruction of his Dantian and rendering him a waste. After being sent back to the Yi family, he was abandoned by his family, left to fend for himself, and ultimately perished due to delayed medical attention, thus becoming a boon for his current self. Rest assured, now that I have been reborn in your body, I shall not spare those who bullied you. Upon uttering these words, Lingtian felt an inexplicable relaxation as his spirit perfectly merged with his physical form. As he calmed his emotions, he recalled the scenes before his demise, and his expression turned menacing, with a surge of murderous intent in his eyes. I never expected that I, the esteemed Ling Xiaotian Di, would ultimately perish due to betrayal. It is truly laughable. Xianxia Di and Huang Tian Shen Nu. I shall take my time to settle this score with you. Lingtian was originally the foremost of the 9 martial emperors of the celestial realm, possessing an unparalleled status that no one could shake. Huang Tianshan was Lingtian's disciple, while Xianxia Di was his sworn brother. Yet, these two coveted the Hongmeng Tower and, seizing the opportunity during his seclusion, colluded with extraterritorial demons to strike against him. Faced with the surprise attack from several powerful beings, Lingtian, despite his grave injuries, managed to slay 2 martial emperors, ultimately choosing to self-destruct in a desperate bid for survival. The Hongmeng Tower was an accidental acquisition during Lingtian's deep exploration of the Imperial Abyss, rumored to aid one in ascending beyond the martial emperor realm. Unfortunately, Lingtian had possessed the Hongmeng Tower for too short a time and had not yet conducted thorough research before encountering this calamity. Huanggu Shen Nu, Jiuyan Di Zun, with your abilities, you certainly won't perish easily. I eagerly anticipate the day we meet again. Lingtian understood that Huanggu Shen Nu and Xianxia Di were always cautious and would have left a backup plan. His self-destruction alone was insufficient to eliminate them. Never mind. It is too early to think about that. I should first contemplate how to restore my Dantian. With that, Lingtian summoned his remaining soul energy, intending to thoroughly inspect his current body. As soon as his spirit entered the soul sea, Lingtian's expression froze momentarily, followed by a face filled with ecstasy. Floating within Lingtian's soul sea was a golden small tower. The Hongmeng Tower. It is indeed the Hongmeng Tower. I never anticipated that this tower would be reborn alongside me. Suppressing his excitement, Lingtian's spirit approached the Hongmeng Tower, discovering that this time he faced no obstacles and successfully established a connection. Is this? Recognizing its master, Lingtian's face beamed with joy. He had not expected that through a twist of fate, he would allow the Hongmeng Tower to recognize him as its master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the connection was established, the Hongmeng Tower began to tremble incessantly, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged out of the soul sea. Whoosh! Before Lingtian could react, the Hongmeng Tower darted toward his abdomen and quickly disappeared within. Utilizing his spiritual sight, Lingtian found that the Hongmeng Tower had merged with his shattered Dantian. A warm current surged from Lingtian's abdomen, and his previously shattered Dantian began to rapidly recover. In just a few moments, the fissures on his Dantian not only healed completely, but also expanded in size, with golden light swirling around it. Rumble. As the Dantian restored, a torrent of spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged violently, flooding into his body. With the infusion of this spiritual energy, Lingtian's lost cultivation began to recover rapidly. Martial Artist First Stage. Martial Artist First Stage Pinnacle. Martial Artist Second Stage. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lingtian's cultivation soared to the fourth stage of Martial Artist, enveloped in a golden glow as his physical body experienced a sharp pain, akin to being gnawed upon by ants. Ugh! The excruciating pain caused Lingtian to groan repeatedly, nearly fainting from the agony several times. Fortunately, his will was resolute, and he gritted his teeth to endure. After a short while, the intense pain subsided, replaced by a wave of comfort that washed over him, followed by a large expulsion of impurities from his body, filling the air with a foul stench. Bone cleansing and marrow washing. Lingtian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This time, not only had his Dantian fully recovered, but he had also undergone a thorough cleansing of his bones and marrow, significantly enhancing his physical training aptitude. Following this cleansing, all of Lingtian's previously blocked meridians were cleared, and his absorption of spiritual energy accelerated severalfold. As for Lingtian's cultivation, it abruptly broke through to the fifth stage of Martial Artist, 2 minor realms higher than before his incapacitation. Realm Classification: Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Respect, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor. Lingtian swiftly dashed out of the thatched hut, returning clad in a brand new robe. Lingtian, are you dead? If not, come out. Just as Lingtian prepared to study the Hongmeng Tower, a boisterous shout erupted from outside. Bang! Before Lingtian could respond, the door of the hut was kicked open, and 2 men strode in. Oh, you worthless fool, you're still alive? Upon seeing Lingtian, the leading man couldn't help but express his surprise, scrutinizing him with a disdainful gaze. Yi Ming, Yi Jun, what brings you here? From memories in his mind, Yi Ming and his companion were members of the main line of the Yi family, who had always looked down upon the collateral branches. Lingtian had endured considerable bullying from them over the years. Yi Ming grinned maliciously, revealing a cruel smile. What brings us here? Naturally, we came to see if you were dead. If you're still alive, get to work. The Yi family doesn't support idlers. Regarding that, I heard that your Dantian was destroyed this time, and the Qingyun sect compensated you with a Qi Yuan Dan. Is that true? Upon mentioning the Qi Yuan Dan, a greedy glint appeared in Yi Yang's eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Lingtian. What does this have to do with you? Lingtian retorted with a cold expression. Oomph. Seeing Lingtian's lack of wit, Yi Jun snorted disdainfully and scolded. Lingtian, you are nothing but useless waste without any cultivation. The Qi Xuandan in your possession is a waste of heavenly resources. Surrender the Qi Xuandan honestly, and we may allow you a slightly easier life. If you continue to be stubborn, not only will you suffer, but Yi Zian will also be implicated. Surely you do not wish for her to come to harm. At the mention of Yi Zian, Yi Jun wore a wicked smile, and the threat in his words was unmistakable. You seek death. Lingtian's expression darkened, and a low voice escaped his lips, his icy gaze directed at his adversary. Yi Zian is his biological sister in this body. Ever since their parents went missing, they have relied on each other through the years. Since Lingtian had taken advantage of this body to be reborn, he must protect his sister diligently. Yi Jun's intentions towards Yi Zian ignited a murderous intent within Lingtian. Chapter 2: A Decisive Strike. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Lingtian, Yi Jun was immediately taken aback, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Regaining his composure, Yi Jun was consumed by a mix of anger and humiliation. Possessing the cultivation of a 3rd-level warrior, he found himself intimidated by a mere waste, which he deemed an unparalleled disgrace. He bellowed furiously, "Damn you, worthless fool! You refuse to drink the wine of respect, and instead choose the wine of punishment. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Yi Jun prepared to strike Lingtian, intending to humiliate him thoroughly before searching for the Qi Xuandan. Stop! What do you intend to do? Before Yi Jun could make his move, an anxious voice rang out from outside, followed by a young woman in a white dress rushing into the thatched hut, her face etched with concern. This maiden, around 16 or 17, with willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, possessed skin as fair as snow and an enchanting beauty. The newcomer was none other than Lingtian's younger sister, Yi Ziyan. Upon seeing Lingtian, Yi Ziyan's eyes instantly reddened with joy as she exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally awakened. This is wonderful." "Ziyan, fine. I apologize for worrying you," Lingtian replied. "Lingtian, do you disregard my presence?" Just as Lingtian finished speaking, Yi Jun, feeling ignored. Voiced his displeasure with a cold, angry retort, his third-level warrior aura unmistakable. What do you want? Why bully him when my brother is in this state? Sensing Yi Jun's menacing demeanor, Yi Ziyin quickly positioned herself in front of Yi Lingtian, mustering her courage to confront him. In response to her inquiry, Yi Jun did not answer, but instead turned his gaze to Yi Lingtian, stating coldly, I have already afforded you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. From this moment forth, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination, and your sister shall not escape my wrath either. Yi Lingtian effortlessly pulled Yi Ziyin behind him, his expression icy as he faced Yi Jun. Meeting Yi Lingtian's indifferent gaze only fueled Yi Jun's rage, prompting him to provoke further. You must be seething with anger. Soon, you will witness your sister's humiliation and die amidst your own resentment and regret. This is the consequence of opposing me. Ha ha ha. Yi Jun laughed maniacally, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he raised his hand, striking directly towards Yi Lingtian's cheek. Brother, be careful. Yi Ziyin cried out, urgently warning him. Just as Yi Jun's palm was about to make contact, Yi Lingtian swiftly seized his wrist. This is impossible. You are nothing but a waste. How could you withstand my attack? Ye Hun exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to free himself from Yi Lingtian's grip. Yet, after several futile attempts, panic began to creep into Yi Jun's demeanor. Yi Lingtian's hand in a fit of rage and humiliation, Yi Jun swiftly clenched his other fist and brought it crashing down towards Yi Lingtian's head. This strike was not only executed with all his might, but also employed the low-grade yellow-tier martial technique, the mountain-crushing fist, clearly intending to obliterate Yi Lingtian. Yet, Yi Lingtian showed no fear. He nonchalantly swung his fist to meet the attack, utilizing the same mountain-crushing fist. Seeing that Yi Lingtian was willing to engage him head-on, Lin Jun's face lit up with delight, his expression brimming with excitement as he mockingly exclaimed, Truly, you do not know the meaning of peril. Boom! Crack! As their fists collided, the sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. A piercing scream followed. Yi Jun's arm twisted grotesquely, while Yi Lingtian remained unscathed, the victor clearly discernible. Yi Lingtian, you have regained your cultivation? After a brief moment of shock, Yi Ming finally came to his senses, his face reflecting disbelief. What is happening? Your Dantian was clearly destroyed. How could it suddenly be restored? Not one to be easily fooled. Yi Ming quickly grasped the situation. Yi Lingtian must possess some extraordinary fortune that allowed his shattered Dantian to heal. Understanding the crux of the matter, Yi Ming's eyes shimmered with avarice as he gazed at Yi Lingtian, akin to beholding a treasure trove. What are you waiting for? Act quickly. Yi Yun, suppressing his pain, urged Yi Ming to attack. Prompted by Yi Jun's insistence, Yi Ming quelled his excitement and charged at Yi Lingtian with sword in hand. In his mind, regardless of the secrets Yi Lingtian harbored, killing him would mean claiming it all for himself. Yi Lingtian, just wait. I will surely inform the young master of this matter, ensuring that you and your sister suffer a fate worse than death. Despite being gravely injured, Yi Jun did not believe Yi Lingtian would dare to kill him. Thus he spoke without restraint, issuing threats. Oh, unfortunately, you lack the opportunity to do so. A slight smirk graced Yi Lingtian's lips, his eyes devoid of emotion, exuding an air of disdain for all living beings. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Lingtian, Yi Jun's heart raced, an ominous premonition rising within him, his face betraying fear. No, you cannot kill me. I represent the direct lineage of a Yi family. If anything were to happen to me, neither you nor your sister would escape unscathed. No, please, With a swift motion, Yi Lingtian's finger pierced through Yi Jun's brow, and his body crumpled heavily to the ground. He is dead? Yi Ming was taken aback, astonished that Yi Jun, whose strength was comparable to his own, could be so easily slain, plunging him into a state of sheer terror. I must escape. I cannot perish here. I must carry Yi Lingtian's secret back. This man is too terrifying. Now, all Yi Ming wished for was to flee safely. For Yi Lingtian's decisive and ruthless actions instilled a profound fear within him. As soon as he turned around, Yi Ming was horrified to discover that Yi Lingtian had inexplicably appeared behind him, blocking the only escape route. Why you? The ghostly speed of Yi Lingtian startled Yi Ming, causing his mental defenses to crumble. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Please don't kill me. Ye Lingshan, for the sake of our kinship, spare me this once. If you let me go, I assure you I won't divulge a single word about today's events. and I will provide ample compensation. Desperate for a chance at survival, Yi Ming was willing to offer all his resources. However, his heart screamed in fury, Yi Lingtian, I will not let you off the hook. As long as I can escape, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Yi Lingtian paid no heed to the resources Yi Ming presented and steadily advanced towards him. Realizing that Yi Lingtian had no intention of letting him go, Yi Ming's fear morphed into rage. You have forced my hand, he roared, his eyes gleaming with malice as he lunged towards Yi Zian. Chapter 3. The unparalleled power of the Primordial Tower. Yet, as Yi Ming rushed forward, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and upon raising his gaze, he found himself face to face with Yi Lingtian. In such close proximity, Yi Ming sensed the true extent of Yi Lingtian's cultivation. W-Warrior, 5th stage? This is impossible. How could you have achieved this? Yi Ming quickly retreated, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. Just a short while ago, Yi Lingtian had been a waste with a crippled Dantian. Now, he possessed the prowess of a 5th stage warrior. The transformation was simply too immense. Although panic surged within him, Yi Ming's hand did not falter. He swung his sword with ferocity, aiming directly at Yi Lingtian's chest, hoping to force him back. The formidable sword energy surged towards Yi Lingtian, yet he merely employed 2 fingers to effortlessly nullify Yi Ming's full-force strike. Subsequently, Yi Lingtian unleashed the crushing mountain fist, striking Yi Ming squarely in the chest. Crack! Enduring the full impact of Yi Lingtian's fist, Yi Ming's chest collapsed instantly, blood mixed with his internal organs escaping from his mouth. Thud! His body crashed heavily to the ground, and with great difficulty, he raised his gaze to Yi Lingtian, his face etched with unwillingness as he pointed a trembling finger at him. Why Yi Lingtian you? Before he could finish his words, his head drooped, and he breathed his last. Beside them, Yi Zian stood in a daze, unable to believe that Yi Ming and his companion had perished right there. She had never anticipated that her usually amicable brother would execute such decisive and ruthless actions, killing Yi Ming and his companion with such swiftness. Though a flicker of fear crossed her heart, she felt a greater sense of joy at Yi Lingtian's restored cultivation. Brother, what should we do next? With Yi Ming and his companion dead here, Uncle and the others will not let this go unpunished. As she spoke, her small face was filled with trepidation, and she appeared somewhat at a loss. Since their parents' disappearance, their branch of the Yi family had faced relentless targeting, surviving in the cracks of the family dynamics for years. Should the main lineage discover today's events, there would undoubtedly be dire consequences, possibly even a death sentence. Yeding shan gente ruflet yizians her, sotingli Asserting her. Do not worry, with your brother here, you are safe. Simply act as if nothing has transpired. I shall handle this matter. No one shall bully you as long as I am around. Upon hearing his words, Yi Zian inexplicably felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, her inner turmoil dissipating. Nodding earnestly, she replied, Brother, I shall listen to you. Good. Remain here, and I will take care of the bodies. After giving her few instructions, Yi Lingtian swiftly made his way to the back mountain with the remains of Yi Ming and another, erasing their traces. The back mountain of the Lin family is a rugged terrain. Although the outskirts have been deliberately cleared, the interior still harbors some ferocious beasts. Yi Lingtian brought the bodies here to fabricate a facade that they had been slain by these beasts, thus buying himself some time. As long as his strength increased, he would not fear the truth being revealed to the main lineage of a Yi family. Upon completing the task, Yi Lingtian did not linger in the back mountain and promptly returned to his dwelling. As he stepped into the thatched hut, Yi Zian rushed towards him. Seeing her brother return safely, she let out a long sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile. Zian, during this time, no matter what they ask you, simply say you do not know. Yes, I understand. Yi Zian obediently nodded, then cautiously retrieved a brown elixir from her bosom. Brother, this is a Qi transformation pill I prepared especially for you. Although your cultivation has been restored, this pill should still enhance your strength. Yi Lingtian frowned slightly at the sight of the crude black pill. Is this truly an elixir? The alchemical standards here seem remarkably low. The roughness of the pill was unexpected, yet considering it was a gift from his sister, he graciously accepted it. Thank you, dear sister. As long as it is useful for you, that is what matters. Yi Zian's small face lit up with joy, but Yi Lingtian noticed numerous scars on her palm. In that moment, the pill felt exceptionally heavy in his hand. Given Yi Zian's status within the Yi family, acquiring such a pill would not be an easy feat. She must have endured considerable hardship to procure it for his healing. Noticing Lingtian staring at her palm, Xian quickly hid her hand behind her back, laughing, "Brother, it's merely a few small injuries. It is nothing serious." Without uttering a word, Lingtian grasped her hand and began to channel his healing techniques. As the mightiest martial emperor, he possessed numerous methods for healing. Currently, he employed the evergreen technique, which rapidly mends external wounds. Although this healing method is of a modest grade and quite simple to learn, its efficacy is remarkably pronounced. In the brief span of mere moments, the wound on Xian's palm vanished completely, leaving no trace of scar. Witnessing this miraculous event, Xian's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she gazed at Lingtian with profound admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Xianxia genti, responding. Although your injury has healed, you must rest for a few days. For now, remain here." After exchanging a few simple words, Lingtian left the thatched cottage to seek a tranquil spot for meditation. With a mere thought, Lingtian enveloped the Hongmeng Tower with his spirit, intending to thoroughly investigate this extraordinary treasure. As his consciousness made contact with the tower, he immediately felt a compelling force drawing him into a unique realm. Concurrently, a wealth of information regarding the Hongmeng Tower surged into his mind. The tower had evolved from the Primordial Tao fetus, containing vast amounts of Primordial Purple Qi. It was comprised of 9 levels, with the concentration of Primordial Purple Qi increasing with each ascending tier. Furthermore, the Hongmeng Tower possessed a remarkable ability to strip away one's constitution and bloodline. Anyone slain by its master would have their bloodline and physique completely usurped, allowing the master to inherit them perfectly. Regaining his focus, Lingtian lifted his gaze towards the towering Hongmeng Tower, its entrance sealed by a colossal stone door. Though he had become the master of the tower, he had merely established his ownership and had yet to fully refine it. Entry into the tower for cultivation required passing specific assessments. Without hesitation, Lingtian strode towards the stone door, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure as he approached. This oppressive force made his spirit tremble, evoking an instinctual urge to submit. Yet Lingtian quickly steadied his mind, remaining largely unaffected. Then, he placed a hand upon the stone door, exerting a slight force that elicited a series of cracking sounds. The tightly sealed stone door gradually creaked open, releasing an ancient aura that enveloped him as he stepped inside. The first level of the Hongmeng Tower was expansive, resembling a grand plaza, with a stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters inheritance tablet at its center. Upon seeing this tablet, Lingtian's breath quickened as he approached it step by step. Standing in front of the tablet, he recalled the information in his mind and pressed a drop of blood from his heart onto the surface. As the essence of his blood made contact with the inheritance tablet, it was instantly absorbed, unleashing a brilliant golden light. A sudden force acted upon Lingtian, rendering his body uncontrollable, and his palm pressed firmly against the tablet. Countless golden rays surged into his being, revealing some peculiar runes in the process. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's worth of time, the force dissipated, and Lingtian quickly crossed his legs to sit in meditation. At that moment, a new cultivation method named Hongmeng Transformation Art emerged within his mind. Rooted in the essence of Hongmeng, seizing the transformation of heaven and earth, and harnessing the forces of the universe to forge an indestructible body, Lingtian felt a surge of emotions as he perused the introduction to the Hongmeng creation technique. His heart raced, and he found it difficult to find tranquility within. With just a modest attempt, Lingtian discerned the profound intricacies of the Hongmeng creation technique, realizing that it far surpassed the martial arts he had cultivated in his previous life. Soon, he became deeply engrossed in his practice, and his understanding of the technique deepened continuously. After an indeterminate period, Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. Through this period of cultivation, he had successfully comprehended the first layer of the Hongmeng creation technique. The technique comprised 9 layers, with each subsequent layer offering greater enhancements to oneself. With his successful mastery of the first layer, he gained absolute control over the first tier of the Hongmeng Tower, allowing him to utilize the essence of Hongmeng to refine his physical form. However, the concentration of Hongmeng energy at this level was relatively sparse, thus limiting its benefits to Lingtian. Noticing that time was running short, Lingtian's spirit withdrew from the Hongmeng Tower and returned to his corporeal form. As soon as his spirit rejoined his body, he felt a wave of soreness envelop him, followed by the cracking of his bones, and a substantial surge in his vital energy. This unexpected turn of events filled Lingtian with joy. He had not anticipated that cultivating within the Hongmeng Tower would yield such a complete feedback to his physical body. However, he was startled by the pervasive darkness outside. He suddenly realized that despite having cultivated for what felt like a long time, only a few hours had passed in the outside world. This revelation suggested that the flow of time within the Hongmeng Tower differed from that of the outside realm. Lingtian was elated by this discovery. The accelerated time flow within the Hongmeng space would afford him ample opportunities for cultivation, significantly easing his path to enhancing his martial prowess. Clenching his fists with determination, Lingtian spoke coldly. Xianxia, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. With that, he attempted to activate the Hongmeng creation technique, and an explosive sound resonated within him, as his blood surged through his meridians like a volcanic eruption. Although his cultivation level did not visibly increase after practicing the Hongmeng creation technique, the expansion of his meridians doubled his capacity to store true energy. As for Lingtian's physical body, the baptism of Hongmeng purple Qi had already rendered its strength undeniable, allowing him to contend with formidable martial masters purely through physical prowess. Nonetheless, the expansion of his meridians while enhancing his combat abilities posed a challenge. Breaking through to higher cultivation levels would be more arduous than for others, requiring greater resources. Currently, Lingtian was devoid of funds, and his primary focus was to acquire spirit stones, for only then could he sustain his cultivation. Recalling the elixirs presented by Xian not long ago, a decision began to form within him. In his previous life as a martial emperor, his expertise was not confined solely to martial arts. He also possessed knowledge in alchemy, though not as proficient as those who specialized in the alchemical arts. Lingtian's skills in alchemy were comparable to those of a master in the field. In the recesses of his mind, Lingtian recalled the disjunction in the alchemical lineage of the Taitsong realm, which had rendered alchemists exceedingly rare. Thus, the method of profiting from elixirs to amass spirit stones was undeniably viable. However, Lingtian was acutely aware of the adage, possessing jade invites calamity. Given his current weak state, he could not afford to draw undue attention to himself. As the dawn broke across the horizon, Lingtian rose to make his way back. Yet, before he could approach the thatched cottage, a cacophony of angry shouts reached his ears. Summon that useless Lingtian to come forth. 3 days have elapsed. If he fails to report to the mine today, he shall not escape my wrath. Upon hearing this, Lingtian hastened his steps. As he returned to his dwelling, he encountered a corpulent middle-aged man. The man, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, was clad in resplendent brocade garments, his face a tapestry of excess flesh, with small eyes nearly squinting shut. At this moment, he bore an expression of fury, incessantly berating Xian, his bulk quivering with each shout. Xian, if you do not step aside, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. With a mere glance towards the few men accompanying him, who understood his sinister intent, they approached Xian with malevolent grins, their eyes glinting with greed. Terrified by their advancing presence, Xian retreated repeatedly, her delicate face a mask of fear. Do not struggle in vain. The foremost figure in a black robe sneered, extending his hand towards Xian's arm. However, just as he was about to make contact, an unexpected figure appeared before him. It was Lingtian. You. The black-robed man's expression shifted dramatically, startled by Lingtian's sudden emergence, as his outstretched arm was firmly seized. A jolt of pain surged through him, twisting his face in anguish, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. With a slight exertion, Lingtian flung the black-robed man away, who skidded several feet along the ground. Lingtian, have you not been rendered powerless? Witnessing his accomplice's unexpected defeat at Lingtian's hands, the middle-aged man, Kai, instinctively took 2 steps back, his countenance paling. Lingtian was not unfamiliar with this man. Kai served as the steward of the Yi family's outer courtyard, a bully of the weak and a coward before the strong, who had frequently conspired against him over the years. Ignoring Kai, Lingtian turned his attention to Xian, expressing his concern. Are you unhurt? Xian quickly shook her head. Brother, I am fine. The mere presence of Lingtian instantly reassured her, calming her anxious heart. Meanwhile, Kai, witnessing Lingtian's blatant disregard for him, felt his fury escalate, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. Topterpenki, stewardsvolkai. Ye Lingtian, you are audacious to lay hands on my men. To assert his authority, Zhou Kai bellowed, releasing the aura of a fourth-tier warrior. Certainly, while Zhou Kai appears formidable, internally he is far from tranquil, consumed instead by perplexity. After all, he is acutely aware that Yi Lingtian's Dantian has been rendered utterly useless. It was he who commanded the disposal of Yi Lingtian to the back mountains upon his return to the Yi family. Zhou Kai initially intended for Yi Lingtian to perish there, yet upon discovering that he possessed a Qi Xiandan, avarice took root in his heart. The recent troublemakers, Yi Jun and his companion, were orchestrated by Zhou Kai himself. However, after waiting a day without news of them, he could no longer contain his impatience and sought Yi Lingtian directly. Confronted by the aggressive Zhou Kai, Yi Lingtian cast a languid glance his way, his expression akin to that of spectator observing a mere jester. Zhou Kai's fury intensified under Yi Lingtian's disdainful gaze, prompting him to turn to his companions. What are you standing around for? Subdue this waste. At Zhou Kai's command, his entourage exchanged glances before collectively launching an assault on Yi Lingtian. Seeking death. Yi Lingtian's eyes turned frosty. He suddenly channeled his physical strength, propelling himself forward to collide with the attackers. Without any fluctuation of true energy surrounding him, he unleashed a single punch that sent the foremost assailant flying. Cries of agony erupted as Yi Lingtian moved through the throng like a tiger among sheep, easily besting all who opposed him. In less than 10 breaths, Zhou Kai's men lay vanquished upon the ground, their wails echoing through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could you be so powerful?" Suppressing his fear, Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and declared, "Yi Lingtian, though I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding your strength, do not forget that I am a subordinate of young Master Yi Tianj, a figure you cannot afford to offend. Yi Tianj is the most remarkable prodigy of the Yi family, and currently a disciple of the Qingyan sect. It is precisely because of his influence that the direct lineage of the Yi family remains unassailable. However, Yi Tianj's father was unable to ascend to the position of family head after being defeated by Yi Lingtian's father, which has bred a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Lingtian's lineage. Following the disappearance of Yi Lingtian's father, the position of family head has fallen to their adversaries, leading to the present predicament. With Yi Tianj invoked, Zhou Kai's confidence surged, adopting an expression that suggested he had Yi Lingtian at a disadvantage. Yi Lingtian, if you are willing to kneel and beg for mercy, and willingly surrender the Qi Xiandan, I can overlook the past transgressions. However, should you refuse to cooperate, I won't hesitate to inform young Master Tinch, and I believe you are well aware of the consequences. Begone." Yet, the only response Zhou Kai received was a curt dismissal. "Unappreciative fool, merely 2 lowly wretches. How dare you?" Suddenly, a sharp sound of a slap resonated, followed by Zhou Kai's piercing scream. The scene erupted in chaos. Zhou Kai's corpulent form was violently hurled through the air, crashing into several ancient trees along the way. Blood spewed from his mouth, mingled with fragments of shattered teeth. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to rise unsteadily from the ground, his left cheek grotesquely swollen, giving him the appearance of a bloated pig. Ye Lingtian, how dare you strike me? I shall make your life a living hell, and your sister too." With a swift motion, Yi Lingtian appeared before Zhou Kai, delivering a stinging slap that echoed through the air, eliciting another wail of agony. The barrage of Yi Lingtian's blows fell upon Zhou Kai like a relentless rain, leaving him battered and bruised. Had Yi Lingtian not intentionally moderated his strength, Zhou Kai would have surely met his demise. Initially, Zhou Kai attempted to maintain a facade of bravado, but after enduring the onslaught, fear finally seeped into his being. "Yi, young master, I was wrong. Please, show mercy and spare me this once. I shall never dare again," Zhou Kai begged, his voice a mix of pleading and pain. With a final 2 resounding slaps, Yi Lingtian ceased his assault, fixing Zhou Kai with a piercing gaze. As Yi Lingtian halted, Zhou Kai immediately dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing in supplication, his voice trembling, "Yi, young master, I will never dare again." Zhou Kai was genuinely terrified. Although Yi Lingtian exhibited no visible aura of power, his physical presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Zhou Kai understood that with Yi Lingtian's current prowess, ending his life would be a trivial endeavor. Most critically, he sensed a profound intuition. If he failed to gain forgiveness, His life could indeed be extinguished today by Lingtian's hand. Consequently, despite the excruciating pain in his cheek, he sought to demonstrate his sincerity by slapping his own face in desperation. Having ascended to his current position with great difficulty, he was unwilling to perish so easily. His will to survive was palpable. I can offer you a chance at life provided that, whatever it takes, I am willing. As long as you, young Master Yi, spare me, I will comply with anything. Zhou Kai interjected eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Open your soul sea and allow me to plant a soul mark. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling. What? You refuse? I am willing. I am willing. Zhou Kai hastily replied, hastening to open his soul sea. Although the act of receiving a soul mark meant that his life and death would rest solely in Lingtian's hands, it at least afforded him the chance to live. If he declined this request, he feared he would be slaughtered immediately. He could discern the gravity of the situation. Moments later, Lingtian successfully inscribed the soul mark within Zhou Kai's soul sea. The individuals Zhou Kai had brought along were similarly ensnared by Lingtian's method. Lingtian's actions were driven by necessity. Given his current lack of strength, he must proceed with caution. With Zhou Kai to provide cover, he could avoid considerable trouble. Should he eliminate them all, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the higher-ups in the Yi family, which would be of no benefit to him. Greetings, Master. Zhou Kai knelt respectfully before Lingtian, his head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Enough, rise. Upon Lingtian's command, Zhou Kai hastily stood, aided by others who also supported one another to their feet. Speak, aside from searching for Yi Jun and the others, what brings you here? Master, it is as follows. Yi Tianj has sent me to ascertain whether you are alive. If you are, I am to take you to the spiritual vein to collect spirit stones. As Zhou Kai spoke, his voice grew increasingly softer, fearful of invoking Lingtian's wrath. Chapter 6, The Treasure Pavilion. Once again, it is Yi Tianj. Given such aggressive intent, I have no reservations left. Xianxia murmured coldly. A glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, his aura of a fifth-tier martial artist palpable to Zhou Kai. In that instant, Zhou Kai's heart was tumultuous. A fifth-tier martial artist. How has he achieved this? Though astonished, Zhou Kai dared not exhibit overt reactions, remaining dutifully by the side. However, his internal thoughts began to shift. With the combat prowess Lingtian had just demonstrated, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Serving under him now seemed rather advantageous, and this thought brought Zhou Kai considerable joy. As for Lingtian, he pondered strategies. He could not conceal the restoration of his cultivation for long. It was only a matter of time before Yi Tianj's faction discovered the truth. Lingtian was acutely aware that the reason his physical body's Dantian had been ruined was inextricably linked to Yi Tianj. At that moment, Zhou Kai appeared to recall something and quickly spoke up. By the way, Master, when Yi Tianj communicated recently, he mentioned he would return to the Yi family in half a month. Half a month? That is ample time. Now that I possess the Hongmeng Tower, I can fully utilize this period to significantly enhance my cultivation, sufficiently to confront Yi Tianj. Understood. You may return now. Conceal my whereabouts. I trust you know how to proceed. Rest assured, Master, I know what to do. After acknowledging, Zhou Kai promptly departed with the injured. With a crisis averted, Yi Xian found it hard to believe, simultaneously astonished by Lingtian's strength. Brother, has your Dantian fully recovered? Meeting Yi Xian's hopeful gaze, Lingtian nodded. Indeed. It has been restored. Wonderful. As long as you're safe, I can rest easy. Yi Xian fat genuine, joy for Xianxia. In a brief exchange, Lingtian utilized his spiritual awareness to inspect Yi Xian. From his memories, he recalled that Yi Xian's innate talent was not lacking, yet her cultivation speed was exceedingly slow. After several years, she had only reached the first level of a martial artist. Lingtian sought to uncover the underlying reasons for this stagnation, aiming to provide her with the necessary remedies to resolve the issue. After all, he could not always be by her side, and the most effective solution would be to enhance her strength, thus enabling her to possess the ability for self-defense in times of peril. However, after only a moment of scrutiny, Lingtian discerned something unusual, and his eyes expressed delight. It turned out that she possessed the profound Yin body, which explained her lack of progress in cultivation over the years. The profound Yin body is one of the 10 ancient physiques, and those who possess it, barring unforeseen circumstances, are guaranteed to become martial saints. Yet, The activation of the profound Yin body is rather challenging, and coupled with Yi Xian's scarcity of cultivation resources, it continually siphoned her internal true Qi. Consequently, this led to her stagnation in cultivation. Nevertheless, through his recent exploration, Lingtian discovered that her profound Yin body was nearly fully formed, just a step away from awakening. I almost forgot about this. Lingtian rummaged through his belongings and swiftly located a porcelain vial containing a black elixir. This particular pill was the second-grade Qi Xiandan, a compensation provided to him by the Qingyan sect. Although its appearance was rather crude and much of its potency had diminished, he perceived it as nearly useless. However, it was not entirely devoid of value. With a bit of refinement, its efficacy could be enhanced several-fold, thereby assisting Yi Xian in awakening her physique. Of course, relying solely on a single Qi Xiandan would be far from sufficient. Thus, Lingtian planned to venture out to procure additional herbs for concocting more elixirs. Xian, I have matters to attend to outside. Do not wander off. Brother, I understand. You can rest assured. After exchanging a few simple words of caution, Lingtian departed from the back mountain. Before long, he halted in front of a pavilion with a sign emblazoned with the words Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion is the largest commercial establishment in Wielding City, boasting an extraordinary background, with branches throughout the entire Taiyakang realm, and no one dares to provoke them. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lingtian deliberately disguised his appearance. After all, the news of his cultivation being crippled had spread throughout Wielding City, and should he appear openly, it would likely reach the ears of the Yi family's main lineage immediately. Upon entering the Treasure Pavilion, a woman approached him without hesitation. Young master, how may I assist you? Might you be able to purchase items here? Upon hearing this, the woman momentarily paused, then quickly responded, if you have rare materials to sell, our Treasure Pavilion welcomes them, provided their quality is not too low. Do you also accept martial arts techniques? Oh, the woman's eyes instantly brightened, and she cautiously inquired, what tier of martial arts are we discussing? Lingtian pondered for a moment before responding, it is a low-grade Xiantier technique. Upon hearing these words, the woman's expression shifted slightly. Although her face revealed a hint of excitement, it was primarily tinged with skepticism. Xian, low-grade Xiantier, are you certain? Under the woman's expectant gaze, Lingtian nodded in affirmation. In an instant, her breathing became rapid. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the steward immediately. With that, she swiftly turned and departed. Lingtian was taken aback that merely a low-grade Xiantier martial technique could elicit such a strong reaction. After all, this was the least impressive technique he could currently present. However, he could understand, as the Lin family, one of the three prominent clans in Taiyakang City, practiced the martial technique Tianqing sword art, which was also merely a low-grade Xiantier and notably imperfect. Yet, this incomplete low-grade Xiantier technique was regarded as a treasure by the Yi family, with only core members permitted to cultivate it. This illustrated the immense value of a complete low-grade Xiantier technique, capable of driving various factions into a frenzy. Before long, the woman returned, accompanied by an elderly man clad in gray robes. The elder, named Zhao Chong, was the steward of the Bibao Pavilion in Wielding City, who typically refrained from making appearances unless there was a compelling reason, such as the prospect of acquiring a low-grade Xiantier technique. However, upon seeing Lingtian, Zhao Chong instinctively furrowed his brow, primarily due to the youthfulness of Lingtian, which led him to question the authenticity of the situation. Young friend, I hear you wish to sell a low-grade Xiantier technique. May I inquire if you have it with you? I need to inspect it, and I hope you don't mind. Zhao Chong wasted no time and got straight to the point. Lingtian had anticipated this and promptly produced a soul token, handing it over without hesitation. Upon receiving the soul token, Zhao Chong eagerly began his examination. Chapter 7, Soul Sealing Blood Technique. After a brief inspection, the skepticism on Zhao Chong's face evaporated, replaced by palpable excitement as his gaze toward Lingtian transformed. He quickly inquired, young friend, may I ask your name? Lingtian, je suis le replied. I am Zhao Chong. Might I have a word with you in private? Lingtian nodded and followed Zhao Chong to the second floor of the Bibao Pavilion. Once inside a secluded chamber, Zhao Chong immediately spoke, young friend. Based on my earlier examination, your soul-severing blade technique, though merely a low-grade Xiantier, possesses power rivaling that of an ordinary mid-grade Xiantier technique. If you are willing, I would like to purchase it outright for 3 million mid-grade spirit stones. 3 million mid-grade spirit stones would equate to 300 million low-grade spirit stones. Given that the typical price for low-grade Xianxia techniques hovers around 200 million, Zhao Chong's offer was indeed quite sincere. Noticing that Lingtian did not respond immediately, Zhao Chong continued, "If you are unwilling, our Bibao pavilion will hold an auction in half a month, where this technique could potentially fetch a higher price." Lingtian shook his head. "There is no need for such formality. Merely 300,000 mid-grade spiritual stones will suffice. Ye Xiaoyuyo. I shall prepare the spiritual stones for you at once." Zhao Chong's expression brightened considerably, and he appeared quite exhilarated. However, just as Zhao Chong rose, Lingtian hastily called out to him, "Yi Zaiao, is there anything else?" Lingtian produced a piece of paper from his garment and handed it to Zhao Chong. "Please prepare 2 copies of what is listed here, deducting the cost from the 300,000. After briefly scanning the contents of the pill prescription, Zhao Chong chuckled. "Just some ordinary spiritual herbs. Consider it a small token of my goodwill. Please wait a moment." "Very well, I thank you, Elder Zhao." Lingtian did not decline Zhao Chong's kindness, recognizing that future dealings would undoubtedly occur and strengthening their rapport would be advantageous. Zhao Chong worked swiftly, and soon he had gathered all the items Lingtian required. "Yi Zaiao, both the spiritual stones and the herbs are contained within." As he spoke, Zhao Chong presented a bronze ring to Lingtian. Upon receiving the ring, Zhao Chong inquired, "Are you a Dan master, Yi Zaiao?" Zhao Chong's face was filled with anticipation as he posed the question. From the list of spiritual herbs earlier, he discerned that they were the principal ingredients for crafting a channeling pill, which prompted his inquiry. After all, given Lingtian's ability to effortlessly produce profound martial techniques, it would not be surprising if he could also concoct pills. Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely for my master. I am utterly ignorant of the art of alchemy." At this explanation, Zhao Chong's expression shifted to one of understanding. He then gestured with his hand, and a blue Dan furnace materialized within his grasp. "Yi Zaiao, this furnace came to me by chance, and since it serves no purpose for me, I shall gift it to you." As he spoke, Zhao Chong extended the furnace towards Lingtian, initially inclined to refuse. Lingtian examined the furnace and found it to be quite extraordinary, coincidentally aligning with his own needs for alchemy. Thus, he accepted it. "Thank you, Elder Zhao. My master has some pills for sale, and I shall trouble you when the time comes." Zhao Chong had been anticipating this very statement, and now he felt that everything was worth it, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Ha ha, rest assured, Yi Zaiao, I will ensure you do not incur any losses. By the way, this is the Ziyun token for my treasure pavilion. Holding this token grants you a 20% discount on all items." Zhao Chong casually handed a token to Lingtian. Having already accepted the furnace, Lingtian did not mind acquiring the token as well, so he accepted it without hesitation. "Elder Zhao, I shall return in 3 days." With this parting remark, Lingtian took his leave. Shortly after Lingtian departed, a woman entered the loft. "Elder Zhao, you have even given away the Ziyun token. Do you truly hold him in such high regard?" Zhao Chong let out a sigh. The Zhao family has long endured oppression, and if this continues, it is feared they may not withstand for much longer. "I believe this young man is extraordinary. Let us regard it as a bold gamble. Should he indeed bring forth unexpected fortune, perhaps the Zhao family could be resurrected from despair." Upon hearing this, the woman displayed a contemplative expression and subsequently inquired, "Shall I dispatch someone to investigate his identity?" "No need. Let us remain oblivious. If we recklessly send someone, it may provoke those behind him." With this, Zhao Chong concluded his remarks, and the woman chose not to press further, promptly turning to depart. Meanwhile, Lingtian, after several twists and turns, returned discreetly to the back mountain of the Yi family, unnoticed by others. Upon his return, he soon encountered Zhou Kai, who approached him with urgency. "Master, something terrible has occurred." Zhou Kai's anxious demeanor caused Lingtian to furrow his brow slightly. "What has happened?" he inquired. "Today, upon my return, I learned from an elder of the Yi family that they have decided to marry Miss Yin to the patriarch of the Wang family as a concubine, to strengthen the ties between the two families." Seeking death, Lingtian's expression turned frosty, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He could hardly believe the Yi family's upper echelon could stoop so low. The patriarch of the Wang family was nearly interred. To offer his sister as a concubine was nothing short of a grand absurdity. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lingtian, Zhou Kai trembled in fear, his body involuntarily shaking. Although Lingtian's cultivation was not exceptionally high, the invisible pressure he exuded was terrifying, rendering Zhou Kai breathless, compelling him to prostrate on the ground. After a moment, the oppressive aura surrounding Lingtian receded like a tide, and the pressure dissipated entirely. Zhou Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, his face still pale with trepidation. When do they plan to act? Half a month from now, there will be an auction. Zhao Tianj will return then. They intend to leverage Zhao Tianj's influence to fully align with the Wang family. Well, this is well executed. Here is your reward. Remember to destroy it after you have read it. Lingtian casually produced a soul token and tossed it to Zhou Kai. Upon receiving the soul token, Zhou Kai hastily employed his spiritual senses to probe its contents, discovering it to be a low-grade Xianxia cultivation technique, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xianxia. Zhou Kai stuttered, aware that even within sects, Xianxia techniques were exceedingly precious. For someone of his standing to possess a low-grade Huang tier technique was already commendable. And now acquiring a Xianxia technique felt surreal. Regaining his composure, Zhou Kai promptly knelt, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Master, thank you. From now on, refer to me as young Master. This matter is yours to know alone. Rest assured, young Master, I shall keep it sealed within my lips and ensure no one else learns of it. Zhou Kai understood well the adage of holding a precious gem, and thus, even without Lingtian's reminder, he was acutely aware of the intricacies of their situation. Chapter 8. The Nine-Dragon Cauldron and the First Alchemical Refinement. Please return for now. And should any further information arise, do not hesitate to inform me immediately. As you wish, young master. Zhou Kai replied respectfully before hastily departing, his heart racing with excitement that refused to settle. Naturally, he dared not disobey Lingtian's instructions. After thoroughly memorizing the content of the cultivation method, he promptly discarded the soul token in his hand. Upon returning to his dwelling, Zhou Kai gathered his subordinates, assigning them various tasks before eagerly retreating to his room to commence his cultivation. Meanwhile, Lingtian, having confirmed that Ziwan was in no peril, made his way towards the back mountain. Given the inherent noise associated with alchemical processes, he deemed it prudent to select a secluded location to mitigate any potential disturbances. After a brief search, Lingtian discovered a relatively concealed cave. Ensuring that no ferocious beasts lurked within, he stepped inside. He quickly set up a few simple barriers at the entrance and proceeded to take out the azure alchemical furnace. To validate his suspicions, Lingtian immediately activated the Hongmeng creation technique, causing a surge of vital energy to erupt forth, with a copious amount of true qi flooding into the furnace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The true qi within Lingtian's body mingled with the essence of Hongmeng. Although somewhat feeble, the effect remained profoundly formidable, as the essence of Hongmeng continuously poured in. The dragon motif on the surface of the alchemical furnace radiated a dazzling light, as if the design had come to life, swirling incessantly across its surface. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed in his ears, and Lingtian felt an overwhelming dragon's majesty relentlessly assailing him. Crack, crack, crack! This state persisted for but a moment before the azure furnace began to develop fissures, with its exterior starting to flake away. In the blink of an eye, the azure furnace transformed into a resplendent golden hue, and at the mouth of the furnace, 9 dragon heads emerged. The 9-Dragon Cauldron. It was indeed the legendary artifact. Upon witnessing the 9 dragon heads, even Lingtian, the reincarnation of a martial emperor, could scarcely contain his exhilaration. The 9-Dragon Cauldron was an ancient divine instrument, once the fated weapon of the alchemy ancestor, but had vanished after the ancestor's demise. Throughout countless epochs, innumerable formidable beings had sought the 9-Dragon Cauldron, ultimately to no avail. Lingtian truly did not anticipate that this coveted artifact, sought after by many, would come into his possession so effortlessly. Ancient texts recorded that the 9-Dragon Cauldron existed within its own realm, sealing 9 great dragon souls within, enabling the crafting of pills with significantly enhanced quality and success rates. Furthermore, the 9-Dragon Cauldron was an incredibly fearsome weapon. It contained the fires of heaven and earth, with its potency amplifying in accordance with the user's strength. However, after studying the cauldron for some time, Lingtian discerned that this version of the 9-Dragon Cauldron differed greatly from the ancient texts. It became evident that the cauldron was incomplete. Not only did it possess a fissure at its base, but it also housed merely 1 dragon soul within. Although the 9-Dragon Cauldron is not entirely intact, Lingtian is already quite satisfied with it. After all, even in its incomplete state, this cauldron proves to be immensely beneficial. The primary function of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron is not alchemy, but rather the tempering of the physical body using heavenly fire. Even though only a single dragon soul remains, the cauldron can still summon the heavenly fire. Should one enter it for cultivation, their physical form would undoubtedly achieve remarkable enhancement in a short span of time. However, before embarking on that path, Lingtian intends to first concoct a few elixirs to bolster his own strength. With a thought, a flame materializes in Lingtian's palm, swiftly enveloping the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He then retrieves a Qi Xiandan and tosses it into the cauldron. Under his careful guidance, the heavenly fire within the cauldron begins to react. The flames scorch relentlessly, and combined with Lingtian's adept alchemical techniques, the previously coarse Qi Xiandan transforms into a crystal-clear form, filling the cavern with a delightful fragrance. With a flick of his wrist, Lingtian summons the Qi Xiandan back into his hand, now devoid of impurities and its potency increased severalfold. Yet he does not pause there. He quickly produces the prepared spiritual herbs, continuously refining them by casting them into the cauldron. What he is concocting is the second-grade connecting veins pill. Thanks to his exceptional soul power far surpassing this realm, coupled with his experience in alchemy, the entire process proceeds smoothly, with no unexpected occurrences from refinement to completion. Before long, the fragrance of the elixir wafts through the air, while the interior of the Nine-Dragon Cauldron resonates with intermittent booming sounds. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converges, flooding into the cauldron. Simultaneously, a muted thunder echoes in the void, but the commotion is not overly loud, and given Lingtian's relatively concealed position, it does not attract significant attention. As the moment approaches, Lingtian reaches out to the cauldron, and 9 translucent pills shoot forth, the fragrance intensifying further. Just as the connecting veins pill emerges, a purple lightning bolt materializes in the air, hurtling towards the newly formed pills. The lightning strikes with blinding speed, creating a thunderous explosion upon impact. Despite being struck directly, the connecting veins pills remain unscathed, instead gaining a more lustrous sheen, with arcs of lightning flickering across their surfaces. Lingtian promptly grasps the connecting veins pills and swiftly stores them in a crimson vial. Upon inspecting one of the pills, he is taken aback to discover that not only does it harbor the power of thunder, but its grade has also ascended to the 3rd level. He consumes one of the pills, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy floods his being, increasing his absorption rate tenfold for a duration of 15 minutes. Concurrently, his physical form experiences a slight enhancement. The effects proved to be remarkably potent. Lingtian marveled at the astonishing results achieved through the refinement of pills using the primordial purple energy of Hongmeng. It is noteworthy that the finest pulse-clearing pills in the Taikang realm merely enhance the absorption of true Qi by 3-fold and last for less than 1/5 of the duration of Lingtian's own pulse-clearing elixirs. Should Lingtian choose to distribute the pills he has concocted, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar, sending countless cultivators into a frenzy. Once he had calmed his emotions, Lingtian resumed his work. However, this time he refrained from utilizing the primordial purple energy within his body for the crafting of the pulse-clearing pills. The current batch was intended for Zhao Chong, and having established a connection with him, it was only fitting to offer some tangible benefits. In doing so, should he require assistance in the future, Zhao Chong would be inclined to reciprocate, thus creating a mutually advantageous scenario. In less than half the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Lingtian successfully refined his second batch of pulse-clearing pills. Under his deliberate control, the quality of this batch was notably inferior to the previous one. Yet, even without the aid of the primordial purple energy, this batch of pulse-clearing pills remained among the finest of its kind. With a thought, Lingtian's spirit once again entered the Hongmeng Tower. He discovered that upon entering this realm, he could still experience the effects of consuming pulse-clearing pills, prompting him to dedicate himself fully to cultivation. With a resounding roar, Lingtian activated the Hongmeng creation technique, channeling vast amounts of true Qi into his body, interspersed with traces of primordial energy, facilitating his continuous advancement in cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night slipped by quietly as he consumed all 9 of the pulse-clearing pills he had refined. Bolstered by these elixirs, Lingtian successfully transcended to the 7th level of martial artist. Although he had only ascended 2 minor realms, he was thoroughly content with this outcome. After all, His meridians were broader than those of ordinary warriors, making breakthroughs inherently more challenging. Yet, with each minor elevation, his combat prowess saw significant enhancement. Concealing his aura, Lingtian emerged from the cave, weaving through the secret forest and heading straight for the depths of the back mountain. With his newfound strength, Lingtian resolved to seek out formidable beasts to test his combat capabilities. As he ventured deeper, he was met with the piercing roars of a creature ahead, reverberating painfully against his eardrums. Following the cacophony of battle, Lingtian hastened his pace until he reached the source of the commotion. Before him lay a colossal black serpent, its girth comparable to that of a barrel, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity as it lashed out with its tail in relentless assaults. Each strike of the serpent's tail produced a deafening boom, shattering ancient trees in its wake and leaving chaos in its path. Opposing the serpent was a panther of substantial size, resembling a bull in build. Utilizing its remarkable speed, the panther deftly evaded the serpent's attacks while retaliating with swift clawed strikes. Lingtian immediately recognized the two ferocious beasts before him. The black serpent was known as the Suanlin python, possessing the prowess of a 6th-tier martial artist. The black panther, on the other hand, was the Yuming leopard, equally matched in strength with the Suanlin python. Both of these creatures bore a trace of bloodline power, thus rendering them formidable adversaries among their kind. In general, the combat capabilities of ferocious beasts surpass those of humans at the same level, which meant that despite being merely 6th tier, these two beasts were not to be trifled with, even by an 8th-tier cultivator. As Lingtian surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a purple vine on the cliff not far from the two beasts, adorned with a blood-red fruit at its apex. It appeared that their fierce battle was over the coveted 3rd-grade blood spirit fruit. This fruit served as a principal ingredient in the concoction of blood spirit pills, and Lingtian, upon encountering it, could not let the opportunity slip away. Due to the fact that he had not suppressed his aura, the Suanlin python and Yuming leopard detected his presence the moment he drew near, immediately ceasing their struggle to fixate their gaze upon his vicinity. With a thunderous roar, upon spotting Lingtian, the two beasts unleashed a low growl, their murderous intent directed squarely at him. The innate enmity that ferocious beasts harbored towards humans was palpable, and Lingtian's sudden emergence prompted both creatures to unite and charge at him. In an instant, the Suanlin python lunged forward, its massive tail slicing through the air like a deadly sword, aimed directly at Lingtian's waist. The rush of wind was palpable, yet Lingtian did not retreat in the face of this full-force onslaught. Instead, he propelled his fist forward, relying solely on the raw strength of his physique without invoking any martial techniques. The collision of fist and serpent's tail produced a resounding boom, and while Lingtian remained firmly planted in his position, the Suanlin python was sent flying backward. Pain cries erupted from the Suanlin python as shards of scales shattered upon impact, blood gushing from the wound inflicted by Lingtian's fist. It skidded for dozens of feet before regaining its balance, colliding with several ancient trees along its path. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Lingtian felt immense satisfaction regarding the strength of his own physique. Meanwhile, the Yuming leopard transformed into a shadowy blur, darting around Lingtian, only to reappear behind him, unleashing a powerful strike with its massive claws aimed at his head. However, Lingtian had already locked onto its essence, and as soon as the Yuming leopard made its move, he swiftly turned to confront it. Once more, Lingtian unleashed a punch, meeting the Yuming leopard's razor-sharp claws in a fierce clash. As expected, he emerged unscathed, while the Yuming leopard was sent reeling from the impact of his fist. Without allowing the Yuming leopard to touch the ground, Lingtian propelled himself forward, relentlessly hammering his fists against the creature's form. In the face of Lingtian's relentless assault, the dark phantom leopard emitted continuous cries of agony. It had contemplated resistance, yet its once proud swiftness was consistently overshadowed by Lingtian's prowess. With a resounding thud, Lingtian's fist pierced through the body of the dark phantom leopard, causing blood to splatter in all directions. The excruciating pain drove the leopard into a frenzy, but against absolute strength, all efforts proved futile. It struggled for mere moments before succumbing to silence. Suddenly, Lingtian's voice broke through the tension, filled with astonishment. He realized that upon slaying the dark phantom leopard, the Primordial Tower within his Dantian had responded, revealing an image of the leopard on the first level of its walls. Concurrently, the leopard's essence was being drawn away, its form rapidly wilting, while the depiction on the tower's wall became increasingly vivid. Before Lingtian could ponder further, the Xianxia python seized the opportunity of his distraction, lunging toward him with its gaping maw, exhaling a cloud of yellow mist that enveloped him completely. Yet, in the face of the python's toxic onslaught, Lingtian remained unperturbed. His body, having been purified by the primordial purple energy, had become immune to all poisons. Thus, the python's toxins posed no threat to him. However, the toxic gas was merely one method of attack. The Xianxia python's primary intention was to close the distance. Its massive form coiled tightly around Lingtian. As it opened its enormous mouth, its venomous fangs gleaming ominously. The python constricted its body with increasing force, aiming to crush Lingtian's bones with sheer strength. Yet, after a brief moment, the python realized that no matter how hard it exerted itself, it could not tighten its grip further and felt an odd sensation of being stretched. With a furious roar, the python lunged for Lingtian's head, intent on swallowing him whole. However, it was too late. Lingtian not only escaped, but retaliated with a punch that shattered the python's skull. Blood erupted, and as Lingtian withdrew his arm, a black crystal appeared in his palm. With the Xianxia python bereft of its core, its energy was swiftly depleted, and its body slumped lifelessly. As the python fell, the Primordial Tower reacted once more, revealing its image on the wall. A unique power enveloped the corpse, extracting its essence, causing the python's likeness to take on an even more lifelike quality. Since consuming these two ferocious beasts, the first level of the Primordial Tower had gained a massive stone pillar, upon which was engraved the likeness of a legendary beast. Upon further examination, Lingtian recognized the creature depicted. It was none other than the ancient beast, the devouring sky dragon python. What could this mean? Was this some form of inheritance? To validate his suspicions, Lingtian resolved to hunt down several more fierce beasts. After a brief period of time, Lingtian encountered a 6th-tier ferocious beast and successfully defeated it after a fierce battle. At the moment the beast was slain, Lingtian's spirit entered the Hongmeng Tower to closely observe the changes in the stone pillars. Soon, the Hongmeng Tower began to absorb the beast's essence, and intricate patterns emerged on the tower's walls. The pillar adorned with the image of the devouring dragon python showed a noticeable fading of its black runes. This alteration was so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed had Lingtian not been specifically observing. It appeared that these runes were seals, and to obtain the inheritance, one must first lift the seal. Having grasped this crucial point, Lingtian chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, to fully lift the seals, he would need to slay numerous ferocious beasts, and his current strength was insufficient for such an endeavor. Thus, he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Next, Lingtian turned his gaze to the beast patterns on the tower's wall. After some experimentation, he discovered that he could manifest these beasts into reality. The beasts that materialized from the patterns retained all their abilities and were 3 minor realms stronger than himself, making them excellent sparring partners. Most importantly, these beasts, even if slain, could quickly resurrect. Of course, if he wished to enhance these manifested beasts, he could utilize the Hongmeng Purple Qi, albeit for a limited duration. Withdrawing his spirit from the Hongmeng Tower, Lingtian did not delve deeper, but swiftly made his way to the outskirts of the mountain range. With his Dantian now prepared, it was time to awaken Xian's unique constitution in order to better handle the forthcoming events. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, the day had brightened, and Lingtian directly sought out Xian, handing her the refined elixir he had prepared. "Brother, are you saying I possess a special constitution?" Xian's face was one of disbelief upon hearing this revelation. After all, she had tested her own talents, only to find them rather mediocre. The sudden news of her possessing a unique constitution was difficult for her to accept. However, she held great trust in Lingtian's words, and a sense of anticipation began to swell within her. In her eyes, if she truly had a special constitution, her strength would undoubtedly increase, allowing her to assist Lingtian in various endeavors. "This is the elixir I have prepared for you. For the next few days, you need not worry about anything else. Just focus on refining these elixirs," he said as he presented the elixir in a porcelain vial to her. Xian did not hesitate to accept it, displaying a sweet obedience. She then looked up at Lingtian with a serious expression. "Brother, rest assured, Xian will not let you down. Oh, such beautiful elixirs. Yi Xian's attention was quickly captivated by the crystalline elixirs in the vial, her face filled with astonishment as she beheld their translucent beauty. Having lived in the Yi family for such an extended period, Yi Xian naturally discerned the quality of elixirs. This exceptional grade of pill was a rarity she had not encountered in her lifetime. However, demonstrating remarkable composure, Yi Xian refrained from excessive inquiries regarding the elixir and, following Yi Lingtian's guidance, promptly consumed the Qi Xiandan. Not long after swallowing the Qi Xiandan, a surge of formidable, true energy erupted within her, rushing toward her limbs and bones. Yet, this energy dissipated almost as soon as it appeared, absorbed by Yi Xian's physical form, restoring a tranquil state as though nothing had transpired. Her cultivation level remained unchanged. Continue to ingest, Yi Lingtian advised from his side. Aware that a single Qi Xiandan's potency was insufficient to awaken the Xianing body, a development anticipated by him. Taking his counsel, Yi Xian persisted in consuming the elixirs from the porcelain vial, and the fluctuations of true energy around her intensified. As the elixir neared depletion, Yi Xian's Xianing body finally responded, ceasing to consume the inner true energy and instead channeling it into her limbs and bones. Under the baptism of this true energy, her long-stagnant cultivation experienced a breakthrough. Boom! An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, signaling Yi Xian's advancement to the second level of a martial artist. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and a layer of frost formed upon the ground. This transformation endured for approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As Yi Xian opened her eyes, the chilling aura swiftly receded. Brother, I have succeeded. Even as her physical constitution truly awakened, Yi Xian found it difficult to believe. Her face alight with exhilaration. Yi Lingtian shared in her joy, though a pressing concern lingered. Although her constitution had successfully awakened, she lacked a suitable cultivation method. Despite being a reborn martial emperor, Yi Lingtian found no particular techniques among those he had encountered that were well suited for Yi Xian. After considerable effort, he discovered a somewhat compatible yet incomplete method, classified only as a mid-tier Xian level technique. Ultimately, Yi Lingtian entrusted this incomplete method to Yi Xian, as it harmonized with her Xianing body, allowing for easier reconstruction should a more fitting technique arise in the future. Though merely a mid-tier Xian level, it was entirely adequate for her before reaching the martial sovereign realm. This was the best option available. Unlike previous occasions, Yi Lingtian chose not to use the soul token, but instead transmitted the technique directly to Yi Xian through his spiritual essence, facilitating a more seamless comprehension. Having completed these tasks, Yi Lingtian provided Yi Xian with additional elixirs, encouraging her to leverage her newly awakened constitution to elevate her cultivation further. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, atop an unknown divine mountain in the Taikang realm, an elderly woman with white hair seemed to sense something, abruptly opening her eyes. With her hands weaving intricate gestures, she conducted a series of calculations, and upon concluding, a profound joy illuminated her countenance. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within her, and she vanished without a trace. Reflecting on Yi Lingtian's situation, as Yi Xian gradually entered a state of cultivation, he turned and exited the thatched cottage, intending to seize the opportunity to visit the treasure pavilion and fulfill his agreement with Zhao Chong. Chapter 11. Exquisite Elixirs. Astonishing, Lin Lui. As Yi Lingtian stepped into the treasure pavilion, the reception staff immediately recognized him and promptly approached with respect. Young Master Yi, Lord Zhao has instructed that if you arrive, you should proceed directly to the second floor. Allow me to escort you. Yi Lingtian did not decline and followed the attendant to the second floor of the pavilion. The other cultivators present observed the scene with curiosity, speculating about Yi Lingtian's identity. Who is this young man that the treasure pavilion treats him with such deference? It is unclear, but his status must be extraordinary. After all, even the heads of the three great families of Wutan City would not receive such treatment. Could he be a disciple of a sect? While discussions ensued, a man in a black robe on the left suddenly spoke up. By the way, will the upcoming auction at the treasure pavilion include profound-level techniques, possibly related to this fellow? Upon this conjecture, the crowd nodded in agreement. I believe it is quite possible. If not, the treasure pavilion would not place such importance on that young man. To present profound-level techniques for auction, his backing must be formidable, not something we can afford to offend. The murmurings intensified, piquing the interest of some in Lingtian, leading them to harbor various thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Lingtian successfully arrived on the second floor of the treasure pavilion, and shortly after entering the chamber, Zhao Chong pushed the door open and entered. "Ha ha! Young friend Yi, we meet again," Zhao Chong exclaimed, approaching Lingtian, followed by a striking woman. The woman, tall and fair-skinned, possessed a perfectly sculpted oval face and stunning beauty. Dressed in a flowing red gown, her figure was accentuated exquisitely. Upon entering the chamber, the woman in red scrutinized Lingtian with curiosity in her enchanting eyes. "Young friend Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is my niece, Lin Luo Yi. Greetings, young Master Yi. To be able to casually produce profound-level techniques, you truly are no ordinary person. Miss Lin, you flatter me. Those are merely techniques bestowed by my master, and I am not particularly associated with them." Noticing that Lingtian was reluctant to elaborate, Lin Luo Yi wisely shifted the topic. "Might I inquire if your visit today is to sell elixirs, young Master Yi?" Her beautiful gaze was fixed upon him. Lingtian nodded and casually produced a channeling elixir, which Lin Luo Yi quickly accepted. Zhao Chong, standing nearby, wore an expectant expression, eagerly gazing at the porcelain vial containing the elixir. Upon seeing the crystal-clear elixir within, his pupils constricted suddenly. This is an exquisite elixir." Zhao Chong's excitement surged, his heartbeat quickening. Upon hearing the term exquisite elixir, Lin Luo Yi was instantly captivated, her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Managing the treasure pavilion for such an extended period and engaging with various powerful factions, she naturally comprehended the arduousness of refining top-tier elixirs. Suppressing her excitement, Lin Li poured out a meridian opening pill from the porcelain vial, instantly filling the compartment with a delightful fragrance that invigorated the spirit. The pill, adorned with intricate patterns, was indeed remarkable. Zhao Chong's voice rose in astonishment. While the meridian opening pill was merely a second-tier elixir, achieving excellence in its refinement was a challenge even for a fifth-tier alchemist. To produce a premium elixir embellished with such patterns, one would require at least a sixth-tier alchemist. This implied that Lingtian was backed by a sixth-tier alchemist. It is noteworthy that in the current realm of Taikang, sixth-tier alchemists were a rare breed, revered wherever they went. The prospect of establishing a connection with a sixth-tier alchemist filled Zhao Chong with gratitude for his prior acquaintance with Lingtian. These are indeed exquisite elixirs. Before Zhao Chong could regain his composure, Lin Lui's exclamations pierced the air once more. Upon glancing up, Zhao Chong discovered that Lin Lui had poured out the remaining elixirs, each of identical quality to the first, all possessing the coveted patterns. Zhao Chong and Lin Lui were rendered utterly speechless, gazing at the composed Lingtian, who now appeared unfathomably profound. "Young friend Yi, what price do you wish to set for these elixirs?" Zhao Chong intended to purchase the meridian opening pill outright, yet hesitated. After all, if news of such high-quality elixirs reached the alchemists, a frenzy would ensue, and alchemists were never short of spirit stones. Moreover, given Zhao Chong's current resources, it was implausible for him to acquire all these elixirs alone. This was precisely why he inquired about Lingtian's intentions. He dared not deceive him in this matter. "Old Zhao, I am not well versed in pricing. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." Lingtian understood that since Zhao Chong had broached the subject, he must have a strategy in mind. Seeing Lingtian's response, Zhao Chong promptly suggested, "How about this? I will disseminate the news about the elixirs, and there will soon be an auction where we can feature the meridian opening pill as the centerpiece. With adequate promotion, it is sure to fetch an impressive price. What do you think?" "Very well, let us proceed as you propose." Lingtian acquiesced to Zhao Chong's suggestion. Noticing Zhao Chong's hesitation, Lingtian inquired, "Old Zhao, is there something else on your mind?" "Actually, regarding the martial technique you're selling, I also intend to auction it off," Zhao Chong began, but before he could finish, Lingtian interjected nonchalantly, "There is no need for concern, Old Zhao. Since the item has already been sold, you are free to manage its disposal as you see fit. It is a matter of mutual consent." Receiving this reassurance from Lingtian, Zhao Chong let out a sigh of relief. He had feared that a high auction price might lead Lingtian to feel swindled, thereby jeopardizing their relationship. Now that we have laid everything bare, there is nothing left to hesitate about. Zhao Chong felt a surge of elation, filled with anticipation for the upcoming auction, as this was his opportunity for a turnaround. "By the way, Zhao Lao, in addition to delivering the elixirs today, I also require your assistance in gathering some spiritual herbs." With that, Lingtian produced another list, along with a storage ring containing spirit stones, which he handed over. Please prepare 5 portions of the items on this list. If the spirit stones prove insufficient, we shall make up the difference after the auction of the elixirs. Zhao Chong glanced over the list. Young friend Yi, most of these herbs can be procured with a bit of effort, but I have yet to hear the dragon blood vine and the moonlit grass. No matter. Just prepare the other herbs. As for the dragon blood vine and moonlit grass, please inquire about them on the side. If you find them, that would be splendid. If not, it is of no consequence. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. As for the storage ring, before Zhao Chong could continue, Lingtian interjected. Business is business. You only recently provided me with spiritual herbs, so the spirit stones must be accounted for this time. Understood. With Lingtian's firm stance, Zhao Chong had no choice but to accept the storage ring he was offered. Chapter 12. The Soul Severing Mountains, Wang Family's Wang Qing. After accepting the storage ring, Zhao Chong justwa handed Lingtian an invitation. Young friend Yi, here is the invitation to the auction. If you're interested, do come by. Lingtian accepted the invitation. For the Bayo Pavilion was the foremost commercial establishment in Taikang City, and it was likely that the auction would be of high caliber. It would be worth a visit, as he might stumble upon something beneficial. Aside from delivering the elixirs, Lingtian had another objective today, to inquire about the origins of the 9-dragon cauldron. After all, the cauldron was incomplete, and knowing its provenance could lead to new discoveries. Zhao Lao, may I ask where you acquired that cauldron you gifted me? Lingtian's sudden inquiry piqued Zhao Chong's curiosity, yet he refrained from speculating further. He replied, that alchemical furnace was obtained from a forbidden area, and by sheer happenstance, it came into my possession. Oh, may I know which forbidden area it is? In response to Lingtian's question, Zhao Chong seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, his expression shifting momentarily before returning to normal. The furnace hails from the Soul Severing Mountains, a region perpetually shrouded in miasma, rife with numerous restrictions and home to countless formidable beasts. Even a martial king would find it difficult to emerge unscathed. Zhao Chong disclosed everything he knew without reservation, emphasizing the dangers involved. Lingtian understood Zhao Chong's intent. His warnings were meant to dissuade him from taking unnecessary risks. Thank you for the information, Zhao Lao. We shall meet again at the auction, and I appreciate your help with the spiritual herbs. Zhao Chong smiled. Young friend, you are too kind. It is merely a small matter, not worth your concern. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lingtian turned and departed the compartment. As Lingtian's figure vanished from sight, Zhao Chong turned to Lin Luyi beside him. Li, what are your thoughts on young Master Yi? Lin Luyi pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, Uncle Zhao possesses great foresight. Young Master Yi is truly a worthy investment. He remains an enigma to me. However, given his ability to casually produce such high-grade pills, his status must be significant. It is curious why he would appear in a small place like Taikang City. Zhao Chong waved his hand dismissively. This matter is of little concern. We need only focus on nurturing a good relationship. Agreed. Lin Li nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as their conversation concluded, a man in a black robe suddenly entered the compartment. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, Zhao Chong instinctively furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has happened?" The man hurriedly replied, "Manager Zhao, young master Yi left Babayoj not long ago, and the second young master of the Wang family has secretly followed him, seemingly intending to make a move." What? How dare they target young Master Yi? The Wang family truly does not know the extent of their recklessness. With a furious exclamation, Zhao Chong quickly instructed the man in black, "You must immediately lead some people to follow him. We cannot allow any harm to come to young Master Yi." Understood. The man responded before hastily exiting. Shortly after leaving Babayoj, Lingtian sensed that someone was trailing him. Rather than feeling fear, he deliberately chose to head towards a secluded area. A few hundred zhang behind him, 3 individuals followed at a leisurely pace. Leading them was a young man in white robes, appearing to be in his early 20s, with a cultivation level of the 3rd realm of martial artists. He was Wang Qing, the second young master of the Wang family. Wang Qing, emboldened by the support of his family, was notoriously arrogant and unscrupulous, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. With the imminent auction of profound-level martial skills at Babayoj causing quite a stir in Taikang City, Wang Qing had initially come to gather information. However, upon overhearing discussions about Lingtian and witnessing him enter the 2nd floor of Babayoj, He developed ulterior motives and decided to follow him the moment Lingtian exited the establishment. The two men trailing Wang Qing were bodyguards arranged by his father, both possessing the fifth realm of martial arts cultivation. Through continuous observation, Wang Qing had concluded that Lingtian's cultivation did not appear particularly formidable, which only bolstered his confidence. Young Master Wang, that fellow seems to be heading out of the city. Should we intercept him now? One of the guards on the left suggested. However, Wang Qing dismissed the idea. No need. His departure from the city is, in fact, advantageous for us. This way, we can act without concern for being discovered by others. Stay close. Once he exits the city, we will swiftly apprehend him. The thought of soon acquiring the profound-level techniques filled Wang Qing with an inexplicable excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In Wang Qing's perspective, this young man before him possesses a profound martial technique, undoubtedly accompanied by other treasures. If he could seize them, it would undoubtedly elevate his family standing. Quick, stop him. As soon as he stepped out of Taikang's city, Wang Qing, filled with impatience, charged forward with his companions, no longer concealing his intentions. A sinister smile etched across his face. Swish! In less than 3 breaths, Wang Qing and his two companions successfully caught up with Lingtian, surrounding him entirely. Upon recognizing the approach of the Wang family, a surge of murderous intent welled up in Lingtian's eyes. The Wang family had already set their sights on Xian, and although he had yet to confront them, Wang Qing boldly approached him. Lingtian intended to extract some interest from this encounter. Unaware of Lingtian's shifting emotions, Wang Qing promptly interrogated, "Brat, the profound martial skill auctioned by the Bibeo pavilion was indeed your doing?" "Indeed, the martial skill was auctioned by me," Lingtian replied candidly. This response caught Wang Qing off guard. He had anticipated some form of denial, yet the admission was refreshingly straightforward. What further perplexed Wang Qing was the unwavering calmness on Lingtian's face, devoid of any sign of panic, which seemed rather unusual. However, upon further inspection, Wang Qing discovered Lingtian was merely at the 3rd level of martial prowess, dispelling his initial concerns and replacing them with insatiable greed. He threatened, "Brat, some things are beyond your reach. Be sensible and hand them over, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Should you choose defiance, do not blame me for what followed." As he spoke, Wang Qing gestured to his two guards, who promptly drew their weapons, ready for an immediate assault. "Are you not afraid of retaliation from those behind me?" Lingtian countered with a meaningful question. "Ha ha ha." Wang Qing laughed triumphantly. "This place is desolate. Should you perish here, who could possibly suspect me? Attack. Subdue him." Wang Qing issued his command without hesitation, having never intended to leave any survivors. Chapter 13. Slaying Wang Qing. As soon as Wang Qing spoke, the two 5th-level martial guards exchanged glances before simultaneously lunging at Lingtian. Their speed was remarkable. One advanced while the other followed closely, both aiming for his Dantian, evidently intending to cripple his cultivation first. "Oomph." Lingtian snorted disdainfully, simply sidestepping to evade their strikes, and retaliated with a punch. What appeared to be a simple maneuver sent a wave of imminent danger coursing through the closest guard, who was overcome by a foreboding sense of dread. Terror etched across his brow. "Damn it," he growled, realizing it was too late to evade, and braced himself to continue the attack. Bang! Crack! Crack! As the fists of the two men collided, the arm of the guard twisted violently, accompanied by the sharp sound of bone shattering, followed by a piercing scream. The guard spat blood, his body propelled like a cannonball, sliding across the ground for several dozen yards, carving a deep trench in his wake. This sudden turn of events left Wang Qing and another guard in shock, their faces pale as they gazed incredulously at Lingtian. "How are you so powerful?" Wang Qing stammered, retreating a few steps due to fear, his voice trembling. The other guard, sensing the disparity in strength, dared not make a move. The injured guard was nearly his equal, and rushing him would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. "Quick, kill him!" Wang Qing, startled by Lingtian's gaze upon him, urged the other guard to act, while he himself turned to flee. In the face of such peril, although fear gripped the other guard's heart, he had no choice but to steel himself and confront Lingtian. After all, should anything happen to Wang Qing, not only would he suffer dire consequences, but his family would also be ensnared in the fallout. Thus, even knowing it was likely to be fatal, he prepared to act. Sky Cloud Palm. The guard summoned his strength to its peak, unleashing a powerful strike towards Lingtian. His ultimate technique that even a 6th-level martial artist would hesitate to face directly. Yet, Lingtian remained unfazed, stepping forward with confidence. With a casual punch, he shattered the guard's attack entirely. In an instant, the guard could not even utter a cry before meeting his end at Lingtian's hands. His eyes filled with fear and resentment. The entire confrontation, from initiation to execution, transpired in less than 2 breaths. Wang Qing, having not escaped far, found Lingtian suddenly blocking his path. Terrified, he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his pleas for mercy spilling forth. "No, please don't kill me. I am from the Wang family. If you dare to harm me, the Wang family will unleash relentless retribution upon you." Without hesitation, Wang Qing invoked the name of his family, hoping to intimidate Lingtian with his status, his only hope for survival. Lingtian did not strike immediately, but looked down upon the disheveled Wang Qing. "Wang Qing, do you recognize who I am?" As he spoke, Lingtian revealed his true appearance. Upon seeing that familiar face, Wang Qing's pupils widened in shock, momentarily forgetting his fear. "Why, Lingtian? How can it be you? I thought you had become a useless waste." Wang Qing exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Lingtian. Regaining his composure, he quickly added, "Lingtian, if you spare me, I promise I will not breathe a word of this. If I die, the Wang family will soon trace it back to you. I advise you to think carefully. Besides, your sister is about to marry into the Wang family. You and the Wang family are now connected by marriage. Very well. If you obediently surrender your martial skills, I shall not only conceal this matter, but will also extend my care towards your sister," Wang Qing declared with increasing fervor, his words laced with an unmistakable threat, exuding an air of confidence, as if he had already ensnared Lingtian. Internally, he mused, "Humph. This fellow has not only restored his strength, but has also acquired profound techniques, undoubtedly a result of significant fortune. I must inform our ancestor of this development." Wang Qing thought to himself, relishing the moment, unaware that when he mentioned Xian, Lingtian's expression turned icy, his aura brimming with an intensified murderous intent. After a prolonged silence from Lingtian, Wang Qing sensed something amiss and quickly lifted his gaze. Upon making eye contact with Lingtian's frigid stare, a wave of chill washed over him, causing his blood to run cold. "Why, Lingtian, you cannot kill me. Your sister is to marry the elder of my Wang family." Before Wang Qing could finish his sentence, Lingtian pointed and pierced his brow, leaving him wide-eyed, unable to comprehend why Lingtian dared to strike. After dispatching Wang Qing, Lingtian swiftly looted his resources and then turned his attention to the surviving guard. Although the guard had withstood a punch from Lingtian, he was left with barely half his life intact. Recognizing the necessity of eliminating potential threats before attaining sufficient strength, Lingtian dispatched the guard without hesitation. After hastily dealing with the bodies of the 3 men, Lingtian entered the city through another entrance, arousing no suspicion. Shortly after his departure, 3 men in black robes arrived, and upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, the leader frowned. "We are a step too late. I hope young Master Yi is unharmed." "My lord, there are bodies here," a voice called from the left. The leader quickly turned to look, and upon observing the injuries on the 3 men, his expression shifted dramatically. Each was killed with a single strike. "It seems I underestimated young Master Yi's power. At least this confirms that young Master Yi is safe, allowing me to return and report." With that, the leader turned to head back. "My lord, shall we dispose of the bodies?" the subordinate inquired. The leader waved his hand dismissively. "No need, just erase our tracks." Unaware of Zhao Chang's dispatch of aid on his behalf, Lingtian had already returned to the Yi family. Due to Yi Tian's deliberate concealment of his whereabouts and the remoteness of the back mountain, he had gone unnoticed. However, as Lingtian made his way to the back mountain, he noticed a marked increase in activity within the Yi family. Without dwelling on it further, Lingtian hastened his pace, eager to return home. After all, Xian had only recently awakened her constitution, and he needed to ensure her safety from any unforeseen incidents. Chapter 14, Yi Tianj, the family competition. Upon returning to the back mountain, Lingtian discovered that Xian was still engrossed in her cultivation. Thanks to the successful awakening of her physique, her prowess had seen a significant enhancement. In less than half a day's time, Xian had achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of martial artists, poised to step into the 4th realm at any moment. Retracting his gaze, Lingtian seated himself in a lotus position, channeling the Hongmeng creation technique. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn towards him, flooding into his body. During this period, Lingtian had not been idle. He had successfully perfected the first layer of the Hongmeng creation technique and was poised to advance to the second layer once his cultivation reached the requisite level. Furthermore, he had noticed that since the Hongmeng Tower had acknowledged him as its master, his comprehension had greatly improved, making the understanding of both martial arts and techniques significantly easier. After a brief moment of cultivation, Lingtian sensed someone approaching and had no choice but to conclude his practice. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kai's figure came into view. His expression one of palpable anxiety, clearly displaying signs of distress. Lingtian furrowed his brow slightly, and as soon as Zhou Kai drew near, he inquired, "What troubles you?" "Why the alarm?" "Not good. Young Master Yi Tianj has returned." "What? Yi Tianj has returned?" Lingtian's expression shifted dramatically. The unexpected early return of Yi Tianj to the Yi family was certainly not auspicious news for him. What transpired? Was it not said he would return in another half-month? Why has he come back so suddenly? "Young Master Yi, it seems Yi Tianj's early return is related to the auction at the Bibao Pavilion. It is widely known that the Bibao Pavilion is about to auction off profound-tier martial techniques, and Yi Tianj has come for that reason." Upon hearing Zhou Kai's explanation, Lingtian remained silent for a moment. If one were to consider it, Yi Tianj's early return was indeed a consequence of Lingtian's own actions. Had he not presented the profound-tier martial techniques, this predicament would not have arisen. "By the way, young Master Yi Tianj also inquired about the whereabouts of Yi Jun and the others. I managed to evade the question for now, but he seems intent on leveraging this matter." "Understood. You may return now." Once Zhou Kai departed, Lingtian made his way back to the mountain's rear, returning to the cave where he had cultivated the previous night. The sudden return of Yi Tianj instilled in Lingtian a sense of urgency. He needed to hasten his cultivation. With a thought, his spirit entered the Hongmeng Tower, and he fervently practiced the Hongmeng creation technique, absorbing the primordial purple energy within the tower, thus continuously enhancing his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day slipped by quietly, and Lingtian successfully advanced a small realm in his cultivation. To his surprise, as his cultivation increased, the stone pillar inscribed with the image of the devouring serpent also underwent subtle changes. Lingtian distinctly sensed that some of the runes on the pillar had dissipated, and an ethereal aura of authority surrounded the stone. It appeared that aside from vanquishing ferocious beasts, elevating one's own cultivation could also break the seal. This made the task considerably simpler. After stabilizing his breath, Lingtian returned his spirit to his corporeal form and promptly exited the cave with a swift movement. After the enhancement of his cultivation, Lingtian's speed had significantly increased, allowing him to return to the thatched cottage in no time. As he approached, Yixian eagerly pushed the door open and emerged, her face beaming with joy and a barely concealed excitement in her demeanor. "Brother, I succeeded," she exclaimed happily, eager to share her training achievements. Upon learning that she had perfected the first layer of the ice-cold art in just one night, Lingtian was taken aback, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being the possessor of the Xianxia body. Your comprehension is indeed formidable." He cautioned her, "Now that your physique has awakened, there is no need to rush in your cultivation. It is best to progress gradually." I understand," Yixian replied obediently with a nod. Just as their conversation concluded, a hurried sound of footsteps approached rapidly. Zhou Kai, accompanied by several individuals, rushed over. Upon nearing, Zhou Kai quickly spoke, "Young Master Yi, the family head has issued an order. Today there will be a grand competition within the clan, and everyone must gather at the training ground. I came as soon as I received the news to inform you." "A clan competition?" Lingtian inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face, for in his memory, the Yi family's clan competitions occurred at specific times and were generally unalterable. Ordinarily, the next clan competition should have been a month away. The sudden advancement left him perplexed. Sensing Lingtian's confusion, Zhou Kai promptly explained, "The reason for the rescheduling is that an elder from the Qingyun sect has arrived at the Yi family. Hence, Yi Tianj's father wishes to take advantage of this opportunity to send some individuals to the Qingyun sect." Understanding dawned upon Lingtian. This hastily arranged clan competition was evidently intended for the elder from the Qingyun sect. If one could catch the elder's eye, they might gain direct entry into the sect, benefiting the Yi family in the process. Young Master Yi Tianj specifically emphasized that regardless of whether your injuries have healed, you must participate in this competition. Zhou Kai added, "Oh." At these words, Lingtian's gaze turned icy. This fellow was indeed eager to provoke him. Upon his return, he sought to take action against him. Let's see who ultimately prevails. With that thought, he resolved to attend. Brother, Xian hesitated, her brow furrowed with concern, clearly not wishing for Lingtian to take such risks. Lingtian offered her a reassuring glance, conveying, "Trust your brother, nothing will happen." If he refrained from participating in the clan competition, given Tian's temperament, he would undoubtedly use it as an excuse to target them, creating an even more precarious situation. Thus, participation was imperative. Having understood the implications after Lingtian's explanation, Xian ceased to dissuade him. Consequently, Lingtian, accompanied by Xian, made their way directly to the training ground. As for Zhou Kai, Lingtian instructed him to depart ahead of them to avoid exposing their relationship. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lingtian found it already filled with numerous members of the Yi clan, their expressions brimming with excitement and eagerness to engage. The arrival of Lingtian swiftly captured the attention of the crowd, who turned their gazes towards him, soon followed by a flurry of discussions. "Look, Lingtian has also arrived. Isn't this fellow supposed to be rendered useless, his Dantian destroyed? Why is he here?" It was evident that he was unwilling to accept his fate, striving to perform well in this grand competition in hopes of rejoining the Qingyan sect. Ha ha! As soon as this was uttered, the surrounding members of the Yi family erupted into laughter, their faces adorned with mockery. The ridicule continued unabated. What does it matter if he is unwilling? He is merely a broken Dantian, a waste of space. He was only fortunate enough to become an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect by chance, truly deluded into thinking himself a genius. Just a clown, really. It was only a matter of time before he was expelled from the Yi family. After all, keeping him would tarnish the family's reputation. Faced with the unrestrained humiliation from the crowd, Xian's small face flushed with anger, unable to contain herself as she scolded, "Enough! My brother is not a waste." Suddenly interjecting, Xian caught the mockers off guard, but the silence was fleeting, and they resumed their derision with even greater fervor. "Ha ha ha! Even with a destroyed Dantian, he is still a waste. Such a lack of self-awareness. You all." Xian, filled with fury, clenched her fists tightly. Lingtian reached out to pat her shoulder, offering comfort. "They're just a bunch of clowns. Do not pay them any mind." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among the throng, causing their expressions to momentarily darken. "Outrageous! A waste dares to insult us. Do you believe we would not act against you?" One retorted. "If it weren't for your sister's impending marriage to the Wang family's elder, you would have been expelled from the Yi family long ago. How dare you speak so brazenly? Indeed, once the Wang family wedding occurs, there will be no place for such a waste within the Yi family." Some disciples, aware of the underlying circumstances, openly spoke of the matter solely to further humiliate Lingtian. "Marriage? What marriage?" Xian asked, her face paling as realization struck her. "Just be content. With a brother like you, he cannot protect you. Marrying the elder of the Wang family is already quite an elevation for you." Exactly. The crowd continued to ridicule Lingtian and his sister. Observing the grotesque expressions of these people, Lingtian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. When his father was still with the Yi family, their clan had benefited from his kindness, but since the incident involving his parents, these individuals had repaid kindness with malice, relentlessly targeting their branch. Casting a cold glance over the crowd, Lingtian turned to Xian behind him. "Do not worry. With me here, no one can harm you." Looking into Lingtian's resolute eyes, Xian's anxious heart calmed somewhat, yet her spirit remained heavy. The Wang family was one of the three great families of Taikang City. Their overall strength, not much inferior to that of the Yi family, and before such a colossal entity, they held no sway whatsoever. Although her heart was filled with despair, Xian put on a facade of indifference to prevent Lingtian from worrying about her, though her smile was rather forced. "Ha ha! A useless person is indeed useless. How dare you boast at a time like this? Since you are so oblivious to your own shortcomings, I shall make you confront reality today. Kneel before me." The black-robed man, the first to speak, suddenly struck out, raising his hand to slap Lingtian on the shoulder. Lingtian was no stranger to this individual. He was Yi Shuo, a member of the Yi Tianj lineage. During the Qingyan sect assessment, Lingtian had secured the last quota ahead of him, resulting in Yi Shuo's elimination, which had fostered a deep-seated resentment in him. Upon learning that Lingtian's cultivation had been rendered useless, Yi Shuo had longed to humiliate him, but he had been in seclusion without opportunity until now. Sensing the aura emanating from Yi Shuo, The surrounding crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. He had broken through to the 5th level of martial arts. Who would have thought? With such prowess, Yishuo was bound to shine in the upcoming competition, with a strong likelihood of joining the Qingyan sect. Lingtian was indeed unfortunate, having been targeted by Yishuo upon his arrival, and it seemed he was destined for a thorough humiliation. As the discussions unfolded, the expressions of the Yi clan members morphed into disbelief as they witnessed what transpired next. Lingtian slowly extended his hand and grasped Yishuo's palm, the entire process appearing as effortless as if he were performing a mundane task. How is this possible? How could you intercept my attack? Yishuo's incredulity was palpable. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but no amount of force could free him. With each exertion of strength from Lingtian, Yishuo's visage contorted in agony, his cries echoing as his expression grew increasingly savage. "Let go! Release me!" Yishuo screamed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He swiftly drew a long sword from his waist and aimed to strike at Lingtian's abdomen. This attack was merciless, clearly intended to kill Lingtian. "Brother, be careful." Yixian hurried. Faced with the oncoming sword, Lingtian retaliated with a powerful punch, striking Yishuo squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding crack, Yishuo emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His body propelled backward like a cannonball, his aura surrounded by the members of the Yi clan. An air of profound silence enveloped the gathering, their gazes incessantly flitting towards Lingtian, their hearts tumultuous with unrest. Yishuo, a warrior of the 5th realm, had been unable to withstand a single strike from Lingtian. What then must Lingtian's strength be? After a prolonged silence, someone could no longer contain their astonishment. What, pray tell, is happening here? Was not Lingtian's Dantian rendered useless? How could he possess such formidable power? No, there seems to be no fluctuation of true energy emanating from him. It appears he chose the path of physical cultivation after the destruction of his Dantian. One individual seized upon this pivotal realization and articulated their conjecture, prompting expressions of enlightenment among the others. Thus it became clear, no wonder he could wield such combat prowess. Upon learning that Lingtian had redirected his cultivation towards physical training, the shock etched on their faces gradually dissipated, replaced by expressions of disdain. In the Taikang realm, there exists a distinction between martial and physical cultivators. However, the lineage of physical cultivation had long since been severed. While initial results might be notable, practitioners would likely remain stagnated at the martial realm. Unless one encounters a fortuitous turn of fate, significant advancement would be a lifelong struggle. This reality is precisely why, barring dire circumstances, few would willingly embark upon the path of physical cultivation, as it is akin to severing one's future. "Young master has arrived." Suddenly, a voice cried out from behind, prompting the crowd to turn. They beheld several figures advancing towards them. Nearly a score of individuals approached, with the upper echelons of the Yi family among them, all wearing expressions of reverence as they trailed behind an elderly man clad in black robes. To the left of the elder stood a striking young man in white robes, and the two appeared to be engaged in light-hearted conversation. The young man beside the elder was none other than Yi Tiange, the most gifted prodigy of the Yi family. As Yi Tiange drew nearer, he heard Yishuo's anguished wails, his countenance shifting slightly as he peered through the throng and spotted Yishuo collapsed upon the ground. Chapter 16, Confrontation. At that moment, Yishuo happened to lift his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Tiange. He immediately cried out in despair, "Young master, you must stand up for me. Lingtian harbors malicious intent. Our clash was but a trivial matter, yet he has utterly crippled my Dantian." Yishuo embellished his tale, portraying Lingtian as a villain of the highest order, while casting himself in the role of the victim. Upon hearing Yishuo's words, Yi Tiange regarded Lingtian with evident surprise, unable to fully grasp the situation. After all, Lingtian's Dantian had indeed been destroyed, a fact well known to Yi Tiange. Moreover, Yishuo's aptitude was only average within the Yi family, and his 5th realm martial prowess was not to be underestimated. Logically, Lingtian should not have been capable of besting him. Confronted by Yi Tiange's puzzled gaze, Yishuo hastily elaborated, "Young master, it was due to Lingtian's shift to physical cultivation, combined with his sneak attack, that I suffered such a grievous loss." "Ah, I see," Yi Tiange replied, an expression of understanding dawning upon his face, followed by a teasing look directed at Lingtian. "I never anticipated you possessed such audacity. daring to tread the perilous path of physical cultivation. I must admit, I have underestimated you. However, it is understandable that a broken waste, devoid of any potential, can only resort to cultivating physical techniques. In response to the speculations of the onlookers, Lingtian could not be bothered to offer explanations. This, in fact, served as a fortuitous circumstance, allowing him to evade unnecessary troubles. Initially, he pondered on how to conceal the matter of restoring his cultivation. But with Yishuo's divine assistance, everything fell seamlessly into place. As for Yi Tianji's derision, Lingtian remained unperturbed, gazing at him with an expression of serene indifference. Yi Tiangu, observing Lingtian's taciturn demeanor, felt an unsettling irritation. The smile that once graced his lips faded, replaced by a burgeoning malice in his eyes. How dare he show me such disrespect? It seems the lesson I imparted earlier was insufficient. With this thought, Yi Tiangu coldly admonished, Lingtian, do you acknowledge your crimes? What crimes do I bear? Lingtian countered, undaunted, his voice steady. How audacious to question your guilt, to strike down a kin in the presence of the public. Do you still wish to argue? As he rebuked, Yi Tianji's aura surged violently, his oppressive force directed at Lingtian. Being a direct descendant of the Qingyun sect, Yi Tiangu possessed considerable talent, further augmented by his status as a favored disciple, allowing for rapid advancement in his cultivation. Now, barely in his 20s, he had already attained the 9th level of martial prowess. None of the higher echelons of the Yi family intervened as they watched the scene unfold. After all, Lingtian and his sister were viewed as expendable pawns. Were it not for Yi Ziyin still holding some value, they would have acted long ago. Lingtian's audacity in crippling Yishuo's cultivation was, without a doubt, a slap to the face of the main lineage, thus permitting Yi Tiangu to assert his dominance over him. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Despite Yi Tianji's overwhelming pressure, Lingtian stood resolute, seemingly unaffected. How is it that you remain unscathed? This outcome was intolerable for Yi Tiangu, who once more amplified his oppressive force. But to no avail. Lingtian's display piqued the interest of an elder from the Qingyun sect. Intriguing. To have cultivated the physical body to such a degree. This young man indeed possesses a modicum of talent. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianji's countenance shifted, for it was evident that the elder's words indicated a burgeoning interest in Lingtian. The elder, clad in a black robe, was named Mu Tiancheng, the third elder of the Qingyun sect. His presence in Taicang City was primarily due to the Xian-level martial techniques, and Yi Tiangu had leveraged his status as a disciple of the Qingyun sect to extend an invitation to him on behalf of the Yi family. Yi Tianji's elaborate efforts were aimed at forging a closer bond with the elder, hoping to become his disciple, while also facilitating the inclusion of some family members into the Qingyun sect. However, the elder's newfound interest in Lingtian was not welcome news for Yi Tiangu, causing even his father, Yi Xiong, to grow solemn. The reason was simple. When Yu Di was still around, his peers had been thoroughly suppressed, now that Yi Xiong's son had finally begun to emerge. He naturally wished to prevent any disruption to his son's ascent. Particularly, that individual is Yi Wudi's son. Immediately, Yi Xiong signaled to Yi Tianj with a glance. Receiving his father's indication, Yi Tianj took a step forward, his aura surging once again. He coldly declared, Lingtian, you are ignorant of your station. As a collateral branch, how dare you lay hands on a direct descendant of the Yi family? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might grant you a chance for redemption. Ha ha ha, what a fine direct descendant. Does the entire Yi family exist to serve your lineage as mere slaves? Had it not been for my father's efforts to avert disaster, there would be no Yi family as it stands today. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, many senior members of the Yi family changed their expressions, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Yi Xiong's gaze sharpened, sensing the shift in the other's sentiments, and a murderous intent surged within him. The Yi family is no longer a united front. Apart from Yi Xiong's lineage, the other three collateral branches are not weak. Yi Lingtian's words undoubtedly put Yi Xiong's faction in a precarious position. If this matter is mishandled, the relationship between the main and collateral branches will surely deteriorate. Since Yi Xiong took control of the Yi family, the direct lineage has long been a source of discontent among many. You little wretch, cease your attempts to sow discord. No matter how eloquent you may be, laying hands on a fellow clansman is inexcusable. Today, even if the heavens themselves intervene, you shall pay the price. Is that so? Then why has your son schemed to cripple my Dantian without facing any consequences? Lingtian's expression was icy as he sternly questioned Xiong. You slander. You recklessly sought to seize spiritual herbs, resulting in your own Dantian being ruined. How is this related to Xianxia? Although Xiong understood that Tianj was indeed involved in Lingtian's predicament, he needed only to assert that it was entirely Lingtian's own folly. Tianj cast a disdainful glance at Lingtian, as if regarding an insignificant insect. Little wretch, kneel and apologize now, and I might spare your life for the sake of your father. Xiong, eager to end the confrontation, feared that prolonging the matter would incite dissatisfaction in Tianqing. Family head, this is merely a dispute among the younger generation. Such matters should be left to them. I am aware of the reasons behind this little one's Dantian being ruined. Xiong's countenance changed abruptly. He had not anticipated that Tianqiang would speak on Lingtian's behalf at such a moment. Most importantly, it was evident from Tianqian's words that he seemed to know why Lingtian's Dantian had been destroyed, and his mention of it was clearly a warning to Xiong. Chapter 17, A Pact of a Single Strike, shocking all. Tianj was also taken aback. He had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Lingtian, but with Tianqiang now intervening, he hesitated. After all, given the gravity of the situation, should the senior members of the Yi family continue to target Lingtian, it would undoubtedly provoke Tianqian's displeasure. What on earth is happening? Why is Elder Mu speaking for this waste? Tianj's expression was tempestuous, his thoughts entangled in confusion for quite some time without arriving at a clear understanding. As he meticulously recalled Tianqian's earlier words, a smile once again graced Tianj's previously grim countenance. After all, Tianqiang had stated that matters among the younger generation should be settled independently, implying that he could continue his aggression towards Lingtian. With this realization, Tianj's spirits lifted, and he turned his attention back to Lingtian, speaking in a solemn tone. Lingtian, I grant you an opportunity. If you can withstand a single strike without perishing, we shall consider this matter resolved. Tianj, cautious not to overstep, deemed this one-strike agreement respectful enough towards Tianqiang, leaving the outcome of Lingtian's endurance beyond his concern. Tianqiang remained silent, observing Lingtian with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond. After a moment's hesitation, Lingtian nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your challenge. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Tianqiang, harboring his own doubts about why the latter chose to advocate on his behalf. Although Lingtian had briefly been a member of the Qingyan sect, he had never crossed paths with Tianqiang, yet he was certain the man bore him no malice, prompting him to dismiss further contemplation. Returning his focus to Tianj, Lingtian noticed the latter's smirk, a cold smile emerging on his lips while his eyes betrayed an unmistakable murderous intent. The opportunity has been granted. Your survival now rests upon your own capabilities. Tianj began to channel his energy, elevating his presence to its zenith, a wave of invisible force radiating outward. Crack, crack. The sound of bones echoed from his arm as the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converged. Suddenly, Tianj propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed towards Lingtian. The ground beneath him, unable to withstand the force, collapsed, fissures spreading like a spider's web, stirring up clouds of dust. Swish, roar. Tianj's fist hurtlet towards Lingtian, accompanied by a bone-chilling roar that resonated in the air. It was the tiger's charge fist, a mid-tier martial technique of the yellow grade. In less than 2 months, Tianj had cultivated this technique to a minor mastery, certainly living up to expectations. Indeed, given the current trajectory, it wouldn't be long before this technique reached full fruition. The elder from the main branch of the Yi family, recognizing Tianj's deployment of martial arts, did not hesitate to lavish praise upon him. A satisfied expression adorning his face while he regarded Lingtian as if he were already a corpse. The elder's words, unguarded, were clearly heard by all present, leaving the younger generation of the Yi family in awe of Tianj's martial prowess. However, due to Tianqian's previous defense of Lingtian, there were no jeers directed at him in this moment. As the distance between the two narrowed, the piercing sound of rushing air echoed around them. The fierce wind of Tianj's fist bearing down. Lingtian could sense that Tiange had no intention of holding back in this strike, clearly aiming to defeat him in one blow. In such a circumstance, Lingtian remained as calm as still water. Instead of retreating, he advanced, channeling the vital energy within his body and swinging his fist to meet the oncoming attack. Insanity. Lingtian dared to confront the young master head-on, truly believing that a body cultivator was invincible. It was merely a low-grade yellow-tier martial art, the mountain-shattering fist. He was simply courting death, having thought himself somewhat capable. Yet he appeared to be nothing more than a buffoon. None of the Yi clan members held any hope for Lingtian. After all, the limitations of body cultivation were apparent, and with Tiangu employing martial techniques, a direct confrontation could only lead to doom. Boom! Under the gaze of all, the two fists collided, immediately producing a resounding roar. However, the ensuing scene left Yi Xiong and the others in disbelief. No, nothing happened. How could this be possible? Silence enveloped the surroundings as the younger generation of the Yi family stared blankly at Lingtian, their expressions shifting continuously. In receiving Tiangu's punch head-on, Lingtian had only retreated half a step, while Tiangu himself stumbled backward 3 steps before barely stabilizing his form. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Tiangu was at a disadvantage in this confrontation, a result that Yi Xiong found unacceptable, twisting his features in anguish. Internally, he screamed, "Damn it! This little wretch's Dantian was destroyed. Why is his combat power still so formidable? How did he manage to cultivate his physical form to such a degree in such a short time?" Yi Xiong was filled with confusion and disbelief. After all, since Lingtian's Dantian had been destroyed, the Yi family had provided him with no resources for cultivation. Even if he were to train his body, it shouldn't have progressed this rapidly. Impossible! This is impossible! Yi Shuo kept shouting. He had thought that Tiangu's attack would avenge him, but now it seemed hopeless. Lingtian not only emerged unscathed, but had also succeeded in repelling Tiangu, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face for the main line of the Yi family. This outcome, however, caused a flicker of interest among some high-ranking members of the Yi family, as it was precisely the result they had hoped to witness. After all, since Yi Xiong took over the Yi family, many had been suppressed. Now, with the emergence of an unpredictable variable like Lingtian, it was advantageous for them. After a moment of silence, one elder spoke up. "Well, since Lingtian has successfully withstood this attack, let this matter come to an end. Patriarch, what do you think?" Although Yi Xiong longed to eliminate Lingtian, he understood that further entanglement was unwise. Not only did he have to consider Mu Tiancheng, but some elders seemed to have developed opinions against him. Suppressing his fury, Yi Xiong forced a smile. "Very well, let this matter rest." He then commanded, "Take Yi Shuo away for treatment." As soon as Yi Xiong spoke, someone promptly escorted Yi Shuo away. Tiangu cast a deep glance at Lingtian, his aura receding like a tide. "I hope you are as fortunate next time," he said, his words laced with menace. Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "I have always been quite fortunate." "Oof." Tiangu snorted coldly, choosing not to say more. Yi Xiong surveyed Lingtian from head to toe, intrigued by the remarkable degree to which the latter's physique had been tempered in such a short span. A glimmer of avarice flickered in his eyes. However, Yi Xiong understood that this matter should not be rushed. The family competition must be prioritized. By seizing this opportunity to usher more of the main lineage's prodigies into the Qingyan sect, he could instill a sense of awe among the numerous branch elders, thereby solidifying his own position as clan leader. Chapter 16, Yifi. Once his emotions calmed, Yi Xiong turned to Mu Tiancheng with a respectful demeanor. "Elder Mu, please take your seat." Mu Tiancheng accepted the invitation without hesitation, proceeding to the foremost position amidst Yi Xiong and the other senior members of the Yi clan, who then took their seats in succession. Shortly thereafter, an elder stepped forward, casting his gaze over the younger generation of the Yi clan. With a resounding voice, he proclaimed, "The family competition begins now. The victor shall be awarded a 3rd-grade elixir and granted an opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion." As soon as the elder spoke, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, captivated by the generous rewards, their expressions brimming with eagerness. However, the majority were self-aware, recognizing the exceptional nature of this competition, leading many of the less gifted Yi clan members to withdraw from the contest. Yi Xiong discreetly glanced at Mu Tiancheng before addressing Lingtian, saying, "Lingtian, since you have made significant progress in your physical cultivation, you should also participate in this competition. After all, you were once a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Do not disappoint Elder Mu. I have faith in your abilities." Yi Xiong's subsequent remarks were clearly intended to corner Lingtian, compelling him to enter the competition. Lingtian understood Yi Xiong's ulterior motive. The latter sought to leverage the competition against him. meeting the malicious gazes of the other prodigies from the Yi clan. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly and replied, "Since the clan leader has spoken, I shall not refuse." "Excellent. Your agreement is all I need," Yi Xiong exclaimed with delight, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Xiong, this was precisely the outcome Yi Lingtian had desired. Rejoining the Qingyun sect would simplify matters with the Wang family. Therefore, even if Yi Xiong had not mentioned it, Yi Lingtian would have willingly participated in the family competition. The family competition of the Yi clan was quite straightforward, featuring 3 platforms in the square, divided into offensive and defensive roles. The more victories one secured, the higher their ranking. Typically, only those confident in their own strength would opt to assume the role of defender. Should no one volunteer for defense, the elders would randomly select from the prodigies. Failure to defend successfully would result in elimination, with the victor taking their place to continue defending. Very well, let the competition commence. With Yi Xiong's command, the family competition officially began, and participants quickly ascended the first 2 platforms, while the 3rd platform remained conspicuously vacant. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingtian immediately comprehended that this was a deliberate arrangement by Yi Tianxiong for himself. Without waiting for his opponent to speak, he ascended the stage with determination. Yi Xiong had anticipated that some effort would be required, but he was pleasantly surprised to see Yi Lingtian proactively take to the arena, uplifting his spirits considerably. The talented members of the Yi family had already received the signal, and thus a majority gathered around Yi Lingtian's platform. "Yi Lingtian, Ye Fi, have come to test your prowess," declared a youth with a dark complexion as he leaped on the stage. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, wielding a hefty black sword and possessing a cultivation level of the 6th tier of martial arts. Sensing the robust aura emanating from Yi Fei, Mu Tiansheng, seated at the forefront, nodded approvingly. "Impressive. At such a tender age to possess such cultivation. It seems your Yi family harbors remarkable talents." Hearing this, Yi Xiong's expression brightened significantly. If Yi Fei could earn such praise from Mu Tiansheng, as long as his subsequent performance was satisfactory, his admission into the Qingyun sect would be virtually assured. "Elder Mu, you flatter him. This boy, though gifted, tends to be somewhat impetuous. If he could cultivate with a focused mind, he would have likely already reached the 7th tier of martial arts," Yi Xiong remarked, seemingly belittling Yi Fei, yet a hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. Mu Tiansheng did not respond, but instead turned his gaze toward Yi Lingtian, internally anticipating his performance. Noticing Mu Tiansheng's actions, Yi Xiong's smile faded, and his expression became somewhat strained. "There is no need for concern, clan leader. I have specifically instructed Yi Fei to avoid close combat with Yi Lingtian. This way, that boy's physical advantages cannot be fully realized," an elder beside Yi Xiong whispered, revealing his strategy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's demeanor improved considerably as he nodded slightly at the elder. "Elder 2, you have executed this plan well." He then directed his attention back to Yi Lingtian, inwardly mocking, "Yi Lingtian, no matter how strong your physique may be, as long as you do not engage in close combat, physical cultivation becomes merely a target." Before the crowd's watchful eyes, Yi Fei sprang into action, swinging his heavy sword with fervor, the sword aura hurtling towards Yi Lingtian. Boom! Yet, with a casual punch, Yi Lingtian shattered Yi Fei's sword energy without sustaining any harm. Yi Fei had anticipated this outcome, as that previous strike was merely a test. As true energy continued to converge in his hands, the heavy sword became enveloped and began to tremble slightly. Yi Fei cast a playful glance at Yi Lingtian, taunting, "I concede that your physique is indeed formidable, but your physical cultivation techniques are overly simplistic. Ultimately, they lack the depth to be truly impressive. Next, allow me to demonstrate the disparity between martial and physical cultivation." With remarkable agility, Yi Fei darted around Yi Lingtian, launching intermittent attacks while maintaining a safe distance, ensuring that Yi Lingtian would not have the opportunity to engage him closely. Observing Yi Fei's tactics, the younger generation of the Yi family was convinced that Yi Lingtian would inevitably face defeat. As Yi Lingtian was relegated to a defensive stance, Yi Ziyan, from below the platform, wore a worried expression. Yi Fei relentlessly attacked, while Yi Lingtian stood firm, using his physical prowess to neutralize each strike. Although he sustained no injuries, to the onlookers, Yi Fei appeared to hold the upper hand. Mockery echoed around them, with remarks such as, "Ha! A body cultivator is merely a body cultivator. devoid of any other talents. We had overestimated him. Another added, had I known it would be like this, I would have been the first to engage. In contrast to the jeers of the crowd, Yi Tiange began to sense something amiss. Ye fi se assaults. Though seemingly fierce, failed to inflict any real damage on Yi Lingtian. Instead, after a series of attacks, Yi Fei found his own vital energy nearly depleted, his speed gradually diminishing. Realizing his predicament, Yi Fei channeled his energy into his heavy sword, suddenly exerting all his strength to deliver a powerful strike from behind Yi Lingtian. Breaking peak slash. Knowing that delaying any further was not an option, Yi Fei unleashed his most formidable technique, one that could force even a 7th-level warrior to retreat. He was confident that if he could land the blow on Yi Lingtian, he would inflict severe injury, if not outright death. Yi Fei was indifferent to Yi Lingtian's fate. After all, this endeavor was instigated by Yi Xiong. And a successful kill would not only spare him punishment, but also yield substantial rewards. However, before Yi Fei could revel in his triumph, he was startled to find Yi Lingtian had vanished. What is happening? Where did that guy go? The events unfolded too rapidly for Yi Fei to react, and he began to search frantically for Yi Lingtian, refusing to believe that a living person could simply disappear. Boom! Yet, Yi Fei could not retract his strike. The heavy sword descended with force, and the impact created a deep fissure on the arena, sending debris flying in all directions. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively responding to the impending danger, he summoned his energy and swung the heavy sword backward. Crash! Although Yi Fei did not exert his full strength with this swing, the force was formidable, and paired with a nearly 100-pound sword, it would compel even a 7th-level warrior to retreat. To Yi Fei's astonishment, however, Yi Lingtian caught the heavy sword with his bare hands, his physique unyielding as a rock. Yi Fei was seized with terror, incredulous at the strength of Yi Lingtian's formidable body. Struggling to regain his composure, Yi Fei aimed to distance himself from Yi Lingtian. He understood that if he were to be closed in, he stood no chance. But as he exerted force, he found himself unable to withdraw the heavy sword. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian struck, a fierce gust of wind from his punch rushing towards him. Yi Fei felt a sharp sting on his cheek, and panic surged within him as he instinctively raised his hand to defend himself. Crack! A cry of agony escaped Yi Fei's lips as the immense force overwhelmed him, causing his blood to surge. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily onto the arena floor. After enduring that blow, Yi Fei felt as if his body were falling apart, his internal energy in disarray. The sudden turn of events left all in shock. The once dominant Yi Fei was instantaneously gravely injured, an astonishing transformation indeed. From the prowess displayed by Yi Lingtian, Yi Fei appeared as nothing more than an infant, utterly incapable of retaliating. The agony coursing through his body elicited continuous wails from Yi Fei, his visage contorted in anguish, his heart brimming with resentment as he cast a venomous gaze towards Yi Lingtian. I want you dead, he screamed, and in a desperate act, he retrieved a crimson elixir from his bosom and consumed it, his injuries rapidly mending, his aura surging with renewed vigor. It was an explosive vitality pill, indicating Yi Fei's resolve to fight to the bitter end. Unbeknownst to many, Yi Fei had indeed reserved a trump card. With the enhancement of the explosive vitality pill, his strength could rival that of an 8th-tier martial artist. The younger members of the Yi clan murmured amongst themselves, their expressions betraying a morbid curiosity. The explosive vitality pill, a 2nd-tier elixir, could swiftly heal wounds and temporarily augment one's strength. However, its side effects were considerable. While it granted a surge in power, it drained one's essence, leaving the user weakened for a time. Thus it was rarely employed unless absolutely necessary. Such a potion was typically reserved for life and death battles, and its use was strictly prohibited in clan competitions. Yet the higher-ups of the Yi family remained conspicuously silent, tacitly endorsing Yi Fei's actions. Ye Lingtian, prepare to meet your end, Yi Fei bellowed, swinging his heavy sword downwards, the sword Qi slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Sensing the murderous intent, Yi Lingtian's expression hardened, and he immediately summoned the blood vitality within him. Boom! A rich surge of vitality coursed through his limbs, and although he did not employ true Qi, Yi Lingtian felt an overwhelming strength enveloping him. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the ground beneath him crumbled, fissures radiating outward, a testament to the tremendous force he exerted. Harnessing this recoil, he propelled himself towards Yi Fei, closing the distance in an instant. Not good. Stop. Yi Xiong perceived the impending danger and prepared to intervene, his voice booming across the arena. However, Yi Lingtian showed no sign of hesitation. Under the horrified gaze of Yi Xian, he delivered a punch to Yi Fei's abdomen. No, the side branch of the Yi clan secretly reveled in their good fortune. After all, Yi Fei represented the legitimate lineage, endowed with considerable talent, and substantial resources had been devoted to his cultivation. Yet now, with Yi Fei rendered powerless by Yi Lingtian, Yi Xiong would undoubtedly take action. The side branch of the Yi clan eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Indeed, as soon as this thought crossed their minds, Yi Xiong's furious roar echoed throughout the martial arena. Yi Lingtian, you are outrageous. To inflict such harm upon a fellow clansman during a sparring match, today the clan leader shall purge the ranks and deal with this ruthless individual. As he spoke, Yi Xiong prepared to strike. The combat prowess demonstrated by Yi Lingtian rekindled memories of Yi Wudi's oppressive days, inciting a murderous intent within him to eliminate this potential threat and clear the path for his son. Yi Viong. When Yi Fei attempted to kill me using the explosive Qi pill, you turned a blind eye, yet now you rise to defend him after I retaliated. What a paragon of fairness and justice you are, esteemed leader of the Yi family. Facing the seething Yi Xiong, Yi Lingtian showed no sign of retreat, directly mocking his adversary. Although his cultivation level was currently modest, it did not imply he could be easily subdued. With the remnants of his soul power, breaking free was entirely within his capability. Very well. How dare you humiliate me so brazenly in front of everyone? Yi Xiong's fury escalated as he stood from his seat, raising his hand to strike at Yi Lingtian. Enough. At that critical moment, the resonant voice of Mu Tian Chung thundered in Yi Xiong's ear, causing him to momentarily halt. Upon hearing Mu Tian Cheng's words, Yi Xiong's expression shifted drastically, and he hastily reined in his murderous intent, cautiously regarding the elder. Eldermu. This child employs excessively vicious tactics. If left unchecked, it may lead to dire consequences. Before Yi Xiong could finish, Mu Tian Chung interrupted with a wave of his hand, stating coldly, I do not wish to repeat myself. Matters among the younger generation should be resolved by themselves. The path of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. If one is rendered powerless due to inadequacy, they have no one to blame but themselves. Yes, Elder Mu imparts wisdom. This matter was indeed my oversight. Yi Xiong dared not refute, promptly admitting fault with a trembling voice, his forehead beating with cold sweat. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes only deepened. Chapter 20. A sword that startles the swans. The upper echelons of the Yi family fell silent, bowing their heads in deference, unwilling to meet Mu Tian Chung's gaze. Although he did not exert any pressure, the aura surrounding him weighed heavily upon them, rendering them breathless. Yi Xiong was puzzled. He could not comprehend why Mu Tian Chung, who was meeting Yi Lingtian for the first time, would repeatedly come to the latter's aid. Even though Yi Lingtian's combat strength was formidable, he remained merely a physical cultivator, and as time progressed, the advantages of physical cultivation diminished. Any faction would be reluctant to squander resources on a physical cultivator. After all, martial cultivators, in addition to their true Qi, also hone their soul techniques. While the physical cultivator's body may be robust, if their soul were to be obliterated, even the strongest physique would be rendered useless, which was the primary reason for Yi Lingtian's disdain. Though he could not fathom the underlying reasons, Yi Xiong dared not express any dissatisfaction. After all, offending Mu Tiancheng would inevitably cast a shadow over Yi Tian's standing within the Qingyan sect. On the arena, Yi Lingtian was equally astonished, as Mu Tiancheng evidently favored him. Yet their lack of acquaintance left him perplexed about Mu's intentions. Nevertheless, with Mu Tianqin's formidable presence, Yi Xiong and the others refrained from making any rash moves, which was a silver lining. Yi Tian's expression fluctuated between darkness and uncertainty. He had invited Mu Tiancheng to the Yi family with the intention of benefiting his own lineage, only to inadvertently bolster Yi Lingtian, which vexed him greatly. He also noted the satisfaction etched on Mu Tianqin's face as he regarded Yi Lingtian, coupled with the latter's current demeanor, igniting a sense of crisis within him. He resolved that he could not permit Yi Lingtian to flourish unchecked. Should he re-enter the Qingyun sect, it would spell disaster for him. A murderous intent took root in Yi Tian's heart, his icy gaze continually sweeping over Yi Lingtian. Observing Yi Xiong's contrite demeanor, Mu Tianxian cast a fleeting glance before remarking, "Proceed." At these words, Yi Xiong exhaled a sigh of relief, and the other elders displayed expressions of palpable relief as well. Reining in his emotions, Yi Xiong turned to the elder in charge. Ahem. The presiding elder cleared his throat and declared loudly, "In the first match, Yi Lingtian prevails." The competition continues. However, as the elder's words resonated, no challenger stepped forth to contest Yi Lingtian, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. Yi Lingtian's ruthless prowess, coupled with Mu Tianqin's intentional support, instilled fear in anyone who might dare to take the lead. After all, the recently defeated Yi Fei had ranked among the top 5 of the younger generation in the Yi family. Witnessing his utter humiliation, the others deemed it only a fool's errand to step forward. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. Yi Xiong seethed inwardly, his countenance darkening. Realizing that this impasse could not persist, he signaled the elder beside him. Receiving Yi Xiong's cue, the elder cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Challengers stepping onto the stage shall receive double rewards for defeating Yi Lingtian. Even in defeat, a second-grade elixir shall be granted. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at such generous offerings. The adage, "Great rewards inspire great bravery," rang true. If one could not win, surrendering would still yield a second-grade elixir, making it a risk-free endeavor for all. Within moments, a challenger ascended the arena to confront Yi Lingtian. However, with a mere punch, Yi Lingtian sent the challenger soaring off the stage, akin to a kite severed from its string. Witnessing the challenger's dismal fate, those who had initially been eager to participate quickly reconsidered. Trading injury for a second-grade elixir was an unwise bargain, prompting many to abandon their aspirations and redirect their focus to the other two arenas. Since no one dares to take the stage, allow me to engage in a friendly spar with you. Rest assured, dear brother, I shall not employ my full strength, Yi Tian challenged once more, unwilling to witness Yi Lingtian bask in the limelight. As long as Yi Lingtian acquiesces, Yi Tian will seize the opportunity to incapacitate him, thus eliminating future threats. Without waiting for Yi Lingtian's response, Yi Tian swiftly ascends the arena, his sudden appearance capturing the attention of the crowd. Upon reaching the stage, Yi Tian's smile vanishes, and in a low, menacing tone he declares, "Yi Lingtian, if I can incapacitate you once, I can do so again. You must be aware that your sister is soon to marry the patriarch of the Wang family. I orchestrated this arrangement." As he speaks, a smug grin spreads across Yi Tian's face, his gaze teasingly fixed on Yi Lingtian. Hearing these words, an icy aura envelopes Yi Lingtian, his eyes glinting with cold fury. It would have been one thing for Yi Tian to scheme against him, but now he has even targeted Yi Xian, undeniably striking at Yi Lingtian's most vulnerable spot. Fully aware that Yi Tian is deliberately provoking him, Yi Lingtian chooses not to restrain himself. Instead, he embraces the challenge. "If you desire a battle, I shall oblige you until the end." Yi Tian's heart swells with joy at Yi Lingtian's response. He has awaited this very moment. Thus, even if he were to kill Yi Lingtian in the duel, Mu Tiancheng would have no grounds to reprimand him. "Very well. Let me witness just how formidable your physical prowess truly is, dear brother." The insincerity in Yi Tian's address fills Yi Lingtian with disdain. In a flash, recalling the defeat he suffered at Yi Lingtian's hands, Yi Tian immediately resorts to weaponry, wielding a longsword and launching the first attack. With a flurry of strikes, Yi Lingtian expertly deflects all of Yi Tian's relentless assaults with his bare fists. Boom! Boom! In mere moments, the two engage in over 10 exchanges. However, the anticipated one-sided dominance fails to manifest, and instead, signs of Yi Tian being at a disadvantage begin to emerge. Witnessing this outcome, Yi Xiong grows uneasy, inwardly screaming. What has transpired during this time? How has a mere waste suddenly become so powerful? To the astonishment of all, not only is Yi Lingtian physically strong, but his agility is also remarkably elusive, consistently outpacing Yi Tian by a hair's breadth. Regardless of how hard Yi Tian exerts himself, Yi Lingtian manages to overshadow him, clearly intent on humiliating him. Cursed! Cursed! Yi Tian, exasperated, disregards all caution and unleashes his full strength. A sword of the radiant swan. Yi Tianj thrusts his sword forward, unleashing countless sword energies that surge toward Yi Lingtian from all directions. As the energies slice through the air, Yi Lingtian's robe is instantly shredded, revealing several white gashes upon his skin. How is this possible? Yi Tianj exclaims in disbelief, his gaze fixed on Yi Lingtian, filled with incredulity. The technique Yi Lingtian had just employed is the Radiant Swan Sword technique, a mid-grade martial skill of the yellow tier. Yi Tianj had mastered this skill to great perfection, having previously used it to slay a ferocious beast of the same rank. Yet now, despite striking directly at Yi Tianj, he could not penetrate the formidable defenses of the opponent's corporeal form, a result that left him utterly incredulous. What an astonishing physique! The younger generation of the Yi clan gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Yi Lingtian transforming, as if they were beholding a monster. Chapter 21. The Greed of Yi Xiong. Suddenly, Yi Xiong sprang from his seat, his composure shattered, his countenance grim as he regarded Yi Lingtian. The myriad displays of prowess exhibited by Yi Lingtian today had repeatedly reshaped Yi Xiong's understanding. Clenching his fists instinctively, a wave of anxiety washed over him as he cast a tense glance at Yi Tianj. Should Yi Tianj also succumb to Yi Lingtian, the main lineage would be left in disgrace, and his own reputation would inevitably suffer. Though Yi Xiong was in a state of acute agitation, the presence of Mu Tiancheng restrained him from acting recklessly. He could only place his hopes on Yi Tianj. He sought to reassure himself. It's merely a matter of enduring another attack. Tianj possesses far more capabilities than this, and Yi Lingtian cannot possibly be his match. With this thought, Yi Xiong's spirits lifted considerably, and he observed the battle on the stage with renewed seriousness. After his initial strike failed, Yi Lingtian, though astonished by Yi Tianj's terrifying physique, reacted swiftly, retreating rapidly to create distance. Once a safe gap was established, Yi Tianj unleashed the Jinghong sword technique once more. With every swing of his long sword, sonic booms erupted in the air, enveloping the entire arena in a tempest of sword energy. The sword energy relentlessly battered Yi Lingtian, leaving him increasingly marred. Yet no matter how vehemently Yi Tianj attacked, he could not breach Yi Lingtian's corporeal defenses. Why is this happening? Yi Tianj's expression darkened profoundly. After a flurry of assaults that drained a significant portion of his true energy, Yi Lingtian appeared unfazed, a result he found unacceptable. Confronted with such a formidable physique, an unsettling thought emerged within Yi Tianj. If he could acquire Yi Lingtian's secret technique for body refinement, his own combat prowess would undoubtedly see a tremendous enhancement. Nevertheless, before anything else, Yi Tianj's primary task remained to defeat Yi Lingtian. Should he also falter, today's competition would indisputably serve as a boon for his adversary. A scenario Yi Tianj would never permit. I shall ascertain just how formidable your physique truly is. With a low growl, Yi Tianj's longsword trembled in his grasp as he aimed to strike at Yi Lingtian. Transform. At this moment, Yi Tianj executed the mightiest blow of the Jinghong sword technique, his aura surging dramatically, and the surrounding sword energy thickening with intensity. Splendid. To cultivate the Jinghong sword technique to such a degree demonstrates a remarkable talent for the sword. Should he successfully comprehend the essence of the sword, his future achievements shall be boundless. In response to Yi Tianj's outstanding performance, Mu Tiancheng did not hesitate to offer praise, and upon hearing these words, Yi Xiong's previously grim expression softened considerably. After the accolades, Mu Tiancheng shifted his gaze back to Yi Lingtian on the stage, murmuring, "I hope you can still surprise me." Yi Tianj moved with remarkable swiftness, his long sword drawing ever closer to Yi Lingtian. Sensing the formidable nature of Yi Tianj's strike, Yi Lingtian refrained from underestimating the situation. His internal energy surged once more, and he raised his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike. The moment Yi Lingtian initiated his attack, a tempest erupted upon the arena, with debris flying in all directions. It was the final move of the mountain-shattering fist, known as Break Peak. This young man displayed such exceptional insight, managing to cultivate an ordinary yellow-grade technique to such a remarkable level, truly astonishing those who witnessed it. One elder could not help but voice his admiration, his gaze toward Yi Lingtian reflecting an added respect. The mountain-shattering fist was a low-grade yellow technique, considered rather commonplace among techniques of its rank. Yet now, as Yi Lingtian executed it with full force, its might rivaled that of mid-grade yellow techniques. Just as the elder's praise escaped his lips, an elder from a Yi Xiong lineage immediately retorted, scoffing, "It is merely a low-grade yellow technique. The power it exhibits is merely a result of that boy's physical prowess, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. With such meager abilities, he poses no threat to Tianj." Despite his derisive words, the elder's gaze remained fixated on the arena, and his anxious expression revealed that he was far from as unconcerned as he claimed. Moments later, Yi Lingtian's fist collided with Yi Tianj's long sword, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated outward, causing cracks to spread across the arena. With a splatter of blood, Yi Lingtian's defenses were breached. The long sword penetrated his fist, sending blood gushing forth. However, the blade only sank half an inch before becoming firmly lodged, unable to advance any further. Yi Tianj, too, felt the repercussions of their clash. As he engaged with Yi Lingtian, an overwhelming force surged toward him, causing his own vitality to roil within. His grip on the sword was not spared, resulting in torn flesh and shattered bones in his hand. Most disconcertingly, Yi Lingtian remained unchanged in expression despite the injury inflicted upon him, appearing as if he were untouched by pain. Observing Yi Lingtian's stoic demeanor sent a chill through Yi Tianj's heart, instilling a sense of dread. A person capable of inflicting such harm upon themselves must be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Yi Tianj understood that his enmity with Yi Lingtian was irreconcilable. For the sake of his own safety, he resolved to eliminate his adversary without hesitation. Yi Lingtian's combat prowess was formidable, compounded by the unpredictable variables at play, particularly given Mu Tianqin's evident favor towards him. Should Yi Lingtian rejoin the Qingyun sect and forge connections with Mu Tiancheng, dealing with him will become exceedingly challenging. With this in mind, a fierce glint sparked in Yi Tianj's eyes as he ignited his vitality, his aura steadily escalating. The onlookers, witnessing this transformation, gained a renewed understanding of Yi Tianj's capabilities. Good heavens, what manner of creature is Yi Lingtian, that he has compelled the young master to such extremes? It is truly astonishing. Although the path of physical cultivation allows for rapid entry and swift results, the speed at which Yi Lingtian has progressed is simply extraordinary. Indeed, in less than half a month, he has managed to overpower the young master of the Xiao family with sheer physical strength. When has physical cultivation ever exhibited such prowess? Has he perhaps acquired some form of inheritance? The speaker's words, though unintentional, sparked a glimmer of interest in many listeners, who found this notion highly plausible. If Yi Lingtian had not obtained the legacy of physical cultivation, his strength could not have soared to such heights. The transformation he has undergone must be attributed to an exceptional inheritance. Understanding this pivotal point, the younger generation of the Yi family was filled with envy, while some harbored greedy expressions. Moreover, certain higher-ups within the Yi family developed a keen interest in Yi Lingtian, their eyes reflecting an unusual gleam. The reason physical cultivation is often looked down upon today is primarily due to the severance of its lineage, leading to painfully slow progress through personal experimentation. However, this does not imply that the path of physical cultivation is weak. With a complete legacy of physical techniques, even those lacking extraordinary talent could ascend to become formidable warriors through sheer physical prowess. It seems that Yi Lingtian possesses such a legacy, and naturally, the higher echelons of the Yi family are greatly intrigued. Should they manage to acquire this inheritance, those within their ranks who lack talent could transition into physical cultivation, and it would not be long before their collective strength significantly increased. Chapter 22. Invitation Choice. While the elder contemplated, his gaze remained fixed on the duel between Yi Lingtian and Yi Tianj. Boom! Yi Lingtian once again collided with Yi Tianj, empowered by his blood vitality and martial skills. Yi Lingtian's punch bore the weight of nearly 10,000 pounds, creating a sonic boom in the void. Crash! The long sword merely grazed Yi Lingtian's fist, only to be repelled by the overwhelming force. Undeterred, Yi Lingtian's fist connected squarely with Yi Tianj's chest. Crack! The tremendous force collapsed Yi Tianj's chest, twisting his face in agony. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, a piercing scream escaped Yi Tianj's lips as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Xianxia. Yi Xiong was struck with alarm, his face etched with worry. Stop! Cease at once. Yi Lingtian, you have won this bout. Sensing Yi Lingtian's intent to continue his assault, Yi Xiong hastily intervened, swiftly making his way to the arena. Possessing the cultivation of an 8th-tier martial master, he was able to reach the stage in a flash, compelling Lingtian to halt his actions. After all, with Yi Xiong present, it was evidently impossible for him to continue. Should he force the matter, there was a chance his opponent might take advantage of the situation. Yi Lingtian, why have you struck so ruthlessly against your kin Tianj? Seeing the pitiful state of Yi Tianj, Yi Xiong's rage surged, his fists cracking ominously, his eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. In response to Yi Xiong's inquiry, Yi Lingtian replied coolly, "In battles among cultivators, some bumps and bruises are inevitable. Sustaining injuries is perfectly normal. As the head of the Yi family, you surely cannot be unaware of such a simple truth." Very well. Yi Xiong clenched his teeth, his expression shifting continuously, his aura fluctuating erratically. After a brief struggle, Yi Xiong gradually calmed his emotions. Excellent. I shall remember this matter. With that remark, Yi Xiong refrained from further disputing with Yi Lingtian, fearing he might succumb to the urge to strike. He assisted Yi Tianj to his feet and swiftly produced several healing pills for him to consume. Cough, cough. Yi Tianj's kais ikwit, while Yi Xiong channeled his inner energy to aid in refining the medicine. With the assistance of these pills, Yi Tianj's complexion improved significantly. Your injury. As Yi Tianj's wounds began to mend, a sudden exclamation escaped his lips as he pointed towards Yi Lingtian's arm. The onlookers followed his gesture, their expressions shifting dramatically. It had only been a short while, yet the sword wound on Yi Lingtian's fist had miraculously healed. Such terrifying regenerative capabilities. This young man's physique is extraordinary. This is beyond the reach of ordinary body tempering techniques, the Grand Elder murmured solemnly. The third elder beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, such astonishing recuperative abilities rival some special physiques. This body tempering technique must be secured within our grasp. The thoughts of the elders diverged, each contemplating ways to claim Yi Lingtian for themselves. Yi Lingtian, acutely aware of the covetous gazes directed at him, instinctively furrowed his brow. However, he quickly restored his demeanor to normal. Should these individuals act with ill intent, he would not hesitate to impart upon them an indelible lesson. Ultimately, he could always sever ties with the Yi family. After all, he harbored no sentimental attachment to the current Yi family. Thus he felt no trepidation. Yi Lingshan, I can see that I have indeed underestimated you. You have emerged victorious here. A hoarse voice emanated from Yi Tianj as he cast a sidelong glance at the nearby Mu Tiansheng, subsequently falling silent and descending from the arena. Yi Tianj harbored a profound envy for Yi Lingtian's body tempering technique, yet he knew better than to reveal his desire. At least until Mu Tiansheng departed from the Yi family. If he were to forcibly seize it now, it might provoke Mu Tianqin's displeasure, ultimately proving detrimental to the Yi family. As long as Yi Lingtian remained within the Yi family, he would have to endure their whims, for his current strength was insufficient to alter the balance. Furthermore, Yi Tianj had another objective, to expedite the conclusion of this competition, preventing excessive interaction between Mu Tiansheng and Yi Lingtian, which could lead to the latter's induction into the Qingyan sect. Dragging his injured form to Mu Tianqin's side, Yi Tianj appeared unaffected, a smile once again gracing his face. With respect, he addressed, Elder Mu, I apologize for the spectacle. Now that the grand competition has concluded, please allow us to proceed to the main hall. Mu Tiansheng did not decline. After acknowledging him, he rose to his feet, yet he did not depart immediately, instead casting his gaze once more upon Yi Lingtian. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Tianj felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition taking root within him. The smile on his face stiffened instantly, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Cursed fate, he silently berated, yet dared not reveal any dissatisfaction. His expression quickly returned to normal. Mu Tiansheng gazed at Yi Lingtian for a moment, a hint of a smile emerging on his serious face. He spoke in a booming voice, Young man, would you care to join the Qingyan sect? Mu Tianqin's personal invitation to join the sect left the onlookers envious, while the higher-ups of the Yi family underwent a drastic change in countenance. Should Yi Lingtian accept Mu Tiansheng as his mentor, any further ambitions against him would necessitate careful consideration. In an instant, all eyes converged on Yi Lingtian, eager to witness his decision. I am unwilling. Yi Lingtian responded without hesitation. The crowd, including Yi Xiong and others, was momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Lingtian would refuse an invitation from Mu Tianqing himself. Once they regained their composure, Yi Xiong and the higher-ups of the Yi clan were filled with joy, regarding Lingtian as if he were a fool, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Mu Tianqing was an elder of the Qingyun sect, and Lingtian's blatant disregard for his invitation would surely incite his wrath. Consequently, Mu Tianqing would likely withdraw his support, alleviating any pressure they might feel in taking action against Lingtian. The more Yi Xiong pondered, the more elated he became, inwardly mocking, "A waste is a waste. Even when given an opportunity, he cannot seize it. Once Elder Mu departs, he shall pay the price." Regaining his focus, Ye Viong préparait tout birate Ye Lingshan. However, a glance at Mu Tianqing caused him to swallow his words. Despite being outright rejected by Lingtian, Mu Tianqing remained unfazed, still wearing a smile. Before Yi Xiong could think further, Mu Tianqing countered Lingtian's refusal with a question: "Why are you unwilling?" "My reluctance to accompany you does not stem from a disinterest in joining the Qingyun sect, but rather a desire to enter through my own merit." "Ha ha, splendid. I indeed did not misjudge you." Mu Tianqing's satisfaction was palpable, his eyes gleaming with approval as his hearty laughter resonated in the ears of the assembly. "This is my identity token. With this token, you may participate in the sect's entrance examination at any time you arrive at the Qingyun sect." Mu Tianqing produced a black token and casually tossed it to Lingtian. "Thank you, Elder Mu." Lingtian expressed his gratitude as he received the token. Chapter 23. Ancient Exchanges, Body Refinement Technique. "Follow me," Mu Tianqing said before turning to leave. Lingtian did not immediately follow. Instead, he turned to look at Yi Xian standing below the arena. Before he could speak, Yi Xian quickly interjected, "Brother, go ahead. I will take care of myself." "Very well." Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement, reminding her, "You should return first. I will be back shortly." After offering a few simple reminders, Lingtian stepped forward, disregarding Yi Xiong and the others. Naturally, he accepted the reward for securing first place in the competition, while the reward held little significance for him. Even the smallest gains are still gains. As for Yi Xian's safety, Lingtian felt no cause for concern. As long as Mu Tianqing remained, the Yi family dared not act recklessly, at least for now. Before long, both Mu Tianqing and Lingtian vanished from the crowd's sight, prompting Yi Xian to hastily turn and leave as well. Damn it, damn it. Yi Tinge seethed with frustration, unable to suppress the fury swelling within him. Why should this worthless fool garner such attention? It was unbearable. After preparing for so long, he found himself in a pitiful state, while all the benefits were seized by Lingtian, intensifying his murderous intent. Observing his son's contorted visage, Yi Xiong felt equally distressed. If Lingtian were to rise again, the alliance with the Wang family might face complications. "Tianj, do not fret. Whether that boy can pass the assessment remains uncertain. We must not lose our composure. Ye Viong advisit. The assessment of the Qingyun sect is not so easily surmountable. Given your current standing within the sect, it would not be difficult to manipulate the situation." Upon hearing Yi Xiong's words, Yi Tianj paused momentarily, then a look of delight spread across his face. Indeed, there was still an opportunity. He expressed his gratitude to his father for the reminder. As his emotions gradually settled, Yi Tianj gazed toward the direction Lingtian had disappeared. "Ye Lingshan, I will not let you off so easily." With that whispered vow, Yi Tianj departed alongside Yi Xiong. Meanwhile, Lingtian followed Mu Tianqing to a secluded area. Sensing that his companion had halted, Lingtian quickened his pace to approach him. After scrutinizing Lingtian closely, Mu Tianqing spoke. "You must be quite curious as to why I am treating you with such care despite this being our first meeting." Ye Lingshan nodded, genuinely perplexed. "It is no secret. Your father once aided me, and this is my way of repaying his kindness. Of course, it also pertains to your innate talent. Although your Dantian is shattered, you possess remarkable potential in body cultivation, making you a worthy candidate." Through Mu Tianqing's explanation, Lingtian began to grasp the background of the situation. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Regardless, I must sincerely thank you, Elder Mu, for your assistance. Without your help, the Yi family would not have been so complacent today." Mu Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely a trivial matter. However, you turned down my initial proposal. Are you not afraid they will conspire against you in secret?" Mu Tianqing regarded Lingtian with curiosity. as his earlier suggestion for Lingtian to join the Qingyan sect was intended to protect him from future targeting by the Yi clan. Yet, Lingtian had declined without hesitation, leaving Mu Tiansheng intrigued about the source of his confidence. The Yi family's targeting was not a new occurrence. With Elder Mu's token in hand, they would not dare to act too brazenly. Lingtian did not respond directly. Yet Mu Tiansheng sensed a certain confidence emanating from him, an absence of fear towards the upper echelons of the Yi family. With this in mind, Mu Tiansheng chose to refrain from further discussion, advising caution instead. After exchanging a few more words with Lingtian, he departed from a Yi residence to reconnect with some old friends in Taicang City. Meanwhile, Lingtian swiftly returned to the back mountain, presenting Yi Ziyin with yet another batch of exquisite medicinal pills. Gazing at the superb quality of the pills in her hands, Yi Ziyin's expression was one of astonishment, her eyes fixed intently on Lingtian, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Brother, these pills are far too precious," she began, sensing the weight of her brother's generosity. In response, Lingtian gently stroked her forehead. "They are merely some pills, Ziyin. There is no need for excessive concern. As your strength grows, you will be able to protect your brother. In the future, I shall rely on you, my dear sister." Lingtian spoke in a half-joking manner, yet Yi Ziyin took his words with utmost seriousness. "Rest assured, brother, I will strive diligently in my training and ensure that no one harms you." With that, she took the pills Lingtian had given her and entered the thatched cottage to begin her intensive training. To facilitate her cultivation, Lingtian constructed another thatched cottage nearby. Given the presence of Mu Tiansheng, it was likely that the members of the Yi family would remain quite subdued in the coming days. Thus, he saw no necessity to retreat to the back mountain for his own training. As Lingtian settled into the thatched cottage, he sat cross-legged, once again entering the first layer of the Hongmeng Tower with his spirit. To his astonishment, he discovered an increased abundance of Hongmeng purple Qi within the first layer. Although he could not comprehend the reason for this change, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Without hesitation, he activated the Hongmeng creation technique, allowing the myriad of Hongmeng purple Qi to envelop him. As Lingtian's spirit absorbed the Hongmeng purple Qi, his physical body underwent a transformation as well. Enveloped in a faint purple glow, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! An invisible wave of energy surged outward, propelling Lingtian's cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of a martial artist, poised to ascend to the 9th level at any moment, his aura steadily rising. Before long, Lingtian successfully broke through to the 9th level of a martial artist. Alongside this elevation in cultivation, his physical form also received a corresponding enhancement. With his current level of cultivation, he had met the criteria to practice the second layer of the Hongmeng creation technique. Without a moment's hesitation, leveraging his exceptional comprehension, Lingtian commenced his training in the second layer of the technique. The second layer of the Hongmeng creation technique was profoundly intricate, not only allowing for refinement, but also incorporating a complementary body tempering technique. This development alleviated a previous dilemma for Lingtian, who had been contemplating which body tempering technique to choose. In his past life as a martial emperor, he had no shortage of techniques in this regard. Yet none had satisfied him. Now, with the body tempering method provided by the Hongmeng creation technique, there was no longer any need to consider alternatives. After a thorough exploration, Lingtian's expression became increasingly vivid. The profound techniques of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra for body refinement captivated him, drawing him into a deep state of tranquility. Thunderous roars echoed as Lingtian summoned the primordial purple energy, initiating the refinement process from his internal organs, in accordance with the principles of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. In this mysterious state, although his spirit resided within the Hongmeng Tower, he could distinctly perceive the alterations occurring in his physical form, as if his true self were undergoing cultivation. The primordial energy coursed through his limbs and bones, flooding into his major meridians, while a sharp pain emanated from his internal organs, akin to being gnawed upon by ants. The intense agony caused Lingtian to furrow his brow, his face reflecting a visage of suffering. Fortunately, the torment did not endure for long. Following the refinement by the primordial energy, the rhythm of his heartbeat grew deeper and more robust, propelling blood throughout his meridians. Lingtian distinctly felt a significant enhancement in the strength of his internal organs, with his blood transforming to a pale purple hue. After refining his internal organs, he proceeded to temper his foundational bones, a cacophony of cracking sounds filling the air. The pain of refining his bones was even more excruciating, as if his body were on the verge of being torn apart. Yet, Lingtian gritted his teeth, remaining silent amidst the suffering. As time passed, impurities were expelled from his bones, leaving a layer of grime upon his skin. Following this purification, Lingtian's skeletal structure became crystalline and translucent, resembling flawless jade. Upon completion of the refinement, his blood vitality surged by over 30%. Now, with a mere flick of his fist, he could unleash a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. Should he exert himself fully, he could nearly reach 30,000 pounds with a single arm. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist at the peak of their realm could manage only 10,000 pounds of strength. Thus, Lingtian's power, now thrice that, showcased the terrifying efficacy of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra. However, this was still not Lingtian's limit. His strength could ascend further. If he were master the second layer of the Hongmeng Creation Sutra to perfection, he could attain a force of 50,000 pounds. At that juncture, confronting an ordinary martial artist would require but a single blow to vanquish them. The enhancement of his physique provided Lingtian with a sense of reassurance. Presently, the strongest member of the Yi family was merely at the peak of martial artistry, and with his current strength, he could barely ensure his own safety. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lingtian opened his eyes and quickly noticed a stone pillar not far away. The pillar, inscribed with the image of the devouring sky dragon python, appeared to weaken further as his cultivation progressed. Remarkably, Lingtian detected a presence of soul energy emanating from the pillar, which filled him with astonishment. Could it be that the pillar also imprisoned the soul of the devouring sky dragon python? Or was it possible that this was a living devouring sky dragon python, currently sealed within the stone? As this thought emerged, Lingtian found himself increasingly convinced of its possibility. His gaze fixated intently on the stone pillar. A thrill coursed through him. The existence of a living devouring sky dragon python held unimaginable value. After all, the devouring heavenly dragon python is an ancient beast, possessing an exceptionally pure lineage of the dragon clan. The secret art of devouring that belongs to their lineage has long been the aspiration of countless cultivators. Unfortunately, the clan of the devouring heavenly dragon python has long since faded into obscurity, leaving only whispers of their existence in ancient texts. And thus the art of devouring has become extinct. However, now Lingtian sees a glimmer of hope. He too yearns for the secret art of devouring. Though excitement courses through him, Lingtian understands that such thoughts are still far from his grasp. For at present, they are merely conjectures. The true nature of what lies within the stone pillar remains an enigma. Consequently, he does not harbor excessive expectations. Suddenly, his vital energy was being devoured. Lingtian had intended to continue his cultivation, but he sensed something amiss. His vital energy was being incessantly siphoned away. With a thought, he summoned his spirit back to his body to assess his condition. After a thorough investigation with his spiritual power, he finally discerned the source of the problem. His eyes flashing with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Bloodline. This body possesses a bloodline, and its grade is not low. This discovery brought a smile to Lingtian's face, but it was soon replaced by a subtle change in expression. Upon further examination, he realized that although his bloodline was of considerable rank, it was incomplete. Due to excessive loss of primordial energy, it would be challenging to activate it successfully. Yet, Lingtian quickly regained his composure. This was not a problem for him. With the presence of the Hongmeng Tower, he could utilize the essence of Hongmeng to nurture his bloodline. Thus, it would not be long before the missing primordial essence could be restored. Lingtian began to operate the Hongmeng creation technique, channeling the essence of Hongmeng towards his bloodline. And indeed, he experienced promising results. As he sensed the changes within himself, Lingtian exerted even more effort, and the lost primordial essence of his bloodline gradually began to recover. Meanwhile, during this period of cultivation, Xiong and others were not idle. Within the conference hall of the Yi family, Xiong sat in the main seat, with Tianj at his left and the elders of their lineage seated below. Xiong cast a glance at the man in white robes below. Are you saying that Elder Mu left the Yi family immediately after speaking with that little beast? Yidingshan. Indeed, it is as you say, Patriarch, came the response. Bang. Upon receiving this confirmation, Xiong slammed his palm heavily onto the table beside him. His face filled with fury. Damn it, damn it. It is all because of that wretched little beast that I have lost face today. I shall make him wish for death. After a furious tirade, Yi Xiong turned to Yi Tenj. Beside, Yi Zhen cleared his throat and declared, though we cannot directly confront Yi Lingtian, we may exploit the Wang family to thoroughly unsettle him. Should Yi Lingtian lose his composure and retaliate, we shall possess just cause to eliminate him. And even if Elder Mu were to learn of this, he could not lay blame at our feet. Ha! What a splendid plan. I cannot believe I almost overlooked this, Yi Xiong exclaimed, rising from his seat in exuberance. Very well, since Elder Mu has departed, we shall seize this opportunity to visit the Wang family and leverage Elder Mu's reputation to intimidate those rascals. The other elders, upon hearing this, brightened with anticipation. Consequently, Yi Zhen and Yi Tianj hastened towards the Wang family. In the Wang family's assembly hall, the atmosphere was notably oppressive, with the high-ranking members gathered in solemnity. Wang Shunchuan occupied the main seat, his expression dark and foreboding. Has there been any progress in identifying the perpetrator? Wang Shunchuan's hoarse voice resonated through the hall, his aura fluctuating ominously, bloodshot eyes betraying his agitation. In response to his inquiry, one elder hastily replied, Patriarch, our men are actively investigating and believe they will soon uncover the identity of the one who killed Wang Qing. Investigate, no matter the means. You must bring me the murderer. Whoever dares to slay my son, Wang Shunchuan, shall experience a fate worse than death. Wang Shunchuan growled fiercely. Chapter 25. Yi Xiong's conditions. Just as Wang Shunchuan concluded his orders, a figure cloaked in black swiftly entered the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wang Shunchuan inquired urgently, what news do you bring? Patriarch, after some inquiries, we have learned that young Master Wang Qing visited the Bibao pavilion shortly before the incident, and witnesses reported seeing him follow a young lad out of the city. A young lad? Who might he be? Wang Shunchuan's eyes flared with fury, his previously subdued aura once again surging, his breath becoming labored. Patriarch, the identity of that individual remains unclear. However, he is highly regarded by the Bibao pavilion, and rumors suggest that the mysterious Xian-level martial technique originated from him. The cloaked man divulged without hesitation. What? The Xian-level technique was produced by him? Wang Shunchuan's expression shifted dramatically. He then stated solemnly, if this is indeed the case, then my son's demise is undoubtedly linked to him. I am well aware of my son's temperament. Wang Qing, having grown arrogant in Taikang City, must have developed ill intentions toward that young lad. Patriarch, if the other party possesses Xian-level martial arts, their backing must be formidable. The Wang family cannot afford to offend them. The family's elder spoke up, his voice strained, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Should they provoke an entity beyond their means, the entire Wang family would suffer the consequences. Humph! If that young man truly possesses significant influence, he would not have intentionally lured Qing out of the city before striking. He is clearly wary of our Wang family's power, and his martial skills are likely a mere stroke of fortune. Upon Wang Shunchuan's astute analysis, the elders reflected deeply and found his reasoning exceedingly compelling, their excitement rapidly mounting. If this were indeed the case, it was certain that the young man possessed other valuable treasures. They must secure them without fail. Indeed, anyone who dared to harm the Wang family must pay the requisite price. The assembly of elders was fervently animated. The grand elder of the Wang family furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, Patriarch, the young man shares a significant connection with the Bibaoj. Should they intervene, how shall we respond? Wang Shunchuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. The Bibaoj has always refrained from entanglement in disputes. They will not take action. Make arrangements to closely monitor the Wan Baoj during this period. The moment that young man appears, inform me immediately. Understood, Patriarch. The man in the black robe replied before swiftly exiting the grand hall, only to return shortly thereafter. Is there anything else? Wang Shunchuan inquired. Patriarch, the head of the Yi family has arrived, accompanied by Yi Chang'e. Yichang. Wang Shunchuan's expression shifted subtly, and the elders of the Yi family exchanged glances before directing their gazes towards him. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shunchuan rose. Let us go. The head of the Yi family is here to pay a personal visit. We must not be remiss in our manners. Under Wang Shunchuan's lead, the group swiftly exited the grand hall and encountered Yi Xiong and his companions. Greetings, Brother Yi. Wang Shunchuan exclaimed with a broad smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. As he spoke, his eyes frequently assessed Yi Tianj beside Yi Xiong, marveling, Brother Yi is truly fortunate. Young Tianj possesses such cultivation at a tender age. His future achievements are boundless. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang exaggerates. Yi Xiong responded with a smile, feeling a sense of delight from the envy reflected in Wang Xinchuan's words. Brother Yi, I have heard that an elder from the Qingyun sect has personally visited the Yi family. Is there any truth to this matter? The other elders of the Wang family turned their attention towards Yi Xiong. A smirk graced Yi Xiong's lips as he replied, Indeed, it is true. Elder Mu and Tianj arrived at the Yi family, but they have since departed to attend to some matters. I seized this opportunity to discuss the prospect of a union between our two families. Upon receiving Yi Xiong's affirmative response, Wang Xinchuan's demeanor grew noticeably solemn, his tone imbued with a hint of respect. I see. Henceforth, Brother Yi, I hope you will take good care of my Wang family. Ha ha, certainly, certainly. The shift in Wang Xinchuan's attitude greatly pleased Yi Xiong. Brother Yi, please, after you. As the group re-entered the grand hall and took their seats, Yi Xiong spoke first. Brother Wang, in truth, we have another matter that requires your assistance. Oh, what might that be? Wang Xinchuan's interest was piqued. For the Yi family was the foremost power in Taikang City, and now they sought the Wang family's aid, which suggested the significance of the matter at hand. Thus, he refrained from giving an immediate answer. The matter is quite simple. It involves dispatching someone from the Wang family to deal with Lingtian. It would be best if he could be eliminated. Lingtian. At the mention of this name, Wang S. that fellow has already become a mere shell of his former self. Has he not? As the head of the Yi family, wouldn't it be a trivial matter for you to eliminate him? To be frank, although Yi Lingtian's Dantian has been shattered, he has now shifted his focus to body cultivation and has achieved remarkably commendable results. Below the rank of martial master, it is likely that no one can rival him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, due to his outstanding performance, that young man has garnered the attention of Elder Mu from the Qingyun sect, who has granted him another opportunity to participate in the assessment. Once Yi Xiong finished recounting this, the members of the Wang family were taken aback. It was hard for them to believe that a so-called waste could rise again in such a short span of time. Yet, Wang Xinchuan understood that Yi Xiong would not fabricate such matters to deceive him. In a solemn tone, he replied, as you mentioned, Yi Lingtian is currently valued by Elder Mu. How could our Wang family dare to take action? Yi Xiong smiled and said, Rest assured, Brother Wang. Although Elder Mu has bestowed a token upon Yi Lingtian, he does not intend to shield him. It is merely an opportunity granted. Given that Yi Zian is involved, Yi Lingtian now harbors resentment towards the Wang family. If that young man grows stronger, do you truly believe he will spare the Wang family? Unless the engagement is dissolved now. The moment the words dissolve the engagement were uttered, Wang Xinchuan hesitated. After all, Yi Zian was pivotal to whether the ancestor could break through, thus the engagement could not possibly be annulled. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. But the Yi family must also assist me in eliminating someone. Observing Wang Xinchuan's murderous intent, Yi Xiong did not immediately acquiesce but instead inquired, Whom shall we eliminate? A young man, Wang Xinchuan replied, That boy has killed my son, Wang Qing. What? Wang Qing is dead? Yi Xiong was taken aback by this news, and he began to comprehend Wang Xinchuan's reaction. However, upon further reflection, Yi Xiong found it peculiar. Facing the enemy who had slain his own son, a mere youth at that, the Wang family should be able to handle it themselves without involving him. Noticing Yi Xiong's confusion, Wang Xinchuan elucidated, The situation is as follows. As Wang Xinchuan continued to narrate, Yi Xiong's expression shifted repeatedly, his countenance darkening as he displayed signs of concern. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiong replied, No problem. The Yi family will join forces, but how shall we divide the spoils? If that young man possesses other techniques, let each of our families record a copy, and the resources shall be split evenly. What do you think of this arrangement? Yi Xiong nodded in agreement, approving the proposed division. Chapter 26, Tiangang Fist. Very well. It is settled then. The profound level martial skill originates from that young man. He will surely attend the Baobao Pavilion auction, so I hope Brother Yi will prepare in advance. Yi Xiong responded, Rest assured, since I have agreed to collaborate, I will not go back on my word. As for Yi Lingtian, you must take extra care. Do not worry, I will handle it. A waste is ultimately just a waste. Even if he embarks on the path of body cultivation, it will not alter his fate. Having achieved their desired objectives, both Yi Xiong and Wang Xinchuan were greatly pleased, laughter echoing throughout the grand hall. As the time drew near, Yi Xiong rose and said, Brother Wang, we must return now. Elder Mu's return time is uncertain, and we need to prepare in advance. Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. Once Yi Xiong and his companions vanished from sight, the elder of the Wang family could not restrain himself from speaking. Master, why bring the Yi family into this? They're merely a group of youths. My Wang family could easily handle them. With the Yi family involved, the benefits we might obtain will certainly diminish. Indeed, the elder speaks wisely. Several other elders chimed in agreement. My actions are driven by specific intentions, responded the family head. Though I'm fairly certain that the young lad lacks a substantial background, one must always be cautious. With the Yi family involved, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they can bear the brunt of it. Given Yi Tian's identity, if anything were to happen to the Yi family, the Qingyun sect would not remain indifferent. Master, your foresight is commendable. The elders finally grasped Yi Shenxuan's intentions, their discontent dissipating entirely. Now, we shall await their appearance. As for Yi Lingtian, let the younger generation handle him. Patriarch, Yi Lingtian possesses exceptional strength. Even Yi Xiong acknowledges him as invincible below the martial master. Among our younger generation, it seems no one can defeat him. Fear not, our younger generation need only provoke him. Once Yi Lingtian takes the bait, we shall instruct the guards to act. Dispatch a few martial master guards. No matter how formidable Yi Lingtian's physique may be, he remains merely a martial artist, incapable of causing significant turmoil. Understood, I shall make the arrangements. Having given his instructions, Wang Shenxuan departed the main hall, making his way along a narrow path towards the ancestral grounds of the Wang family. Upon reaching the end of the path, he beheld a stone door, and with respect, he bowed. Wang Shenxuan, the head of the Wang family, seeks an audience with the ancestor. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with no response forthcoming. Wang Shenxuan stood patiently, betraying no signs of impatience. Enter, a frail voice eventually resonated. With a rumble, the stone door creaked open, and Wang Shenxuan stepped inside. Following the passage deeper, he entered a secret chamber. Upon crossing the threshold, he encountered a gaunt old man surrounded by an aura of lifelessness, his long hair streaked with white, exuding an impression of imminent demise. This man was the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Yuan. Despite Wang Yuan's appearance suggesting that his time was limited, his presence emanated an unexpectedly profound vitality. As Wang Shenxuan entered the chamber, Wang Yuan's closed eyes slowly opened. What brings you here? Ancestor, the matter is as follows. Wang Shenxuan recounted the events of the day. Wang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You have handled this matter well. Involving the Yi family will indeed help the Wang family mitigate considerable risks. If what you say is true, that young man must possess numerous treasures. If we can acquire those martial arts manuals, the Wang family will undoubtedly ascend to the position of the foremost family in Taikang City. Ancestor, what about the Yi family? Wang Shenxuan tentatively inquired, though he did not finish his sentence, his expression revealing considerable difficulty. For now, we shall comply with their wishes. To expect the Wang family to submit is nothing but a delusion. Once I achieve my breakthrough, I will take my time to deal with the Yi family. During this period, we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow Yi Xian to encounter any mishap by devouring her blood essence. I am confident I can shatter the shackles and ascend to the realm of the martial sovereign. The mere mention of the martial sovereign filled Wang Yuan with longing. Wang Shenxuan, puzzled, remarked, Ancestor, given Yi Xian's mediocre talent, can her blood truly aid her breakthrough? Perhaps due to his elevated mood. Wang Yuan chose not to conceal the truth any longer. He replied, Indeed, while Yi Xian's talent is average, she harbors an extraordinary power of pure dark yin within her. This force is elusive, and had it not been for the peculiar nature of my cultivation method, I would not have discerned it. What I need is precisely this power. To me, Yi Xian is a rare elixir. Were she not a member of the Yi family, I would have acted long ago. Fortunately, our objective has been achieved. The Yi family will personally deliver her to me. Just the thought of it excites me. Wang Yuan licked his parched lips, a rather unsightly smile gracing his face. We must keep a close watch during this time. Her safety is paramount for the future of the Wang family. Rest assured, Ancestor, with my presence, no issues will arise. Good, you may withdraw. For the time being, accommodate any requests from the Yi family. I will ensure to recompense them later. With Wang Yuan's words, Wang Shenxuan felt no further reservations and left, satisfied. At the Yi family's rear mountain, with the assistance of the primordial purple Qi, The fragmented source power had been restored to about 20%. To activate the Bloodline, one would need at least 70% of the source power. However, Lingtian discovered an issue. The continued use of the Primordial Qi was no longer effective for the Bloodline. The primary reason for this was that the concentration of Primordial Qi Lingtian could currently wield was too low, rendering its effects quite limited. Nevertheless, he decided to set this matter aside for the moment. Lingtian retracted his aura and concluded his cultivation. Although he had not succeeded in activating his Bloodline, he did not lose heart. For Lingtian, awakening the Bloodline was merely a matter of time. As long as he could reach the second level of the Primordial Tower, he was certain he could restore his Bloodline S-source with the Qi available there. It was time to cultivate some martial techniques. The yellow-tier fist techniques were still too feeble. After a brief search in his mind, Lingtian quickly found a suitable fist technique for his current cultivation. The high-grade mystic martial technique, Tiangang Fist, consists of 9 forms, each increasing in power with the successive moves. However, to practice this technique, one must possess a sufficiently robust physique. A frail body cannot withstand the backlash, and forcing the practice would only lead to self-harm. This is most suitable for Lingtian at present, whose physical form has long surpassed that of others within the same realm, rendering him untroubled by any potential backlash. After determining the martial skills to cultivate, Lingtian rose from the humble thatched cottage and swiftly made his way toward the back mountain. As he was about to practice martial techniques, it was inevitable that some commotion would ensue. Thus, he sought a more secluded location to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Chapter 27. The Golden-Winged Eagle. Due to his enhanced strength, Lingtian resolved to venture deeper into the back mountain in search of formidable beasts. Although the Yi family had cleared the area of ferocious creatures, the back mountain was connected to the 100 Broken Mountains, which were teeming with beasts that occasionally strayed into the vicinity. For this reason, despite the Yi family's periodic purges, the back mountain still harbored ferocious beasts. This time, Lingtian intended to delve deeper, aiming to locate a martial master-level beast to rigorously hone his skills. As he entered the depths of the back mountain, massive ancient trees obscured much of the light, casting the environment into a somewhat shadowy realm, where the occasional roars echoed from the depths of the secret forest. The air was thick with a sense of impending danger, a metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. The further he ventured into the mountain range, the quieter the surroundings became. Lingtian walked slowly through the secret forest, acutely aware of the sound of his footsteps. He extended his spiritual consciousness, instantly enveloping the area within several miles. Under the scrutiny of his spirit, everything around him came into clear view, even if ferocious beasts lay in ambush. He would detect any danger at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a rumbling reverberated through the ground, followed by the roars of beasts as several creatures charged out from the depths of the mountain. These beasts were primarily at the martial artist level and appeared to be in a state of utter panic, as if fleeing from an immense terror behind them. Nearly 100 ferocious beasts surged forth, scattering in all directions, most choosing to evade Lingtian, showing no inclination to engage. However, a few among them, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, turned to charge at Lingtian. He observed that 6 beasts were barreling towards him, 2 of which were at the 9th level of martial arts, while the others were of the 8th level. Rather than retreating, Lingtian advanced. With a surge of energy, he directed his blood force into his arms, which began to crackle ominously as they expanded significantly. The first beast to approach was a colossal bear towering at 10 zhong, swinging its massive paw towards him, generating a fierce gust of wind. Lingtian unleashed the first move of the Heavenly Gang Fist, meeting the giant paw head-on with his own fist. A tremendous crash ensued, and Lingtian remained firmly in place, while the black bear let out a howl, being sent flying backward, its arm broken in the process. The bear's anguished cries persisted, the excruciating pain driving it into a frenzy, and it charged at Lingtian once more. Lingtian wielded his finger as a sword, piercing directly through the head of the black bear, instantaneously erupting into a spray of crimson blossoms. With a thunderous crash, the black bear's massive form froze momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Upon the demise of the black bear, the Hongmeng Tower responded, swiftly draining its essence and blood. The remaining ferocious beasts, witnessing the death of their comrade, were overtaken by fear, instinctively retreating. However, being mere warrior-level beasts with limited intelligence, they quickly resumed their assault on Lingtian after a brief stalemate. After all, To these beasts, humans were a rare delicacy, and Lingtian, with his robust physique, represented an unparalleled treasure of vitality. Seeing this outcome was precisely what Lingtian desired. He plunged into the throng of beasts, relying on his formidable physical strength to swiftly dispatch them one by one. Just as he finished with the last of the beasts, he sensed a menacing aura approaching. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the ground, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Lingtian hastily looked up at the sky. As he did, he beheld a colossal golden bird circling above, its sharp gaze fixed intently upon him. It was a second-tier beast, the golden-winged eagle, comparable in might to a human martial artist. In an instant, the golden-winged eagle swooped down. Its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Lingtian, its avarice unmistakable. The creature moved with astonishing speed, but Lingtian was equally adept in his agility, successfully evading its initial attack. This golden-winged eagle boasted a cultivation level of the second tier, possessing immense swiftness and aerial superiority, making it challenging to threaten him solely with brute force. Therefore, Lingtian promptly harnessed his true energy. As he activated the Hongmeng creation technique, his inner energy erupted like a volcano, surging through his meridians. Sensing the profound power within, Lingtian's expression transformed into one of satisfaction. The golden-winged eagle seemed to sense a shift, realizing the human strength had indeed escalated, prompting it to increase its attack frequency in an effort to swiftly eliminate Lingtian. Nevertheless, bolstered by his true energy, Lingtian moved with remarkable speed, skillfully avoiding the creature's grasp. With a swift motion, Lingtian unleashed another punch. Though it appeared unremarkable, the air crackled with a piercing sonic boom. With a resounding impact, his fist struck the golden-winged eagle's back, causing a significant indentation and shattering a substantial portion of its bones. The pain elicited a mournful cry from the golden-winged eagle, awakening its primal ferocity, its eyes ablaze with fury. In a sudden burst, the golden-winged eagle flapped its wings violently, sending its feathers soaring like lethal arrows, surrounding Lingtian in an instant. The golden feathers sliced through the air, tearing his robe asunder. Yet, amid such a relentless onslaught, Lingtian remained unscathed, his formidable physique absorbing the barrage without sustaining any harm. After a brief encounter, Lingtian gained a general understanding of the golden-winged eagle's strength. He had no intention of prolonging the battle. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, Lingtian propelled himself forward, arriving behind the golden-winged eagle. Yang struck with the swiftness of lightning, his fist crashing heavily onto the eagle's back, driving it directly into the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed where the golden-winged eagle landed, with dust and debris swirling around. The eagle screeched repeatedly, attempting to rise from the deep pit. However, Lingtian's reaction was quicker. He swiftly positioned himself above the pit and unleashed another powerful punch. Faced with imminent danger, the golden-winged eagle would not succumb easily. Its golden feathers erupted, shooting towards Lingtian in a frenzied assault. With the aid of its feathers, the eagle found a momentary respite and immediately ignited its blood essence to forcibly suppress its internal injuries. With a sudden flap of its wings, the golden-winged eagle surged upwards, seemingly intent on escaping into the clouds. Sensing this, Lingtian would not allow it to flee. He swiftly pursued. Lingtian raised his fist and struck down upon the eagle's head, driving it once more into the ground. With a resounding thud, his unrestrained blow, enhanced by 30,000 pounds of force, smashed the eagle's skull, silencing any potential cry before it could escape. Chapter 28. Yetianjushime. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Lingtian's robe a deep crimson, yet he paid it no mind, focusing all his attention on the Hongmeng Tower. After slaying a beast of the martial master realm, the tower's response was significantly heightened. As the eagle's essence was absorbed, Lingtian felt a warm surge emanating from his abdomen. In an instant, a wave of comfort washed over him, enhancing his cultivation and even restoring a fragment of his bloodline origin. To his astonishment, the Hongmeng Tower could also strengthen bloodline. This revelation filled Lingtian with joy, igniting an irrepressible excitement within him. After all, a person's bloodline is determined upon awakening, and barring extraordinary fortune, its rank seldom changes. Yet now, with the Hongmeng Tower at his side, Lingtian could elevate his bloodline rank through the hunting of various ferocious beasts. Truly, It was an entity capable of assisting one in transcending to the martial emperor realm. With the Hongmeng Tower in this life, I shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. As he concluded his musings, Lingtian casually collected the beast core from the golden-winged eagle, recognizing it as a valuable treasure for his current state. After waiting a moment and finding no other beasts emerging, Lingtian chose not to delve deeper, but instead sought out a concealed location. Following the defeat of the golden-winged eagle, he planned to utilize the Hongmeng Tower's manifestation ability for training purposes, thereby allowing for increased practice time. The reason for not delving deeper lies primarily in the proximity to the White Break Mountain Range, a region notorious for harboring formidable beasts of the martial king level. To venture recklessly into such danger would be unwise. Inside the Primordial Tower, as Lingtian's spirit entered, he gazed upon the vivid depictions of ferocious beasts on the first layer of the tower's wall. These beastly images were so lifelike that with a mere thought, Lingtian could manifest them into reality. However, he refrained from proceeding further and instead turned his attention to a nearby stone pillar. The recent slaying of several beasts had significantly reduced the seals upon it. Suddenly, as he focused on the pillar, Lingtian faintly heard the roars of the beasts. His vision revealed a colossal serpent, hundreds of feet long, its gaping maw bellowing at the heavens. The terrifying pressure emanating from this beast sent shivers through his very soul. Abruptly snapping back to reality, the phantom of the giant serpent vanished, and the suffocating aura dissipated, leaving the surroundings seemingly unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. Lingtian's expression grew grave. He was certain that the serpent he had glimpsed was the legendary Devourer Dragon. The moment he beheld its spectral form, the dormant bloodline within him stirred, evoking a sensation akin to encountering a rare delicacy, a strong desire to consume it. Yet this feeling was fleeting, and just as he intended to investigate further, the bloodline fell silent once more. Retracting his gaze, Lingtian concentrated, causing the image of the golden-winged eagle to materialize into a tangible form, its power reaching the 4th level of the martial master realm, glaring fiercely at him. Does this creature still remember me? Lingtian mused softly, sensing the intense killing intent emanating from the eagle's eyes. Were it not for the constraints of the Primordial Tower, the golden-winged eagle would likely have lunged at him immediately. This revelation astonished Lingtian, leading him to a potential conclusion. If he was not mistaken, the eagle's spirit had also been sealed within the Primordial Tower, representing a unique form of rebirth. The higher the cultivation, the more memories retained. Through various trials, Lingtian's hypothesis was confirmed, showing minimal deviation. As the binding force was lifted, the golden-winged eagle flapped its wings and charged at Lingtian, its razor-sharp claws glinting menacingly as they descended toward his head. With no fear, Lingtian surged forward to engage in fierce combat with the eagle. Time flowed quietly by. Lingtian utilized the golden-winged eagle as a means to hone his own skills. Despite possessing the experience of a martial emperor, he had recently fused with his physical form and required time to acclimate. Only by thoroughly familiarizing himself with his body could he fully unleash his potential. After a period of combat, Lingtian directly harnessed the primordial energy to elevate the golden-winged eagle's cultivation, thereby gauging his own current combat limits. With the continuous infusion of primordial energy, the eagle's form swelled slightly, elevating its power to the 6th level of the martial artist realm. Faced with the formidable golden-winged rock, Lingtian felt a modicum of pressure. The creature's assaults had indeed left their mark upon him, albeit not grievously. With the rock's cultivation having ascended to the 7th level of martial mastery, Lingtian found himself somewhat overwhelmed, as the disparity in their levels rendered him unable to match its speed, compelling him into a position of passive defense. As the trial approached its conclusion, Lingtian's aura receded like the ebbing tide, while the rock emitted a cry, transforming into a cascade of starlight and reverting to a mural. Through this encounter, Lingtian gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Should he exert his full strength and employ his martial arts, he could potentially vanquish a 7th-level martial beast. Given that beasts of the same realm typically surpass humans, he believed he could still contend with an 8th-level martial artist. This revelation filled Lingtian with satisfaction. For amidst the refinement of his physical form, his cultivation had steadily progressed, culminating in his recent ascension to the pinnacle of the 8th level of martial mastery. At this rate, it would not be long before he broke through to the rank of martial master, significantly elevating his combat prowess. As time passed imperceptibly, a day slipped by. After an intense period of training within the Hongmeng Tower, Lingtian felt a wave of soreness wash over him as his spirit returned to his body. After a brief period of adjustment, he emerged from the cave, invigorated. Although nearly 3 days had elapsed within the tower, only a single day had passed in the outside world. Concerned for Yi Xian's safety, Lingtian resolved to return home. He understood that with the tempers of Yi Xiong and his son, they would not easily let matters rest, and were likely devising a way to trouble him. The situation unfolded as Lingtian had anticipated. With a day gone by and no sign of him, Yi Tianj grew increasingly dissatisfied at the lack of opportunity to confront him and thus sought out Zhou Kai directly. In the courtyard, Yi Tianj sat upon a stone bench in the pavilion, regarding Zhou Kai, who knelt before him, with a cold inquiry. How have you fared with the task I assigned? Any news regarding Yi Jun and his companion? Why, young master, I have yet to uncover any information, Zhou Kai stammered. Upon Yi Tianj's return, he had already inquired about Yi Jun, but Zhou Kai had managed to evade a thorough response. Now, with Yi Tianj broaching the subject again, Zhou Kai sensed the underlying implications. Yi Tianj's keen interest in this matter was undoubtedly a pretext to target Yi Lingtian, as if confirming Zhou Kai's suspicions. Yi Tianj's chilling voice pierced the air. What I require is a definitive outcome. Yi Jun and his companion are dead, and it is at the hands of Yi Lingtian. Do you comprehend my intent? Fixing his gaze on Zhou Kai, Yi Tianj allowed a sinister smile to grace his lips. Rest assured, young master, I understand precisely what must be done, Zhou Kai quickly vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Yi Tianj nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I shall await your good news. With that, he rose and departed. As Yi Tianj's figure vanished from sight, the respect in Zhou Kai's eyes dissipated, replaced by a grave expression. In a hushed whisper, he remarked, how audacious to think one could contend with young Master Yi. Such aspirations are nothing but folly. First, this matter must be conveyed to young Master Yi. With that, Zhou Kai ceased his musings and prepared to seek out Yi Lingtian for guidance. Since acquiring the profound techniques, Zhou Kai had experienced a notable enhancement in his strength, which solidified his loyalty to Yi Tian. Thus, when Yi Tianj intended to harm Yi Lingtian, Zhou Kai was naturally disinclined to acquiesce. Moreover, Yi Lingtian's remarkable performance in the recent family competition had become the talk of the entire Yi clan, further fortifying Zhou Kai's resolve. Just as Zhou Kai stepped out of the courtyard, a man clad in a green robe approached him. Chunju, weren't you tasked with observing the movements of the Wang family? Why have you returned so abruptly? Manager Zhou, I have returned with urgent news, the man replied. What news? Zhou Kai inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. Manager Zhou, it has come to my attention that the Bibao Pavilion has announced the auction will commence ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, I rushed back, and now various factions are converging. What? The auction has been moved up? Zhou Kai's expression darkened, as the Wang family had previously stated that once the auction concluded, Yi Xian would be wed to their patriarch. With time already in short supply, the early commencement of the auction was dire news for Yi Lingtian. After a moment's pause, Zhou Kai pressed further. When's the auction set to begin? Tomorrow. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Once the man in green departed, Zhou Kai recognized the gravity of the situation and knew he could not afford to delay. He made his way swiftly to the back mountain. Fortune smiled upon him. Just as he arrived at the back mountain, he encountered Yi Lingtian returning from his training. What has transpired now? Yi Lingtian had instructed that unless significant matters arose, Zhou Kai need not seek him out, yet the urgency on Zhou Kai's face indicated otherwise. Young master, Yi Tianj just sought me out. He plans to take advantage of the disappearance of Yi Jun and the others to strike at you. Furthermore, news has arrived that the Bibao Pavilion's auction will commence tomorrow. Yi Lingtian paid little heed to the first piece of news, for while he had indeed been responsible for Yi Jun's demise, there was no evidence to implicate him. As long as Yi Lingtian remained silent, even if Yi Tianj sought to cause him trouble, he would find it difficult to act recklessly. However, the unexpected advancement of the auction caught Yi Lingtian off guard. The Wang family had long been lurking, and once the auction concluded, they would surely set their sights on Yi Xian. The thought caused a furrow to form on Yi Lingtian's brow. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Should the Wang family dare to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson they would not soon forget. Wang family, I hope you do not court your own demise, Yi Lingtian stated coldly. Zhou Kai sensed the formidable aura emanating from Yi Lingtian, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, this aura was fleeting, allowing Zhou Kai's expression to soften somewhat. Lingtian turned to Zhou Kai and said, "Proceed according to my wishes. Since he seeks a reason, we shall provide him with the justification to act. Young Master Yi, wouldn't this place you at a significant disadvantage?" Zhou Kai expressed his concern. As Zhou Kai regarded himself as aligned with Lingtian, he understood that their fates were intertwined. Thus, he naturally wished to avoid any confrontation for Lingtian's sake. "Fear not. Yi Tianj poses no threat to me. Just follow my previous instructions. However, this matter should not be rushed. It is best to act after the auction concludes." "Understood. I will carry out your directives, young Master Yi." Zhou Kai refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that Lingtian had a plan in mind. He simply needed to follow orders diligently. With the instructions concluded, Lingtian dismissed Zhou Kai. As he turned, he noticed Yi Xian standing nearby, her face etched with worry, clearly having overheard their conversation and grasped the challenges ahead. "Brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's all because of me," Yi Xian lamented, feeling guilty for not having been of assistance over the years and now burdening her brother with the formidable Wang family. The more she reflected, the heavier her heart grew with remorse. Sensing her emotional turmoil, Lingtian approached her with a smile. "Silly girl, do not dwell on such thoughts. Do you not trust in your brother's strength? Furthermore, you have successfully awakened the profound Yin body. Your potential is boundless. There is no need to fear a mere Wang family. Rest assured, I can handle this matter, and together, we shall find our parents." At the mention of their parents, a glimmer of longing sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes, and she nodded earnestly. "Brother, I understand. I will dedicate myself to training so we can reunite with our parents." Her gaze was filled with determination. After reassuring Yi Xian, Lingtian returned to his humble abode, retrieving the 9 Dragons Cauldron. To acquire the strength to contend with the Wang family, the most effective approach was a physical breakthrough, as his recent cultivation progress would not yield substantial advancements in a short span. Upon the cauldron's appearance, the surrounding temperature surged, and a wave of heat enveloped him. Under Lingtian's command, the 9 Dragons Cauldron expanded until it could entirely encompass a person. With a leap, Lingtian entered the cauldron, and a flicker of golden flame emerged, swirling slowly around him. However, this single flame contorted Lingtian's features, manifesting an expression of excruciating agony. Moreover, wherever the flame touched, Lingtian's skin erupted, blood gushing from the wounds. In a brief moment, he was transformed into a bloodied figure, every inch of his body marred. Yet, even in the face of such torment, he remained silent, and his once twisted visage gradually began to regain its composure. The golden flame continued to dance within the 9 Dragons Cauldron, inflicting increasingly severe injuries upon Lingtian. In such circumstances, the only recourse for Lingtian was to harness his essence blood to mend his wounds. Although the process was excruciating, the results were remarkably pronounced. The golden flames he wielded were none other than dragon fire, which, when used to refine the body, exhibited extraordinary effects. Before long, Lingtian could perceive a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Should this trend continue, it would not be long before his body underwent another metamorphosis, thereby greatly augmenting his combat prowess. Chapter 30, The 10,000 Demon Sect. As time progressed, the rate at which Lingtian's body healed accelerated. Vital energy surged through his major meridians, facilitating the continuous closure of his gruesome wounds. After the burning of a single incense stick, Lingtian's once battered physique returned to its pristine state, his skin becoming smoother, reminiscent of a newborn babe. Within him, the vital energy surged forth like a torrent, wildly coursing through his meridians. Lingtian distinctly felt his strength increase by nearly 5,000 pounds. The sole regret was that, despite the considerable enhancement in his physical strength, he had yet to achieve a second transformation. However, he was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. The additional 5,000 pounds of strength had significantly bolstered his capabilities. During Lingtian's period of cultivation, the early auction had caused a stir in Taiyakang City, drawing countless cultivators eager to attend. Besides the profound techniques being offered, the Bibao Pavilion had also disseminated information regarding premium elixirs, attracting a multitude of alchemists, thus heightening the excitement surrounding the auction. Meanwhile, the Wang family had dispatched numerous powerful individuals to stand guard around the Bibao Pavilion in search of the one responsible for Wang Qing's demise. As time slipped by, a day passed in the blink of an eye. When Lingtian stepped out of the 9 Dragon Cauldron, the sound of cracking bones resonated around him. and the robust vitality permeated the surroundings. In addition to the enhancement of his physical form, Lingtian's cultivation had also ascended to a minor realm, a pleasant surprise indeed. After regulating his breath, he opened the door and stepped outside, only to be met by a chill in the air. He immediately turned his gaze towards the thatched cottage where Xian resided. At that moment, Xian had her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by an eerie coldness that caused the ground beneath her to crystallize into ice, the area of effect steadily expanding. Given the current situation, it seemed she would require more time to cultivate undisturbed. Thus, Lingtian chose not to intrude, leaving her a message before departing for the Bibeo Pavilion. Due to the auction, most of the Yi family had congregated at the Bibeo Pavilion, rendering the family estate somewhat desolate. Nonetheless, a few remained to guard the premises. Upon seeing Lingtian, their expressions varied. Some showed reverence, while others displayed disdain. However, since Lingtian had showcased his extraordinary might during the family competition, none dared to label him as a waste. Now, those who had once mocked him were bowing their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Lingtian paid little heed to their change in attitude. Once he had completely vanished from sight, a man clad in white suddenly grinned, his eyes shimmering with a keen light. Turning to the man on his left, he said, Lingtian has already departed. Yitong, please inform the Wang family. Young Master Tianj has given them prior notice, and they know what to do. Upon hearing this, Yitong did not dare to delay, and promptly turned to make his way to the Wang family. The man in white robes wore an increasingly pronounced smile on his face as he glanced in the direction where Lingtian had vanished, and then shifted his gaze towards the back mountain. He murmured, Lingtian, this is the consequence of offending the young master of the Xiao family. No matter how formidable your physical cultivation talent may be, a waste is ultimately just a waste, incapable of defying fate. After finishing his murmurs, the man in white looked at the others and instructed, you all remain here while I go inform young Master Tianj about this matter. With that, he turned and departed. At the Wang family estate, Yitong moved swiftly, reaching the Wang family in a mere half an incense stick's time. Upon revealing his identity, a youth clad in splendid attire came forth to greet him. This youth, named Wang Xia, was the third son of Wang Shenchuan. The moment Yitong laid eyes on Wang Xia, an expression of trepidation appeared on his face. Wang Xia was notorious in Taikang City. His cultivation talent was commendable, ranking among the best in the Wang family. Yet he was known for his ruthless nature and insatiable thirst for blood, with a temperament that was notoriously capricious. Countless lives have been extinguished by his hand over the years. With the protection of the Wang family, coupled with Wang Xia's affiliation with the demonic sect, scarcely anyone dared to cross him. Though the demonic sect was a third-rate sect, inferior to the Qingyun sect, its members were fanatics who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Provoking the demonic sect meant facing endless retaliation unless one could eradicate every member of the sect. What do you want? Wang Xia's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Yitong, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Under the weight of Wang Xia's malevolent gaze, Yitong felt an involuntary chill creep into his heart. Yet recalling the task assigned by Yi Tianj, he forcefully steadied his emotions and replied, the young master has sent me to inform you that you may act now. Oh, we can finally take action? Wang Xia appeared somewhat exhilarated, licking his lips like a ravenous beast. Let's not waste any time. Given that this matter concerned his family's ancestor, Wang Xia dared not be negligent and promptly set off with Yitong towards the Yi family. Meanwhile, Lingtian had arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, which was unusually bustling today, with throngs of people queuing to enter the auction hall. With an invitation in hand, Lingtian entered through a private passage into the auction hall without much delay. Just as he stepped inside, a figure in a black robe emerged from the crowd, his eyes brimming with excitement. Finally found this fellow. I never expected him to dare show up. I must quickly relay this news to the family head. Moments latte. The man in black ascended to the second floor of the auction hall, entering a private box where most of the senior members of the Wang family awaited the commencement of the auction. Confronted by the sudden appearance of a man in black robes, Wang Shenchuan appeared to have an inkling of what was afoot, his expression tinged with excitement. Before he could voice his inquiry, the man in black spoke up, reporting, Master, we have located that young man. He has now entered the auction house with the invitation. Excellent. That little wretch has finally shown himself. I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. A wave of murderous intent surged within Wang Shenchuan. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked ominously. His emotional turmoil caused his aura to fluctuate dramatically. The elders of the Wang family, unable to conceal their own exhilaration, had eyes ablaze with fervor. Shall we strike now, family? One elder could no longer contain his eagerness and inquired. Wang Shenchuan waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. We must maintain a facade for the Bayo pavilion. Even if we are to act, it must be after we have left this place. First, send someone to ascertain the young man's whereabouts and inform the Yi family. Once the auction concludes, we shall strike together, ensuring the Yi family is also drawn into this affair. Rest assured, Master, I will handle the arrangements. The elder from the Yi family volunteered with determination. Very well. I entrust this to you, but remember, do not let that young man sense anything amiss. After the elder departed, Wang Shenchuan gazed through the screen towards the auction stage, where the scene on the ground floor was entirely visible from the second floor. Chapter 31, The Black Long Halberd. Shortly after Yi Lingtian entered the treasure chamber on the second floor, Zhao Chong arrived, having received news. Young friend Yi, we meet again. Zhao Chong's face was alight with joy as he spoke, producing a storage ring from his robe and extending it towards Yi Lingtian. Most of the treasures you sought have been found. However, a few rare items remain elusive. Yi Lingtian accepted the storage ring and glanced within. No matter. These treasures are sufficient. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Zhao. Haha, you are too kind, young friend. Were it not for you, this auction would not have garnered such excitement. I should be the one thanking you. Zhao Chong's sincerity was evident, his face aglow. His recognition from the higher echelons of the Bayo pavilion, due to the Xian-level martial arts and exquisite elixirs, had brought him considerable rewards, and he felt genuine gratitude towards Yi Lingtian. For years, he had been suppressed and found no effective means to break free from his predicament. Without Yi Lingtian's intervention, he would not have escaped his current circumstances. As his emotions settled, Zhao Chong's expression suddenly turned grave. Young friend, it was you who killed Wang Qing, was it not? Zhao Chong's sudden inquiry left Yi Lingtian perplexed, prompting him to remain silent, his gaze narrowing in suspicion. Please do not misunderstand. Upon your departure from the Bayo pavilion, I learned that someone intended to harm you. So I dispatched assistance, but alas, it was too late. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's explanation, Yi Lingtian responded, Indeed, I did kill him. Why does Elder Zhao bring this up now? It appears that you may have caught the attention of the Wang family. I have noticed individuals specifically inquiring about your whereabouts. Should you require assistance, the treasure pavilion would be more than willing to offer its support. Zhao Chong fixed his gaze upon Yi Lingtian, awaiting his response. Oh! Yi Lingtian expressed mild astonishment. After all, it is widely known that the treasure pavilion refrains from engaging in worldly disputes. Thus their unsolicited offer of help was indeed unexpected. Isn't the treasure pavilion known for its non-involvement in conflicts? With a non-committal smile in response to Yi Lingtian's inquiry, Zhao Chong replied, As long as one does not actively reveal their identity, who would discern that they are affiliated with the treasure pavilion? Moreover, since you have rendered me such significant assistance, I cannot simply stand by and watch you encounter trouble. I appreciate your kind intentions, Elder Zhao, but I can manage this matter myself. Yi Lingtian had no intention of accepting Zhao Chong's help. After all, it was merely the Wang family. Given his current strength, as long as the family's elder did not intervene personally, he faced little threat. Very well. Since you are confident, I shall refrain from further insisting. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Zhao Chong chose not to elaborate further, for he believed that Yi Lingtian had at least one 6th-grade alchemist backing him. With the unique status of an alchemist, dealing with the Wang family should be more than manageable. Young friend Yi, the auction is about to commence. If you require anything, feel free to bid directly. We can settle the accounts once the auction concludes. Understood. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Lingtian, Zhao Chong turned and departed from the private room. As the steward of the treasure pavilion, he had many matters awaiting his personal attention, leaving him little time to linger. Redirecting his gaze, Yi Lingtian looked down to the first floor of the auction hall, where he discovered that it was already teeming with people, all eagerly anticipating the start of the auction. Moments later, a graceful figure stepped onto the auction stage, her stunning beauty instantly captivating the attention of the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. I am your auctioneer, Lin Lui. I hereby declare the auction officially open. As Lin Lui's words echoed, a wave of gasps arose from the audience, and the atmosphere became lively. At her gesture, a red fruit was brought forth. This is the 3rd-grade fire fruit, which, when consumed, can enhance one's fire attribute power and is a principal ingredient in refining fire spirit pills. The starting bid is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon a mention of the fire fruit, many attendees expressed their interest. I bid 110,000, 120,000. Bids filled the air. Yet the fire fruit was merely an appetizer, and the competition was not particularly fierce, with the major factions remaining aloof. Ultimately, the fire fruit was sold for 170,000 low-grade spirit stones, successfully acquired by a wandering cultivator. As for the second auction item, it was a damaged longsword. Although its grade was not low, its severe imperfections deterred many from bidding. One after another, auction items were presented on stage. Lingtian surveyed the offerings, but did not encounter anything that piqued his interest. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is a long halberd, sourced from an ancient cultivation cave. Although it bears no discernible grade, its shaft is remarkably resilient, weighing an impressive 10,000 pounds. The mention of its origin intrigued the crowd. However, upon learning of its lack of grade, most lost interest. Nevertheless, a few remained hopeful, as a sheer weight suggested exceptional forging materials. As Lin Li concluded her introduction, a black long halberd was hoisted onto the stage. Its surface was marred with rust, conveying a sense that it might shatter at any moment. Witnessing the poor quality of the halberd, those who had initially shown interest now withdrew. Aware of the audience's reaction, Lin Li could only offer a resigned smile. Indeed, the halberd's quality was subpar, and the appraisers had deemed it nearly worthless. Its presence at the auction was merely a gamble. The starting bid was set at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and as the auction commenced, silence enveloped the room, with no one immediately bidding, clearly contemplating its value. Since no one else is interested, I'll offer 210,000, as I'm just a bit short on materials for weapon crafting. The voice emerged from a second-floor box, prompting the crowd to turn and speculate about the speaker's identity. 220,000. With the first bid made, others soon joined in. Despite the item's lack of aesthetic appeal, the materials used in forging the halberd were commendable, lending it some worth. At this moment, Lingtian's interest was piqued. He was in need of a reliable weapon, and due to his overwhelming strength, conventional weapons felt too light. The long halberd, weighing 10,000 pounds, was perfectly suited for him, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lingtian raised his bid by 50,000 in one swift motion. Master, it's that young man. As Lingtian placed his bid, the elder of the Wang family turned to alert Wang Shenchuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Shenchuan smirked coldly. If it's him, he shall learn that acquiring this halberd will not come without a cost. For 100,000. Yet before Wang Shenchuan could make his move, the first bidder unexpectedly raised the offer by another 50,000. Oh! Wang Shenchuan's eyes brightened, and a wider smile spread across his face. It seems I need to intervene after all. 500,000. Without hesitation, Lingtian increased his bid by another 100,000. In a box to the left, a young man in splendid attire furrowed his brow. How audacious to challenge me. He shall soon understand the difference in our standings. 1 million. The declaration caused an uproar among the attendees. As the bidding concluded, the young man in the brocade robe spoke slowly. I am Guchan, the young master of the refining sect. This item holds significance for me, and I hope for your understanding. Guchan's decision to reveal his identity was laced with a hint of menace, clearly intended to intimidate Lingtian. To his astonishment, it was indeed Guchan himself who had chosen to appear in person this time. The young master had taken a fancy to this battle spear. As long as that young man possessed a modicum of sense, he would presumably refrain from further bidding. In the Tianyuan continent, both weaponsmiths and alchemists are exceedingly rare. Thus the refining sect, though not the pinnacle of power, holds a unique status. Over the years, the refining sect has crafted weapons for numerous formidable figures, accruing favors from various factions, which has elevated their standing and rendered them untouchable. Observing the murmurs of the crowd, Guchan exhibited a satisfied demeanor, his brow adorned with a haughty expression, clearly relishing the moment. However, at that instant, Lin Li's countenance darkened considerably. If everyone wielded their status to suppress others, there would be no need for the auction to exist at all. Such behavior was undoubtedly a provocation. Young Master Gu, this is the Bibeo Pavilion. I kindly ask you to respect the rules. Lin Li's voice was frigid, showing no sign of trepidation in light of Guchen's status. Upon hearing this, Guchen's expression stiffened, anger flashing across his face. Lin Li's blatant disregard for his authority irked him deeply. Just as he was on the verge of unleashing his wrath, his elderly servant swiftly interjected, Young master, we cannot afford to offend the Wanbao pavilion. Let us not forget our purpose today. Humph. Gu Chen scoffed, his displeasure palpable. Yet he swallowed his words. Miss Lin speaks truly. I, Gu, have indeed overstepped. I apologize for my transgression. The highest bidder shall prevail. Esteemed guests need not concern themselves with my identity. Gu Chen's explanation, rather than alleviating the tension, only served to further dissuade others from contesting him. For none could guarantee that he would not seek retribution later. Just as the crowd thought the matter had settled, Lingtian audaciously raised the bid by another 10,000. 1,100,000. Damn it! Gu Chen seethed with fury. He had already disclosed his identity. Yet the audacity of the other party to continue bidding ignited a murderous intent within him, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. Very well. You dare to snatch what I desire? I wonder where you derive your confidence. 2 million. To assert his financial prowess, Gu Chen unhesitatingly added another 1,000,000. His voice sharp and commanding. The spectators could sense that Gu Chen was genuinely enraged, and they exchanged glances filled with anticipation. In stark contrast to Gu Chen's fury, Lingtian remained unfazed, casually raising the bid once more with no hint of emotion. Damn it, damn it. Within the private room, Gu Chen's expression was as dark as stormy waters, his fists clenched tightly. When the price reached 1,010,000, he hesitated. After all, the objective today was to acquire a profound rank martial technique, and squandering spirit stones here was unwise. Very well, just be wary. You may find yourself with the means to bid, but no means to utilize it. I shall remember you, Gu Chen muttered under his breath, refraining from further escalating the bid. Ultimately, the black long spear was successfully acquired by Lingtian for the sum of 10 million. In an attempt to salvage his dignity, Gu Chen remarked, My friend, you truly possess great magnanimity, spending a fortune on a piece of scrap metal. Indeed, a worthy investment. Laughter erupted among the cultivators on the first floor of the auction house, clearly in agreement with his assessment. It became evident that Gu Chen had been bidding merely to regard this individual as a naive target, spending 10 million on a worthless object, while also incurring the ire of the refining sect, was indeed a monumental folly. To align with Gu Chen, the crowd began to mock Lingtian. After all, as the junior lord of the refining sect, Gu Chen's declaration of the spear as mere scrap implied it bore little true value. Lingtian, however, chose to disregard their derision. In the private room, as the long spear was placed in Lingtian's hands, he reveled in its weight, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Indeed, it had not disappointed him. The spear weighed an impressive 10,000 jin, and coupled with his formidable strength, it could easily overpower 10 opponents. With such a weapon in hand, Lingtian felt confident he could vanquish any ordinary martial artist with ease. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the words "Break Heaven" engraved upon the spear, its shaft marred with rust, yet those characters remained remarkably clear. Break Heaven. Then let your name henceforth be the Break Heaven Spear, he mused. With a thought, he inscribed his soul mark upon the Break Heaven Spear and subsequently expelled a drop of his essence blood. As soon as the blood neared, it was absorbed by the spear, establishing a profound connection between Lingtian and his weapon. Having completed this ritual, he stored the Break Heaven Spear within Hongmeng Tower. His earlier observations had revealed the spear's extraordinary materials. He intended to nurture it with the essence of Hongmeng and subsequently refine it with Dragon Flame, thus enhancing its quality. The auction continued with an array of increasingly precious items. Various factions eagerly participated, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Within a secluded booth on the second floor, Mu Tiancheng sat quietly, his spirits igniting when the soul-severing blade technique was presented on the auction block. Ladies and gentlemen, what we present now is one of the highlight items of this auction, the Xian class martial skill, soul-severing blade technique, as verified by the elders. This technique is a supreme example among the lower-grade Xian class skills. If mastered, its power rivals that of mid-grade Xian class techniques. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, and after a brief silence, exclamations of awe filled the air. The appearance of such a premier lower-grade Xian class technique at an auction was indeed a revelation. One wonders the identity of the party capable of offering such a high-caliber martial skill. The various factions could no longer remain passive. Their faces alight with excitement as they gazed intently at the auction stage, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. Observing the reactions of the factions, Mu Tiancheng shook his head in resignation, a grave expression settling upon his face. His arrival this time was rather hurried. and he did not possess a particularly large number of spirit stones. Had it been solely the various factions of Taiyakang City, he would have had the confidence to acquire it. However, due to the allure of exceptional medicinal pills, a number of alchemists had gathered, and those individuals were exceedingly affluent, making the likelihood of successfully competing for the martial arts techniques rather slim. In light of this situation, Mu Tiancheng could only do his utmost. Whether he could ultimately secure the Duanhun blade technique would depend solely on fortune. Chapter 33. Bidding. Once the discussions among the crowd subsided, Lin Li's voice resonated once more. The starting bid for the Duanhun blade technique is 30 million low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 5 million low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Lin Li finished speaking, Wang Shunchuan was the first to leap forward to place a bid. My Wang family offers 50 million. He immediately raised the bid by 20 million, clearly displaying his eagerness for the profound martial technique. 60 million, 70 million. With Wang Shunchuan leading the charge, more bidders naturally emerged, and in no time, the bid soared past 100 million. Gu Chen observed this scene quietly. He understood that this was merely the beginning, and the current price was not worth his intervention. 250 million. Sensing that the time was ripe, Mu Tiancheng raised the bid by 50 million, plunging the auction hall into a brief silence. Such a high price caused many to withdraw, as it was beyond their means. What followed was a strategic contest among the major factions. 280 million. Gu Chen added 30 million once more, determined to acquire this profound martial technique. Since Gu Chen had previously revealed his identity, his utterance now made the major factions hesitate, as they were reluctant to offend the refining sect over this matter. Patriarch, shall we continue bidding? The elder of the Wang family inquired of Wang Shunchuan. The Wang family had prepared 300 million spirit stones. If they wished to compete, they could bid again. Wang Shunchuan waved his hand dismissively. No need. As long as we can secure that young man, we will also obtain this profound martial technique. There is no necessity to offend Gu Xiao over this. Wise words from the patriarch, the elder of the Wang family complimented. Wang Shunchuan gestured to the elder, then declared loudly, Gu Xiao is magnanimous. My Wang family concedes the bidding. By taking the initiative to declare his identity, Wang Shunchuan aimed to win Gu Chen's favor, hoping that a relationship could be cultivated for mutual benefit. My Yi family also withdraws from the bidding. Wang Shunchuan's thoughts were mirrored by Yi Xiong, who likewise expressed his stance. Indeed, these individuals demonstrated a commendable awareness of their circumstances. Gu Chen felt quite pleased with the attitudes of the Yi and Wang families, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. While the others were intimidated by the refining sect, Mu Tiancheng was unperturbed. Thus he raised the price by another 20 million. Seeing that someone dared to compete with him, Gu Chen's expression darkened once again. Such arrogance, so oblivious to the danger. Did they truly believe he would refrain from taking action? With a low growl, Gu Chen prepared to issue a threat. However, before Gu Chen could take any action, the elderly man beside him quickly intervened. Young master, I have inquired. The one bidding against us is Elder Mu Tiancheng of the Qingyun sect, and antagonizing him would not bode well for us. Upon learning of Mu Tianqian's identity, Gu Chen's fury diminished considerably. Others might threaten him with their status, but the Qingyun sect held no fear of the artifact refinement sect. If this matter resulted in enmity, it would yield no benefit to the artifact refinement sect. Very well, then let strength speak for itself, he thought, gritting his teeth. 360 million. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the auction hall, as all were taken aback by Gu Chen's financial prowess. After all, even a typical mid-level martial skill of the Xian rank could fetch 300 million. Thus, a low-level one reaching 360 million was indeed an exorbitant price. As Gu Chen's bid echoed, a flicker of dismay crossed Mu Tianqian's face. The amount surpassed his threshold, and with a resigned sigh, he chose to withdraw. With Mu Tianqian no longer bidding, Gu Chen displayed an expression of assured victory. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a familiar voice emerged slowly. 370 million. Damn it, it's you again, you insignificant insect. Gu Chen spat angrily, his gaze directed toward Yi Lingtian's compartment, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The others were equally taken aback. Who would have thought Yi Lingtian would bid at such a moment? Yet, it was evident that he was intentionally trying to vex Gu Chen. Kid, do you truly believe I would not dare to act against you? Gu Chen's words dripped with menace. Young Master Gu, I would prefer not to repeat myself. Lin Li interjected at this moment, warning Gu Chen once more. Her demeanor now tinged with coldness. Vile woman, Gu Chan mentally cursed, feeling deeply aggrieved after being publicly undermined by Lin Lui twice. However, given the formidable standing of the Bibeo Pavilion, no matter how displeased he felt, he dared not offend them too much. Suppressing his mounting ire, Gu Chen remarked, "Miss Lin, please forgive me. My earlier outburst was due to emotional agitation, and I assure you it will not happen again." While he verbally apologized to Lin Lui, inwardly, he seethed with rage. Damn that woman. Once I have her in my grasp, I will unleash all my frustrations upon her. Gu Chen stole a glance at Lin Lui, his eyes greedily surveying her proud figure. Retracting his gaze, Gu Chan was resolute in not letting Yi Lingtian off the hook. He continued, "I suspect this young man is engaging in malicious bidding. 380 million spirit stones is no trifling sum. What if he cannot produce it? Indeed, young Master Gu is correct. Who knows if this lad is merely shouting random figures? Exactly. We cannot allow him to take advantage of this." Hearing the chorus of agreement from the crowd, Gu Chen's grim expression eased considerably, a smile once again gracing his lips. "To challenge me, you are still too inexperienced." Gu Chen wore an expression of triumph, and then provocatively remarked, "Youngster, do you have anything left to say? If you lack the strength, it would be wise to withdraw early and avoid embarrassing yourself here. Miss Lin, I recall that the Bibeo Pavilion has a rule. Anyone who makes reckless bids will have their cultivation abolished and limbs broken. Shall we proceed with the action now?" Yi Lingtian remained silent, leading Gu Chan to believe his assumptions were correct. Thus he eagerly sought to deal with his opponent. The thought of Yi Lingtian's miserable fate made a grin of delight escape Gu Chen's lips. The others also turned their gazes towards Lin Lui, awaiting her next move. However, what Lin Lui said next delivered a stinging slap to Gu Chen's face. "Young master, he holds the Bibeo Pavilion's Ziyun token, allowing him to command a spirit stone worth 500 million. If young master Gu cannot meet the price, then this martial skill belongs to young master Yi." "What? That brat possesses a Ziyun token?" Gu Chen's smile faded, replaced by an expression of disbelief. The Ziyun token of the Bibeo Pavilion is a symbol of status, unattainable for ordinary individuals, even within their own refining sect. Only the former patriarch had ever possessed one. Hearing that Yi Lingtian possessed such a token, the crowd instinctively reacted with skepticism. While they had not seen Yi Lingtian's face, the tone of his voice suggested that he was quite young. The mere possession of a Ziyun token at such a young age indicated that his background was extraordinary. Those who had intended to continue mocking Yi Lingtian now fell silent, fearing that their words might bring them misfortune. Chapter 34, The Special Passage. Meanwhile, Wang Xinchuan and his companions found it difficult to maintain their composure upon learning of Yi Lingtian's possession of the Ziyun token, their brows furrowing with apprehension. The ability to acquire the Bibeo Pavilion's Ziyun token certainly indicated an exceptional status, causing Wang Xinchuan to hesitate, contemplating whether he should take action after the auction concluded. Regardless, no matter how extraordinary his status might be, anyone who dared to harm my son must meet their end. Ultimately, Wang Xinchuan resolved to proceed, recognizing that risk and opportunity coexist, and he did not wish to forfeit this chance. On the other hand, Gu Chan was now seething with rage. His countenance as dark as water, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. "Very well then, I shall see how many spirit stones you possess." Gu Chan had made up his mind to artificially inflate the price to trap Yi Lingtian, intending to snatch the martial skill after the auction concluded. This way, he would expend no resources, not only outsmarting Yi Lingtian, but also acquiring a profound martial skill, a true win-win situation. With this thought, Gu Chen's spirits lifted, a smile returning to his face as he radiated confidence. "I bid 410 million. As soon as he spoke, Yi Lingtian promptly countered. 420 million. "Humph, overestimating yourself," Gu Chen scoffed, and then raised the bid once more. 450 million. Gu Chen raised his bid by another 30 million, a sum that far exceeded the value of a low-grade, profound-level martial technique. He cast his gaze towards the partition where Yi Lingtian was seated, awaiting his next offer. "Young Master Gu is magnanimous. This martial technique shall be yours," he declared. However, rather than a counterbid, he was met with this unexpected statement. The smile on Gu Chen's face instantly froze, and his eyes turned a fiery crimson. "You boy, I shall remember you." Gu Chen spat through gritted teeth, his words laced with murderous intent. The others began to realize that Gu Chen had been outmaneuvered by Yi Lingtian, and they couldn't help but admire his audacity. Who was this audacious individual to provoke young Master Gu? Did he not fear retaliation from the alchemy sect? Such reckless behavior implied that his status must be exceptional. Perhaps he hailed from an illustrious hidden family, for ordinary individuals could hardly obtain the Zune token. Regardless of the boy's background, Gu Qin's vindictive nature ensured that he would not let this matter rest. The crowd understood the implications, given Gu Qin's temperament. It was likely he would seek out Lingtian as soon as the auction concluded. Their predictions aligned closely with reality. After successfully acquiring the profound-level martial technique, Gu Qin turned to the elder beside him. Have your subordinates keep a close watch. I want that little wretch to pay for his actions. Young master, regarding his identity. The elder hesitated, reluctant to act rashly before ascertaining Lingtian's true status. Yet, Gu Qin interrupted him. I care not for his identity. Dispatch someone to monitor that boy. The alchemy sect must not be insulted. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. The elder recognized that further protests would be futile and acquiesced to Gu Qin's orders. That little wretch, I will ensure you suffer more than death. Gu Qin seethed, his voice chillingly cold. Initially, Gu Qin had intended to bid on some elixirs in addition to the martial technique, but after this incident, he felt that the upcoming auction of premium elixirs would no longer concern him. Just as he finished pondering this, Lin Luyi's voice rang out once more. Next, we present the final item of this auction, the supreme channeling pill. As the exquisite channeling pills glimmered on the auction stage, the previously subdued crowd erupted in astonished exclamations once again. Heavens, it bears inscriptions. Each of these channeling pills is of exceptional quality. How are they even crafted? To produce such high-quality elixirs, even a 6th-rank alchemist might struggle to succeed. When had such esteemed alchemists emerged in Taiyakang City? The presence of inscriptions on the pills was truly astounding. The crowd buzzed with excitement, particularly the alchemists whose eyes sparkled as if they beheld a transcendent beauty. There were 9 channeling pills in total, which the Bibeo Pavilion had divided into 3 sets to maximize profit from the auction. Most participants in the bidding were alchemists. Although some cultivators were tempted, they ultimately suppressed their desires, not wishing to offend the alchemists. The auction for the 3 spirit-consolidating pills has concluded, with a staggering total price exceeding 900 million. One cannot help but acknowledge the considerable wealth possessed by the alchemists. Spending such a vast sum of spirit stones in one go did not seem to trouble the alchemists in the slightest. Rather, they were filled with boundless excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction has now come to a close. Thank you for your support. With these words, Lin Li turned and made her way directly to the partition where Lingtian was located. Coming, Lin Li pushed open the door and entered the partition, casually producing a storage ring to hand to Lingtian. Master Yi, after deducting the spirit stones for collecting the spiritual herbs and the auction fees. Here are all the spirit stones, totaling 830 million. Thank you, Miss Lin, Lingtian replied, accepting the storage ring with a casual gesture. Master Yi, many are inquiring about your information, presumably with ill intent. Should you require assistance, my Bibeo Pavilion is at your service. Lin Li gazed at Lingtian, awaiting his response. She understood that if Lingtian chose to accept help from Bibeo Pavilion, their relationship would strengthen, which would be advantageous for her. Despite having met only twice, Lin Li recognized Lingtian's extraordinary nature and was eager to invest in him. However, Lingtian's response left her somewhat disheartened. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Yi, but they are merely petty individuals. I can handle them myself. Although rejected, Lin Li remained unperturbed. She smiled and replied, since Master Yi said as much, I shall not press further. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, you're always welcome at Bibeo Pavilion. By the way, we also have a secret passage leading directly to the southern city. Using it might save you considerable trouble. Oh, Lingtian's interest was piqued. And this time he did not decline. Then I must express my gratitude to you, Miss Lin. Lin Li smiled gently and led Lingtian away from the partition toward the entrance of the secret passage. Before long, they arrived at the partition where Lingtian had first met Zhao Chong. Lin Li took out a token and placed it into a slot in the wall. With a series of clicks, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a dark passage before them. Master Yi, if you proceed down this passage, you will reach the southern city directly. I look forward to our next collaboration, Lin Li said, offering Lingtian a slight smile. Until we meet again, Lingtian replied as he stepped into the passage and quickly vanished into the darkness. After watching Lingtian disappear, Lin Li gradually withdrew her gaze and closed the stone door. Barely a moment later, Zhao Chong entered the partition and Lin Li turned her attention to him. Old Zhao, are we truly not going to take action? The Wang family and the Yi family both intend to target Master Yi, and he has now also offended a sect of weapon refiners. His situation is likely becoming increasingly perilous. Currently, what Lin Li has expressed merely represents the overt dangers. For with Yi Lingtian's displayed wealth, it is certain that numerous rogue cultivators have also set their sights on him. Observing Lin Li's worried demeanor, Zhao Chong gently shook his head, stating, "Since the young lad Yi has declined our assistance, he must possess ample confidence. Should we act rashly, it may provoke his displeasure. His background is anything but ordinary, and I trust those individuals will find it difficult to contend with him." Nevertheless, Lin Li remained visibly anxious. "Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to follow him. Should circumstances become dire, I shall not allow any harm to befall our friend Yi." Upon hearing this, Lin Li's expression softened considerably. Outside the treasure pavilion, Wang Shunchuan had just departed and convened with Yi Xiong and others, silently awaiting Yi Lingtian's emergence. Apart from the formidable members of the Yi and Wang families, several hidden experts had also taken position, clearly drawn to Yi Lingtian. Wang Shunchuan cast a glance to his left, and, upon spotting Gu Chun, his expression turned grave. This complicates matters, with Gu Chun involved. It may not be so simple to monopolize those resources. Yi Xiong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the Yi family was indeed a prominent clan in Taiyakang City, they were still insufficient in comparison to the refining sect and would not dare to offend them. The elder of the Wang family, wearing a face of concern, cautioned Patriarch, "Should we offend Gu Chun over this matter, it would be detrimental to our Wang family. Perhaps it would be wise to withdraw for now." Although the other elders of the Wang family remained silent, their expressions conveyed a similar sentiment. In truth, Wang Shunchuan had already contemplated retreating upon seeing Gu Chen's figure. However, having come this far, he was reluctant to withdraw and turned to Yi Xiong. "Yi Xiong, what are your thoughts?" Yi Xiong's face was a mixture of conflict. He did not respond to Wang Shunchuan immediately, but instead glanced at Yi Tianj. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianj spoke, "There is no need for undue haste. My friends, let us observe from the sidelines for now. If the opportunity does not present itself, we can still withdraw later. Besides, aside from the refining sect's members, there are numerous rogue cultivators lurking about. Perhaps we might seize an opportunity amidst the chaos." With Yi Tian's analysis, the expert from both the Yi and Wang families brightened, their expressions revealing satisfaction with his strategy. "Very well, we shall wait here for a while and act accordingly when the time is right," Yi Xiong concluded decisively. However, as the group waited, nearly half an hour passed without a sign of Yi Lingtian, leaving them increasingly perplexed. What is going on? Why hasn't that lad emerged yet? Does he intend to spend the night in the treasure pavilion? Wang Shunchuan voiced his concerns. Yi Xiong quickly dismissed the notion, stating, "Impossible. The treasure pavilion never accommodates outsiders. Even with a Ziyun token, it is not permitted." Then what could possibly be the reason? Faced with this predicament, Yi Xiong found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Gu Chun, not far away, was gradually losing his patience. "Where's that person?" Gu Chen's face was etched with anger. He had meticulously devised plans to torment Yi Lingtian, yet now, with the individual absent, his frustration was palpable. "Young master, that rascal has yet to emerge, clearly aware that he is being watched, and has slipped away through a secret passage. Damn it, why did you not mention this sooner?" The old servant replied, "I had just recalled that regardless of where the treasure pavilion is located, it always prepares a passageway. I learned this information from the pavilion master. Search for him. We must unearth him, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." After giving a few instructions to the elder, Gu Chun cast a cold glance at the treasure pavilion before turning to leave. The elder then addressed the others nearby, commanding, "Search every nook and cranny of Taicang City, and inform me immediately upon discovering any news." Understood. The group promptly dispersed, swiftly vanishing into the night. While the elder hurried to catch up with Gu Chun. "They have left. How could they have left?" Gu Chen's sudden departure left Wang Shunchuan perplexed, his eyes reflecting growing confusion. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us depart as well. Even if we were to wait here for a day, it is unlikely that fellow will show himself. If I am not mistaken, that lad has probably long since vacated the treasure pavilion, unbeknownst to us." Upon Yi Tian's astute reminder, the powerful figures around him displayed expressions of realization, their countenances darkening. It was embarrassing to think that so many had been outsmarted by a mere boy, waiting foolishly. Yet soon, Wang Shunchuan's expression transformed into one of delight. This may work to our advantage. If that lad has fled, it is indeed good news for us. If we can locate him first, everything he possesses will be ours. Ha ha, indeed. Yi Xiong responded with laughter, then added, let us not delay. We must dispatch people to search for that boy at once. By the way, how have you arranged matters concerning Yi Lingtian? Yi Xiong inquired, looking towards Wang Shunchuan. Wang Shunchuan's lips curled into a smirk. Do not worry. Upon receiving news of your son, Xianxia has personally gone to ensure that Yi Zian is brought back to the Wang family. Once Yi Lingtian discovers his sister is in trouble, I cannot believe he will remain composed. As soon as he dares to take action, he will be swiftly dealt with. Good, that reassures me. Yi Xiong's face broke into a satisfied smile. Wang Shunchuan also smiled, a glint of mockery flickering in his eyes as he glanced at the Yi family members. Internally, he scoffed, a bunch of foolish individuals. Once the ancestor successfully breaks through, it will be time for the Yi family to pay their debts. Let them bask in their fleeting glory for now. Brother Wang, let us separate to search. This will increase our chances of finding that boy. We shall notify each other immediately upon receiving any news. How does that sound? Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest. Brother Yi. Upon hearing Yi Xiong's proposal, Wang Shunchuan readily acquiesced without a trace of hesitation. After receiving Wang Shunchuan's response, Yi Xiong promptly departed with the members of the Yi family. The elders of the Wang family looked towards Wang Shunchuan, expressing their concerns. Patriarch, Yi Xiong's suggestion is evidently aimed at monopolizing resources. Why did you agree to it? Do not fret. The Yi family may not even locate that boy. Even if they do, he shall ultimately serve as a mere pawn for the Wang family. Everything is under control, and there is no cause for concern. Wang Shunchuan reassured them. His words alleviated the grim expressions of the Wang family elders considerably. Chapter Otuzaltu, Yezian Ingpidi. Let us hasten our search. It would be splendid if we could find him ahead of time. Under Wang Shunchuan's direction, the elders of the Wang family dispersed to search for the missing individual. Observing this, the scattered cultivators had no choice but to depart, realizing that lingering here would bear no fruit. Meanwhile, amidst the fervent search by various factions, the central figure, Yi Lingtian, had arrived at the outskirts of South City. The exit of the passage was indeed secluded. This area was seldom frequented under normal circumstances. After surveying his surroundings, Yi Lingtian ascertained his precise location, noting that the journey back to the Yi family was not overly distant. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he promptly restored his original appearance, ensuring that even if he were spotted on his way back, he would not raise any suspicions. At the rear mountain of the Yi family, Xianxia was greeted by Yi Tange's designated attendant upon his arrival, who promptly guided him towards the rear mountain. As they progressed, Yi Tong cautioned, young Master Wang. The young master has instructed that no matter the methods employed, Yi Lingtian must not be allowed to survive. He has recently entered the body refinement stage and has garnered the attention of the elder from the Qingyan sect. Should he be allowed to mature, it will undoubtedly affect the Wang family. Enough, I understand, Xianxia replied dismissively, a look of disdain etched across his brow, disregarding Yi Tong's words entirely. He is merely a waste. What does it matter if he cultivates body techniques? Does it truly warrant such trepidation from your Yi family? If his father, Yi Woody, were still alive, I might indeed be cautious, but now there are just the two siblings from the Yi family. Dealing with them will be a mere trifle. Xia's arrogance was palpable, and though Yi Tong felt a surge of discontent, he dared not show any signs of dissatisfaction. The individual before him was ruthless and backed by the 10,000 Demons sect. Inciting his ire could very well result in repercussions for himself, and Yi Tong was unwilling to take that risk. Under Yi Tong's guidance, they drew ever closer to the location of the thatched cottage. However, as they neared this area, Xia's expression abruptly changed, astonishment overtaking his features. One intense chill. What is happening here? Despite the sun shining brightly, this region was enveloped in ice crystals, with a terrifyingly low temperature that felt as though they had entered a frozen wasteland. The biting cold assaulted them, relentlessly impacting all present. Yitong was the source of this chill. In response to Xia's inquiry, Yitong appeared equally perplexed. I am uncertain. Young master, the cold emanates from that straw hut. One of the guards approached Xia, gesturing towards the hut on the left. Oh, I am quite curious to discover what entity can emit such a terrifying chill. Xia was not deterred by the unknown cold. Instead, he boldly advanced. However, before he could draw near, The straw hut opened on its own, and the chill receded like a retreating tide. Xian stepped out of the hut, and upon seeing her breathtaking visage, Xianxia was momentarily captivated, his eyes igniting with fervor. Indeed, you must be Xian. I never imagined that the useless Lingtian had such a stunning sister. It was evident that Xianxia had developed an interest in Xian. He shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. What a pity. Were it not for your being favored by the ancestor, I would have made you mine. Though he harbored desires for Xian, Xianxia recognized the significance of the matter concerning the Wang family's future, and he was not swayed by his inner cravings. Who are you? Xian inquired, her voice firm, instinctively stepping back as she sensed the ill intentions of Xianxia and his entourage, her gaze scanning them warily. Yitong stepped forward. Xian, your family has nurtured you and your brother for many years. It is time for you to contribute to the family. This is Xianxia, the third young master of the Wang family, who has come specifically to escort you to the Yi family. To become the concubine of the Wang family's ancestor would be a great fortune for you. I will not go. Xian promptly rejected, unwilling to become a mere concubine to an old man. This matter is not up to you. You will go today, whether you wish to or not. I suggest you comply for your own good. Xian's resolve remained steadfast, a faint chill enveloping her as her stance made her choice clear. Stubborn and unyielding. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yitong's figure flickered as he charged towards Xian, intent on subduing her directly. This task was arranged by Yi Tange, and should he succeed, the rewards would be substantial. Thus, he could not allow for any mishaps. What Yitong did not anticipate was that Xian, rather than evading his attack, would raise her hand in defiance. You dare strike me? Truly seeking your own demise. Xian's cultivation talent was average, having trained for several years, yet remaining at the first level of martial arts. A fact well known among the Yi family. In contrast, Yitong possessed a third-level martial arts cultivation, making Xian's boldness akin to courting death. Though the chill in the air was peculiar, Yitong did not connect it to Xian. In an instant, their palms collided, and Yitong's expression shifted dramatically. Yu, bang! A tremendous force propelled Yitong into the air, his arms rapidly encased in ice as his body crashed heavily onto the ground. The peak of the fourth tier of martial artists. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly, having discerned Xian's cultivation level from the aura she had just emanated. The chill seeped into Yitong's body, eliciting a pained wail from him. How is this possible? Why do you possess such cultivation? What is this frigid aura? Yitong gazed at Xian, his face etched with terror, utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Xian offered no response, but instead warned the others. I have stated that I will not go today. If you continue to press me, do not blame me for being impolite. Though she temporarily held the upper hand, Xian felt a deep anxiety within. The guard Xianxia had brought was evidently no ordinary opponent. With her current level of cultivation, she stood no chance against those guards. Huh, Xianxia scoffed derisively. You are merely at the peak of the fourth tier of martial artists. Such a level poses no threat to us. You would do well to cease your futile struggles. However, I must admit, I did not anticipate you possessing a special physique. No wonder the ancestor took an interest in you. At the mention of special physique, Yitong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of realization. So it is a special physique. No wonder she possesses such terrifying coldness. These two siblings are indeed extraordinary. No wonder the young master has targeted them. As he mused, Yitong turned to Xianxia. Young master, we must hasten to take Xian away. If news of her physique were to leak, it would surely lead to unforeseen consequences. Yitong's caution stemmed from a fear that Mu Tiancheng might discover Xian's special physique. Should he choose to ally with the King Yun's sect, retribution would undoubtedly follow. Since he had already offended Xian, he could not afford to allow her the chance to rise. The threat must be extinguished in its cradle. Xianxia, however, merely smiled dismissively at Yitong's warning. Fear not. Even if she possesses a special physique, what of it? Her strength will not stir the tides. Let me assess her capabilities. With a swift motion, Xianxia lunged forward, his hand reaching straight for Xian, his speed astonishingly rapid. In that instant, Xian discerned his true cultivation level, the sixth tier of martial artists, as standing within the upper echelon of the younger generation in Taikang City. Xian chose not to confront him directly. Instead, she quickly retreated, attempting to create distance between them. However, bolstered by his agility and inherent advantage in cultivation, she found herself unable to evade him, the gap between them narrowing ever further. With no more room to retreat, Yi Xian had no choice but to channel her energy, raising her hand to deliver a palm strike. Given that her special physique had only recently awakened, she had focused solely on enhancing her cultivation and had not learned any martial techniques. Thus, this strike was but an instinctive reaction. Xianxia, recognizing this, felt a grin spread across his face, his amusement deepening. Boom! The palms of the two individuals collided, causing Yi Xian to stagger back a few paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Although Xianxia did not retreat a single step, his expression grew exceedingly grave. Under the influence of Yi Xian's chilling aura, he realized that his arm had been encased in ice. Such an eerie coldness. It seems I have underestimated you. Yet this is where it ends. Come with me willingly. Xianxia immediately channeled his energy, shattering the ice crystals on his arm, and then advanced towards Yi Xian. No, I will not go with you, Yi Xian declared resolutely, continuously circulating her energy to elevate her aura, determined to fight Xianxia to the bitter end. Stubborn and unyielding, Xia's demeanor turned icy at her blatant defiance. His vital energy swiftly gathered in his left arm, and he raised his hand to unleash a powerful strike. Bloodfiend Palm. As Xianxia struck, a gust of foul wind rushed towards Yi Xian, reeking of a strong metallic scent. This blow overwhelmed her with tremendous pressure. She had no time to react, hastily crossing her arms before her chest to block the impending attack. However, the force was too great, sending Yi Xian hurtling backwards. Blood spilling from her mouth, her breath becoming chaotic. After sliding for some distance, she barely managed to stabilize herself. Yet she could not prevent another spurt of blood from escaping. It appears your physique is not as formidable as I had presumed. I have overestimated you. Despite the mocking words, Xia's heart was anything but tranquil. Deep within his eyes lay a flicker of apprehension. He could discern that Yi Xian's power had only recently awakened, her cultivation still in its infancy. From their skirmish, it was evident that she had not practiced any offensive techniques, relying solely on instinct to counter his attacks. Yet even in such a state, she had managed to withstand 2 of his strikes. Had she trained longer and grown accustomed to her own power, the outcome of their confrontation could have been quite different. With this thought, a sense of urgency surged within Xianxia. Once his emotions had settled, he turned to the 2 guards nearby and commanded, "Seize her and bring her back." At once, the 2 martial artist guards responded, rushing towards Yi Xian, reaching her in the blink of an eye. "Stop!" Just as the guards were about to act, a loud shout echoed from behind, startling Xianxia. He swiftly turned to locate the source of the voice. A corpulent man approached at an impressive speed, quickly closing the distance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Tong frowned and inquired, "Zhou Kai, what brings you here?" Zhou Kai paid no heed to Yi Tong, instead hastening to position himself before Yi Xian, blocking the path of the 2 guards. The blatant disregard shown by Zhou Kai left Yi Tong feeling somewhat humiliated, his expression darkening instantly. Xianxia, too, recognized that Zhou Kai was clearly there to assist Yi Xian, and he cast a scornful glance at Yi Tong. With a hint of sarcasm, Yi Tong remarked, "I never anticipated that you couldn't even manage a few subordinates. The Yi family truly has seen better days." Yi Tong was already seething with anger, and Xia's words pushed him to the brink of murder against Zhou Kai. He let out a hoarse growl. "Rest assured, Wang Xiao, I shall handle this matter and ensure that this ignorant fool recognizes his true place." Turning to Zhou Kai, he demanded, "Zhou Kai, do you comprehend what you are doing? How dare you defy the orders of the young master? Are you contemplating rebellion? If you do not step aside, I shall kill you." Yi Tong's face was filled with murderous intent, and his aura began to rise ominously, suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. However, in the face of Yi Tong's threats, Zhou Kai stood his ground, retorting directly, "As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on Miss Xian." Despite the presence of such formidable adversaries, Zhou Kai felt a twinge of fear. Although his skills had been somewhat bolstered by the Xian-level martial technique, he was still merely a 6th-level martial artist, facing certain doom against a martial master. Yet, he remained resolute. For Lingtian had entrusted him with the care of Yi Xian, emphasizing the importance of her safety. Zhou Kai's response ignited Yi Tong's fury. "You treacherous wretch! No wonder those 2 little beasts have been so at ease. It must be you who's been meddling behind the scenes. Since you lack the awareness of a dog, I shall cleanse the house on behalf of the young master. Klapala to die." Yi Tong's fingers curled as he lunged at Zhou Kai's neck, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Having suffered a setback at the hands of Yi Xian, Yi Tong aimed to kill Zhou Kai to salvage some of his dignity. But to his astonishment, his lethal strike failed to take effect. His arm was firmly grasped, and a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Your strength, a 6th-level martial artist? How is this possible? The sudden change left Yi Tong momentarily stunned. In his memory, Zhou Kai was merely a 4th-level martial artist, one who had only advanced through the elixirs granted by Yi Tian-sei, with very little combat prowess. Thus, Zhou Kai, despite being a 4th-level martial artist, was only comparable to a 3rd level in terms of battle strength. But the Zhou Kai before him now exuded a rich, deep aura, utterly transformed from his previous self. Zhou Kai, behind me stands the young master. You should carefully consider the consequences of your actions. Regaining his composure from the shock, Yi Tong attempted to invoke Yi Tianji's name as a means of intimidation. However, he was taken aback when Zhou Kai dismissed his threats with disdain, tightening his grip instead. The excruciating pain contorted Yi Tong's face, and he could not suppress a scream. Ah! Zhou Kai, are you not afraid of punishment from the young master? At this point, Yi Tong still believed that Yi Tiange would intimidate Zhou Kai, oblivious to the growing coldness in Zhou Kai's gaze. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Zhou Kai, an ominous premonition surged within Yi Tong. Yi Lingtian's lips curved slightly as he spoke calmly. After killing you, those resources will still belong to me. At those words, Wang Shunchuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized that Yi Lingtian had no intention of sparing him. His face twisted into a vicious snarl, his eyes filled with savage hatred. Go to hell. A longsword appeared in Wang Shunchuan's hand. Gathering every last ounce of strength he had left, he thrust it straight toward Yi Lingtian's chest. Puchi! A halberd glow flashed past. Before Wang Shunchuan's sword could even touch Yi Lingtian, his head was already sent flying high into the air. Blood spraying violently from the severed neck. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a dull sound. Wang Shunchuan dead. His fall shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining Wang family members. The fear they had been suppressing completely exploded. The patriarch is dead. Run, run, as a shout rang out. The surviving members of the Wang family finally snapped back to their senses and scattered in all directions. As for the Wang family elders, they quickly gathered together and rushed toward the ancestral grounds of the Wang clan. Even if they were going to flee, they would take the resources with them or destroy them, rather than leave anything for Yi Lingtian. But in Yi Lingtian's eyes, all of this was nothing but futile struggle. With his current movement techniques, catching up to them was effortless. Whoosh! Yi Lingtian vanished from where he stood, and in an instant, he caught up to the nearest Wang family elder. Puchi! With a casual sweep of his halberd, the man's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dying utterly and completely. At this moment, Yi Lingtian was like a living Azura, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the Wang clan. Screams and wails echoed without end. The powerful cultivators watching from the outskirts showed no pity at the sight. Instead, excitement gleamed in their eyes. In the path of cultivation, the weak are prey to the strong. Scenes like this were nothing new to them. Over the years, countless factions have been wiped out by the Wang family. No one felt sympathy now. The fall of the Wang family was, instead, a grand feast for the other powers. The resources controlled by the Wang clan had now become ownerless treasures. If one could seize the Wang family's spiritual veins, it would be a perfect opportunity to rise to power. Of course, all of that was a matter for later. Whether Yi Lingtian would take over those veins was still unknown. Though they coveted them, none dared to snatch food from the tigress' mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, some of the onlooking cultivators made their move, actively joining the slaughter of the Wang family members. Over the years, the Wang clan had made countless enemies. When they were powerful, no one dared provoke them. But now, with the Wang family collapsing, this was the perfect moment to beat a drowning dog. More and more cultivators joined the massacre, their eyes bloodshot, showing no mercy toward the Wang clansmen. Kill them all. The Wang family members who had managed to escape were quickly swallowed by the crowd, meeting their deaths without exception. Daring to meddle in the affairs of my royal family, I shall ensure that you regret it for a lifetime, experiencing a fate worse than death. As a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect, Xianxia possesses an array of torturous methods, and allowing Zhou Kai to perish in such a manner is far too merciful. Xianxia intends to savor the experience. With a flick of his wrist, a black dagger materializes in Xia's hand. With a swift step, he approaches Zhou Kai's left side and plunges the dagger into his shoulder. As the blade is withdrawn, it tears away a chunk of flesh, causing blood to gush forth from the wound. The excruciating pain overwhelms Zhou Kai, his body trembling uncontrollably and his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Witnessing Zhou Kai's agony only heightens Wang Xie's excitement, a broad smile spreading across his face. At Wang Xie's signal, one of the martial artist guards steps forward to restrain Zhou Kai, while another rushes towards Yi Zian. "Miss, you must flee." But before Zhou Kai can finish his plea, Wang Xie's dagger plunges into him once more, accompanied by mocking words. "You care for others even when you can barely protect yourself. You truly are a loyal fool. I relish such tenacity. Stop. You must cease this." Although Zhou Kai does not harbor a particularly favorable impression of him, witnessing the dire fate that has befallen Zhou Kai in his effort to protect her stirs Yi Zian's compassion. However, due to her own injuries, as she attempts to channel her vital energy, she suffers a backlash, causing blood to spill from her lips and her breath to become erratic, resulting in a muffled groan of pain. Before Yi Zian can act, she is swiftly restrained by the martial artist. "Wang Xie, if you dare to harm Miss Zian, young Master Lingtian will not spare you." Another thrust of the dagger answers Zhou Kai's threat. Wang Xie scoffs. "You dare to threaten me with a cripple? I wonder where you find your audacity. Rest assured, I won't allow you to die too swiftly. It would be a shame to let such a resilient spirit perish easily." Faced with Wang Xie's maniacal gaze, a chill runs through Zhou Kai, despair etched upon his features. Glancing at the blood-soaked Zhou Kai, Wang Xie does not immediately withdraw the dagger, but strides towards Yi Zian. "This is the consequence of opposing me. Not only will this fool suffer, but your brother will not escape my wrath either." Wang Xie's expression radiates satisfaction, his murderous intent laid bare. "You dare." Upon hearing Wang Xie's intentions towards Yi Lingtian, Yi Zian is filled with rage, an intense chill emanating from within her. The cold energy coalesces into an icy blade, slicing past Wang Xie's cheek and leaving a trail of blood. Had Wang Xie's reflexes not been swift, the result would have been far more severe. Touching the wound on his face, Wang Xie's countenance twists into a snarl, his heart racing with trepidation. Wretched creature, Wang Xie delivered a sharp slap to Yi Zian, his entire being suffused with a murderous intent, and his gaze turned icy cold. In a frigid roar, he declared, "Were it not for your usefulness to the ancestor, I would ensure your demise in the most excruciating manner. You dare to harm me. I shall first extract some interest from this fellow, so you may comprehend the consequences of crossing me." Due to the injury he had sustained, Wang Xie lost interest in prolonging the encounter and resolved to eliminate Zhou Kai directly. With a swift motion, Wang Xie approached Zhou Kai, extracting the dagger embedded within him, and pressed it against his throat, turning to gaze at the distance where Yi Zian stood. "Behold, his death is entirely your doing." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Xie prepared to strike Zhou Kai down. Chapter 39. The Arrival of Yi Lingtian. Yet, as he readied to unleash his strength, a sudden chill coursed through his back, sending a shiver down his spine. An instinctual dread surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to evade, but alas, he was a step too late. In the instant he turned, a long spear came hurtling toward him, piercing through his shoulder, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. This unforeseen turn of events caught the two martial artist guards off guard, their expressions momentarily frozen in shock. Once they regained their composure, their faces paled, and they rushed toward Wang Xie. His cries of torment echoed as he twisted his face in agony, glancing down at the spear lodged in his shoulder. With a fierce roar, he demanded, Who dares to do this? I will kill you. I swear I will hunt you down." After his furious outburst, Wang Xie turned to the guards, quickly pulled his spear out. The guards, not daring to hesitate, summoned their strength and removed the black spear, causing a spray of blood to erupt. Subsequently, Wang Xie swallowed a considerable amount of healing elixirs, his pale complexion improving somewhat. His gaze darted around until he soon spotted an approaching figure. "Yi Lingtian, it is you." Upon recognizing the newcomer as Yi Lingtian, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Wang Xie. His purpose for being here today, aside from taking Yi Zian away, was to eliminate Yi Lingtian. He had initially contemplated how to provoke Yi Lingtian into action, but the moment his adversary appeared and injured him, it aligned perfectly with Wang Xie's intentions, allowing him to strike directly. Enduring the excruciating pain, he managed a cold smile and spoke, "Yi Lingtian, do not presume that being favored by the elders of the King Yuan sect grants you impunity. To dare strike at me, know that no one can save you today. His smile was laced with menace. The arrival of Yi Lingtian eased Zhou Kai's tension, though he was too gravely injured to speak. His eyes filled with hopeful expectation toward Yi Lingtian. Brother. Meanwhile, Yi Zian looked at Yi Lingtian with deep regret. She had hoped her increased strength would aid him, only to find herself a burden once more, which weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, as soon as Yi Zian lifted her gaze, Yi Lingtian's eyes fell upon her swollen cheek, and his expression immediately turned frosty. In a cold voice, he inquired, "Who did this?" As soon as Yi Lingtian's words escaped his lips, Wang Xie beside him let out a derisive laugh, taunting, "What will you do, you worthless fool? Since I am the one who strikes, not only will I defeat him, but today I shall also take your life." A boisterous laughter erupted from Wang Xie. His brows knitted with an air of provocation. Despite the injury on his shoulder, he did not believe that Yi Lingtian would dare to act against him. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Yi Lingtian raised his hand, summoning the heavenly breaking halberd, which trembled violently before breaking free from its restraints and returning to his grasp. With a swift motion, he swung it, a sharp glimmer slicing through the air, causing Wang Xie to be overwhelmed by an intense pain coursing through his body. His previous arrogance evaporating, revealing an expression of sheer agony. "Oh, my hand, my hand!" Blood splattered as Wang Xie's wails echoed in the void. With a single strike, Yi Lingtian severed one of Wang Xie's arms, his action so sudden that even the two martial guards were caught off guard. Not allowing the martial guard a moment to react, Yi Lingtian charged directly at Wang Xie. "Quick, protect young Master Wang." The expressions of the two martial guards changed drastically, and they quickly prepared to intercept Yi Lingtian. If anything were to happen to Wang Xie, their fates would not fare any better. However, Yi Lingtian's speed was too formidable. In a flash, he stood before Wang Xie, the long halberd pressed against his throat. Seeing this, the two guards halted, their steps faltering. Fear etched upon their faces as they looked towards Yi Lingtian, who did not hesitate to issue a warning. "Yi Lingtian, you would do well not to act rashly. Young Master Wang is a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect, someone you cannot afford to provoke. This matter has been decided by the higher-ups of both the Wang and Yi families. Should anything happen to young Master Wang, you will face the wrath of both clans. If you have any sense, you will release him at once." As they threatened, the two guards attempted to inch closer to Wang Xie, seeking to rescue him from Yi Lingtian's grasp. "Advance another step, and I shall take his life," Yi Lingtian warned, his resolve unwavering, applying slight pressure, causing a crimson line to appear on Wang Xie's neck. "Stop, do not move." Wang Xie, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly admonished his guards. Realizing that Yi Lingtian was indeed capable of carrying out his threat, "Yi Lingtian, what must I do to secure my release?" Wang Xie's voice, strained with agony, betrayed a sense of desperation. Internally, he seethed, vowing that once he was free, he would ensure Yi Lingtian suffered 1,000 tortures to quench his deep-seated resentment. Lowering his gaze, Wang Xie's eyes brimmed with malice, yet he dared not display even a hint of animosity towards Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian then turned his attention to the two guards. "Release them," he commanded. His reluctance to kill Wang Xie stemmed from concern for his sister and Zhou Kai's safety. As long as Wang Xie remained in his clutches, they would be shielded from harm. The martial guards exchanged hesitant glances, fully aware that Yi Zian was their only bargaining chip, and releasing them would leave them utterly vulnerable. As the two guards remained silent, Yi Lingtian exerted a slight force with his arm, driving the tip of his weapon into Wang Xie's neck. "Release her. Hurry and let her go." Wang Xie, in a state of panic, urged the two guards, desperate to avoid his demise. The martial artist guards exchanged helpless glances and eventually relented, freeing Yi Zian and Zhou Kai. Meanwhile, hidden in a corner, Yi Tong, nursing his wounds, discreetly transmitted a message. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Yi Lingtian. "Yi Lingtian, just wait. It won't be long before the young master arrives with reinforcements. Today shall be your last." Contemplating this, Yi Tong's expression brightened significantly. "We have released them. Now you can let Yi Shao go, right?" Wang Xie insisted. "Indeed, this matter was a misunderstanding. If you are willing to release me, I shall overlook this incident." Yi Lingtian, however, remained impassive, disregarding both Wang Xie and the guards. Turning his attention to the approaching Yi Zian, with genuine concern, he inquired, "Are you all right?" Yi Zian shook her head. "Brother, I'm fine. I've troubled you." Yi Lingtian similit, reassuringly. It's nothing. Even if it weren't for you, they would have still targeted me. Now, you must make your way to the back mountain. I will handle things here. In this precarious moment, the back mountain was their only sanctuary. Taitasong City was the territory of the Wang and Yi clans, and even escaping the Yi family would hold little significance, as they would inevitably be tracked down. Brother, let's go together. Yixian et presit hernori, uni link tu abandon ye Lingtian. Listen to me. They cannot harm me. I will catch up with you shortly. If we delay any longer, none will escape. Brother, please be careful. Yixian, heeding her brother's directive, refrained from further protest and departed as instructed. Chapter 40. Slaying Xianxia. Yi Lingtian produced a porcelain vial and tossed it to Yixian. This contains healing elixirs. You should take them. Upon receiving the vial, Yixian retrieved a pill and swiftly ingested it. Almost immediately, the visible wounds on her body began to heal at an astonishing rate. Subsequently, she offered a pill to Zhou Kai, whose injuries also began to mend rapidly with the elixir's aid. At the sight of those elixirs, an overwhelming greed flickered in Xia's eyes. Supreme elixirs. They are indeed of the highest quality. His incredulity was palpable as he gazed at Yi Lingtian, unable to fathom how he possessed such treasures. Meanwhile, the two martial artists beside him regarded Yi Lingtian with newfound fervor, their eyes ablaze with desire. The most astounded of all was Yi Tong, who internally exclaimed, Yi Lingtian possesses such exquisite elixirs. It seems the young master's suspicions were correct. This lad has indeed encountered great fortune. How splendid! If I can capture Yi Lingtian, it will be a significant achievement, and I shall reap immense rewards. With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept across Yi Tong's face. During Yi Tong's contemplation, the recovering Yixian and her companions did not linger, but hastened towards the rear mountains. Although Xianxia felt a pang of reluctance, he dared not make any move at that moment, resigned to watching Yixian vanish from his sight. Yi Lingtian, how futile your efforts are. Your sister has caught the attention of my family's ancestor. Even if she escapes into the mountains, she stands no chance against their might. I advise you to refrain from pointless struggles. Behind me stands the Wanmo sect, a force you cannot afford to offend. Despite Yixian's escape, Xianxia maintained an air of assured dominance, as if everything remained within his control. He believed that he still held the upper hand. Though Yi Lingtian seemed to have the advantage for now, he would surely not dare to act against him. Ye tong iquit vank, ji say sentiments. Indeed, Wang Xiao speaks the truth. Yi Lingtian, cease your futile resistance. A waste should accept their fate. Allowing your sister to marry into the Wang family is the wisest choice. With a chilling smile, Yi Lingtian faced the two, his expression radiating an unsettling coldness. What makes you think I would hesitate to kill you? At this, Xia's pupils constricted sharply, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced by a surge of fear. From Yi Lingtian emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, his icy gaze suggesting he was indeed capable of taking lethal action. Yi Lingtian, do not act rashly. If anything were to happen to me, not only would you perish, but your sister would also bear the consequences. Xia did not forget to threaten, simultaneously channeling his true energy, prepared to retaliate at the slightest provocation from Yi Lingtian. Ye tong chaimin, Yi Lingtian, jise yor obsitinaji. Is not too late to back down. Xia is not someone you can contend with. Enough. Before Yi Tong could finish his words, Yi Lingtian raised a finger and unleashed a surge of true energy, piercing through Yi Tong's body and causing blood to spurt from the wound. Yi Tong let out a piercing scream, his expression turning ghastly, eyes wide with shock. True energy? How is this possible for you? No, your cultivation. His voice became shrill, realization dawning upon him that Yi Lingtian possessed the strength of a 9th-tier warrior. However, before he could utter another word, Yi Tong's eyes lost their luster, and he fell silent. Yi Tong was dead. Yi Lingtian harbored no sentiment for the Yi family, and given that this man sought his demise, he showed no mercy. Xia was equally taken aback by Yi Lingtian's ruthless display. The members of the Yi family killed without hesitation, elevating his sense of crisis to an unprecedented level. Internally, he repeatedly questioned, what is happening? Wasn't it said that Yi Lingtian was a waste with a ruined Dantian? How does he possess the cultivation of a 9th-tier warrior? Damn it all. Xia realized that he had encountered a formidable opponent, one that could potentially cost him his life, and an immediate sense of urgency engulfed him. Before he could devise a countermeasure, he felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, he glanced up at Lingtian and spoke in a grave tone. Lingtian, my ancestral elder is on the verge of a breakthrough. Killing me would bring you no advantage. Reluctantly invoking the name of the Wang family as elder, he hoped to preserve his own existence. Yet, Lingtian merely smirked. I've already slain Wang Qing. What is one more? Wang Xia's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The revelation of this information indicated that the adversary intended to eliminate him, to silence any witnesses. In that moment of realization, Wang Xia fervently ignited his blood essence. Feeling his strength surge, attack, he bellowed, directing his remaining hand towards Lingtian, while his two martial guard companions sprang into action at his command. Wang Xia's palm strike was imbued with tremendous force, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy and creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. However, before he could make contact, a spear pierced through his neck, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain, and his formidable aura swiftly dissipated like receding tides. You with his neck pierced, Wang Xia found himself unable to utter a word. Lingtian, expressionless, casually delivered a swift strike that severed Wang Xia's body, leaving the two guards in shock. No third young master. As they regained their senses, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Xia had been slain, and their only option now was to eliminate Lingtian, which might afford them a chance at redemption. Brat, you will die. The two martial guards, their faces contorted with rage, charged towards Lingtian, weapons drawn. The air filled with the deafening sound of slicing through space. As they approached, Lingtian effortlessly swung his spear, meeting their weapons with a resounding clash. The moment their weapons collided, the guards' faces paled, overwhelmed by an immense force that caused their hands to tremble violently, their grips faltering. The sheer impact sent their internal energies spiraling, leaving them disoriented and gasping. They staggered backward for several paces, barely managing to regain their composure. Eyes wide with terror as they regarded Lingtian. What a terrifying presence. The two martial guards were shaken. Lingtian's casual strike possessed the strength of tens of thousands of pounds, a physical prowess that could only be described as monstrous. If he were to unleash his full might, just how formidable would he be? Chapter Kurpir, Yetianj Ardivis. In that moment, both guards felt the inclination to retreat. Their immediate goal was to survive. If they could relay the news back, there might still be an opportunity for atonement. Lingtian, do not revel in your triumph. We can see that your strength is indeed formidable, yet offending the Wang family leaves you with but one path, a certain demise. The Yi family will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Await your fate. This matter is far from concluded. As the threatening words fell, the two martial artists turned and fled without hesitation, channeling their utmost speed. Did I permit your escape? Just as they had not ventured far, the voice of Lingtian echoed in their ears. They hastily turned to behold him advancing towards them. How is this possible? Why is your speed so extraordinary? The two martial artists were struck with dread. Lingtian's movements were astonishingly elusive, closing the distance between them in mere breaths. Cursed be this fate. With no avenue for escape, they resolved to confront him head-on. Exchanging glances filled with determination, they launched their assault upon Lingtian. With a swift motion, Lingtian summoned the Breaking Heaven Halberd, targeting the nearest martial artist without the use of any martial techniques, relying solely on the raw power of his physique. Lingtian's single-arm strength approached 40,000 pounds, complemented by the immense weight of the halberd, wielding a terrifying might despite the absence of any combat techniques. The targeted martial artist, caught unawares, raised his weapon to defend, convinced that even if Lingtian was powerful, he could not easily overpower him. Yet, the moment their weapons clashed, his eyes widened, and terror seized him. Retreat was no longer an option. Crash! His weapon was sent flying, and his arm twisted grotesquely. The protective energy he summoned was rendered ineffective before the might of the Breaking Heaven Halberd. With a sickening thrust, the halberd pierced his body. The martial artist emitted a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from his mouth as his life force ebbed away. Withdrawing the halberd, Lingtian watched as the body collapsed, struggling briefly before succumbing to silence. Is he dead? The remaining martial artist was engulfed in terror. That was a formidable martial artist, slain by a mere practitioner with a single strike, a staggering visual impact. No, I cannot perish here. Facing the imminent threat of death, the surviving martial artist recklessly ignited his essence, disregarding any consequences. Survival was paramount. Yet before Lingtian, all resistance was futile. Before he could escape far, his path was obstructed. Thud. No, spirme. I'm willing to submit to you. As Lingtian approached, the martial artist felt his will to resist evaporate. He fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Lingtian, however, remained impassive, raising the breaking heaven halberd to sever the wretch's neck. No, please don't. Thud. With a single strike, the martial artist's corpse was severed. Just as Lingtian prepared to survey the battlefield, several piercing sounds sliced through the air from behind. He turned to follow the sound and soon beheld Yi Tiangu approaching with several elders from the Yi family. Upon witnessing the corpses strewn across the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Xia? Yi Tiangu exclaimed in shock as he quickly spotted Wang Xia not far away. The remaining elders of the Wang family also turned pale. Wang Xia was the third son of the Wang family and a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect. His death within the Yi family could lead to unimaginable consequences if not handled appropriately. Lingtian, you possess tremendous audacity to dare slay Wang Xia. Yi Tiangu scolded angrily, a murderous intent swirling in his gaze. Young master, Yitong has perished, one elder hastily informed Yi Tiangu upon discovering Yitong's body. Following the elder's gesture, Yi Tianji's countenance darkened further as he laid eyes on Yitong's remains. Well. Killing Wang Xia is one thing, but to turn against one's own kin is utterly despicable. Such a heartless fiend must not be allowed to live. Lingtian, I truly did not anticipate your ruthlessness. Your actions are no different from those of a demonic cultivator. Today, I shall cleanse the family and eradicate you, this heinous criminal. Yi Tiangu declared with an air of authority, branding Lingtian as a demonic cultivator. Thus, even if he were to execute Lingtian here, Mu Tianchen would not dare voice any objections. Lingtian scoffed coldly, retorting, hypocrites like you, Yi Tiangu, are all too aware of your own sordid deeds. You need not cast aspersions upon me, as it merely highlights your own inadequacy. At this scornful remark, Yi Tianji's demeanor grew icy. What qualifications do you, a mere waste with a destroyed Dantian, have to mock the young master? You are merely indulging in empty bravado. If I am a waste, then what does that make you? Lingtian countered, no longer concealing his cultivation. The undeniable aura of a 9th-level martial artist radiated from him. Your Dantian has recovered? Yi Tiangu gasped in disbelief, unable to restrain his emotions upon sensing Lingtian's power. The elders around them were equally astonished. How is this possible? Wasn't his Dantian already destroyed? How could it have been restored? It was utterly inconceivable. Not only had his Dantian been restored, but his strength had also surged dramatically. He must have encountered an extraordinary fortune. Could it be that Yi Wudi left behind something for this lad, enabling him to repair his Dantian? At this suggestion, the elder's eyes sharpened with intrigue, realizing the likelihood of this possibility. Yi Wudi had once been the strongest prodigy of the Yi family, and had even joined the holy sect. Leaving behind some treasures would not be surprising. Yi Tianji's expression morphed into one of avarice. If he could capture Lingtian, all of those treasures would belong to him. Anything capable of enhancing Lingtian's strength so significantly within a short span of time must be extraordinary indeed. Calming his agitated emotions, Yi Tianj spoke once more. Lingtian, even if your Dantian has recovered, what does it matter? Today, you cannot escape death. Be sensible and hand over the item. It will spare you some suffering. Not only do I wish for your demise, but your sister shall not survive either. To speak frankly, the patriarch of the Wang family has a penchant for devouring the blood of young maidens, and your sister will soon join you. It's a journey for the two brothers, after all. A hearty laugh erupted from Yi Tianj, his countenance radiating arrogance. At the moment Yi Tianj uttered these words, Lingtian's gaze turned icy, his aura continuously rising, regarding Yi Tianj as one would a corpse. Chapter 42. Displaying great power. What? You wish to kill me? Meeting Lingtian's eyes, Yi Tianj showed no sign of fear, instead wearing a provocative expression. I concede that your strength is commendable, but you're ultimately just a martial artist. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive? Though he mocked Lingtian, Yi Tianj prudently took a step back, sheltering himself behind a group of elders. The elders accompanying him were predominantly from Yi Tianj's faction, the most formidable among them being a 6th-level martial master, whom Yi Tianj deemed more than capable of dealing with Lingtian. Go ahead, kill him. Without allowing Yi Lingtian a chance to respond, Yi Tianj swiftly issued the command. "Leave this to me," a gray-robed elder volunteered. Yi Lingtian was no stranger to this individual. He was the fifth elder of the Yi family, possessing a fourth-level martial mastery, and his strength was considered above average within the family. "Yi Lingtian, cease your futile struggles. Surrender quietly, and you may suffer less." The fifth elder approached Yi Lingtian with a cold smirk. Yi Lingtian casually sheathed his weapon, the sky-piercing halberd, and propelled himself towards the fifth elder, swinging his fist at him. "Overestimating yourself. A mere martial artist dares to strike at me? What an absurdity!" The fifth elder's eyes narrowed with intensity, without a moment's hesitation. He raised his hand to counter, summoning a gale in the process. Unbeknownst to the fifth elder, Yi Lingtian's seemingly ordinary punch was far from simple. It employed the profound martial technique, Heavenly Gang Fist. As their fists collided, the fifth elder's expression shifted dramatically, terror flashing in his eyes. With a splatter, blood erupted from the fifth elder's mouth, the tremendous force sending him flying, his arm bones shattering instantly, and numerous meridians within him fracturing as well. Boom! Boom! Wherever the fifth elder traversed, ancient trees splintered. It took a considerable amount of time for him to stabilize his form, his robe soaked in blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. A piercing scream echoed in the ears of those present. This sudden turn of events left Yi Tianj and the others astounded. The fifth elder, a martial master, could not withstand even a single strike from Yi Lingtian. This scene was utterly unfathomable. How is your strength so formidable? Yi Tianj's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Lingtian, desperately seeking an answer from him. Yi Lingtian flashed a smile, declaring, "The dead need not concern themselves with such matters." At these words, Yi Tianj's pupils constricted. He could discern that Yi Lingtian was not jesting and genuinely intended to kill him. Casting a glance at the semi-conscious fifth elder, Yi Lingtian's heart sank. As a martial master, the fifth elder was no match for him, and he doubted his ability to subdue him. "To kill me is no simple task. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" Yi Tianj growled menacingly, then turned to the other elders beside him. "Quickly, let us strike together. If he remains alive, we shall surely perish. He must not be allowed to leave this place." In truth, the other elders understood this without needing Yi Tianj's urging. After all, their arrangement to marry Yi Zian to the Wang family had driven the siblings Yi Lingtian and Yi Zian to the brink. The enmity between the two parties had long since become irreconcilable, and Yi Lingtian's displayed talent posed a significant threat to them. To ensure their own survival, Yi Lingtian had to die. "Yi Lingtian, I shall come to end your life," the second elder of the Yi family shouted, brandishing his weapon as he charged at Yi Lingtian. Observing this, the other elders also unleashed their true energy, converging to launch an assault on Yi Lingtian. Yi Tianj stood at a distance, silently witnessing the scene, murmuring, "Yi Lingtian, this time you are doomed." The elders swiftly encircled Yi Tianj, who remained unmoving, seemingly unprepared to draw his weapon. "Arrogant fool," the second elder bellowed. His weapon, a long sword, was wielded with the knowledge that Yi Lingtian possessed extraordinary combat prowess. Thus he unleashed his martial techniques from the outset. Coupled with his cultivation at the 6th level of martial mastery, the second elder's assault was magnificent, the sword slicing through the air with a fury that echoed with explosive sounds. The other elders, witnessing this, did not hold back either, each employing their ultimate techniques in a desperate bid to eliminate Yi Lingtian. In the face of their onslaught, Yi Lingtian showed no sign of panic. He simply swung his fist to meet them head-on. In an instant, the forces collided, and the anticipated splatter of blood did not materialize. Yi Lingtian's fists, akin to divine weapons, effortlessly deflected their attacks. The long sword struck against Yi Lingtian's fists, inflicting no damage, leaving only faint white scratches. Curse it! What manner of monster is this? How can his physical strength be so terrifying? The exclamations echoed, and the second elder's expression grew grave. Yi Lingtian's physicality imposed immense pressure upon him. Beyond the formidable defensive capabilities of his flesh, the sheer force of Yi Lingtian was astonishing. After only a few exchanges, the second elder felt his arm trembling. The recoil was overwhelming, causing a surge of blood and qi within him. Had he not managed to suppress it in time, he might have spat out blood uncontrollably. Originally resolute, Yi Tianj found himself unsettled as he observed Yi Lingtian engaging fiercely with the elders, showing no signs of faltering. What on earth is happening? Yi Tian's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, his eyes glinting with palpable malice, fixated on the tumultuous battle unfolding before him. After several exchanges, Yi Lingtian grew ever more formidable, delivering a powerful punch that sent the second elder staggering back several paces. With a swift motion, he pointed at the elder to his left, transforming his finger into a lethal blade that pierced through the elder's chest, blood gushing from the wound. A scream of agony erupted from the elder, panic etched across his face. "No, please don't kill me." The impending sense of mortality engulfed, instilling fear that disrupted his composure. Instead of formulating a defense, he instinctively begged for mercy. Yet, Yi Lingtian paid no heed to the elder's pleas, swiftly piercing his finger through the elder's brow, eradicating his spirit in an instant. In the aftermath, the elder's eyes dulled, vitality draining away like a receding tide, his body collapsing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. "Yi Lingtian, you shall pay for this. You wretched beast, how dare you slaughter your own kin?" The furious shouts echoed, as it seemed to Yi Tian and the others that Yi Lingtian's demise was a foregone conclusion. Should he dare to strike against anyone else, it would be deemed unforgivable. In the face of their wrath, a smirk curled at the corners of Yi Lingtian's lips. "Do not fret, your turn shall come soon." With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward, creating a deep crater in the ground as fissures rapidly spread outwards. Utilizing this recoil, he swiftly positioned himself behind the second elder. Chapter 43. The Clear Wind Sword Technique. The second elder sensed the imminent danger and felt a chill run down his spine as an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him. With no time to ponder, he unleashed his most potent attack. At that moment, armed with the breaking heaven halberd, Yi Lingtian advanced rather than retreating, ready to confront the oncoming sword head-on. A thunderous clash resounded as their weapons met, the second elder's expression shifting dramatically to one of sheer terror. His sword was deflected, yet the momentum of the breaking heaven halberd surged forth, striking him squarely in the chest. How is this possible? The moment the words escaped the elder's lips, he was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from the grievous wound inflicted by the halberd. As his body crashed to the ground, the second elder let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood pouring from his mouth, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Yi Tian and the remaining two elders were left utterly dumbfounded. The second elder, being the strongest among them, should have been able to suppress Yi Lingtian, even if he could not defeat him quickly. Yet, after merely 2 exchanges, the second elder was left gravely injured, completely devoid of combat capability, with his life hinging solely on Yi Lingtian's whim. This outcome was unbearable for Yi Tian. "How can this be? You are merely a warrior. How do you possess such formidable strength?" Yi Tian's demeanor was one of madness. His face twisted with resentment as he glared at Yi Lingtian. "Young master, we must flee. With the second elder defeated, we stand no chance against Yi Lingtian. If we linger here any longer, we may indeed perish today," one elder whispered urgently. A shiver coursed through Yi Tian, and he quickly regained his composure. He nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, we must leave at once and find others to deal with this fiend later." With that, Yi Tian disregarded the fallen second elder and turned to escape, desperate to put distance between himself and the threat. Witnessing this, the second elder felt a profound despair. He had fought valiantly to protect Yi Tian, only to be cast aside without a second thought. A flicker of hatred ignited within him. However, his animosity towards Yi Lingtian was even more intense. Though gravely wounded, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he mocked, "Yi Lingtian, it is not too late to admit your mistakes. If you persist in your obstinacy, even Mu Tianqing himself could not save you. Surrender your possessions and cripple your own cultivation as an apology to this elder, and I may grant you your life." As the second elder uttered these words, it seemed he was bestowing a great favor upon Yi Lingtian. Yet, the response came in the form of the sky-breaking halberd wielded by Yi Lingtian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare to kill me?" Initially, the second elder assumed that Yi Lingtian had refrained from delivering a fatal blow out of respect for his standing within the Yi family, which emboldened him to threaten back. Little did he expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingtian would strike mercilessly. "Yi Lingtian, the family head will not let you go," he managed to croak out before falling silent forever. Yi Tian and the others had not ventured far when they instinctively sensed Yi Lingtian's actions. Damn it, he's gone mad. Upon witnessing the second elder's demise, Yi Tian was gripped by genuine fear. He had no doubt that should Yi Lingtian catch up to him, he would meet the same fate. A lunatic, he is a lunatic. The other two elders were equally terrified. Confronted with the specter of death, none could maintain their composure. Now, they cursed their own legs for not moving faster. In a desperate bid for survival, they employed every means at their disposal, striving to escape this perilous zone. However, the speed of Yi Tange and his companions paled in comparison to Yi Lingtian's. Within mere moments, the distance between them shrank to less than 10 paces. They could hear the ominous sound of the air being sliced behind them. Yi Tange exclaimed, "Yi Lingtian, do not persist in your mistakes. If anything were to happen to me today, you and your sister would face certain doom. Depart now, and I shall not impede you. Let us treat today as if it never occurred." Yi Tange, once so defiant, now only yearned for survival, regretting having provoked Yi Lingtian. Yet, Yi Lingtian regarded his words with indifference. He knew too well the temperament of his adversary. In this precarious situation, yielding was essential, for any opportunity would surely be seized to bring about his demise. Having reached this juncture, there could be no room for mercy. Years of compromise had only emboldened the audacity of Yi Tange and his father. Thus, regardless of Yi Tange's protests, Yi Lingtian would not relent today. "No, Yi Lingtian, you cannot kill me. I was wrong. Please spare me this once for the sake of our kinship." Cornered by Yi Lingtian, Yi Tange's face was a portrait of terror. His once haughty demeanor diminished to that of a lost dog. A cold smile crept upon Yi Lingtian's lips as he replied, "You do not regret your actions. You merely fear for your life. Are you truly intent on exterminating me?" Yi Tange's complexion soured as his thoughts were laid bare by Yi Lingtian, yet he forced down his anger. "If you spare me, the position of the young master of the Yi family shall be yours, along with compensation." As he spoke, Yi Tange slowly reached for his waist, a glint of cold ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Upon grasping the black dagger, a spiritual weapon he had procured at great expense, Yi Tange channeled his energy into his left arm and hurled the dagger toward Yi Lingtian. Though a first-tier spiritual weapon, it was capable of breaching the defenses of a martial artist, especially when launched in a surprise attack. Thus, Yi Tange was confident that even if he could not slay Yi Lingtian, he could at least inflict serious injury. Clang! However, before Yi Tange could revel in his victory, Yi Lingtian effortlessly deflected the dagger with his void glaive. Yi Tange's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily ignited his vital blood, swinging his longsword once more at Yi Lingtian. Yet, this time, Yi Lingtian did not grant him the opportunity. He swiftly closed the distance and thrust his glaive forward. "No, please." At the critical moment, Yi Tange managed to evade Yi Lingtian's lethal strike by a mere tilt of his body. But even so, he lost an arm in the process. Chapter 44. The Turn of Events. The excruciating pain contorted Yi Tange's face as he gazed at his severed arm on the ground, but within him, a greater fury brewed. My hand. Although it is said that for cultivators, reaching a certain realm allows them to regenerate severed limbs, the requirements are exceedingly stringent, far beyond what Yi Tange is capable of achieving. Losing an arm will undoubtedly diminish Yi Tange's strength significantly, even if he manages to survive by some stroke of luck. Attaining any substantial accomplishments in the future will be exceedingly difficult. Yi Lingtian, you shall pay for this. You shall pay dearly. Yi Tange's expression was frenzied, his eyes burning with a ravenous desire to devour Yi Lingtian whole. "Young master, we must flee." The other two elders rushed forward, prepared to assist Yi Tange in escaping this dire situation. Though filled with rage, Yi Tange recognized that this was not the time for impulsive actions, and thus he suppressed his injuries to continue running. As he fled, he did not forget to issue a threat. "Yi Lingtian, I have already sent word from this place. My father will return shortly, and you are doomed today." After threatening Yi Lingtian, Yi Tange retrieved a red pill from his storage ring and consumed it, feeling his aura surge dramatically, which significantly enhanced his speed. However, despite the increase in cultivation from the pill, he still could not gain an advantage, as the distance between them continued to close, and being caught was merely a matter of time. "No, I cannot die." Yi Tange was in a state of desperation, frantically searching his mind for a solution. After a moment, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Quick, to the ancestral grounds. As long as we can reach the ancestral grounds, we'll be safe." At the mention of the ancestral grounds, hope flickered across the faces of the two elders, who had previously appeared despondent. "Yes, to the ancestral grounds. As long as the ancestor intervenes, he will surely slay this vile creature. The ancestral grounds of the Yi family is where the clan's elder resides, in seclusion. The elder, being a half-step martial sovereign and a member of Yi Tian's lineage, would undoubtedly not allow him to be slain by Yi Lingtian. The ancestral ground were not particularly far from the back mountain. Yi Tian and the two elders pushed forward with all their might, fueled by their burning essence. Drawing ever closer to safety, Yi Lingtian discerned their intentions, a serious expression crossing his face. Given Yi Lingtian's current strength, even with all his effort, he could not contend with a half-step martial sovereign. As he watched the three enter the ancestral grounds, he ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. Recklessly chasing after them could cost him dearly. "Ancestor, save me." As Yi Tian rushed into the ancestral grounds, he cried out loudly, with the two elders echoing his plea. "We implore you, Ancestor, take action and eliminate this madman Yi Lingtian to eradicate the threat to our Yi family." They expected that such a call would surely prompt the elder in seclusion to respond. Yet after waiting for considerable time, there was no sign of any reaction. What is happening? Why is the ancestor not responding? Seeing Yi Tian in a state of anxiety, one of the elders remarked, "The ancestor must be in a critical period of seclusion, unable to respond. But do not worry, that young man has already departed." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian quickly turned back to look, and indeed, he found that Yi Lingtian had ceased his pursuit, disappearing from sight after a few swift movements. Upon realizing he had escaped danger, Yi Tian instantly exhaled a long sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. However, as soon as he relaxed, an excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, contorting his face in agony. The side effects of the elixir he had consumed now erupted alongside his injuries, rendering Yi Tian in unbearable torment. His cries of anguish echoed incessantly as he writhed upon ground. Tian, are you all right?" The two elders, witnessing his distress, hurried to lift him up and offered him several healing elixirs. With the aid of the potions, the pain subsided somewhat, and his complexion improved significantly. Once his breath steadied, Yi Tian cast a glance at his empty left arm, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Yi Lingtian, I swear I will not rest until you are dead." However, no sooner had he uttered these words than he spat out a mouthful of blood, his pallor deepening. "Tian, the loss of your arm is not entirely insurmountable. The priority now is to stabilize your condition and prevent any lingering ailments," one elder advised. "Indeed, patience is crucial. We must not allow ourselves to be thrown into disarray at such a critical moment." Under the elders' counsel, Yi Tian was compelled to temporarily suppress his fury and focus entirely on recuperating. Meanwhile, after eliminating Xianxia and the two elders of the Yi family, Yi Lingtian found himself with no path of retreat. It would not be long before word of his deeds spread throughout Taikang City, and he would inevitably face the wrath of two powerful families. Yet, Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, as he had no intention of lingering in Taikang City for long. His primary objective was to reunite with Yi Xian. Yi Lingtian moved swiftly, wielding the breaking sky spear as he plunged into the rear mountains. However, upon entry, he sensed something amiss. This area had clearly been purged by him. Yet upon surveying the surroundings, he observed an increase in the number of ferocious beasts. Not long into his search, he stumbled upon several beast carcasses, and from the lingering chill in the air, it was evident that Yi Xian had been involved. Damn it. It seems that numerous beasts have escaped from that mountain range these past 2 days. I must locate Xian at once. Yi Lingtian quickened his pace, soon reaching the outskirts of the 100 Broken Mountains, yet still found no sign of Yi Xian. A look of concern clouded his face. Within the soul-severing mountains, the beasts roamed unchecked, and given the strength of Yi Xian and Zhou Kai, venturing there would surely spell disaster. With no time to spare, Yi Lingtian hastened his pursuit, following the residual traces of energy. After nearly an incense stick's worth of time, he located Zhou Kai, though the latter was now unconscious, surrounded by numerous beast corpses. The wounds on those carcasses indicated they had been slain with a single strike, one of which belonged to a beast of the martial sovereign level. It was precisely this formidable beast that had deterred others from approaching the area. Though the creature had been vanquished, its presence still lingered. Yi Lingtian rushed toward Zhou Kai. "Wake up, wake up!" As Yi Lingtian gently swayed, Zhou Kai gradually awakened. "Where is Xian? Where has she gone?" "Yi, young master, Miss Xian has been taken away." "By whom? What exactly transpired?" Yi Lingtian pressed urgently, the intensity of his emotions inadvertently causing his grip to tighten. Ye young master. The situation unfolded as follows. We fled to the 100 Break Mountains, but shortly after our arrival, we were targeted by ferocious beasts. Both Miss Xian and I were overpowered, and in a critical moment, an elderly woman appeared, effortlessly slaying the beasts. Subsequently, she expressed her desire to take Miss Xian as her disciple. When Miss Xian declined, the elderly woman threatened her by stating that if she did not comply, she would take your life. Through Zhou Kai's narration, Lingtian began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chapter 45, Conspiracy. Miss Yi Xian possessed the mysterious Yin body, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of the elderly woman, prompting her to seek Xian as a disciple. This could be seen as a fortuitous opportunity for Yi Xian, considering the perilous circumstances surrounding her association with Yi Lingtian. With a powerful protector, Xian's safety could be assured. However, the elderly woman's approach to taking on a disciple greatly unsettled Yi Lingtian. Once he had calmed his emotions, Yi Lingtian inquired once more, "Did Xian leave any message? Are you aware of the identity of that woman?" Zhou Kai quickly replied. When Miss Xian departed, she specifically requested her master to ensure your safety, and she asked me to convey that she would return to seek you once she has achieved her training. As for the identity of the woman, I do not have extensive knowledge, but she did mention a sect called the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect? Ye Lingtian's pupils constricted soudainly. In the realm of Tian Yuan continent, the most formidable powers were often associated with various sects, and the presence of the Immortal Sect indicated ties to a higher realm. Nevertheless, pondering further was futile. He needed to devise a strategy to confront the immediate predicament. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Lingtian had been oblivious to the elderly woman's presence, and although she assured Yi Xian of his safety, it was likely a mere verbal assurance. Yet, he had no intention of relying on her. He preferred to grasp his fate firmly in his own hands. Casting a glance at the surrounding carcasses of the ferocious beasts, Yi Lingtian turned to Zhou Kai. "See if there is anything you find useful among these remains. If so, gather it all." "Thank you, young master." Zhou Kai's face lit up with joy. The bodies of these beasts were invaluable treasures, and if utilized properly, they could enhance his cultivation. In no time, Zhou Kai had cleared the area of the beast carcasses, his expression one of satisfaction. "Young master, what shall we do next?" Since the demise of Xianxia, Zhou Kai understood that there was no turning back. They were now faced with the impending retaliation of the Wang family. The only course of action available to him was to cling tightly to Yi Lingtian, for this was his sole opportunity for survival. Regarding Zhou Kai's performance, Yi Lingtian was quite satisfied. Although there were certain factors related to the soul, his willingness to fight fiercely in critical moments was a testament to his loyalty. However, in the days to come, Yi Lingtian could not continue to accompany Zhou Kai, as he would inevitably become the target of relentless pursuers. "You should leave this place immediately and head directly to King Yun's sect. I will soon follow to participate in the assessment. Although your age prevents you from taking the exam, as long as you remain within the territory of King Yun's sect, the Wang and Yi families will not dare to act rashly." "Young Master Yi, what will you do once I leave?" Though departing now would ensure his safety, Zhou Kai still wished to accompany Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. "I have my own plans. You need only ensure your own safety." With that, Yi Lingtian produced 2 soul tokens from his robe, a low-grade movement technique, Spirit Serpent Steps, and a low-grade martial skill, Soul Severing Palm. "Take these and keep them safe. Your progress will depend on your own abilities. Leave quickly while you still can." Receiving the tokens, Zhou Kai was overwhelmed with gratitude and quickly assured, "Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. You should leave alone. It is far too dangerous for you to remain here." Elder Mu has not yet departed, and with his assistance, the Yi family would not dare to harm you. Yi Lingtian again waved his hand. "I have my own plans. You must simply depart." "Very well, young Master Yi, take care." Zhou Kai offered a respectful bow before turning to leave. The surrounding ferocious beasts had largely been eradicated, thus retracing his steps posed little danger. Once Zhou Kai had departed, Yi Lingtian did not linger in the mountains, but instead altered his course towards Taiyakang City. Since Yi Tianj and the others were still alive, they would likely believe he had taken refuge in the mountains. In such times, acting contrary to expectations could work to his advantage. To ensure his anonymity, Yi Lingtian deliberately altered his appearance and soon entered Taiyakang City. At the Yi family residence, Yi Xiong hurried back after receiving a message from Yi Tianj, where the high-ranking members of the Yi family had gathered. Upon seeing Yi Tianj, who had lost an arm, Yi Xiong's eyes reddened. filled with a palpable aura of murderous intent. Tianj, what happened? Who did this? Facing his enraged father, Yi Tianj gritted his teeth and replied, Father, it was that wretched Yi Lingtian who did this. Xianxia has also been killed by him. What? Xianxia is dead? Yi Xiong's expression shifted dramatically. The death of Xianxia within the Yi family was far from a trivial matter. While they were unafraid of the Wang family, the Wanmo sect behind Xianxia was not to be trifled with. They were a band of madmen. That accursed wretch, Yi Lingtian, I shall make him wish for death. And the second elder? Why is he not present? Yi Xiong recalled that several elders had accompanied Yi Tianj, yet now only 2 remained, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. The second elder was killed by Yi Lingtian. Boom! Upon receiving this news, Yi Xiong felt as though his mind had been struck by a thunderous explosion. Disbelief etched across his face. Impossible! This cannot be true. Yi Lingtian is merely a body cultivator, while the second elder is a formidable martial artist. How could he have fallen at his hands? Father, we have all been deceived. Yi Lingtian is not just a body cultivator. His Dantian has also been restored. Yi Tiangu swiftly recounted the sequence of events. Yi Wu Di, Yi Lingtian, you both deserve to perish. Gasping for breath, Yi Xiong's fury reached its zenith, his fists clenched tightly. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Through gritted teeth, he declared, if Yi Lingtian's Dantian has indeed been restored, it must be a contingency left by Yi Wu Di. We must eradicate this threat completely. We cannot allow that little wretch to flourish. Yi Xiong turned to an elderly figure clad in white beside him. Elder 8, you must personally visit the Wang family and convey the entirety of what has transpired here. They must be involved in this matter. Rest assured, Master, I shall attend to it immediately. Elder 8 responded before promptly departing. Once Elder 8 had left, Yi Xiong's expression shifted between turmoil and determination, ultimately settling into a resolute demeanor. In a deep voice, he stated, let us go and consult the ancestor. At these words, the great elder's countenance shifted in surprise. He quickly interjected, Master, to disturb the ancestor over a mere Yi Lingtian seems rather excessive. Moreover, the ancestor is currently in seclusion. If we were to intrude without caution, it may lead to his displeasure. Yi Xiong's expression fluctuated, but he eventually exhaled a resigned sigh. Very well, since the great elder has advised against it, we shall refrain from informing the ancestor for now. Gather the Yi family disciples and send them into the mountains to search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find Yi Lingtian. Chapter 46, Darkness Beneath the Lamp. With this command, the elders of the Yi family dared not delay, swiftly organizing the talented members of the clan to venture into the rear mountains in search of Yi Lingtian's whereabouts. Once they departed, Yi Xiong brought Yi Tiangu to his residence and presented him with a red spiritual mushroom. Tian, this is the blood-red mushroom. While it cannot restore your severed arm, it will replenish some of your vitality, aiding your recovery. Do not worry, I will find a way to help you regain your arm. Once we capture that little wretch, I will hand him over to you for retribution. Thank you, Father. Though the loss of his arm was an undeniable reality that weighed heavily on his heart, Yi Tiangu gradually accepted this fate, his mind now consumed with the desire for vengeance. Very well, focus on your healing. I shall handle the matters ahead. As he spoke, Yi Xiong prepared to leave. Father, wait. Yi Tiangu unexpectedly called out to Yi Xiong. Tian, is there something else? Yi Viong inwided, puzzled. Father. With the Yi family making such a grand effort to locate Yi Lingtian, Elder Mu will likely have difficulty explaining himself, especially since he places significant value on that wretch. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiong laughed heartily, assuring, rest assured, Elder Mu has already departed from Taikang City. Moreover, this incident was initiated by Yi Lingtian. Even if Elder Mu were to learn of it, it would be of no consequence. If Elder Mu truly held Yi Lingtian in such regard, he would have taken him away long ago. Yi Tianj pondered this and found it reasonable, thus choosing not to dwell on it further. Very well, Father, do exercise caution. Yi Lingtian's strength is formidable, and you must not underestimate him. Do not worry. I shall know how to navigate this, Yi Xiong replied. After Yi Xiong's departure, Yi Tianj promptly consumed the crimson blood spear herb, his pale complexion noticeably regaining some color. Meanwhile, on Shun Chuan's side, having just returned to the Wang family with several elders, he was soon confronted by the 8th elder of the Yi family, bearing grave news. What did you say? Sheer is dead? Wang Shun Chuan suddenly stood, his countenance dark and foreboding, his gaze fixated on the eighth elder below in the great hall. His eyes aflame with a ferocity that seemed capable of devouring the elder whole. At that moment, Wang Shunchuan resembled a frenzied beast, his eyes bloodshot, on the verge of an explosive outburst. Who is it? Who killed my son? The chilling words escaped Wang Shunchuan's lips, resonating like the low growl of a malevolent spirit, plunging the hall into an oppressive silence. Under the weight of Wang Shunchuan's maddened gaze, the eighth elder felt a surge of fear, daring not to hesitate as he swiftly relayed the events concerning the Yi family. What? You claim that Xi'er was slain by Lingtian? How is that possible? Although Lingtian possesses commendable combat prowess, Xi'er had martial master protectors. How could he possibly be a match for him? Wang Shunchuan's initial reaction was disbelief, suspecting the eighth elder was deceiving him. And a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Wang family master, this matter is unequivocally true. That young man has already restored his Dantian, and even my second elder was slain by him. Furthermore, our young master has lost an arm in this encounter. Had he not fled swiftly, he too would have met the same fate as young Master Wang Qi. At the eighth elder's words, silence enveloped the hall. Shock etched on the faces of the Wang family's senior members. After a moment of silence, one elder could no longer contain his astonishment. This cannot be. Even if Lingtian's talent is extraordinary, he could not have become so powerful in such a short time. Indeed, this matter must be addressed, the eighth elder insisted. Although Wang Shunchuan remained silent, it was evident he found it hard to accept the eighth elder's claims, as they were utterly preposterous. Wang family master, I would not resort to deception regarding this matter. The Yi family is currently searching for Lingtian. My purpose in coming here is to seek the Wang family's assistance, which would expedite our efforts. If you remain unconvinced, feel free to visit the Yi family personally. From the eighth elder's demeanor, Wang Shunchuan could ascertain that he was not being misled, and the doubts among the Wang elders began to wane. Lingtian. It appears we have all underestimated him. To dare kill the son of Wang Shunchuan, I shall pursue him to the ends of the earth. By the way, what has become of Xian? Now that his son is gone, Wang Shunchuan could not afford any further misfortune regarding the old ancestor. Thus, he hurriedly inquired about Xian. Xian had also fled. After Lingtian dispatched Wang Sanshao, he instructed her to escape to the back mountain of the Yi family. Damn it! Upon hearing that Xian was also unaccounted for, Wang Shunchuan was consumed by fury. She was pivotal to the future of the Wang family, and now, with his son dead and Xian missing, it was truly a case of losing both the wife and soldiers. Find them. No matter the means, I must have Lingtian and his sister located. All martial artists of the 8th rank and above from the Yi family are to enter the back mountain and search for Lingtian and his sister. Whoever finds them first shall be generously rewarded by this head of the family. Elder, you shall oversee this matter. The elder of the Wang family, upon hearing these words, promptly responded, Rest assured, head of the family, I shall make arrangements immediately. The intensity of Wang Shunchuan's reaction left the 8th elder of the Yi family astounded. He had initially thought that even if Wang Shunchuan learned of the situation, he would not deploy too many people for support. However, the immediate mobilization of such a large force caught him off guard. Moreover, the 8th elder sensed that Wang Shunchuan seemed particularly concerned about Xian. The reason for dispatching so many formidable individuals was largely to locate her. Could it be that Xian possesses some extraordinary significance? The 8th elder was not foolish. The recent marriage alliance and the current excessive reaction revealed much. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend the underlying reasons and ultimately had to resign himself to uncertainty. In any case, his objective had been achieved, which was sufficient for him. Head of the Wang family, I have delivered the message and must return to report to the family head, so I shall not linger any longer. Very well, Elder Yi. You may depart. The members of the Wang family will arrive shortly. After their conversation concluded, the 8th elder quickly turned to leave. Meanwhile, the Wang family acted swiftly, soon gathering their forces and setting off toward the Yi family with great momentum. As a prominent family in Taikang City, the Wang family naturally attracted considerable attention, and their grand procession stirred quite a commotion. What has transpired? Why has the Wang family dispatched so many powerful individuals? They are headed toward the Yi family. Are the Wang and Yi families on the brink of conflict? That seems unlikely. Weren't the Wang and Yi families planning a marriage alliance? Given their current relationship, even if there were disputes, it shouldn't escalate to this extent. I agree. Yi Tianj from the Yi family is now a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Even the Wang family would not dare to act recklessly against the Yi family. There must be more to this situation. The crowd buzzed with speculation, voicing various theories. Chapter 47. The Search. Let us follow and see what happens. Unable to suppress their curiosity, a throng of cultivators trailed behind, and the scene became increasingly lively. The elders of the Wang family paid no heed to the gathering crowd of cultivators, remaining indifferent. However, unbeknownst to the Wang family, Yi Lingtian, the very person they sought, was at that moment seated in a pavilion, quietly observing the unfolding spectacle. The Wang family truly exhibits great ambition by dispatching such a multitude of individuals. Redirecting his gaze, Yi Lingtian opted not to depart from Taiyakang City immediately, intending instead to find a place to stay. Given the formidable strength of both the Yi and Wang families, establishing surveillance would be exceedingly effortless. Even though he possessed the ability to alter his appearance, venturing outside the city in such circumstances would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, the wisest course of action was to remain in Taiyakang City, allowing the two prominent families to be oblivious to his presence, while simultaneously utilizing this time to enhance his cultivation. Should he attain the martial master realm, neither the Yi family nor the Wang family would be able to contend with him. Having made his decision, Yi Lingtian searched for a while and spent some spirit stones to acquire a relatively secluded loft. Upon entering the room, he swiftly set up a few restrictions and took out the Nine Dragons cauldron. With a sufficient supply of precious medicinal herbs at hand, he could refine them into pills, thereby accelerating his strength enhancement. Boom! Flames surged as Yi Lingtian commenced the extraction of the medicinal essence. Meanwhile, on the Yi family's side, the elders of the Wang family, accompanied by their clansmen, arrived at the Yi residence and swiftly made their way to the back mountain, pouring into the mountain range en masse. With such a multitude of powerful individuals mobilized, the ferocious beasts that had fled from the Bedouin mountain range were ruthlessly hunted down and slaughtered by the formidable warriors of both families. However, after an extensive search, they failed to locate any trace of Yi Lingtian, ultimately forcing both families to venture deeper into the Bedouin mountain range. Nevertheless, the actions of the Yi and Wang families provoked the ire of the formidable beasts residing within the Bedouin mountain range. The ingress of so many cultivators into their territory was perceived as a provocation. Roars echoed through the secret forest, and the ground began to tremble with increasing intensity. By the time the elders of the Yi and Wang families sensed the impending danger, countless beasts had already appeared within their line of sight, forming a colossal tide of ferocity rushing towards them. Damn it! These creatures have gone mad. Retreat. The expression of the Wang family's grand elder changed dramatically. Despite his cultivation at the 8th level of martial master, facing such a horde of beasts left him with no choice but to withdraw. What on earth is happening? We were merely searching in the peripheral area. There should not have been such a strong reaction from the beasts in this vicinity. The grand elder of the Wang family wore a perplexed expression as he pondered. Yet he did not slow his pace as he rushed toward the outskirts of the mountain range. The alerted members of the Wang family also fled at great speed, unwilling to linger. The Yi family members reacted swiftly as well, choosing to flee at the first sight of the beast tide. However, a portion of them was slower to respond, and due to their relatively weaker strength, they were quickly engulfed by the tide of beasts, emitting piercing cries of despair. Hearing the anguished screams from behind, the leading elders of both families, though their faces were grim, dared not to pause. Instead, they hastened their escape. For shortly after the appearance of these beasts, they sensed a chilling aura. Any beast exuding such a terrifying presence was at least at the half-step martial sovereign level. If such a formidable beast were to set its sights on them, it would surely lead to an inescapable demise. They certainly did not wish to meet their end here. After what felt like an eternity of running, the elders of the Yi and Wang families finally escaped the 100 Broken Mountains, their hearts still racing with fear as they cast a fearful glance behind them. Upon recounting their numbers, the mood among the elders of both families grew exceedingly somber. Not only did they return empty-handed, but they had also lost nearly 1/3 of their kin. Yi Lingtian, it is all because of you, wretched creature. If I ever find you, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder. The grand elder of the Wang family cursed vehemently, laying all blame upon Yi Lingtian. Once their emotions settled, the grand elder of the Wang family furrowed his brow in contemplation and remarked, Something must have transpired within these mountains to provoke such a fierce reaction from the beasts. The elders of the Yi family nodded in agreement. Yet the perilous nature of the 100 broken mountains deterred them from venturing further, despite their myriad of questions. The turmoil among the beasts was undoubtedly linked to the presence of a formidable individual who had taken away Xian. Upon entering the mountains, this individual had slain several beasts, instilling terror among the remaining creatures. As soon as they departed, the Yi and Wang families, accompanied by their people, arrived. The beasts, filled with pent-up rage, found their targets in the Yi and Wang families, who unwittingly became the outlets for their fury. What now, Grand Elder? Are we to remain here indefinitely? The family head has instructed us to bring Yi Xian back, a member of the clan inquired. The Grand Elder of the Wang family, at a loss for a solution, felt trapped. Returning would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. After a lengthy deliberation, he sighed in resignation. It seems impossible to retrieve Yi Xian now. With the beasts in upheaval, it is likely that those two siblings have already fallen prey to them. The elders of the Yi family found some agreement with this assessment. Among the beasts in this tide were those at the half-step martial sovereign level. No matter how strong Lingtian was, he could not possibly contend against such formidable creatures. Thus, the likelihood of Yi Lingtian's demise was indeed high. Very well, let us leave some individuals here to stand guard, and once the beast tide has subsided, we shall venture back in to investigate. The Grand Elder of the Wang family ultimately decided on a compromise. Upon hearing they would not have to delve deeper into the 100 broken mountains, the remaining members of the Wang family displayed smiles, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Wise decision, Grand Elder. In response to their praises, the Grand Elder of the Wang family waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. He intended to report this matter personally, taking the opportunity to continue searching for the one who had slain Wang Qing, thus allowing him to address both matters simultaneously. The news of the Yi and Wang families encountering the beast tide in the mountains soon spread among the cultivators, quickly reaching Taikang City, where it sparked fervent discussions among the populace. The Wang and Yi families have suffered greatly this time, having reportedly lost numerous clan members. Their significant mobilization into the mountains suggests there must be some fortuitous opportunity within. Indeed, it is quite possible. The abundant spiritual energy of the Beiduan mountain range typically yields rare treasures, making it understandable that both the Wang and Yi families would act in unison for such promising news. However, you are mistaken in your assumptions. This joint effort is not driven by the allure of rare materials, but rather by the intent to capture the siblings Yi Lingtian. As the crowd engaged in various speculations, one informed individual stepped forward to clarify the matter. You are unaware. While it is true that Yi Lingtian's Dantian has been shattered, he has somehow acquired a body forging technique. Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of the crowd shifted, their brows furrowed in astonishment, and their minds began to entertain different thoughts. It is impossible not to contemplate how a person could become so powerful in such a short time. The man, noticing their reactions, could not help but smile subtly. This man had been strategically placed by the Wang family, his purpose being to draw the crowd towards seeking Yi Lingtian. Utilizing these individuals as bait would also mitigate the Wang family's losses. It must be said, when the stakes are sufficiently high, even in the face of danger, these cultivators will charge ahead without hesitation. Within no time, dozens of cultivators formed groups and departed, their destination set for the Yi family. The city of Taikang buzzed with excitement as the events surrounding Yi Lingtian stirred countless small factions into action. Yet, the central figure, Yi Lingtian, remained oblivious to the external turmoil, wholly engrossed in the alchemical process of refining pills. Boom! With a resounding roar, Yi Lingtian's first batch of pills took shape. Thanks to his prior protective measures, no disturbances ensued. He reached out, revealing 9 blood-red pills in his grasp, each adorned with intricate patterns, signifying their exceptional quality. The pills he refined this time were third-grade blood spirit pills, which, when consumed, could enhance one's blood energy with diminishing returns after repeated use. This enhancement builds upon existing foundations, resulting in a proportional increase in strength with each boost in blood energy. Yi Lingtian's goal in crafting blood spirit pills was to push the cultivation of martial artists to their limits. Achieving this would result in a dramatic increase in power upon entering the martial master realm. With a swift motion, he swallowed 1 blood spirit pill, and his body was instantly enveloped in a crimson aura as his dormant blood surged to life, voraciously absorbing true qi. Yi Lingtian's Portis Pandit. greedily drawing in the medicinal power of the blood spirit pill. After refining the first pill, his blood energy surged by nearly half a notch. The strength within himself had increased by an astonishing 1,000 pounds, a result that filled Lingtian with immense satisfaction. Indeed, the outcome exceeded my expectations. Muttering a quiet affirmation, Lingtian produced another blood spirit pill and consumed it. With his prior experience, the process of refining the second pill was expedited, albeit with slightly diminished effects. Lingtian had anticipated this. He continued to ingest the blood spirit pills, and the vitality enveloping his body grew ever more potent. Several hours later, he had completely refined 9 blood spirit pills, resulting in a 2-tier enhancement of his vitality. Although it was merely a 2-tier increase, his strength surged by nearly 10,000 pounds, bringing his one-arm might to approximately 50,000 pounds. To put this into perspective, most 9-tier martial artists possess merely 30,000 pounds of strength in one arm. Lingtian, at his current martial arts realm, had achieved a formidable 50,000 pounds, underscoring the terror of his prowess. Suddenly, Lingtian's expression shifted as he noticed the speed at which his body absorbed spiritual energy was accelerating. The previously stabilized aura began to fluctuate. However, the surrounding spiritual energy was limited, and after about a consumption, it was nearly depleted. With no spiritual energy left to absorb, his physical body began to draw from its internal vitality. Lingtian hastily retrieved some spirit stones. With their infusion of spiritual energy, his body's symptoms were alleviated. Yet his physique, insatiable like a glutton, consumed hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in mere moments. Fortunately, Lingtian possessed a considerable stock of spirit stones. At this critical juncture for his breakthrough, he had little to lament and readily utilized them all. Thunderous roars echoed as pure spiritual energy surged into his being, propelling his cultivation forward, with one foot firmly planted in the martial artist realm. With a fierce roar, Lingtian mobilized his internal vital energy to launch an assault on the martial artist realm, achieving a smooth breakthrough on his first attempt. As he ascended to the martial artist level, his meridians expanded significantly, and the strength of his body was greatly enhanced, causing impurities to surface on his skin. However, having previously undergone a cleansing transformation, the impurities were minimal. At the moment he entered the martial artist realm, the dormant bloodline within him stirred, suggesting an imminent awakening. Yet, this reaction was fleeting, quickly subsiding once more. Upon careful introspection, Lingtian discerned that after breaking through to the martial artist realm, his one-arm strength had reached 60,000 pounds. Should he employ martial techniques, his power would further augment. Given Lingtian's current strength, ordinary martial artists would be incapable of withstanding a single blow from him. The breakthrough instilled a sense of tranquility in Lingtian. In the entirety of Taiyakang City, few could pose a threat to him now. Even in the face of adversity, he could surely retreat unscathed. Having depleted his resources during this breakthrough, Lingtian contemplated a visit to the treasure pavilion. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed that the barriers he had set were being tampered with by another. "Come out, there's no need to hide," a hoarse voice echoed from outside the courtyard, laden with a chilling intent to kill. At this moment, several figures loomed outside Lingtian's residence. The 3 foremost individuals were clad in crimson robes, their aura thick with a sinister bloodlust, unmistakably not of virtuous character. Behind them trailed the upper echelon of the Wang family, among whom was Wang Xinchuan. Upon casting his gaze upon the 3 red-robed elders, Wang Xinchuan's eyes brimmed with awe, intertwined with a palpable fear. These elders belonged to the 10,000 Demons sect, and upon learning of Wang Xia's demise, they had promptly arrived at the Wang family, intent on avenging their fallen disciple. They were able to locate this place thanks to the blood tracing technique of the 10,000 Demons sect. Any blood that had touched their disciples could be used to pinpoint their whereabouts. Creak! Lingtian pushed open the door and stepped outside, revealing his true visage without any disguise. "Lingtian, so is truly you," Wang Xinchuan exclaimed in astonishment, an unbridled malice surging in his gaze. Well, who would have thought that we, the victims of your deceit, would find you here? You dare to slay my son, Wang Xia. Today, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Wang Xinchuan's teeth ground together in a fierce snarl, his expression a mask of fury. Yet, Lingtian wore a serene smile as he spoke. "Not only Wang Xia, but Wang Qing also met his end at my hands." "What? Wang Qing too fell by your hand?" Wang Xinchuan howled in rage, his countenance twisted with fury. Chapter 49. The Confrontation. Suppressing his wrath. Wang Shunchuan was suddenly overcome with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of fortune. I did not expect the one who auctioned the profound grade martial technique to be you. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores, ensuring your suffering is profound. The two elders of the 10,000 demons sect exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with avarice at the mention of the martial technique auctioned by the Baobao pavilion. They had heard of it, but had been unable to attend due to prior obligations. Now, encountering the owner of such a coveted technique was an opportunity beyond measure. Indeed, not only can we exact revenge, but we also stumble upon a great prize. You, young man, are truly a boon to our 10,000 demons sect. One elder declared, as long as you willingly surrender all that you possess, I can offer you a place within the 10,000 demons sect. At this, Wang Shunchuan immediately interjected, Elder Chun, this man has slain both my sons. He cannot be spared so easily. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The elder of the 10,000 demons sect shot back at Wang Shunchuan, his tone icy and unyielding, devoid of any semblance of respect. With a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, it was evident that should Wang Shunchuan fail to provide a satisfactory response, he would not hesitate to take action. Faced with the elder's ruthless gaze, Wang Shunchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of the unbridled nature of these individuals, knowing that a moment of displeasure could indeed lead to dire consequences for himself. Hastily offering a smile, he responded, Elder Chun, forgive my presumptuousness. Observing Wang Shunchuan's sincere attitude of acknowledgement, the elder from the 10,000 demons sect nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze toward Lingtian. Young man, have you given it any thought? The primary reason for wanting Lingtian to join the 10,000 demons sect was his formidable physique, which could be utilized for drug testing. There was never any intention to let him go. Wang Shunchuan looked up at Lingtian, his expression one of reluctant displeasure. Yet he dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction. Not interested. To Wang Shunchuan's astonishment, Lingtian unhesitatingly declined the opportunity for survival. In an instant, Wang Shunchuan's expression brightened with glee. Mocking inwardly, ha ha ha, with such an opportunity, he fails to seize it. This boy is courting his own demise. No one can save him now. After being rejected, the elder from the 10,000 demons sect's countenance turned icy, refusing a toast only to drink a punishment. If that is the case, then meet your end. With that, the elder refrained from acting personally and instead looked to Wang Shunchuan. I leave him to your handling, but all his belongings must belong to the 10,000 demons sect. Wang Shunchuan expressed his gratitude hastily. With two elders from the 10,000 demons sect present, acquiring resources from Lingtian was unrealistic. Being able to exact revenge with his own hands was already satisfying enough. Lingtian, come to your demise. Wang Shunchuan unleashed his martial prowess, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of the martial master realm, raising his hand to grasp Lingtian. Although Lingtian possessed extraordinary combat strength, Wang Shunchuan was confident in his ability to subdue him. Is this boy foolish? He doesn't even attempt to evade the head of the family S attack. It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate, displaying a measure of self-awareness. The elders of the Wang family whispered among themselves, their faces betraying cruel smiles as they felt victory was assured. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. Wang Shunchuan's full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by Lingtian. Lingtian slowly raised his arm, firmly gripping Wang Shunchuan's fist, his body remaining utterly unmoved. Wang Shunchuan's expression turned to one of horror. Feeling the immense strength emanating from Lingtian's palm, his fist was completely restrained, offering no resistance whatsoever. As Lingtian made his move, his cultivation level was laid bare before everyone. Martial Master. My heavens, this fellow possesses the cultivation of a martial master at such a young age. How on earth did he achieve this? Gasps filled the air. Even the two elders of the 10,000 demons sect struggled to maintain their composure. The talent Lingtian displayed was among the pinnacle within the 10,000 demons sect. Initially, they had merely sought to deceive him, but now they genuinely wished to bring him into their fold. With proper cultivation, the 10,000 demons sect was sure to gain a formidable demon. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. The two elders of the Wanmo sect exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They refrained from rushing into action, eager to observe what other skills Lingtian might possess. After all, Lingtian had only recently become a martial artist, while Wang Shunchuan was at the 7th level of martial mastery, making him an ideal opponent to gauge Yi's capabilities. "Let go of me. Release me," Wang Shunchuan exclaimed in a fit of rage, his face reddening intensely. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from his restraints, and his expression grew increasingly ferocious. Moments later, unable to withstand the excruciating pain from his shattered bones, Wang Shunchuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. "You little beast, die!" Gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his arm, he swung his other arm, striking fiercely at Lingtian's chest. Boom! The punch landed with a resounding thud. However, not only did it fail to harm Lingtian, but also left Wang Shunchuan's own fist throbbing in agony. You. The sheer ferocity of Lingtian's physique instilled a profound sense of despair within Wang Shunchuan. After merely 2 exchanges, he realized that he was utterly outmatched. Although his cultivation was higher, Yi's formidable body allowed him to disregard any disparity in their martial prowess. "Elder, save me." Wang Shunchuan, disregarding his pride, urgently called out to the elder of the Wanmo sect. He was desperate to avoid a fatal outcome. "You shall receive my punch." Yet before he could elicit a response, he heard Lingtian's voice, accompanied by the menacing rush of a powerful punch. Wang Shunchuan quickly turned to see the fist hurtling towards him. No, despite appearing unremarkable, that punch conveyed a harrowing sense of impending doom, prompting a chilling scream from Wang Shunchuan. Boom! The fist struck his chest, shattering his protective aura like fragile glass, providing no defense whatsoever. Blood splattered as Lingtian's fist pierced through Wang Shunchuan's body, causing a continuous flow of blood to spill from his mouth. The intense pain elicited a cry of anguish from Wang Shunchuan, awakening his feral instincts. His eyes gleamed with malice. He realized he could only rely on himself. Thus, he resolved to burn his essence to enhance his strength, preparing to engage Lingtian in a mutually destructive confrontation. After all, he was already grievously injured, and failing to reclaim some advantage would be far too detrimental. However, Lingtian offered him no opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to Wang Shunchuan's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Chapter 50, Terrifying Strength. Boom! The force of Lingtian's kick was immense, driving Wang Shunchuan's body into the wall, from which he spat a mouthful of blood, his bones fracturing under the impact. Wang Shunchuan cried out in torment, blood pouring from his mouth as his life force diminished rapidly. Head of the family. The remaining members of the Wang family gasped in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief as they gazed upon Lingtian. A faction of elders rushed towards Wang Shunchuan, swiftly assisting him to his feet. "Patriarch, are you unhurt?" In response to the assembly of elders, Wang Shunchuan did not immediately reply. Instead, he began to assess his own condition, his face contorting in anguish. With a roar, he cried out, Lingtian, you dare to ruin my Dantian. I shall not rest until you are dead." The piercing sound of his scream sent shockwaves through the higher echelons of the Wang family. The destruction of Wang Shunchuan's Dantian was a catastrophic blow to them. "Kill him. I command you to kill him." Wang Shunchuan glared at the elders of the Wang family, urging them to join him in attacking Lingtian. Although Lingtian's strength was awe-inspiring, the elders of the 10,000 Demons sect showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, they watched the scene with keen interest, eager to ascertain the true extent of Lingtian's power. The fate of the Wang family was of no concern to them, for their intention in recruiting Xianxia into the 10,000 Demons sect was merely to exploit the Wang family for resources. Upon receiving their orders, the elders of the Wang family exchanged glances before simultaneously launching themselves at Lingtian. Aware of his formidable strength, they refrained from holding back this time. Facing the onslaught, Lingtian nonchalantly drew the breaking sky halberd, wielding it with grace as he advanced to meet them. Eschewing any flashy techniques, Lingtian relied solely on his raw physical prowess, swinging the halberd directly towards his adversaries. Boom! With a resounding crash, the first elder of the Wang family who collided with Lingtian found his weapon sent flying, the tremendous force driving him into the ground. His body collapsing under the impact. A scream echoed in the ears of those present. With just a casual strike, Lingtian had grievously injured a martial artist of the 5th realm, a display that left an indelible visual shock. The remaining elders of the Wang family now bore expressions of fear, hesitating to press forward. However, As they faltered, Lingtian seized the initiative, brandishing his weapon and launching a counteroffensive. With his extraordinary strength, he moved through his foes like a tiger among sheep, none able to stand against him. In less than 30 breaths, the upper echelons of the Wang family suffered numerous casualties. Among the few who survived, their Dantians lay shattered, rendering them little more than cripples. To live was a fate far worse than death. Lingtian, Lingtian. Witnessing the devastation among his kin, Wang Shenxuan's eyes burned crimson, his heart seething with hatred. The sudden loss of so many powerful allies was a grievous blow to the Wang family, their standing irrevocably compromised. The thought of the Wang family facing future tribulations weighed heavily on him, and he found himself regretting provoking Lingtian. Yet, remorse now served no purpose. Wang Shenxuan had no choice but to place his hopes upon the elders of the 10,000 Demons sect. If they could eliminate Lingtian, there remained a chance to salvage the situation. Clap, clap, clap. The elders of the 10,000 Demons sect clapped their hands, their faces alight with excitement as they turned their gaze towards Lingtian. With a sudden utterance, he remarked, "Young man, you have indeed surprised me. I never anticipated that a place like Taiyakang City could harbor such a prodigy as yourself. I must confess, it pains me somewhat to consider your demise." However, not long after these words escaped his lips, the elder of the Wanmo sect abruptly shifted his tone. "Yet, to strike so ruthlessly before my eyes and to slay a disciple of the Wanmo sect cannot go unpunished. Fear not, for I shall ensure your death is not devoid of suffering, and I will extract every ounce of value from your physical form." As he spoke of Lingtian's body, a sinister smile crept across the elder's face, his gaze burning with an intensity akin to that reserved for a rare treasure. With a thunderous roar, the elder surged toward Lingtian, his hand raised to grasp the latter's neck. The elder's long, gleaming nails, radiating a greenish hue, hinted at a deadly poison. You are foolishly unyielding, courting death," he sneered, noting Lingtian's lack of evasive action, his countenance darkening with rage. To the elder, Lingtian's defiance was a blatant insult. The arrogance of a mere talent from a small city ignited his murderous intent. Yet, to the elder's astonishment, his venomous strike, akin to a treasure weapon, failed to breach Lingtian's defenses, causing his own arm to throb with pain. "Cursed be it! How is your physique so formidable?" The elder's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Possessing the strength of a half-step martial sovereign, he should have been invincible in a place like Taiyakang City. Yet, he found himself utterly stymied by a fledgling martial artist. I refuse to believe your defenses are truly that formidable." The elder recalibrated his strategy, thrusting his hand towards Lingtian's eyes, a cruel smile dancing on his lips. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Lingtian was indeed a body cultivator, and his choice to engage in close combat was tantamount to inviting his own demise. Seizing the opportunity, Lingtian swiftly grasped the elder's arm, his speed so blinding that the elder had no chance to react. Not good. Only then did the elder sense the precariousness of his situation, his visage darkening. As he felt an onslaught of fierce wind from Lingtian's punch, countless tendrils of black mist erupted from his body, racing toward Lingtian. In that instant, as the black mist materialized, Lingtian perceived a hint of danger, yet he remained resolute and did not relinquish his grip, his other arm swinging the breaking heaven halberd with ferocity. With a piercing sound, the elder, despite being a half-step martial sovereign, found his defenses inadequate against such overwhelming strength. In a single strike, the breaking heaven halberd shattered the elder's defenses, piercing through his very form. A cry of agony escaped the elder's lips as the black mist twisted violently. Suddenly, Lingtian felt his grip loosen, for the arm he had seized had inexplicably vanished. The dark mist swiftly retreated, and upon reaching a safe distance, it coalesced rapidly, revealing the figure of an elder from the 10,000 Demons sect. The haughty expression on his face dissipated, replaced by a fierce resentment as his gaze fixated on Lingtian. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, marred the elder's abdomen, from which blood flowed incessantly. "You have thoroughly enraged me, young man. Not only will I ensure your demise, but I shall also eliminate everyone associated with you." Chapter 51. Severe Injury, Threats. As he roared, the elder mobilized his inner essence to mend his injuries, the wound on his abdomen healing rapidly until it was as if it had never existed. Once fully restored, he turned to another elder of the 10,000 Demons sect. Old 7, let us strike together. The elder who had first clashed with Lingtian was named Mu Qing, the 6th elder of the sect, while the elder he referred to as Old 7 was Chun Hui, the 7th elder. After a brief skirmish, Mu Qing recognized that Lingtian possessed extraordinary strength. He had no intention of engaging alone and sought to team up with Chun Hui to launch a joint assault. As Mu Qing spoke, Chun Hui promptly reacted, producing a crimson long knife in his hand and swiftly positioning himself behind Lingtian. The two launched a coordinated attack from both the front and the back, evidently intent on sealing Lingtian's fate. Lingtian felt no fear, and with a cold snort, he wielded the breaking heaven halberd. This time, he not only channeled his own true energy, but also summoned the primordial energy. With a swift motion, the halberd struck forcefully towards Mu Qing. Faced with the oncoming weapon, Mu Qing sensed an overwhelming pressure, instilling in him a sense of impending defeat. Damn it, I refuse to believe you're truly this powerful. With a fierce determination, Mu Qing's eyes gleamed with madness. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, weapon in hand, intending to meet force with force. Meanwhile, Chun Hui's expression lit up with joy. With Lingtian fully engaged with Mu Qing, it was the perfect opportunity for him to launch a surprise attack. Frenzied Blood Blade Technique. Shen Yui acted decisively. Unleashing his martial skill. Although the Frenzied Bloodblade technique was merely a mid-tier, yellow-grade technique, Chun Hui had mastered it to perfection, its power rivaling that of typical high-tier yellow-grade techniques, perhaps even surpassing them. With the backing of his martial artist cultivation, as he swung his long knife, several red blade auras materialized in the air, hurtling towards Lingtian at an astonishing speed. Boom! Lingtian and Mu Qing collided first, but the moment Mu Qing's weapon made contact with the breaking heaven halberd, he regretted his decision. Mu Qing had believed that with all his strength, he could withstand Lingtian's strike. While the latter's power was fearsome, his cultivation level was ultimately a significant limitation. However, after engaging, Mu Qing realized the gravity of his error. He had underestimated Lingtian profoundly. In the face of Lingtian's assault, Mu Qing could barely endure for a heartbeat. The overwhelming force shattered his bones, and he was sent hurtling backward. Boom! The figure of Mu Qing shot forth like a cannonball, obliterating everything in its path, producing a deafening roar. This scene left the Wang family members in utter shock, their faces betraying an undeniable fear. Chun Hui was also taken aback, primarily because Mu Qing's defeat was astonishingly swift. His attacks had yet to reach Lingtian. While Chun Hui was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Lingtian turning his gaze toward him, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. However, with no avenue of retreat, Chun Hui gritted his teeth and pressed on with his assault, the blade's aura swiftly arriving before Lingtian. Crash! To Chun Hui's astonishment, Lingtian casually swung the breaking sky halberd, shattering his blade's aura with apparent ease. Chun Hui was dumbfounded. His most formidable attack had been effortlessly neutralized, leaving him feeling vulnerable. Damn it, what kind of monster are you? Despite having encountered numerous prodigies throughout his cultivation journey, he had never met someone as extraordinary as Lingtian. Although Lingtian was merely at the martial master level, Chun Hui felt as if he were confronting a martial sovereign. Despite the turmoil in his heart, Chun Hui did not cease his movements. The long knife created a flurry of afterimages, striking directly at Lingtian's body. Upon witnessing this, Chun Hui's expression brightened. Yet, his smile quickly froze again. The blade struck Lingtian without inflicting any harm, and the impact left his own arm aching. This is bad. Just as he managed to suppress his shock, Chun Hui discovered Lingtian wielding the long halberd, aiming it at him. He gasped in alarm and frantically retreated. Puffed. However, Lingtian's speed was astonishing, and Chun Hui had no time to evade. His body was swiftly pierced, blood gushing from the wound. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Chun Hui. His face contorted in agony. Run quickly. After only a few exchanges, 2 elders from the Wanmo sect were grievously injured. Wang Shenchuan understood the dire situation and hastily urged the Wang family members to flee. Heeding Wang Shenchuan's warning, the remaining elders of the Wang family dared not delay. Suppressing their fear, they prepared to escape with him. Swish! Yet before they could move, Lingtian, with a swift motion, lifted Chun Hui's body with his halberd, blocking their path. Confronted with the menacing presence of Lingtian, the Wang family members instinctively retreated, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. Why, young man, you cannot kill me. If I perish, the Wanmo sect will certainly not let you off easily. Qianhui struggled to raise his head to meet Yi Lingtian's gaze, attempting to intimidate him with the name of the Wanmo sect. Chapter 52, Vital Blood. In response to Chun Hui's threat, Yi Lingtian coldly replied, "Whether the Wanmo sect will spare me is no concern of yours. You should focus on your own survival." Upon hearing this, Chun Hui's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Yi Lingtian, plunging him into a state of panic. "No, you cannot kill me." Chun Hui repeatedly struggled, attempting to extricate himself from the broken heaven spear. His vital essence surged wildly, enhancing his strength at a visible pace. Surrounded by black mist, Chun Hui was on the verge of escape when Yi Lingtian stepped forward, flipping his palm to drive the broken heaven spear directly into the ground. In an instant, Chun Hui's body was utterly ensnared, and without pause, Yi Lingtian swung his fist down with ferocity. With a sickening sound, Chun Hui's head exploded, and his soul was obliterated in a heartbeat. The swiftness of the act was astonishing. Chun Hui had no time to emit a cry of anguish. As they beheld the headless corpse before them, the members of the Wang family felt a chilling dread wash over them. That was an elder of the 10,000 Demon sect, and Yi Lingtian had dispatched him without a second thought. They, a mere insignificant clan, were clearly held in even lesser regard. Realizing this, despair etched itself on the faces of the Wang family, their fear now uncontainable. "Flee quickly! Split up!" Wang Shenchuan hissed, issuing commands to the elders of the Wang family. He was no fool to continue threatening Yi Lingtian, as the latter was impervious to such tactics. Their only chance of survival lay in scattering and escaping. "I cannot die. I absolutely must not perish. As long as I return to the Wang family, I will be safe," Wang Shenchuan growled, instructing the nearby elders. "Do not hold back. Employ every means at your disposal. Safety lies in returning to the Wang family." Upon hearing this, the elder accompanying Wang Shenchuan nodded fervently, then began to burn his own vital essence, significantly enhancing his speed until he vanished from sight. It must be said, Wang Shenchuan's decision was astute. In their separation, Yi Lingtian would find it challenging to pursue them all. However, Yi Lingtian had no intention of chasing them down one by one. Instead, he preferred to let them return to the Wang family, where he could ensnare them all at once. Yi Lingtian, showing no mercy to his enemies, sought to eradicate them entirely. After collecting Chun Hui's storage ring, he turned to the barely conscious Mu Qing. Having endured Yi Lingtian's assault, Mu Qing was utterly devoid of combat ability. Most of his bones lay shattered, rendering him incapable of movement. Coughing violently, Mu Qing spewed forth blood, his breath weak and feeble. As Yi Lingtian approached, terror filled his eyes. "No, please do not kill me. If you spare my life, I am willing to become your servant." The tragic fate of Chun Hui was starkly etched in his memory, and Mu Qing dared not threaten Yi Lingtian. Instead, he chose to humble himself and plead for mercy. In the face of death, pride seemed insignificant. For Mu Qing, survival took precedence, and becoming a servant was a small price to pay. After all, it was better to live unworthily than to die nobly. "Ye Lingshan Sekolfut Decisive. You do not possess the merit to be my servant." Mu Qing's complexion changed dramatically upon realizing his impending demise. With a face contorted by resentment, he cast a venomous glare at Yi Lingtian, cursing, "Wretched beast, you shall not escape a dire fate. Those who offend the heavenly demon sect are doomed to a path of death. Even if I perish, you will pay the price." After uttering these words, Mu Qing appeared rejuvenated, his injuries healing rapidly as he was enveloped in a crimson mist that emanated an aura of danger. Yi Lingtian discerned immediately that Mu Qing's transformation was due to the burning of his life essence, sacrificing his lifespan for strength. As his vital essence diminished, it marked the onset of Mu Qing's downfall, an act of desperation that was undeniably reckless. Yet, Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, even with Mu Qing's ignited life force. The power he displayed was insufficient to pose a threat to him. With merely his physical defenses, Yi Lingtian could easily withstand any assault. However, he was not foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. Mu Qing, like a cornered beast, was capable of desperate acts. In such a scenario, closing the distance could provoke him to self-destruct, which, despite his physical resilience, would still inflict harm, an outcome Yi Lingtian wished to avoid. Frustrated and enraged by Yi Lingtian's constant distance, Mu Qing felt a growing impotence. His lifespan was rapidly depleting. Soon, his hair turned white, his face became lined with wrinkles, and a dense aura of death surrounded him. The once formidable presence he exuded waned like a deflating balloon. I refuse to accept this. I will not yield. Mu Qing's eyes burned crimson as he let out a series of desperate howls. Chapter 53. The Wang clan's plot with a swift thrust. Lingtian drove the breaking heaven spear into Mu Qing's body, causing a spray of blood. Lingtian, the Wanmo sect will not let you go. After a raspy scream, Mu Qing's struggles weakened, his life force fading rapidly. Lingtian withdrew the spear effortlessly, and Mu Qing's body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Having swiftly cleared the battlefield, Lingtian, spear in hand, made his way towards the Wang clan. They had previously attempted to eliminate him, and now it was time for them to face the consequences. Although the clan's ancestor was formidable, Lingtian felt no fear. After all, the ancestor had yet to successfully ascend to the martial sovereign level, and with his current strength, he believed he could handle the situation. Given the considerable commotion caused by the battle, it wasn't long before news spread, attracting numerous onlookers. Upon witnessing the bodies strewn across the ground, shock etched itself onto their faces. This is an elder of the Wanmo sect. My heavens! Who possesses such audacity to slay an elder of the Wanmo sect? Look, that is a member of the Wang clan. Soon, someone pointed out the corpses of the Wang clan members. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies before them, the crowd was enveloped in bewilderment and intrigue regarding the assailant. Yet, most were gripped by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. After all, this individual had dared to slay an elder of the 10,000 demon sect. Remaining in such a perilous location could lead to their own demise. With this thought in mind, they hastily chose to depart from this place of turmoil. The involvement of the 10,000 demon sect in this affair meant that if the perpetrator was identified, the consequences would be dire. At the Wang family estate, Wang Xianxia, having narrowly escaped back to safety, displayed a visage marked by both relief and rage. However, upon observing the shattered state of his Dantian, his expression quickly morphed into one of malevolence. He bellowed, Lingtian, I shall make you pay dearly for this. Clenching his teeth, his eyes became bloodshot, radiating an intense, murderous intent. Witnessing Wang Xianxia's frenzied demeanor, the elder of the Wang clan promptly interjected, Patriarch, that little wretch Lingtian may very well come after us. We must prepare ourselves without delay. Indeed, Patriarch, echoed another elder. That wretched child has the audacity to slay members of the 10,000 demon sect. We must swiftly inform the ancestor. He alone possesses the means to deal with Lingtian. The elders of the Wang family exchanged glances, fear etched upon their features, clearly intimidated by Wang Xianxia's formidable prowess. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, Wang Xianxia declared, Very well, I shall seek out the ancestor at once. However, we must also involve the Yi family. Wang Sha, you must quickly notify Yi Xiong, as he would surely desire Lingtian's demise as well. Understood, Patriarch Wang Sha. The eldest elder replied eagerly, having sought to involve the Yi family himself. In an instant, he vanished from the Wang estate. Turning to the remaining elders, Wang Xianxia commanded, Quickly, activate the family protective array and summon all members of the Wang clan back. No one is to venture outside during this time. Once arrangements were made, Wang Xianxia, bearing his grievous injuries, made his way to the secluded chamber of Wang Yuan. Upon arriving at the stone door, he knelt, bending his legs in supplication. Ancestor, our family faces a grave crisis. I implore you to intervene. With a rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing the gaunt figure of Wang Yuan stepping forth. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to respond, swirling frantically towards him, emanating the aura of a half-step martial sovereign. Upon sensing Wang Xianxuan's injured Dantian, a cold glint flickered in Wang Yuan's eyes. What transpired? How did your Dantian sustain such damage? And where is the person I seek? In response to Wang Yuan's inquiry, Wang Xianxuan hastily recounted, Ancestor, all of this is tied to that wretched Lingtian. His sister has also gone missing. He then proceeded to narrate the events that had unfolded in rapid succession. Initially, Wang Yuan appeared indifferent, but upon learning that Lingtian could engage in combat beyond his level, his demeanor shifted, revealing a spark of excitement. How intriguing indeed. A discarded cultivator, having ascended to such remarkable heights in a brief span, must indeed possess some extraordinary fortune. Should I manage to acquire what lies within him, Stepping into the realm of martial sovereign shall undoubtedly become a reality for me. Upon learning of Yi Lingtian's circumstances, Wang Yuan found little concern for Yi Xian's flight. An instinctive feeling surged within him, suggesting that the secrets harbored by Yi Lingtian were of far greater worth. Once he had calmed his emotions, Wang Yuan spoke. "Do not worry, he is merely a junior. I shall personally subdue him." With these words, a smile finally broke through the previously grim demeanor of Wang Shenchuan, who then hesitated, caught between words. "What is it? Is there something else?" Wang Yuan inquired. "Ancestor, this matter also involves the 10,000 demon sect. Should we not inform them? After all, 2 of their elders have perished, and they will not let this slide easily." The mention of the 10,000 demon sect stirred a hint of apprehension in Wang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 54. The Gathering of the Mighty. However, Wang Yuan soon shook his head, asserting, "For now, we need not concern ourselves with them. Even if we were to inform them, it must be after we have captured that little beast, Yi Lingtian. If we alert the 10,000 demon sect at this juncture, what lies within Yi Lingtian will no longer be our affair. Capturing that little beast might even restore your Dantian." At these words, Wang Shenchuan's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Suddenly realizing that Yi Lingtian's Dantian had also been shattered, yet he had not only recovered, but had surged in strength. In an instant, Wang Shenchuan was filled with optimism. His spirit revitalized. He quickly praised, "Ancestor, you are truly wise. Let us proceed. If my intuition serves me well, that little beast will likely come to us." With that, Wang Yuan led Wang Shenchuan directly to the Wang family's grand hall. Meanwhile, Wang Sha was swift in his movements, soon arriving at the Yi family estate. Upon learning that the elder of the Wang family had come personally, Yi Xiong immediately instructed his men to escort him into the hall. Upon meeting Yi Xiong, Wang Sha wasted no time. "Yi family head, we have located Yi Lingtian. However, that lad seems to have obtained some fortuitous opportunity, as his strength is exceedingly formidable." Wang Sha spoke rapidly, recounting the events that had transpired not long ago. Once he finished, the upper echelons of the Yi family were left in stunned disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and incredulity. Yi Xiong, uncertain, asked, "Are you saying that Yi Lingtian could even slay an elder of the 10,000 demon sect?" Seeing the doubt etched on Yi Xiong's face, Wang Sha chose not to waste further time, stating, "If the family head does not believe me, let's go to the Wang family together now and witness it with our own eyes. Yi Lingtian is one who harbors grudges. If he continues to grow unchecked, the Yi family head may find it difficult to rest easy." Yi Xiong fell silent, contemplating the potential consequences. He could not afford to be complacent. With thoughts of his son's severed arm, he constantly yearned to eliminate Yi Lingtian. From Wang Sha's demeanor, he sensed sincerity in his words. "By the way, I almost forgot to inform you, family head, our third young master, Wang Qing, also met his demise at the hands of Yi Lingtian." "What? Wang Qing was killed by Yi Lingtian?" Ye Viong exclaimed in astonishment. He then continued, "So, the profound martial arts of the Bibeo Pavilion actually originated from Yi Lingtian's hands. How surprising it is that this young man has concealed his abilities so deeply." As he spoke, Yi Xiong rose from his seat. Yi Lingtian possesses profound martial skills, and it is entirely possible that he harbors even greater treasures. The Wang family must pay him a visit, without fail. "Very well. I shall pay a visit to the Wang family and ascertain the extent of this young rascal's abilities. However, one matter must be addressed beforehand regarding the resources belonging to that young rascal. Rest assured, head of the Yi family, we shall adhere to our previous agreement." Indeed, Yi Xiong nodded in satisfaction and promptly led the elders of the Wang family out of the great hall. Just as they arrived outside, Ye Viong spotted Ye Tian Geese figure. "Tianer, why have you come out?" "Father, my injuries have stabilized. I wish to accompany you to the Wang family and personally avenge my severed arm." Upon mentioning his lost limb, Yi Tianji's face twisted with hatred. Observing his son's demeanor, Yi Xiong realized that Yi Lingtian had likely become a haunting specter in his heart. If he could not personally avenge his severed arm, it might profoundly affect his resolve. Thus, Yi Xiong nodded affirmatively. "Very well, then we shall go together." And so, the group set forth toward the Wang family with great momentum. Many were attentive to the Yi family's movements, and as they did not make efforts to conceal their journey, numerous cultivators promptly followed suit. Notably, upon arriving at the Wang family, Yi Lingtian had yet to make an appearance. Witnessing the Wang family activate their protective formation, Yi Xiong remarked, "Elder Wang, Do you not think you are overreacting? A mere Lingtian should not incite such alarm. Wang Sha shook his head, his expression grave. Head Yi, after you witness Lingtian's true prowess, you may reconsider your stance. Given Wang Sha's seriousness, Yi Xiong chose not to press further, though he remained unconcerned internally. Under Wang Sha's guidance, the high-ranking members of the Yi family entered the Wang family's assembly hall. However, Yi Xiong soon realized that the individual seated in the main position was not Wang Xinchuan, but rather the Wang family's venerable ancestor, Wang Yuan. Yi Xiong was taken aback. Even the ancestral head of the Wang family had emerged from seclusion. He understood that this matter might indeed be more significant than he had initially perceived, prompting him to temper his earlier dismissive attitude. When his gaze fell upon Wang Xinchuan, Yi Xiong's expression shifted once more, his pupils constricting in shock. Brother Wang, what has happened to your cultivation? Due to his astonishment, Yi Xiong's voice rose slightly, prompting the other elders of the Yi family to turn their attention toward Wang Xinchuan. Before long, they too discerned the issue. Currently, Wang Xinchuan's complexion was ashen, his cultivation having plummeted to the 9th level of martial arts, and it continued to decline. Cough, cough. Wang Xinchuan coughed repeatedly. He explained proactively, as you can see, my Dantian has been thoroughly incapacitated. Had I not managed to flee swiftly, I would have likely perished at the hands of that little beast, Yi Lingtian. The members of the Yi family were utterly astonished by this revelation. At this moment, Yi Xiong was particularly agitated. His cultivation level was only slightly higher than that of Wang Xinchuan. With Wang Xinchuan's powers now diminished, it implied that he too would struggle against Yi Lingtian. The mere thought sent a chill through Yi Xiong's heart, intensifying his murderous intent towards Yi Lingtian. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xiong turned to Wang Yuan and stated, Old Wang, we must act swiftly. That little beast has caught the attention of an elder from the Qingyun sect. If he manages to enter the sect, the consequences would be dire. Initially, Yi Xiong had not been overly concerned when Yi Lingtian was favored by Mu Tiancheng, as his own Dantian was destroyed, limiting his physical cultivation. However, the situation had changed, with Yi Lingtian's Dantian restored and such formidable combat prowess at a young age. His acceptance into the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements, which would, in turn, adversely affect Yi Xiong. Thus, for the sake of the Yi family and Yi Tange, it was imperative to eliminate Yi Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression darkened. If Yi Lingtian truly became a disciple of the Qingyun sect, the Wang family would face grave repercussions, potentially even retribution. The elders of the Wang family grew anxious, casting worried glances at Wang Yuan. The Qingyun sect was not an entity they could afford to offend. Wang Yuan raised a hand. Do not be alarmed. Although that brat has garnered the favor of an elder from the Qingyun sect, he is not yet one of their own. This presents us with an opportunity. If we strike first and eliminate him, we can extinguish the threat before it blossoms. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, the expressions of the gathered assembly improved considerably. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the great hall. Wang Xinchuan, come out and face your demise. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Wang Xinchuan's face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with hatred. It was Yi Lingtian. That little beast had truly come for him. Overcome with emotion, Wang Xinchuan sprang from his seat, his fists cracking ominously. Let us go and confront this little beast, came Wang Yuan's raspy voice, which gradually helped to calm Wang Xinchuan's agitation. Soon after, under Wang Yuan's guidance, the group hastily made their way outside the great hall, arriving at the Wang family estate, where they beheld Yi Lingtian wielding the broken heaven spear. Behind Yi Lingtian, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, and the atmosphere was thick with tension as various murmurs filled the air. Is it Yi Lingtian? Wasn't it said that his Dantian was destroyed? How is his aura so formidable? The audacity to single-handedly assault the Wang family. What audacity? Clearly, the rumors were true. Yi Lingtian's Dantian had indeed been restored. As the chatter swirled around him, Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, paying no heed to the whispers that surrounded him. The moment Wang Xinchuan saw Yi Lingtian, the emotions he had just barely suppressed exploded once more. His face twisted into a vicious, feral expression. Grinding his teeth, he snarled, You little bastard! You killed 2 of my sons. Today, I will carve you into 1,000 pieces. Wang Xinchuan's voice was ice-cold, like that of an evil ghost crawling out from the depths of hell. At this moment, Yi Xiong also spoke up. Yi Lingtian, you slaughtered members of your own clan and committed countless unforgivable crimes. Today, as clan leader, I will cleanse the family of this disgrace. That's right. Ye Lingtian. You ruthless little beast. With Yi Xiong taking the lead, the elders of the Yi family immediately began hurling curses as well, eager to prove their loyalty. Yet in the face of this verbal onslaught from so many powerful figures, Yi Lingtian seemed not to hear a single word. He simply stood there calmly, gazing at them as if they were nothing more than a group of clowns. That indifferent attitude made Wang Shunchuan feel as though his punch had landed on cotton. His fury only intensified. "Oh, little bastard, I'll kill you." As he spoke, Wang Shunchuan turned his head toward Yi Xiong and said in a deep voice, "Clan leader Yi. Yi Lingtian is here now. What are you waiting for?" Clearly, Wang Shunchuan intended for the Yi family to make the first move. However, Yi Xiong was no fool. Even elders of the 10,000 Demons sect had fallen at Yi Lingtian's hands. If the people he brought charged in recklessly, it would be no different from sending them to their deaths. Cough, cough. Yi Xiong cleared his throat and said, "Brother Wang, this boy's strength is anything but ordinary. This matter requires careful consideration." Humph. Wang Yuan let out a cold snort and mocked, being frightened by mere junior. Has the Yi family really regressed this much? Back when Yi Woody led your clan, how glorious and fearless you were. The moment Yi Woody was mentioned, Yi Xiong was reminded of that dark chapter of his past. Rage surged within him. The Yi family can take action, Yi Xiong finally said, but we get first pick of whatever is on his body. In Yi Xiong's view, no matter how strong Yi Lingtian was, he was still only at the martial master realm. With the number of people he had brought, even piling bodies would be enough to crush him. Fine, I agree. Wang Shunchuan agreed without hesitation. He only wanted the Yi family to exhaust their strength. That way, it would be even easier for the Wang family to subdue the Yi family afterward. As for the treasures on Yi Lingtian's body, they would all end up belonging to the Wang family anyway. From start to finish, they would lose nothing. Chapter 56, Siege. After receiving Wang Shunchuan's response, Yi Xiong immediately turned toward a white-haired elder on his left. "Great elder, you will leave the others to deal with this little bastard. If he can be captured alive, do so. Otherwise, kill him on the spot. Rest assured, clan leader, I will take him down." Yi Zhen, the great elder, possessed peak 8th layer martial master cultivation and could step into the 9th layer at any moment. He had already carefully probed Yi Lingtian's aura. Yi Lingtian was only at the 1st layer of the martial master realm. With that difference, Yi Zhen was confident he could suppress him completely. However, to ensure there were no mishaps, Yi Zhen did not choose to act alone. Instead, he brought along the other elders of the Yi family. After all, seeing Wang Shunchuan's miserable state right before their eyes, Yi Zhen naturally wasn't foolish enough to act alone. He strode forward with 3 other elders of the Yi family, stopping not far from Yi Lingtian. In a cold voice, he said, "You little bastard, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, you might still die with some dignity. But once I strike, even if you try to plead, there will be no chance left. Old dog, you should worry about yourself instead." Though they were all from the Yi family, over the years, Yi Lingtian had suffered countless injustices, and being someone who had been reborn, he held no attachments to these family members. If they sought to end his life, Yi Lingtian had no reason to be courteous. Fine. Very well. You asked for it." Being called an old dog by Yi Lingtian almost made Yi Zhen explode with rage. He swiped his storage ring, and a black long blade appeared instantly in his hand. Holding the black blade, his killing intent surged as he glared at Yi Lingtian. "This is your own doing. Today, I, as the great elder, will personally take your life. Kill him." Yi Zhen charged forward first, while the other elders drew their weapons and swiftly flanked him, instantly surrounding Yi Lingtian. Yi Zhen gripped his long blade tightly, channeling his full strength as he slashed downward toward Yi Lingtian. All eyes were glued to the battle, afraid to miss a single detail. They wanted to see what kind of power allowed Yi Lingtian to come alone to the Wang family. Clang! Facing Yi Zhen's full force strike, Yi Lingtian raised his Poshang halberd with one arm and effortlessly blocked it. How is this possible? Yi Zhen was stunned, even without using any martial techniques. His strike carried formidable killing power. Most martial practitioners at the same level wouldn't dare to resist it head-on. Yet Yi Lingtian, wielding the halberd single-handedly, deflected the blow with such casual ease that it seemed almost effortless. And from the collision, Yi Zhen felt a tingling numbness along his arm, a faint ache spreading through it. At that moment, Yi Zhen dared not underestimate him any longer. His expression turned grim like never before. The other 3 elders of the Yi family were equally shocked, gaining a new appreciation of Yi Lingtian's power. Full force attacks. This little bastard's strength was extraordinary. With Yi Zhun's warning, the remaining elders stopped testing the waters and unleashed their own lethal techniques. They had assumed that 4 martial masters, combining their efforts and striking with full power, would easily overwhelm Yi Lingtian. But to everyone's astonishment, Yi Lingtian never moved from his spot. With a casual swing of the Poshang halberd, he deflected every attack without effort. After the exchange, Yi Lingtian stood composed, calm as ever, while the 4 elders' breaths were disordered and chaotic. The result was almost unbearable for Yi Zhun. He had expected Yi Lingtian to be so powerful. Even Wang Yuan's expression grew serious. He murmured, such terrifying strength, and he has only just entered the martial master realm. To refine his body to this level, his body strengthening techniques must be of high grade. Perhaps this young man truly possesses the ancient heritage of body cultivation. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Wang family were left astounded, while Wang Shunchuan, after a brief moment of astonishment, was overwhelmed with ecstasy. If Yi Lingtian's body refinement technique has a complete lineage, it would be an immense boon for him. Even if his Dantian could never be restored, he could still transition to body cultivation. With this thought, Wang Shunchuan's spirits soared, and a smile crept upon his lips. Bang! 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 The fierce battle continued unabated. Yet it was evident to all observers that Yi Zhun and his companions were utterly powerless against Yi Lingtian. Good heavens! How could Yi Lingtian be so formidable? What manner of training has he undergone? Rather than pondering his training methods, I find myself far more intrigued by how his Dantian has been restored. As these words were spoken, the crowd began to realize their oversight. They had focused on Yi Lingtian's prowess while neglecting the fact that not long ago, his Dantian had been rendered useless. Now, with someone bringing it up, the other cultivators gazed at Yi Lingtian with curiosity, their minds filled with various thoughts. Naturally, they only dared to contemplate these notions internally, for the power Yi Lingtian had displayed was beyond their capacity to confront. Crash! After several rounds of combat, Yi Lingtian had sufficiently attuned himself to his own strength and decided against prolonging the engagement any further. Thus he intensified the force in his hands. With an unexpected surge, Yi Zhun was instantly injured, spewing blood as he was sent flying. His long blade was forcefully dislodged from his grip, and his palms were left shattered. How can you be so strong? Yi Zhun was utterly taken aback. He had initially believed that Yi Lingtian had revealed all his strength. But as the latter unleashed his full power, the disparity between them became glaringly apparent. It was an insurmountable gap. This was the most authentic realization that Yi Zhun experienced at that moment. To confront Yi Lingtian head-on felt akin to courting death. The sheer magnitude of his force was terrifying. With lightning speed, Yi Lingtian, wielding the breaking heaven halberd, left a trail of afterimages in the air, swiftly targeting the other 3 elders. Blood-curdling screams echoed as, when Yi Lingtian finally stood still, the 3 elders of the Yi family were left half-kneeling on ground, each bearing a gaping wound in their abdomens. Without exception, their Dantians were all rendered useless. To slay them would be too merciful. Incapacitating their Dantians would subject them to a fate worse than death, and given their ages, they would not survive long after their cultivation had plummeted. My cultivation, one elder lamented, but before he could complete his curse, Yi Lingtian abruptly approached him, delivering a resounding slap. A heart-wrenching scream echoed upon witnessing this scene. The 2 elders of the Yi clan, who had initially prepared to unleash their ire, swiftly sealed their lips, suppressing any utterance, and directed their venomous glares toward Yi Lingtian. Meanwhile, Yi Zhun was taken aback. Within a mere span of 10 breaths, 3 martial masters had their Dantians rendered useless, leaving him no time to react. Even Yi Zhun, despite his dim-wittedness, recognized that he was no match for Yi Lingtian, and he hastily turned to flee, exclaiming for the head of the clan to save him. In Yi Xiong's perspective, the only one capable of aiding him was Yi Xiong himself. He had no desire to meet a fate of a shattered Dantian. Swiftly, as he ran back not too far, a sound of slicing air emanated from behind him, instilling a sense of foreboding. He turned to look back, only to see the piercing heaven halberd hurtling towards him, mere yards away. With no time for contemplation, Yi Zhun hastily positioned his long blade in front of his chest to absorb the impending blow. Crash! Crack! The halberd struck with tremendous force against the long blade, bolstered by Yi Lingtian's terrifying might, causing the blade to withstand only a fleeting moment before producing a crisp cracking sound. As for Yi Zhen, he was propelled backward, leaving a long trench in his wake, blood surging violently within him. Gosh! The sheer force of the impact proved overwhelming, and Yi Zhen could no longer suppress the torrent. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood. No! Following a cry of unwillingness, the long blade in his grasp shattered instantaneously, while the halberd continued its unrelenting advance toward his chest. In this life-and-death moment, Yi Zhen could no longer afford to hesitate. He recklessly ignited his vital essence, yearning solely for survival. As his blood burned, protective energy enveloped his form, and he reached out desperately toward the halberd. Gosh! Yet, despite Yi Zhen's desperate measures, they bore little fruit. His body was pierced through, crimson blood gushing forth from his chest. Chapter 57. Wang Yuan takes action. Cough, cough. Yu. Yi Zhen attempted to articulate something, but the blood incessantly flowing from his mouth rendered him incapable of forming a complete sentence. Gosh! Lingtian effortlessly withdrew the halberd, and with his Dantian shattered, Yi Zhen's cultivation plummeted, his life force rapidly waning, leaving him in a state of desolation. I am unwilling. Yi Zhen's countenance was etched with resentment, overshadowed by regret. Stripped of his cultivation, his demise was imminent. Not far away, Yi Xiong stood dumbstruck. The entire ordeal transpired in mere moments, and Yi Zhen, whose prowess had not greatly differed from his own, had been incapacitated, a result difficult to fathom. An inexplicable sense of dread coursed through him. Yi Tiangu was equally startled by the spectacle. Only recently had he exchanged blows with Yi Lingtian. In just a few days of absence, the latter had grown so formidable. The most unbearable aspect for Yi Tiangu was the unsettling realization that Yi Lingtian seemed to have yet to unleash his full power. Damn it. Why is this fellow so formidable? I cannot accept it. Yi Tianj ground his teeth, his remaining hand clenched into a fist, the nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, glaring fiercely at Yi Lingtian. Even Wang Yuan, the ancestral elder of the Wang family, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor, no longer daring to underestimate Yi Lingtian. It was no wonder he was able to slay the elder of the 10,000 demons. This young man indeed possessed some skill. However, the more capable he was, the more he must not be allowed to live, for otherwise, he would become a source of endless trouble. With this thought in mind, Wang Yuan resolved to take action himself. Sending others forth would merely be a death sentence. As Wang Yuan stepped forward, the gathered cultivators erupted in exclamations. Look, the ancestral elder of the Wang family is taking action himself. It seemed that only he could confront Yi Lingtian. Did they not see that even the grand elder of the Yi family was no match for him? Allowing others to engage would only lead to needless casualties. Yi Lingtian was truly extraordinary. In such a short span of time, he had transformed from a mere waste into such a powerhouse. The head of the Yi family must indeed be blind to have cast aside such a prodigy. Hearing these mocking remarks, Yi Zhen's already somber expression darkened further. Yet, a fraction of the Yi family elders began to harbor discontent towards Yi Zhen. After all, their observations were not without merit. The talent displayed by Yi Lingtian was indeed terrifying. If he were to lead, the Yi family could surely reach unprecedented heights. Yet, it was precisely because of the actions of Yi Zhen and his son that Yi Lingtian had been driven to the opposing side, leading to the current predicament. Now, however, it was too late for any words. The animosity between the two factions had become irreconcilable. Even if the decision was flawed, they could only continue down this dark path. The elders of the Yi family could only hope that Wang Yuan would suppress Yi Lingtian, thus preventing the situation from spiraling out of control. With a thunderous roar, Wang Yuan wasted no time. He propelled himself forward, charging directly at Yi Lingtian, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, raising his withered palm to strike at his chest. One must admit, Wang Yuan, as a half-step martial master, demonstrated a speed akin to lightning. Yi Lingtian found himself unable to react in time and bore the full brunt of the attack. The terrifying force struck him, causing Yi Lingtian to stagger backward several paces before he could barely steady himself, a tumult of blood and energy surging within him. Fortunately, he had not sustained any grievous injuries. Chapter 58. The terrifying combat power of Yi Lingtian. Wang Yuan's gaze sharpened as he spoke gravely. To withstand my strike, you indeed possess some ability. The other elders of the Wang family wore expressions of astonishment. Wang Yuan was a half-step master, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. considered the foremost among those below the rank of master. Yet, here was Lingtian, a mere junior, capable of receiving his blow head-on. This was truly astonishing. Oof. I only used 50% of my strength. I am eager to see just how much ability you truly possess. Wang Yuan huffed, then arched his fingers into claws, lunging towards Lingtian's neck, summoning a chilling gale. Lingtian's expression turned grave as he swiftly brandished the podium halberd, instantly colliding with Wang Yuan's arm. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. At the moment of impact, Wang Yuan sensed something was amiss. The force unleashed by Lingtian was overwhelmingly terrifying, causing his arm to tingle and his internal energy to surge tumultuously. The podium halberd carved a vicious gash into the palm of Wang Yuan, blood gushing forth from a wound. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from Wang Yuan, forcing him to stagger backward, while Lingtian also found himself retreating, though he quickly regained his footing. Following this clash, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with onlookers expressing disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. He managed to withstand it. How is this even possible? Good heavens, Lingtian is indeed formidable, able to stand his ground against the Wang family's ancestor. Today, the Wang family may be facing dire straits. As these words escaped someone's lips, many gazes flickered with anticipation. With the presence of both the Wang and Yi families, the second-rate factions had little room for advancement, yet today they glimpsed hope. If Lingtian could vanquish the Wang family's ancestor and potentially leave the higher-ups of the Yi family intact, the power dynamics between the two great families would undoubtedly plummet, presenting them with a golden opportunity. The thought alone quickened the breaths of many, their eyes fixed fervently upon the battlefield. Wang Shunchuan's previously jovial demeanor froze. He had believed that his ancestors' involvement was a surefire guarantee for revenge. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed Wang Yuan was struggling against Lingtian, causing Wang Shun's heart to plummet like a stone into a deep lake. Crack, crack, crack. Tiangu clenched his fists tightly, producing a series of ominous sounds, his eyes transforming into a fiery crimson, filled with murderous intent directed at Lingtian. He hissed in a low voice, Why can a useless person like you become so powerful? I cannot accept this. The oppressive aura surrounding Tiangu intensified, and a wisp of dark energy seeped from his scarlet gaze. Yi Zhen, witnessing this, was taken aback, quickly admonishing, Tian, steady your mind, at his father's thunderous command. The dark energy in Tian's eyes gradually receded, and his countenance returned to a semblance of normalcy, though a look of lingering fear remained. Had it not been for Yi Zhen's timely intervention, Tiangu might have succumbed to madness, spiraling into a state of turmoil. Do not dwell on it too much. Lingtian is destined to die today. The Wang family's ancestor possesses far more strength than this. Seeing his son regain composure, Yi Xiong let out a sigh of relief before offering words of comfort. Upon hearing Yi Zhen's reassurance, Tian's spirits lifted considerably, and he once again cast his gaze upon Lingtian. At that moment, Wang Yuan made his move once more, this time opting to wield his weapon rather than engage in a physical contest. Wang Yuan's weapon was a blood-red blade, and as he unsheathed it, an aura of malevolence enveloped the air. Holding the crimson dagger, a cruel glint flickered in Wang Yuan's eyes as he coldly declared, Lingtian, I acknowledge the strength of your physique. Ordinary attacks are insufficient to harm you. The Bloodblade is a supreme treasure, capable of penetrating even the defenses of a martial sovereign. I refuse to believe you can withstand it. In an instant, Wang Yuan vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Lingtian and thrusting the Bloodblade directly at him. A crimson radiance sliced through the void as the Bloodblade approached Lingtian at an astonishing speed, aimed straight for his back. Confronted with Wang Yuan's strike, Lingtian dared not underestimate it. The attack from a supreme treasure indeed posed a considerable threat. With a swift retreat, he brandished the breaking heaven halberd to meet the assault. Though the motion appeared simple, it harnessed the maximum force he could muster. The impact of nearly 70,000 pounds collided heavily with the Bloodblade. Boom! Even with prior preparation, Wang Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically under the immense force, causing the grip of the Bloodblade to shatter, and the sound of splintering bones echoed as pain coursed through his arm. A piercing agony enveloped him, and he could not suppress a cry of anguish. Chapter 59, Blood Slaughter Palm. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Yuan staggered backward, his blood surging violently, and the blood blade was sent flying away. Ancestor! The members of the Wang family gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with concern. Damn it, damn it! Wang Yuan bellowed in rage, not anticipating that even with the supreme treasure at his disposal, he would still be unable to contend with Lingtian, whose strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Infuriating, infuriating, Wang Yuan shouted, unable to fathom that even basic treasures were futile against Lingtian, his expression twisted with despair. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Lingtian was charging towards the direction of the Bloodblade. His expression changed drastically, and he hastily raised a hand, attempting to summon the Bloodblade back. Yet, Wang Yuan was a moment too late. Lingtian had already seized the Bloodblade. Although the Bloodblade was now in Lingtian's grasp, Wang Yuan was not overly flustered. Instead, he wore a mocking expression. You think you can claim my treasure? You seek death. With a thought, Wang Yuan commanded the Bloodblade, which began to tremble furiously, radiating a chilling light as it writhed in Lingtian's hand, launching an attack against his palm. Oof! Lingtian snorted coldly, enveloping the Bloodblade with his terrifying soul power. The once turbulent weapon gradually fell silent. Moments later, Wang Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of horror as he looked at Lingtian. How is this possible? How can you erase my soul imprint? What? Lingtian erased the ancestor's soul imprint? The astonished cries of Wang Shenchuan and others echoed, their disbelief palpable. Wang Yuan was a half-step martial sovereign. To forcibly erase his soul imprint meant Lingtian's strength was unfathomably vast. Once steadfast in their convictions, the Wang family now found themselves engulfed in trepidation as they witnessed their ancestral figure, Wang Yuan, suffer misfortune. Anxiety gripped their hearts, and panic was etched upon their faces. Yizhen struggled to maintain his composure. The upper echelons of his lineage had gathered here today, and should they all perish, the culmination of years of scheming would be rendered futile. No, we cannot meet our demise here, he silently screamed within. Beside him, Yi Tianj was equally shaken by Lingtian's terrifying prowess, his previous animosity rapidly dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming dread. Having recently brushed against death, he harbored a profound fear of it and was unwilling to succumb so easily. Father, what shall we do? What can we do? If that little wretch Lingtian prevails, he will undoubtedly seek our ruin. Hearing his son's anxious cries, Yixiong forced himself to regain his composure. Fear not. I have informed our ancestor of the events transpiring here. As long as he arrives, even if Lingtian triumphs over the Wang family patriarch, we shall remain unscathed. Upon hearing that their ancestor was en route, Yi Tianj's earlier despair was replaced by a flicker of hope, his worries alleviating significantly. He turned his gaze back to Lingtian, who had effortlessly stowed away the spilled blood and was now charging toward Wang Yuan once more. Wielding the void spear with unrestrained ferocity, channeling all of his vitality and essence. Even from 100 paces away, Yi Tianj could sense the surging power emanating from him, causing a shiver of terror to course through him, an instinctive urge to avoid confronting Lingtian taking root in his heart. Wang Yuan, closest to Lingtian, felt this dread most acutely, his fear escalating with each passing moment. Yet, it was too late to flee. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yuan resolved to burn his own life essence in a desperate bid for power. With a thunderous roar, fueled by his vital essence, Wang Yuan's aura intensified. Nearing the martial sovereign realm, his hair billowed in the wind, and his eyes glinted like stars as he fixed his gaze upon Lingtian. He then raised his hand and struck forward, conjuring a blood-red handprint in the void. This was the Blood Fiend Palm, a low-grade profound martial technique that, to his astonishment, Wang Yuan had mastered to a significant degree. Surely, this would lead to Lingtian's inevitable defeat. Wang Shenchuan recognized the technique instantly, excitement igniting within him. With Wang Yuan's declaration, the remaining members of the Wang clan wore smiles, regarding Lingtian with the disdain reserved for the vanquished, their tense expressions relaxing. However, as the celestial breaking spear collided with the massive blood handprint, Wang Shenchuan and the others' joy was short-lived. Their smiles froze in shock. The colossal blood handprint shattered upon contact with the spear, while Lingtian's momentum remained unabated, closing the distance to Wang Yuan. No, this cannot be. Wang Yuan gasped, unable to accept the outcome. With a piercing thrust, the celestial breaking spear pierced through Wang Yuan's defenses, plunging directly into his chest, erupting in a spray of crimson. At this moment, Wang Yuan was engulfed by a profound sense of impending doom, an old fear surging through his entire being. "No, you cannot kill me," he stammered, his words faltering as he met Yi Lingtian's frigid gaze. "Yi, my young friend, this matter is a grave error on the part of the Wang family. If you are willing to spare my life, we can consider this incident closed, and I assure you, I will not trouble you again. Furthermore, the Wang family is prepared to offer compensation." With his life hanging in the balance, Wang Yuan disregarded all notions of dignity and pleaded for mercy. The onlooking cultivators were utterly astonished by this scene. They had anticipated that the Wang family's ancestral figure would overpower Yi Lingtian, but now, a dramatic reversal had occurred. To their disbelief, Wang Yuan, a half-step martial sovereign, was reduced to begging for his life. At this moment, the spectators held their breath, eager to see how Yi Lingtian would respond to Wang Yuan's propositions. When Yi Lingtian did not respond immediately, Wang Yuan seized the chance to plead once more. "If you spare me, I can help conceal vital information, thus preventing the 10,000 demons sect from pursuing you. This would only benefit you," he implored, his eyes darting nervously towards Yi Lingtian, convinced that any rational person would acquiesce to his demands. "Your offer is indeed quite appealing," Yi Lingtian replied coolly, prompting a flicker of hope to ignite in Wang Yuan's visage, as he believed he had swayed his opponent. However, in that fleeting moment of triumph, a deep-seated malice glimmered in Wang Yuan's eyes, masked by a facade of submission. The words he spoke were merely a temporary strategy to placate Yi Lingtian. He had no intention of genuinely sparing him. Internally, Wang Yuan seethed. "You wretched creature, I shall allow you to revel for a time. But when you fall into my grasp, I will ensure that your suffering is beyond compare." Yet, before he could bask in his fleeting joy, Yi Lingtian's voice pierced the air once more. "However, I have little interest in your proposal." As those chilling words echoed, Wang Yuan's body stiffened, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him. Chapter 60. The decapitation of Wang Yuan. Panic-stricken, Wang Yuan began to thrash wildly. But Yi Lingtian moved with greater swiftness, extracting the heaven-shattering halberd from Wang Yuan's chest and swiftly swinging it. With a flash of halberd light, Wang Yuan's at the moment when his soul departed from his head. Wang Yuan's venomous voice echoed through the void. "You little beast, your arrogance shall not endure for long. I shall ensure you pay the price." As he cursed, Wang Yuan hastened his pace. For him, survival depended solely on entering the protective perimeter of the Wang family's formation. Although Yi Lingtian's strength was formidable, he would be unable to breach the formation. For now, he could only delay time, hoping the forces of the 10,000 demon sect would come to his aid. Whoosh! Yet, before Wang Yuan could revel in his fleeting freedom, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind him, sending a jolt of dread through his being. An ominous premonition surged within him. He quickly turned to see a finger, condensed from true energy, hurtling toward him at an unimaginable speed, rendering him incapable of evasion. Boom! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Wang Yuan's soul twisted and ultimately dissipated into the ether. The ancestor has fallen. The senior members of the Wang family trembled at this sight, their faces etched with fear and anxiety. With Wang Xianxuan's powers rendered useless and many of the upper echelons of the Wang family slain by Yi Lingtian, the death of their ancestor signified a catastrophic decline in their strength. After today, even if the family managed to withstand Yi Lingtian's onslaught, their descent into obscurity was inevitable. The mere thought of this outcome twisted Wang Xianxuan's features in anguish, a flicker of regret surfacing within him. However, this sentiment was swiftly suppressed, replaced by an overwhelming hatred and a thirst for vengeance against Yi Lingtian. On the other hand, Yi Xiong, witnessing Wang Yuan's demise, was equally astonished by Yi Lingtian's might but felt a surge of elation within. The fall of Wang Yuan relegated the Wang family to a second-rate force. While the Yi family could seize this opportunity to ascend as the most powerful entity in Wuyuan City, this thought ignited a wave of excitement within Yi Xiong. Naturally, under such circumstances, he would not betray his emotions. After slaying Wang Yuan, Yi Lingtian casually collected the storage ring from his lifeless form and advanced step by step toward the Wang family. Seeing Yi Lingtian approach, Wang Xianxuan's face twisted with hatred as he turned to the gathered onlookers. He bellowed, "I imagine you are all curious as to why we have targeted Yi Lingtian so fiercely and how he has grown so powerful." Upon hearing these words, Yi Zhen immediately understood Wang Xinchuan's intentions and urged, "Brother Wang, do not." However, Wang Xinchuan, now consumed by madness, was singularly focused on eliminating Lingtian and paid no heed to Yi Zhen's warning. The surrounding cultivators, indeed captivated by Wang Xinchuan's words, gazed at him with intrigue. Wang Xinchuan continued without hesitation. Not long ago, the mysterious grade martial arts auctioned by the Treasure Pavilion were derived from this very boy, and he possesses a complete body cultivation inheritance. The revelation made by Wang Xinchuan immediately incited a tumultuous reaction, with the crowd displaying expressions of sudden enlightenment. So it was. They had not anticipated that the mysterious martial technique belonged to him, which explained his rapid enhancement in cultivation. The mere casual possession of a profound-level skill indicated that he undoubtedly harbored numerous other treasures. Not to mention, the complete heritage of body cultivation alone held immense value. Let us not forget that Lingtian's Dantian had been previously destroyed, implying that he still possessed a method to restore it. As these discussions surfaced, the gazes directed at Lingtian transformed, their depths brimming with greed. Although Lingtian's prowess was formidable, the allure of wealth stirred diverse thoughts within many. Yet none dared to take action at that moment. However, for Wang Xun, his objectives had been achieved. The words he uttered today would soon disseminate widely. Consequently, Lingtian, the focal point of this affair, would inevitably become a target, as numerous powerful rogue cultivators would be unable to restrain themselves from taking action against him. The mere thought of Lingtian being pursued filled Wang Xinchuan with exhilaration, a broad smile gracing his lips. Lingtian. This predicament is of your own making. Prepare yourself for an unending series of chases. Even if an ancestor were to be slain, what of it? The Wang family possesses a protective formation. Even a martial sovereign would struggle against it. What can a mere martial master stir up? Wang Xinchuan continued to mock Lingtian. Emboldened by the activation of the protective formation, harboring no fear, and even wishing for Lingtian to make a move. Should that occur, he could employ the killing array to strike at Lingtian, making it entirely possible to eliminate him. Following Wang Xinchuan's remarks, the previously anxious members of the Wang family began to regain their composure. Yet it was merely a flawed fourth-tier formation. One could only wonder where his confidence stemmed from. How do you know it is flawed? Wang Xinchuan was taken aback, astonished that Lingtian could discern the problem with the formation at a glance, causing his heart to tighten. How infuriating. Could it be that this young man possessed knowledge of formations? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Xinchuan quickly shook his head. Impossible. Even if this young man were extraordinary, he could not possibly cultivate both martial arts and formation simultaneously. He must have acquired this information from elsewhere. Yes, it had to be that way. Forcing down the unease within him, Wang Xinchuan coldly retorted, "Even if the formation is somewhat flawed, it is more than sufficient to contain you, a mere waste. If you truly possess the ability, then break the formation." Concerned that Lingtian might attempt to flee, Wang Xinchuan continued to provoke him, hoping to incite his anger. "Very well, I shall gratify your wish." Lingtian replied calmly. Then, wielding the breaking heaven halberd, he stepped forward, drawing closer to the area enveloped by the formation. Wang Xinchuan's expression shifted slightly. Lingtian's unwavering demeanor made him increasingly anxious. Me up, bluster. With gritted teeth, Wang Xinchuan turned to face the assembly of elders from the Wang family. Channel the full power of the formation. I intend to ensure he returns from this encounter only as a memory. Yes, the elders replied in unison. Chapter 61. The sword formation. Immediately, the elders began to mobilize their inner true energy, fervently infusing it into the protective formation. A low humming resonated through the air as the entire Wang estate was enveloped by a colossal barrier of light. Once the protective formation was fully activated, Wang Xinchuan's worries dissipated, replaced by a renewed confidence that illuminated his countenance. Suddenly, Lingtian accelerated, charging into the area shrouded by the Wang family's formation without a hint of hesitation. Seeking death, Wang Xinchuan's expression brightened. He had not anticipated Lingtian's audacity, which he perceived as a clear path to his demise. Quickly, activate the sword formation. Surround and eliminate this little beast. In addition to the fourth-tier protective formation, the Wang family possessed a third-tier sword formation, a perfect blend of offense and defense that could compel even the mightiest martial masters to retreat. With Lingtian willingly stepping into their trap, Wang Xinchuan felt confident in his ability to vanquish his foe, the smile on his face becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Upon receiving Wang Shenxuan's command, the elders hastily activated the sword formation. A low hum filled the air as hundreds of iron swords within the formation began to tremble and soared skyward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron swords raced through the void, swiftly encircling Lingtian, their fierce sword energy relentlessly assaulting his form. Swordbrecher technique. The elders roared in unison, as the iron swords emanated a profound sword intent and surged toward Lingtian at astonishing speed from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Lingtian found himself entirely engulfed by the iron swords, the rips in his robe multiplying. How is this possible? However, it quickly became apparent that despite the swords striking Lingtian head-on, they merely shredded his robe without inflicting any harm upon his flesh. The swords left only faint white scratches upon his skin. Damn it, this fellow's physique is too formidable. Even with the sword intent enhancement, these mundane weapons cannot harm him. Realizing that this approach was futile, Wang Shenxuan glanced at the members of the Wang family. Quickly, cast your paired swords into the formation. The higher the grade of the long swords, the greater the formation's power. Many among us possess spirit weapons that will undoubtedly enhance our efforts. To ensure Lingtian's demise, Wang Shenxuan casually retrieved a blue long sword and unhesitatingly tossed it into the formation. This blue long sword was a treasured artifact, although it was only of inferior grade. It had cost Wang Shenxuan a considerable price to acquire. Following his lead, the other members of the Wang family began to act in concert, continuously casting their long swords into the sword formation. In a brief moment, the sword formation was augmented by hundreds of long swords, most of which were of exquisite quality, their power surpassing that of ordinary iron swords. Sky-splitting slash. The elders of the Wang family roared in unison, channeling the long swords to coalesce into a formidable heavy sword, which they directed towards Lingtian with great force. In the face of such an assault, Lingtian resolutely opted for a direct confrontation, continuously mobilizing the vital energy within his body as his true essence surged wildly into the breaking sky halberd. The primordial creation technique operated fervently, enveloping Lingtian in a radiant purple glow, which solidified his muscles and sharpened his gaze to an extraordinary degree. Without resorting to any external force, Lingtian wielded the breaking sky halberd with the sheer might of his physical prowess. Boom! The clash between the breaking sky halberd and the heavy sword unleashed a monumental shockwave, expanding violently in all directions. Wang Shenxuan's pupils suddenly contracted, his body trembling uncontrollably, his expression filled with dread. Contrary to expectations, Lingtian not only remained unscathed, but also shattered the heavy sword in the process. The elders controlling the formation were struck by backlash, coughing up blood, their faces turning ashen. In Lingtian, they truly experienced the essence of overwhelming force, feeling an oppressive pressure that was utterly formidable. Quickly, unleash our most powerful attack. We cannot afford to give this fellow any respite, or we shall meet our demise. After regaining his composure, Wang Shenxuan urged the elders, his demeanor betraying a sense of urgency that shattered his earlier calm. The Wang elders, recognizing the gravity of the situation, exchanged glances and ignited their vital blood, causing the sword intent within the formation to surge dramatically, the fallen swords rising once more into the air. Father, do you think they will succeed? Yetianj vispirit tuyizin. Fear not. While the Wang family sword shock is merely a third-tier killing formation, it stands as one of the finest among its rank, having once severely injured a martial sovereign, though that martial sovereign had just recently broken through. He is not comparable to the current Lingtian. Reassured by his father's words, Yitanj's worries dissipated, and his mood improved considerably. All swords returned to the sect. The Wang elders spoke in unison, the long swords in the formation whirling frantically around Lingtian before charging towards him. Confronted with this strike, Lingtian too sensed a palpable threat. He fervently summoned his vital energy, pushing his cultivation to its utmost peak, his hair billowing with the wind. What a profound vitality! How is he achieving such power? The onlooking cultivators could not help but exclaim in astonishment as Lingtian's blood surged forth, manifesting a blood dragon behind him, its chilling aura detectable from afar. Slash! Lingtian gripped the breaking sky halberd tightly, executing a slow yet deliberate downward strike towards the front. This seemingly simple attack caused the entire sword formation to distort. The elders controlling the formation instantly felt an immense pressure their breaths quickening in response. "Hurry, block him." The expressions of the royal elders changed dramatically, and they began to recklessly burn their essence. The terrifying power of Lingtian's strike instilled a sense of impending death within them. Boom! The clash of attacks reverberated once more, with the violet light surrounding Lingtian becoming increasingly intense, enveloping the entire heaven-breaking halberd in a radiant purple glow. As the sword energy approached Lingtian, it was dispersed by the swirling violet aura around him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. PFFF. PFFF. The elders maintaining the formation spat blood, their vitality waning, their faces turning ashen. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed in the ears of the crowd. The third-tier sword formation was riddled with countless fissures, seemingly on the verge of shattering. "Break for me." Lingtian struck again, and under his assault, the sword formation could no longer withstand the force, collapsing with a thunderous roar, unleashing rampant sword energy. Chapter 62. Breaking the Formation, Slaughter. PFFF. PFFF. As the sword formation shattered, the royal elders caught within it coughed up blood, their anguished cries piercing the air, their complexions paling drastically. Meanwhile, Wang Shunchuan and his companions could not evade the impact of the formation either. As Lingtian approached step by step, their hearts raced with trepidation. "Quickly, activate the protective formation," Wang Shunchuan exclaimed in alarm, truly fearful now. He sought not to kill Lingtian, but merely to keep him at bay. However, due to the shattering of the sword formation, the elders were backfired upon and could scarcely muster any strength, rendering them incapable of activating the fourth-tier protective formation. Lingtian would not grant them this opportunity. Before they could react, he charged into the Wang clan, weapon in hand. "This is bad. We must flee." Upon realizing the dire situation, Yi Zhen decisively chose to escape, turning to flee with Yi Tianchi. Although his Dantian had been crippled, his cultivation had not yet entirely plummeted, thus not hindering his escape. The other elders of the Yi clan, unscathed, promptly followed Yi Zhen's lead. "Yi Xiong, you shall pay." Wang Shunchuan seethed with fury, genuinely astounded by Yi Xiong's shamelessness in abandoning the Wang clan without hesitation. Just then, before Wang Shunchuan could utter another word, a whooshing sound cut through the air, and he felt a sudden darkness envelop him. Raising his gaze to behold the icy countenance of Lingtian. "You." Overcome with fear, Wang Shunchuan stumbled backward, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though his cultivation was lost, he preferred the uncertainty of life over the certainty of death. Ye Lingshan. All of this was orchestrated by Yi Xiong and his son. "You have already slain my two sons. It is the Wang clan that has suffered the greatest loss. If you would spare me, I can offer you all the resources our clan has collected over the years." Wang Shunchuan gazed at Lingtian with a face full of hope. Lingtian's lips curved slightly as he spoke calmly. "After killing you, those resources will still belong to me." At those words, Wang Shunchuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized that Lingtian had no intention of sparing him. His face twisted into a vicious snarl, his eyes filled with savage hatred. "Go to hell." A longsword appeared in Wang Shunchuan's hand. Gathering every last ounce of strength he had left, he thrust it straight toward Lingtian's chest. Puchi! A halberd glow flashed past. Before Wang Shunchuan's sword could even touch Lingtian, his head was already sent flying high into the air, blood spraying violently from the severed neck. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed to the ground with a dull sound. Wang Shunchuan dead. His fall shattered the psychological defenses of the remaining Wang family members. The fear they had been suppressing completely exploded. "The patriarch is dead. Run, run," as the shout rang out. The surviving members of the Wang family finally snapped back to their senses and scattered in all directions. As for the Wang family elders, they quickly gathered together and rushed toward the ancestral grounds of the Wang clan. Even if they were going to flee, they would take the resources with them or destroy them, rather than leave anything for Lingtian. But in Lingtian's eyes, all of this was nothing but futile struggle. With his current movement techniques, catching up to them was effortless. Whoosh! Lingtian vanished from where he stood, and in an instant, he caught up to the nearest Wang family elder. Puchi! With a casual sweep of his halberd, the man's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dying utterly and completely. At this moment, Lingtian was like a living Azura, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the Wang clan. Screams and wails echoed without end. The The powerful cultivators watching from the outskirts showed no pity at the sight. Instead, excitement gleamed in their eyes. In the path of cultivation, the weak are prey to the strong. Scenes like this were nothing new to them. Over the years, countless factions have been wiped out by the Wang family. No one felt sympathy now. The fall of the Wang family was, instead, a grand feast for the other powers. The resources controlled by the Wang clan had now become ownerless treasures. If one could seize the Wang family's spiritual veins, it would be a perfect opportunity to rise to power. Of course, all of that was a matter for later. Whether Lingtian would take over those veins was still unknown. Though they coveted them, none dared to snatch food from the tigress' mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, some of the onlooking cultivators made their move, actively joining the slaughter of the Wang family members. Over the years, the Wang clan had made countless enemies. When they were powerful, no one dared provoke them. But now, with the Wang family collapsing, this was the perfect moment to beat a drowning dog. More and more cultivators joined the massacre, their eyes bloodshot, showing no mercy toward the Wang clansmen. Kill them all. The Wang family members who had managed to escape were quickly swallowed by the crowd, meeting their deaths without exception. In contrast, Lingtian successfully intercepted several fleeing elders of the Wang family, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of those he had just dispatched. Demon, you wretched demon. The surviving elders of the Wang family dared not confront Lingtian, for the malevolent aura emanating from him instilled profound terror within their hearts. Without uttering a single word, Lingtian wielded the breaking heavens spear and charged forth, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. We must strike together, or we shall all perish. The elder of the Wang family growled through gritted teeth. Encouraged by his words, the other elders temporarily suppressed their fear and drew their weapons to face Lingtian. However, to their astonishment, at the very moment they surged forward, the elder, Wang Sha, turned and fled with astonishing speed. Wang Shayu. It was evident that Wang Sha had spoken with such righteous fervor merely to send the others to their doom, thereby securing his own chance to escape. Yet, no matter how furious they felt, there was no room for regret. They could only muster their strength to confront Lingtian. All the elders of the Wang family were martial masters, but they were utterly powerless against Lingtian, who swiftly dispatched them within mere exchanges. As he witnessed the rapid demise of his fellow elders, Wang Sha, in his desperate flight, was consumed by terror and resorted to frantically burning his vital essence to enhance his speed. I must escape. I cannot die here, he incessantly reminded himself, glancing back with increasing trepidation. Soon, however, despair enveloped him, for despite burning his vital essence and employing every means at his disposal, he could not shake off Lingtian, whose speed was simply insurmountable. In no time, Lingtian closed the distance, leaving Wang Sha with nowhere to flee. Lingtian, do you truly intend to eradicate us all? Wang Sha growled through clenched teeth, his face contorted in agony, panting heavily. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Lingtian did not respond but propelled himself forward with relentless force, closing in on Wang Sha in an instant. Wang Sha's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he attempted a counterattack, only to feel a sharp sting in his neck. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth as Wang Sha's eyes widened in disbelief, his countenance etched with resentment. Clutching his neck with both hands, his legs buckled, bringing him to his knees. In a swift motion, Lingtian struck again, severing Wang Sha's head. The blow imbued with a soul attack that left the latter's spirit no chance to escape. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air before Wang Sha breathed his last. Lingtian casually collected his storage ring. Before extinguishing Wang Sha's soul, Lingtian employed a soul-searching technique and discovered the location of the family treasury. Without hesitation, he made his way towards the Wang family's vault. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the site of the treasury, where a black tower stood before him, enveloped in a protective formation. Disregarding the formation, Lingtian brandished the sky-breaking halberd and plunged into the fray. With Wang Yuan now slain, the Wang family was devoid of anyone capable of obstructing him. A thunderous crash resounded as the gate of the treasury shattered under the force of his strike. In that fleeting moment, Lingtian beheld several figures within. They were the elders of the Wang family, fervently gathering the resources of the treasury. The colossal noise drew their attention, and upon turning to see Lingtian, their faces contorted in terror. Damn it! How did he arrive so swiftly? Why did the formation fail to restrain him? Quick, flee! The elders cried out in panic, hastily attempting to scatter. Yet, Lingtian blocked their sole escape route, forcing them to confront him to break free. With a swift motion, he advanced, unwilling to squander time on these individuals. Screams of agony erupted as blood gushed forth. Within mere moments, several martial artist elders were ruthlessly dispatched. Lingtian himself emerged unscathed, casting a quick glance around the Wang family's treasury, a satisfied nod following. With a sweeping gesture, he collected all resources into his storage ring, leaving the treasury utterly stripped bare. Having completed his task, Lingtian prepared to depart from the Wang family. However, as he burst forth from the treasury, he sensed a formidable aura, his very soul pinned down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something piercing the air reached him from behind, prompting him to turn and observe the source, revealing the return of powerful figures from the Yi family, including Yi Xiong and his son. Yi Xiong wore a sinister grin, his earlier disarray vanished, his cold gaze fixed intently on Lingtian. In a chilling tone, he declared, "You wretched beast, don't think that by slaying Wang Yuan you can act with impunity. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish." With that proclamation, Yi Xiong looked towards the void above, respectfully articulating, "Please, ancestor, lend your might to suppress this wretch." The other elders of the Yi family echoed his plea, "Please, ancestor, lend your might." Ancestor? Lingtian's gaze sharpened, and he grasped who had locked onto his presence, his expression turning grave. "Young one, your progress in less than a month truly astonishes me. You are indeed a prodigy." A deep, gravelly voice reverberated in his ears. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the void. It was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, exuding a suffocating aura of death, his frail body appearing as though it could collapse at any moment. Yet, this seemingly decrepit elder radiated an overwhelmingly terrifying presence, imposing upon Lingtian a pressure akin to facing a primeval beast. This newly appeared elder was none other than Yi Haowen, the current ancestor of the Yi family, a genuine martial sovereign, and a member of the faction aligned with Yi Xiong. Yi Haowen looked down at Lingtian, feeling the profound vitality radiating from him, which filled him with shock and awe. "Young man, if you are willing to surrender all the resources you possess and allow me to inscribe a soul mark upon you, I might consider sparing your life." As he uttered these words, a glint of greed flickered in Yi Haowen's eyes. His swift arrival was largely motivated by the resources of the Wang family. Although Yi Haowen had attained the rank of martial sovereign, his advanced age left him with a dwindling lifespan. In his desperate quest for survival, he was determined to extend his years by any means necessary. The annihilation of the Wang family presented an excellent opportunity. Acquiring their resources could significantly prolong his life. This was precisely why, upon receiving news from Yi Zhen, Yi Haowen hastened to the scene. In response to Yi Haowen's proposal, Lingtian let out a derisive laugh, regarding him with a gaze that suggested he was a fool. Yi Haowen's expression hardened, and the oppressive aura of a martial sovereign bore down on Lingtian. "You are foolish to squander this opportunity. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Yi Haowen, unwilling to waste any more time, raised his hand and lunged at Lingtian, aiming for a swift resolution. Boom! However, Yi Haowen was taken aback when his strike met only air, for Lingtian had evaded the attack with a ghostly swiftness. "Oh, I underestimated you. You do possess some skill." Although surprised by the miss, Yi Haowen's composure remained largely intact as he summoned his true energy for another strike. This next attack was even more ferocious, clearly intended to inflict serious injury on Lingtian without granting him a moment's respite. Lingtian snorted coldly. He recognized that continuing to evade would prove futile. Thus, he resolved to burn his essence, channeling all his strength into his arms. Slash! He wielded the breaking sky halberd in a direct confrontation with Yi Haowen. Yet, a martial sovereign was still a martial sovereign. The immense recoil from the clash sent Lingtian hurtling backward, his vitality surging chaotically within him as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. After retreating a considerable distance, he barely managed to stabilize himself. He then raised his gaze to Yi Haowen and mocked. "A martial sovereign is nothing more than this." Yi Haowen's expression darkened, the previous encounter seemingly favoring him. But he was acutely aware of the substantial backlash he had suffered. Now, his vitality was depleted, while he could still engage in a short skirmish. Sustaining a prolonged battle would be exceedingly difficult. Lingtian, displaying a reckless determination, caused Yi Haowen to hesitate. Yet, The thought of his authority being challenged ignited a furious fire within him, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Coldly, he declared, stubborn and unyielding, "A mere martial master dares to provoke a martial sovereign. I shall show you the true extent of our disparity." Chapter altmustert, severity wounding Yi Haolan. Boom! After a trivial collision, Yi Haolan realized that Yi Lingtian was formidable, thus he refrained from underestimating him. He immediately summoned the power of his vital energy. With the enhancement of this energy, Yi Haolan's emaciated form became somewhat more robust, and he stood taller, his aura surging dramatically. "Yi Lingshan, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Given your connection to the Yi clan, if you willingly forfeit your cultivation and kneel to beg for mercy, I may spare your life." Yi Haolan's expression was one of lofty superiority, as if the fate of Yi Lingtian rested solely in his hands, his gaze filled with disdain. "You are unworthy, old dog," Yi Lingtian retorted coldly. "Seeking death, you obstinate fool." Infuriated by Yi Lingtian's defiance, Yi Haolan exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Since you are so determined to court death, do not blame me for what follows." With a swift motion, Yi Haolan drew a long sword from his storage ring. As he infused his true energy into the blade, a piercing sound of sword cries resonated through the air. The sword vibrated ominously, and Yi Lingtian felt a fierce pressure bearing down upon him, a prickling pain coursing through his skin. This man had indeed grasped the essence of sword intent. Yi Lingtian's expression grew solemn. Although it appeared that his opponent had only recently comprehended this sword intent, its enhancement would elevate his combat capability by at least 30%. Yi Xiong and the others also noted this development, their faces alight with elation. "Excellent. The ancestor has successfully mastered sword intent. This guarantees that Yi Lingtian, that wretch, is doomed, daring to cripple our clan leader's Dantian. Once we capture this wretch, I will ensure he pays in full," Yi Xiong declared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with madness. Meanwhile, Yi Tange, who had been anxious, now felt a wave of relief. He yearned for Yi Lingtian's swift demise, for this would obliterate his inner turmoil. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yi Haolan unleashed a strike, a beam of sword light slicing through the air towards Yi Lingtian. However, to Yi Haolan's astonishment, Yi Lingtian met the attack head-on, emerging unscathed. Your weapon." Yi Haolan observed the Poshang halberd in Yi Lingtian's grasp. Though it appeared to be a mere mundane artifact, it was remarkably resilient, the sword's energy failing to inflict any harm upon it. Yet, Yi Haolan did not dwell on this. The previous strike was merely a probe, and his true lethal move awaited. Sky Clear Sword Art. Yi Haolan relentlessly swung his long sword, directly employing martial skills in his assault. The Sky Clear Sword Art was a low-tier, profound martial technique, for which Yi Haolan had paid a hefty price to obtain. Over the years, he had devoted himself to rigorous training. Now, Yi Haolan had cultivated the Sky Clear Sword Art to a minor completion stage, just a step away from achieving great mastery. And the power he unleashed far surpassed that of yellow-tier techniques. With a swift strike, Yi Haolan unleashed a torrent of sand and stone around him, the fierce sword aura erupting from within, enveloping Yi Lingtian in a cold, lethal radiance that relentlessly sought to constrict him. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Yi Lingtian's robe was shredded by the sword energy, leaving several bloody marks upon his body. Yet, Yi Haolan found this outcome unacceptable. Despite employing his martial prowess and sword intent, along with a distinct advantage in cultivation, he had merely inflicted superficial wounds upon Yi Lingtian, which could hardly be deemed significant. The injuries on Yi Lingtian's body were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. "Curse be it, I did not anticipate your physique to possess such resilience." As astonishment washed over him, Yi Haolan's breath quickened, his gaze towards Yi Lingtian ablaze with fervor, akin to that of a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. "Ah, indeed, your body refinement technique surpasses my expectations. Mastering such an art will undoubtedly extend my lifespan." Yi Haolan charged at Yi Lingtian once more, invigorated by the revelation of his opponent's formidable physique, and this time he exerted even greater effort in his assault. Yi Lingshan, having gleaned a general understanding of Yi Haolan's strength through their prior clash, opted not to defend. Thunder rumbled as Yi Lingtian ignited his essence blood, his aura intensifying. He fervently channeled the Hongmeng creation technique, enveloping himself in a pale violet mist that fortified his corporeal form. Subsequently, he infused his true energy into the breaking heaven halberd, unleashing his full strength to cleave towards Yi Haolan. Although this strike did not employ any martial skills, Yi Lingtian, by burning his essence blood and harnessing the Hongmeng energy, wielded a force that approached 100,000 pounds. As the halberd descended, a piercing sonic boom erupted, and upon feeling the oncoming gale of the weapon, Yi Haowen's expression shifted dramatically. Curse be it, this lad still possesses reserves of strength. This strike posed a tangible threat to Yi Haowen. Yi Lingtian's velocity was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to evade. To ensure his own safety, Yi Haowen was compelled to transition from offense to defense, positioning his long sword horizontally across his chest to withstand Yi Lingtian's assault. With a resounding impact, the breaking heaven halberd crashed against the longsword, causing Yi Haowen's eyes to widen in terror. As the halberd fell, Yi Haowen's sword bent under the immense force, and he felt as though he were being struck by a mountain. Bones splintered, his arm shattered, and fractures marred the blade he held. The overwhelming power drove Yi Haowen into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nostrils. Spitting blood, he attempted to utter something, but his breath was erratic, and the words failed him. Seizing this moment, Yi Lingtian swung the breaking heaven halberd down once more, showing no mercy. No, please. Yi Haowen's eyes widened with horror, his expression a mask of dread. Crack! Thud! Under the force of Yi Lingtian's strike, Yi Haowen's sword shattered effortlessly, and the potek glaive struck heavily against his chest, piercing through his body. Blood splattered forth as Yi Haowen coughed violently, his once formidable aura rapidly diminishing. No, ancestor. Yi Zhen and the others were taken aback, witnessing Yi Haowen, who had previously held the upper hand, suddenly grievously wounded. This swift turn of events left them in a state of shock, their expressions filled with terror. Yi Haowen was a master of martial arts. His defeat meant that no one could pose a threat to Yi Lingtian. With this realization, Yi Zhen trembled uncontrollably, his countenance turning frantic. He understood all too well that if Yi Lingtian found an opportunity, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Despite his Dantian being nearly destroyed, he had no desire to meet his demise. Chapter 65, Decapitation, Destruction of a Dantian. No, please don't kill me. Yi Haowen, pierced by the potek glaive, was filled with dread as he sensed the ebbing of his life force and pleaded for mercy. The longer one lives, the more one fears death. He did not wish to perish in this place. Lingtian, spare me. If you allow me to live, I will ensure you become the head of the Yi family. Ancestor Yi Zhen wanted to interject, but upon meeting Yi Haowen's fierce gaze, he could only obediently seal his lips. With a scoff, Yi Lingtian looked at Yi Haowen with scorn and replied nonchalantly, "The head of the Yi family? I have no interest." You. The moment Yi Lingtian uttered those words, Yi Haowen felt a surge of murderous intent radiating from him, causing his expression to change drastically. How dare you? You leave me no choice. In a desperate bid for survival, Yi Haowen ignited his internal blood essence, his waning energy surging once more, and a cold glint sparked in his eyes. You will die. Ignoring the potek glaive lodged in his chest, he lunged at Yi Lingtian, unleashing two streams of sword energy. However, before the sword energies could approach, Yi Lingtian acted first, swiftly extracting the potek glaive from Yi Haowen's chest and severing his arm in one fluid motion. The momentum of the glaive did not wane, and a fountain of crimson erupted from Yi Haowen's neck, his head soaring high into the air. Ancestor! Yi Zhen and the others gasped in horror, their faces pale with disbelief, their hearts filled with incredulity. They had not anticipated Yi Lingtian's unwavering resolution. He showed no mercy even against his own kin. With a swift motion, as his head fell, Yi Haowen's soul recognized the inevitable defeat. His spirit transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the outskirts of the Wang family. With a twisted expression, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You may have one today, little beast, but you will not escape retribution. I will ensure you pay dearly for this." Yi Haowen's eyes were filled with a venomous resentment, his gaze as if it could devour Yi Lingtian whole, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, he noticed Yi Lingtian hurling the broken heaven spear, which, propelled by an immense force, swiftly approached him. No! With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through Yi Haowen's very soul, unleashing a terrifying power that erupted within his ethereal form. No, please, no. What in the name of hell is this force? Ah, you wretched creature, you shall not escape unscathed. Under the impact of that peculiar power, Yi Haowen's soul twisted violently, with fissures multiplying across his being. Boom! Following a deafening roar, Yi Haowen's soul shattered, dissipating into the void. Yi Haowen was dead. Flee, we must flee. Witnessing Yi Lingtian slay Yi Haowen, the remaining elders instinctively turned to escape, without needing Yi Zhen's urging. How dare you run away from me? Realizing the elders had abandoned him, Yi Zhen shouted in anger, but his words fell upon deaf ears. Father, what should we do? Yi Tianj was equally struck by terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. Yi Zhen forcibly steadied his emotions and reassured, you are a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Yi Lingtian would not dare harm you, as he has yet to join the Qingyun sect. Should he kill you, it would be a provocation against our sect. And I believe he understands the implications of such an action. Upon hearing Yi Zhen's words, Yi Tianj's eyes brightened, and the fear on his face diminished significantly. Noticing Yi Lingtian's gaze shift towards him, Yi Tianj immediately met his eyes, forcing himself to stabilize his emotions, and spoke, Yi Lingtian, do not make a grave mistake. If anything were to happen to me today, you would have to contend not only with the Wang family, but also the entirety of the Qingyun sect. Yi Tianj maintained his gaze on Yi Lingtian, eager to observe his reaction to his words. However, in Yi Tianj's view, as long as Yi Lingtian was not foolish, he would refrain from offending the Qingyun sect, for such an act would yield no benefit to him. Just as Yi Tianj believed his threat had taken effect, Yi Lingtian replied, you need not worry about me. Perhaps you should focus on your own predicament. At these words, Yi Tianj's expression changed dramatically, and Yi Xiong beside him silently cursed, realizing that Yi Lingtian clearly intended to pursue this matter further. Yi Lingtian, even if Elder Mu has taken a liking to you, you are still not a disciple of the Qingyun sect. I advise you not to be deluded, for if you kill Tian'er, you will have no chance of joining the Qingyun sect. Who says I intend to kill him? Ye Lingshan Leite retorted, Leving ye viong momentary disciples. You mean to spare Tiange? A wave of confusion washed over him, but as he sensed the malicious intent in Yi Lingtian's gaze, he suddenly understood. No, you cannot do this. If there is any issue, let it be directed at me. Yi Tianj was not foolish. He immediately understood that Yi Lingtian intended to cripple his cultivation, which, in a way, would spare the face of the Qingyun sect. After all, when faced with a genius and a waste, the Qingyun sect would unhesitatingly choose the former. Moreover, with Mu Tianqing present, Yi Lingtian was unlikely to face any substantial threat. For Yi Tianj, however, having his Dantian destroyed was more unbearable than death itself. He refused to accept such a fate. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned Yi Xiong and fled, pushing his speed to its absolute limit. Yet, before Yi Lingtian, Yi Tianj's speed appeared rather trivial and was soon overtaken. No, please. As Yi Tianj's anguished cries echoed, Yi Lingtian thrust his spear, piercing his abdomen and shattering his Dantian in an instant. Blood gushed from Yi Tianj as his cultivation plummeted, leaving his face pale as a ghost. Losing an arm was already a significant blow for him, but now, with his Dantian destroyed, his eyes reflected a vacant despair, akin to that of a soulless corpse. However, when he gazed at Yi Lingtian, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his face twisted with resentment. You damn little. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Lingtian struck him across the face. With that single blow, Yi Tianj spat blood, his cheeks swelling grotesquely as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Subsequently, Yi Lingtian seized both Yi Xiong and Yi Tianj, making his way towards the Wang family. Having plundered the Wang family, he had no intentions of sparing the Yi family either. Once Yi Lingtian departed, the other cultivators dared to step into the area. As they gazed in the direction of Yi Lingtian's disappearance, their faces were etched with astonishment. Chapter 66. Reactions from all sides too powerful. Indeed, I never expected Yi Lingtian to be so formidable. Even martial sect experts are no match for him. It seems Wang Shanchuan spoke the truth. Yi Lingtian indeed possesses great fortune. No wonder he could auction off profound martial techniques. Everything makes sense now. Upon uttering these words, the other cultivators fell silent, their expressions revealing a mixture of intrigue and greed. They were not naive. The rapid ascent of Yi Lingtian's power suggested he harbored tremendous opportunities, and thus, they began to contemplate their own designs upon him. However, they dared not voice their thoughts aloud. After all, Yi Lingtian had slain martial sect members. Any attempt to approach him would only lead to their demise. Regaining their composure, the cultivators dispersed to search for any overlooked treasures. Although the Wang family had already been thoroughly ransacked by Lingtian, it was certain that some items had been missed. Before long, some individuals indeed uncovered a few neglected precious herbs, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. In an instant, a chaotic brawl ensued over the resources. However, this skirmish did not last long. Once the Wang family's assets had been sufficiently plundered, the gathered cultivators wasted no time and promptly set off towards the Yi family. The events at the Wang family swiftly spread throughout Wielding City, becoming common knowledge. Inside the Bayo pavilion, after Zhao Chong listened to his subordinate's report, his expression remained unsettled for a long time, filled with astonishment. After a brief pause, Zhao Chong slowly spoke. I never expected that the little fellow would turn out to be Lingtian. For being a mere waste to slaying a martial sovereign in less than no time, it is indeed shocking. I underestimated him. Perhaps the young lad's master is more than just a sixth-tier alchemist. Zhao Chong's demeanor was animated, radiating immense excitement. Seeing this, Lin Li immediately suggested, Elder Zhao, should we not lend a hand? After all, this is an opportunity to build rapport. Helping now could yield some goodwill. However, Zhao Chong shook his head. There's no need. With Yi Haoan already slain, there is no one left in the Yi family who can withstand Yi Lingtian. In such circumstances, our intervention would be futile. Lin Li found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Just then, Zhao Chong's voice resonated once more. However, given the temperament of the 10,000 Demons sect, if they were to discover that one of their elders had been killed, they would not take it lightly. We should send someone to gather intelligence in advance, and then inform that young man. Lin Li's eyes brightened. This indeed was an excellent plan. Very well. I shall make arrangements immediately. With that, Lin Li turned and departed from the pavilion. The 10,000 Demons sect. The demise of two elders was soon noticed by the higher echelons of the sect, inciting the wrath of the sect leader. In the grand hall, the sect leader's countenance was grim as his gaze swept across the gathered elders. Coldly, he inquired, who can tell me how these two met their end? In response to the sect leader's probing, the hall fell into silence, with no one daring to step forward. The atmosphere became palpably oppressive. At this critical juncture, the Grand Elder stepped forward. He replied, Sect Leader, upon discovering the incident involving the two elders, I immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. And I believe it will not take long. Before he could finish his statement, the Grand Elder's expression shifted as he sensed an anomaly with the communication talisman. Without hesitation, he swiftly produced the talisman and probed with his spirit, discovering it was indeed a message from the fallen elders. The Grand Elder did not delay and immediately employed his spirit to examine it. Upon reading the contents, his expression transformed into one of sheer incredulity. Noticing this, the sect leader's brow furrowed. He inquired, what is it? Why do you react this way? The moment the sect leader spoke, the Grand Elder's thoughts were pulled back, and he quickly composed himself before handing the communication talisman over. Sect leader, you should see this for yourself. The sect leader accepted the talisman and began to scrutinize the information contained within. A waste transformed into a genius, revealing profound tier martial skills for auction. After digesting the information, the sect leader's breath quickened, his face alight with avarice. No wonder he was able to slay two elders. It turns out he has acquired the legacy of physical cultivation. With his formidable physique, he could eliminate two elders of the 10,000 Demons sect, indicating that his inheritance is indeed extraordinary. Very well. Since he dares to strike against my sect, he must be prepared to face death. I shall seize everything he possesses. The current leader of the 10,000 Demons sect has become indifferent to the deaths of the two elders. His sole desire now is to obtain the opportunities that lie within Lingtian, for that is the key to his own ascension. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps drew near, interrupting the leader's thoughts. The gathered individuals quickly turned to discern the source. A disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect entered the great hall and immediately paid his respects. Greetings, sect leader and esteemed elders. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Demons sect waved his hand lightly. No need for excessive formalities. Speak plainly. Relay the information you have gathered without omission. Once the disciple steadied his emotions, he began to speak slowly. Grand Elder, I have learned that the assailant is named Lingtian. He not only killed two of our elders, but also directly attacked the Wang family. Initially, the higher-ups of the 10,000 Demons sect were somewhat indifferent, as they had already received numerous messages through their communication talismans. However, upon hearing that even a martial sovereign had been slain by Lingtian, They could no longer maintain their composure. Although a newly ascended martial sovereign might not seem significant to the higher-ups, the fact that Lingtian is exceedingly young and was recently awaked with a ruined Dantian makes his rapid growth terrifying. In the midst of their shock, the elders of the 10,000 demons sect displayed expressions of greed, all glancing at the sect leader. One elder, unable to contain himself, spoke up first. Sect leader, we must act swiftly. There are undoubtedly many who have their eyes on that young man. Indeed, whether it be the method to restore his Dantian or the powerful legacy he possesses, both are of great importance to our sect. We cannot allow others to get ahead of us. The other elders nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with urgency. Coughing softly, the sect leader commanded silence, and the hall fell quiet. He then proclaimed, "That young man is extraordinary. To ensure absolute success, I shall personally lead you all on this venture." "Why sect leader?" The elders chimed in with praise, their faces beaming with delight. With their discussions concluded, the sect leader and the high-ranking members of the 10,000 demons sect set forth towards Wielding City, determined to capture Lingtian. Chapter 67, Yielding and Conditions. Yi family. The few elders who had successfully escaped returned to the Yi family, their faces etched with terror. They shouted loudly, "Not good! Not good! A grave situation has arisen." Their urgent voices echoed above the Yi family estate, prompting several elders who had been in seclusion to emerge. "What is it? What has happened?" An elderly man, stooped in stature, approached with an ethereal grace. Clad in a flowing black robe, his hair was as white as snow, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura of immense strength. By the essence he radiated, it was evident that he possessed the cultivation of a half-step martial sovereign. This figure was none other than Yi Han, the esteemed elder of the Yi family, whose arrival gradually quelled the chaotic situation. In response to Yi Han's probing inquiry, one among the crowd hastily replied, "Elder, the Wang family has been annihilated, and Ancestor Howen has been slain, all by Lingtian." "What? Ancestor Howen is dead?" Despite Yi Han's typically composed demeanor, he could not suppress his astonishment, his face betraying sheer disbelief. The other members of the Yi family were equally stricken with fear. Yi Howen was a formidable martial sovereign, and the revelation of his demise at the hands of Lingtian was a harsh reality they struggled to accept. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air as if something was tearing through the void, prompting Yi Han and the others to turn their gazes toward the source. As their eyes fell upon the approaching figure, they recognized Lingtian, who was dragging the father and son, Yi Zhen and Yi Tinge, behind him. With a thunderous crash, Lingtian casually tossed Yi Zhen and Yi Tinge to the ground, their cries of anguish echoing like that of a wounded animal struggling for life. Witnessing the scene, the expressions of the Yi family members darkened further, a tumult of anger and terror washing over them. Yi Han felt the most profound impact. He sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from Lingtian, akin to facing a primordial beast. An instinctual realization gripped him, affirming that engaging in battle with Lingtian would yield no chance of victory. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Han swiftly composed himself and spoke, "Lingtian, what must you have for the Yi family to be spared?" He refrained from issuing threats, fully aware that if Lingtian could slay Yi Howen, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation would spell disaster for the Yi family. Even with their protective formation, the remaining elders would struggle to withstand Lingtian's might, and to avert conflict, it seemed prudent to acquiesce to his demands. Yi Han, typically a neutral figure, held no animosity toward Lingtian, and recognizing the latter's willingness to negotiate, he hoped to foster a degree of understanding. After a moment's contemplation, Lingtian replied, "I require all the resources for the Yi family's treasury." "How dare you?" Two elders, their faces aflame with indignation, interjected before Yi Han could respond. "The Yi family treasury is not for the likes of you, a worthless wretch, to even contemplate." Their eyes glinted with cold ferocity. Silence. Lingtian would not tolerate their insolence. Without allowing the two elders a chance to speak again, he raised his hand and struck. In an instant, the two martial master elders were sent flying like kites with severed strings, blood spurting from their mouths as their screams reverberated throughout the Yi family estate. Yi Han, witnessing this display, felt his heart race. Lingtian's strike was so swift that he barely had time to react. With merely a single strike, two formidable martial artists were left gravely injured, thoroughly intimidating the remaining members of the Yi family, who bowed their heads in fear, unwilling to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Yi Zhen and Yi Tianj recognized the futility of their situation. Revenge seemed an impossible dream. Indeed, just as their thoughts settled, Yi Han spoke. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your demands. For Yi Han, the immediate priority was the preservation of the Yi family's legacy. Resources could be replenished, but lives lost would mean the end of everything. To demonstrate his sincerity, Yi Han promptly dismantled the protective formation, allowing Yi Lingtian to enter the Yi family estate. The others had no objections to Yi Han's decision, having witnessed the earlier spectacle that made the current predicament abundantly clear. Continuing to oppose Yi Lingtian would likely lead to their demise. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the Yi family, Yi Han escorted Yi Lingtian directly to the Treasury. As they walked, Yi Han reflected, the Yi family has wronged you and your sister. I never anticipated you would grow to such heights. Yi Lingtian remained silent, prompting Yi Han after a moment of contemplation to add, if you are willing, I can elevate you to the position of head of the Yi family. Yi Han's expression was earnest. As a neutral party, he naturally wished for the Yi family to flourish, and Yi Lingtian's displayed talent merited his support. However, Yi Lingtian shook his head and coldly replied, I have no interest. Yi Han faltered momentarily, a wry smile appearing on his face. Very well, if you're disinterested, I shall not press the matter further. He understood that the confines of Taikang City were too restrictive for Yi Lingtian, and becoming the head of the Yi family would be more of a burden than a benefit. Nevertheless, Yi Lingtian remained a member of the Yi bloodline, and that alone was sufficient. With this thought, Yi Han's spirits lifted considerably. After a brief journey, they arrived at the Treasury's entrance, where Yi Han took the initiative to open the door. The two elders who guarded the Treasury were summoned forth by him. Elder, what is this? The elders exchanged glances with Yi Lingtian before directing inquiring looks at Yi Han. Yi Han shook his head, instructing, do not ask questions, simply follow my directives. Understood, the elders replied, refraining from further inquiries. Yi Han turned to Yi Lingtian. You may enter now. With a swift motion, Yi Lingtian dashed into the Treasury. Once he departed, one of the elders could not contain himself, saying, Elder, this seems against protocol. Silence, unless you wish to meet the same fate as Yi Han. Yi Han retorted sharply. To preempt any unforeseen complications, he swiftly recounted the recent events. Upon hearing Yi Han's account, the elders' eyes widened in disbelief, their faces registering shock and, predominantly, incredulity, as the news was simply too staggering to comprehend. From the solemn expression on Yi Han's face, it was evident that he was not deceiving. Enough of overthinking. I have reached an agreement with that lad, Lingtian. He desires only the resources from the Treasury and will not continue to target the Yi family, provided that you are willing to part with a little. I understand your concerns, yet these are merely resources. With the Wang family obliterated, they no longer control a significant number of spirit veins. Let's adopt a broader perspective. Upon Yi Han's reminder, the two elders suddenly came to their senses, their previous gloom dissipating. Chapter 68. Return to the Treasure Pavilion. After all, given the current circumstances, Yi Lingtian would not linger long in Wutan City. With the Wang family's powerful members nearly exterminated, the Yi family has rightfully claimed supremacy in Wutan City. Although the treasury has been plundered by Yi Lingtian, they can now seize all the resources of the Wang family. In the grand scheme of things, the Yi family stands to gain significantly. Before long, Yi Lingtian emerged from the treasury, greeted warmly by Yi Han, who wore a broad smile. Even the two elders guarding the treasury shared a grin. Lingtian, you are ultimately a member of the Yi family. Even if you do not remain in Wutan City, the position of family head can be bestowed upon you, and there will be no objections. Indeed, had it not been for your father, the Yi family would not be what it is today. We acknowledge our past mistakes, and if you are willing to assume the role of family head, we shall fully cooperate. The elder remarked wisely. We are all willing to abide by your arrangements without any dissent. Yes, indeed, the other two elders quickly concurred. Yi Lingtian's rise is inevitable. Even as a nominal patriarch, he could greatly benefit the Yi family. That will not be necessary. I have no interest, Yi Lingtian replied decisively, harboring no emotional attachment to the current Yi family nor any desire for the so-called title of family head. Vitnesink Yi Ling, Tians Resoluta Rejection. Yi Han felt a sense of helplessness but refrained from further insistence, forcing a smile instead. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. Should you ever wish to return, the doors of the Yi family will always be open to you. Fully aware that he could not retain Yi Lingtian, Yi Han chose to retreat strategically, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Lingtian cast a glance at Yi Han before striding towards the outer area. Once Lingtian's figure had completely vanished, Yi Han withdrew his gaze and turned to the two elders beside him. Let's proceed inside and take a look. Under Yi Han's guidance, the three enter the treasury. Despite having mentally prepared for this moment, the sight of the completely emptied treasury still caused their lips to twitch involuntarily. The entire treasury had been raided by Lingtian, leaving not even a fragment of spiritual energy behind. In such a state, even a mouse would depart in tears. With a deep sigh, Yi Han exhaled and chuckled. It is nothing to worry about. It is merely a loss of some resources. The Wang family is more than capable of compensating for this loss. Upon hearing this, the two elders began to console themselves internally, their grim expressions gradually easing. Just as Yi Han had managed to calm his emotions, one elder suddenly spoke up. Elder, Lingtian has slain an elder of the Wanmo sect. They may retaliate against the Yi family. República del Yemang, Hans Gaza, Sharpanat instantly. Initially, he had not considered this possibility, but upon this elder's reminder, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Wanmo sect is notorious for their ruthlessness. Although Lingtian has departed from the Yi family, those ruthless individuals would likely not care and could very well seek revenge on the Yi family. If Yi Haowen were still alive, he could at least instill some fear in the Wanmo sect, deterring them from reckless actions. However, without a martial sovereign to safeguard the Yi family, they would be utterly defenseless if the Wanmo sect decided to attack. Yi Han's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing tightly. He then stated, "It seems we must make some preparations in advance. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive worry. Yuten City is ultimately under the control of the Imperial dynasty, and the Wanmo sect would not dare to act too brazenly. For safety's sake, we should discreetly relocate some of our clansmen. I will personally meet with City Lord Zhou. With his assistance, the Yi family will be secure. In the Tianyuan continent, alongside the various cultivation factions, there exist numerous imperial dynasties. With Yuten City being governed by the Xianxia dynasty, the dynasty boasts countless powerful figures, and even the mightiest of cultivation factions must show deference before it. While the Wanmo sect is formidable, they are insignificant in the face of the imperial dynasty. If the Yi family could secure the protection of the city lord of Taikang, they could rest easy. Yet, Yi Han was acutely aware that to gain the city lord's support for the Yi family, he would likely need to make considerable sacrifices. However, there were no better alternatives at present. Exchanging some resources for the safety of the family was a worthy trade. During the time Yi Han was making his preparations, Lingtian had arrived at the Bibeo Pavilion. On the second floor of Bibeo Pavilion, Zhao Chong expressed his astonishment. I never expected that the young friend Yi, whose Dantian was destroyed, could undergo such a remarkable transformation in such a short time, achieving the ability to slay martial sovereigns at such a young age. Beside him, Lin Li continually scrutinized Lingtian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Zhao Lao jest. We owe our achievements to the assistance of our revered master. It is not solely due to our own merits. Although he understood that Zhao Chong meant no harm, to avoid unnecessary complications, Lingtian decided to attribute all credit to the elusive master. This would also serve to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Zhao Chong discerned that Lingtian was reluctant to elaborate, and wisely chose not to press further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. Young friend Yi, may I inquire whether you have come to auction items or to collect spiritual herbs? Lingtian's every visit was characterized by grand gestures, and Zhao Chong regarded such a significant client with utmost importance. Thanks to Lingtian, Zhao Chong had achieved considerable success during this period, leading to a notable elevation in his status. Zhao Lao, do you accept items from the Wanmo sect? Lingtian decided to lay the matter bare, revealing the origins of the resources in his possession without hesitation. As long as they are resources, the treasure pavilion will accept them. Their origins are of no consequence to me. Even if the 10,000 demon sect were to learn of this, they would not dare to trouble the treasure pavilion. As he spoke, Zhao Chong exuded confidence, dismissing the 10,000 demon sect entirely. Indeed, the treasure pavilion possessed this assurance. Before such a colossal entity, the 10,000 demon sect could hardly stir up any significant waves. Good. With Zhao Lao's words, I feel reassured. Lingtian casually produced a storage ring, which he had specifically selected. Within it lay not only martial arts techniques, but also an array of weapons and spiritual herbs. Zhao Lao, please expedite the sale of these items. It would be best if they could all be exchanged for spirit stones. I still require some spiritual herbs. May I inquire if the treasure pavilion has any available? Lingtian presented a prepared list directly to Xiaocheng. After a swift glance, Xiaocheng replied, most of the spiritual herbs are available, but a few of the rare herbs are unfamiliar to me. Locating them may prove somewhat challenging. Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. No matter, just provide me with the spiritual herbs you currently possess. I shall find a way for the others myself. Very well. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I shall arrange this immediately. With that, Xiaocheng departed the compartment with the storage ring in hand. Chapter 69. Third Level Martial Master. Xiaocheng's departure left the compartment in a brief silence. After a moment, Lin Lui broke the stillness. Young Master Yi, we have received word that the leader of the 10,000 demon sect has set out with his followers, and their target is you. Upon hearing this, Lingtian's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. This development was within his expectations. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Lin. Witnessing Lingtian's calm demeanor in light of such news elevated Lin Lui's regard for him. Young Master Yi, should you require assistance, my Lin family can help you avert this crisis. This time, Lin Lui did not offer help in the name of the treasure pavilion. Rather, she sought to leverage her family's influence, aiming to forge a closer connection with Lingtian. Though their time together had been brief, the events that had transpired proved he was no ordinary individual, but rather someone worthy of investment. If she extended a helping hand now, the Lin family could benefit when Lingtian eventually rose to prominence. In response to Lin Lui's overtures, Lingtian gently shook his head. I appreciate your kind intentions, Miss Lin, but I can handle this trouble on my own. There is no need to trouble your family. At this, Lin Lui appeared somewhat disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. Since young Master Yi is confident in resolving this matter, I shall not press further. However, do exercise caution. The leader of the 10,000 demon sect possesses the cultivation of a 4th-level martial sovereign. Thank you for the warning, Miss Lin, Lingtian replied courteously. As the conversation between the two concluded, Xiaocheng, holding a storage ring, re-entered the compartment and casually handed it to Lingtian. Young friend Yi, everything you require is essentially within this. As for those spiritual artifacts and martial techniques, I have exchanged them for spiritual stones in advance. Lingtian took a cursory glance and discerned that the value of the spiritual stones Zhao provided far exceeded that of the martial techniques and artifacts. Thank you, Zhao Lao. Should there be a need for my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to lend a hand within my capacity. Xiaocheng chuckled heartily, clearly pleased with Lingtian's response. Once he regained his composure, Xiaocheng spoke again. Young friend Yi, if I am not mistaken, you are soon to journey to the Qingyun sect, correct? Lingtian did not deny it, merely nodding slightly. Indeed, I believe Luo Yi has informed you. This time, the Wanmo sect is exceptionally formidable. If you require any assistance, I can dispatch someone to accompany you. I appreciate your kind offer, Zhao Lao, but I can manage this matter myself. Very well, then I implore you to exercise caution, young friend Yi. Xiaocheng's words were sincere. He genuinely wished for Lingtian's safety. As the time drew near, Lingtian bid farewell to Xiaocheng and departed the Bibeauge, heading directly back to his original residence. Inside the compartment, Lin Lui turned to Xiaocheng and inquired, Zhao Lao, is it truly safe for him to confront the Wanmo sect alone? Due to Lingtian, Lin Lui's status in Bibeauge had significantly risen, and the Lin family had benefited as a result. She harbored concern for Lingtian's well-being. Observing Lin Lui's worried expression, Xiaocheng responded with a smile. Miss, there is no need for concern. Since young friend Yi has the confidence to assert such, he undoubtedly possesses the means to confront the Wanmo sect. Moreover, should he truly find himself at a disadvantage, he has a master to rely on. With Xiaocheng's reminder, Lin Lui realized that Lingtian was not without support. The Wanmo sect would likely pale in comparison before his master. With this thought, her worries dissipated. Very well. Let us prepare accordingly. It is time for us to depart this place. Perhaps we may cross paths with young friend Yi once more. At these words, Lin Lui's eyes sparkled with hope. Meanwhile, Lingtian's primary reason for visiting Bibeauge to exchange for a substantial number of spiritual stones was to address his bloodline. Ever since his cultivation had progressed, the response of his bloodline's power had intensified, actively devouring the true Qi within him, which was a clear sign of impending awakening. With an ample supply of spiritual stones, he could ensure that the awakening of his bloodline would be flawless. After a brief journey, Lingtian returned to the courtyard where he had previously resided. Due to the demise of a Wanmo sect elder in this area, many cultivators feared repercussions and dared not approach, which, for Lingtian, was a fortuitous circumstance, allowing him to proceed without concern for disturbances. Upon entering the courtyard, Lingtian strategically arranged several enchantments outside before stepping into the room. As he crossed the threshold, he waved his hand grandly, summoning a multitude of spirit stones, which instantly elevated the spiritual energy concentration within the chamber. Sitting cross-legged, Lingtian began to channel the Hongmeng creation technique, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. The Hongmeng within his Dantian quivered slightly, releasing tendrils of primordial energy. Under Lingtian's command, this primordial energy surged from his Dantian to his limbs, gathering a substantial amount of vital force towards his chest. Thump, thump, thump. The resonant sound of his heartbeat echoed as the vigor in Lingtian intensified, causing his aura to rise. The primordial purple energy emanating from the Hongmeng Tower increased significantly, while the lost essence of his bloodline continued to recover. As his essence restored, the power of the bloodline voraciously siphoned the true energy within Lingtian's body, extracting nearly 30% in just a few moments. Such a terrifying extraction rate left Lingtian astounded and without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly channeled his techniques to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones at the fastest possible speed. Crack! The spiritual essence rapidly lost its luster and shattered. Yet fortunately, the abundance of spirit stones allowed the situation to stabilize momentarily. As time ticked by, the quantity of spirit stones in Lingtian's storage ring dwindled. But the results were promising. After a frenzied consumption, his bloodline was on the brink of awakening. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had quietly passed, and as Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, he murmured, still a step short. Although his bloodline had not successfully awakened, Lingtian did not feel overly disappointed. After all, he was merely a breath away from success, and it was only a matter of time. Moreover, this cultivation session had not been fruitless. To acquire sufficient spiritual energy, Lingtian had ingested a plethora of precious herbs in addition to absorbing the spirit stones. Although most were consumed by his bloodline, he had still managed to absorb a significant amount himself, resulting in a boost to his cultivation, which now reached the 3rd level of the Martial Master Realm. The ascension of 2 minor realms significantly enhanced Lingtian's combat prowess, and he was quite satisfied with this outcome. After stabilizing his aura, Lingtian murmured, "It is time to depart." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Chapter 70. The reminder from Yi family in a flash. Lingtian arrived before the city gate of Wutan City, charging forward without hesitation. As his figure vanished, a man clad in black robes emerged from the left side of the gate, promptly turning to hasten towards the Yi family estate. At the Yi family residence, apart from the remaining high-ranking members of the family, there was also a middle-aged man dressed in brocade attire. Though not particularly old, he possessed the cultivation of a grandmaster. This man, named Zhou Xiao, was the city lord of Wutan. Seated at the head of the table, Zhou Xiao slowly spoke. "If you desire my protection for the Yi family, it is not impossible. However, in return, the family must yield 30% of its future gains to me. Furthermore, concerning the Wang family's spirit veins, 60% of the profits shall also belong to me." As soon as the words were uttered, the expressions of the elders of the Yi family turned grim. It was evident that Zhou Xiao was making exorbitant demands, if calculated as he suggested. The Yi family would scarcely gain any benefits. Sensing the shift in the emotions of the Yi family members, Zhou Xiao spoke again. "Of course, you only need to submit resources for 3 years, after which all those resources will belong to the Yi family. This request is not unreasonable, is it?" Upon hearing that only 3 years of resources were required, the elders of the Yi family visibly relaxed. Yihan immediately replied, "Very well, it is settled then. The Yi family agrees to this condition." Zhou Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Just as their discussion concluded, a man clad in black robes entered the grand hall and respectfully cupped his hands towards Zhou Xiao, saying, "City Lord, Lingtian has departed." "Oh, so soon?" Zhou Xiao appeared somewhat taken aback. Yihan and the others, however, showed little change in expression, clearly having anticipated this. Zhou Xiao turned to Yihan and inquired, "Elder Yi, how did Lingtian suddenly awaken? Do you truly know nothing about it?" It was evident that Zhou Xiao was greatly intrigued by Lingtian, After all, the transformation of a seemingly useless individual into someone so formidable was a rare stroke of fortune that would captivate anyone. Yihan shook his head. I genuinely do not know. Had we been aware of his talent earlier, the Yi family would not have found itself in this predicament. Zhou Xiao refrained from pressing further. After all, if even Yi Haowen had been slain by Yi Lingtian, it was clear that the Yi family was indeed unaware of the situation, or else they would not have suffered such significant losses. Recollecting his thoughts, Zhou Xiao rose from his seat. Well then, how you choose to handle matters from here on is your own concern. Simply send my share of resources when the time comes. Without allowing Yihan and the others a chance to speak, Zhou Xiao departed with the man in black robes. Eldest elder this. The elders of the Yi family wore grim expressions. Their collaboration with Zhou Xiao was predicated on the hope that he would lend assistance, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the Yi family. However, judging by his current attitude, it was clear that Zhou Xiao had no intention of offering help and expected the Yi family to resolve their own issues. Despite his own displeasure, Yihan understood that the Yi family was currently in a position of dependence. No matter how much dissatisfaction he harbored within, he could not afford to show it. Should Zhou Xiao choose to disregard the Yi family, they would be unable to withstand the retribution from the 10,000 demon sect. Yihan waved his hand, stating, It's all right. Though our ancestor has passed, the strength of the Yi family remains unparalleled in Wutan City. Acquiring the resources of the Wang family is not a problem. Make arrangements for this matter immediately. If those old geezers from other factions are uncooperative, I shall take matters into my own hands. Unter Yihan's directives. The elders of the Yi family began to mobilize, recognizing the urgency of swiftly taking control of the Wang family's spiritual vein, as any delay would only exacerbate their disadvantage. Just as Yihan was preparing to leave, he noticed the law elder, who seemed hesitant to speak. Old Seven, what troubles you? The law elder, known as Yi Qi, was accustomed to being referred to as Old Seven by the upper echelons of the Yi family. The esteemed elder. It appears that Zhou Xiao harbors a considerable interest in the young Lingtian. Do you think he might? Yi Qi refrained from completing his thought. Yet both Yihan and Yi Ming comprehended his underlying concerns. Yi Qi's apprehension was justified, for Lingtian was shrouded in numerous secrets. Whether it was his restored Dantian or the profound martial techniques he had auctioned, both possessed an irresistible allure. Although Lingtian had slain Yi Haowen and plundered the Yi family treasury, the remaining high-ranking members of the Yi clan inwardly wished for his safety. After a brief hesitation, Yihan turned to Yi Qi and said, The communication talisman of the young one should still be with him. You must relay this information to him promptly. It is the only course of action available to us at present. Understood. I shall act swiftly, Yi Qi replied, swiftly retrieving the communication talisman to transmit the message. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Yi Qi had surmised. After departing from the Yi family, Zhou Xiao did not return to the City Lord's mansion, but rather left Wutan City accompanied by the Cloaked Man. City Lord, Lingtian possesses the capability to slay martial masters. Should we not take additional men to ensure our success? With a scoff, Zhou Xiao replied. Lingtian has merely dispatched an unseasoned martial artist. He is utterly inconsequential before me. One man is sufficient to deal with him. Zhou Xiao's arrogance was rooted in his prowess, having attained the second level of martial sovereignty after merely 50 years of cultivation, placing him in the prime of his strength, thus dismissing a mere martial artist with ease. While I have faith in your strength, it has come to my attention that the leader of the 10,000 demon sect is personally intervening. Before the Cloaked Man could finish, Zhou Xiao interrupted. Rest assured, those individuals will not arrive anytime soon. I shall resolve the Lingtian matter with utmost expedience. With that declaration, the Cloaked Man fell silent, acquiescing to Zhou Xiao's command. Within a secluded forest, Lingtian raced through the thicket, his extraordinary agility propelling him forward with remarkable speed. During his swift journey, he sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from his storage ring. After a thorough search, he discovered a communication talisman nestled in a corner. Who could be sending me a message? Lingtian mused, taking the talisman and quickly scanning its contents. Zhou Xiao, the City Lord of Wutan City? I never anticipated that after recently plundering the Yi family, he would proactively send me a warning. Initially intending to discard the talisman, Lingtian reconsidered and returned it to his storage ring. As for whether Zhou Xiao would target him, Lingtian felt no trepidation with his current strength. Dealing with a second-level martial sovereign posed no challenge. They're approaching so swiftly. Just as Lingtian's thoughts settled, he sensed an ominous presence drawing near from behind. Moments later, two figures appeared before him. Chapter 71. One force breaks, 10,000 laws. Lingtian cast his gaze towards the two individuals, instantly recognizing their identities. He had not anticipated that news from the Yi family would reach Zhou Xiao so swiftly. Lingtian, have you no regard for decorum in taking a life and departing? It seems you hold me, the city lord, in utter contempt, Zhou Xiao remarked, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with a frigid intensity. Oh, City Lord Zhou, do you have any counsel to offer? While Zhou Xiao's prowess was indeed formidable, Lingtian remained undaunted, exuding a calm demeanor without the slightest hint of trepidation. Zhou Xiao, unfazed by Lingtian's composure, spoke slowly. It is quite simple. Relinquish all your possessions, and I shall overlook this matter. Though he spoke of leniency, a murderous intent simmered in the depths of his gaze, indicating his unwillingness to leave any survivors. Zhou Xiao was not foolish. Recognizing that a youth capable of vanquishing ordinary martial sovereigns could soon surpass him if he were to join the Qingyan sect, he resolved to eliminate any potential threat completely. Before Lingtian could respond, Zhou Xiao suddenly struck, aiming a palm towards his head in a decisive blow. This attack sought to target his vital points, leaving no room for Lingtian to evade. The man in black robes did not intervene, with merely the cultivation of a 7th-level martial master. He could offer no assistance in such a dire moment. Boom! Lingtian reacted with remarkable swiftness as Zhou Xiao launched his assault. He raised his hand to meet the attack. Their palms collided, and Zhou Xiao's expression shifted abruptly, terror dawning in his eyes. The tremendous force jolted Zhou Xiao's arm, leaving him staggered as he took several steps back to regain his balance, his blood surging within him and his breath becoming slightly more heated. You very well. It seems I have underestimated you. Zhou Xiao's voice dripped with coldness, realizing that the rumors had not been exaggerated. Lingtian's strength exceeded his expectations. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xiao frantically circulated his internal energy, quickly stabilizing his breath. A mere clash had revealed Lingtian's extraordinary capabilities, and he could no longer afford to be careless. Promptly drawing his weapon, Zhou Xiao wielded a long sword, a favored choice among cultivators since the lineage of body cultivation had been severed, leading to a surge in swordsmanship among the practitioners of the Tianyuan continent. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Zhou Xiao appeared behind Lingtian, unleashing a fierce arc of swordlight. Yet Lingtian stood resolute, seemingly stunned by Zhou Xiao's onslaught, remaining still in place. Just as Zhou Xiao believed victory was assured, he was taken aback as Lingtian abruptly turned, swinging his fist to confront the impending strike. Seeking death. Upon witnessing Lingtian's intent to meet his attack with sheer force, Zhou Xiao's face contorted with derision, his gaze filled with disdain. The longsword in Zhou Xiao's grasp was a genuine treasure. Even martial sovereigns would hesitate to withstand such an attack with their bodies. Lingtian, despite being merely a martial artist, chose to confront Zhou Xiao's formidable attack with his bare body, which, in Zhou Xiao's eyes, was tantamount to courting death. In an instant, their strikes collided, and Zhou Xiao's initially contemptuous expression transformed into one of sheer terror. When the long sword met Lingtian's fist, it was as if he had struck a divine mountain. Not only did he fail to inflict any harm on his opponent, but he was also thrown back, his blood surging violently. The tremendous force continued to assault him, causing the grip on his sword to split open and the bones in his arm to crack, ultimately propelling his body away with great force. Crash! As Zhou Xiao traveled, ancient trees shattered in his wake, and it took nearly several hundred yards before he finally came to a halt. Not far away, the man in the black robe was taken aback, astonished by the spectacle before him. Gasping for breath, Zhou Xiao managed to stabilize himself, but blood erupted from his mouth, leaving him half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, his complexion pale and drawn. City Lord, are you all right? The black-robed man expressed deep concern as he hurried to Zhou Xiao's side. Zhou Xiao waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. Regaining his composure, Zhou Xiao rose from the ground once more, his expression now grave, and a twinge of regret gnawed at him. Had he known of Lingtian's formidable strength beforehand, he would have prepared more thoroughly to avoid the current predicament. Lingtian, I can see that your prowess is indeed impressive. Here is my proposition. If you are willing to relinquish your possessions, I, the city lord, can recommend you to the Empire. One side apart, You shall become the city lord of Wutan City, with the divine feather empire as your backing. It can only bring you benefits. I urge you to ponder this carefully." As he spoke, Zhou Xiao continually mobilized his true energy, a cold glint flashing deep within his eyes. His lengthy discourse was merely a tactic to temporarily placate Lingtian while he sought an opportunity to strike. However, Lingtian was acutely aware of Zhou Xiao's intentions. With a swift motion, he drew the breaking heaven halberd from his storage ring. Buzz! As Lingtian infused his true energy into the halberd, it began to tremble violently, malevolent energy enveloping its shaft, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. The temperature around them plummeted under the onslaught of this sinister aura. "Damn it!" Zhou Xiao growled, swinging his long sword once more. Cloudbreak! He unleashed a strike, producing a piercing sound of the sword's cry as it sliced through the air, laced with a sharp sword intent heading straight for Lingtian. Now employing the Xianming sword technique, a low-grade martial skill of the Xian tier, Zhou Xiao had cultivated it to a minor completion, unleashing a terrifying force with all his might. Thud! 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 The sword energy collided with Lingtian, slashing his robe with several gashes, yet failing to inflict any damage upon his flesh. Should Zhou Xiao grasp the essence of the sword, it could potentially pose a challenge for Lingtian. But as it stood, Zhou Xiao had merely just stepped into the realm of sword intent. Even with the enhancement of a Xian tier martial skill, he could not harm Lingtian. With a singular force capable of shattering myriad laws, the power of vitality and blood coalesced, bestowing an overwhelming might upon the breaking heaven halberd. Boom! As the halberd descended, the sword aura unleashed by Zhou Xiao instantly disintegrated, while the momentum of the breaking heaven halberd remained unabated, crashing toward Zhou Xiao's chest with a relentless ferocity. No, no! As the imposing halberd drew ever closer, Zhou Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically, and a fearful cry escaped his lips. Lingtian's speed was simply unparalleled. There was no time to evade, and Zhou Xiao had no choice but to position his long sword horizontally before him to withstand this lethal strike. Boom! Crack! The breaking heaven halberd descended with tremendous force, and Zhou Xiao's sword barely endured for an instant before his body was riddled with countless fissures, ultimately snapping in two. Chapter 72. The Shock of Guchun. Boom! Upon the shattering of Zhou Xiao's sword, the breaking heaven halberd struck heavily against his chest, causing blood to erupt instantaneously. Splatter! This blow, enhanced by nearly 80,000 pounds of force, rendered Zhou Xiao's physical defenses utterly ineffectual, and he was swiftly pierced through. Ah! A heart-rending scream escaped Zhou Xiao's lips as his face contorted in agony, blood gushing forth from the wound, and his aura became chaotic as a result. The black-clad man who had accompanied Zhou Xiao stood frozen in shock at this scene. Zhou Xiao was a martial arts master of the Second Realm, a significant tier above Lingtian. Yet, the confrontation had lasted no longer than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. Splatter! Lingtian extracted the breaking heaven halberd, denying Zhou Xiao a moment's respite, and swung the halberd once more in his direction. "No, you shall not." Zhou Xiao, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, ignited his lifeblood, causing his aura to surge dramatically. He then raised his hand to grasp the halberd, attempting to seize it from Lingtian's grasp. Having seen his own treasured weapon shattered by this halberd, he surmised its quality must be exceptional or even beyond. If he could claim this weapon, his combat strength would surely be enhanced, rendering the confrontation with Lingtian significantly easier. However, Zhou Xiao had overestimated his capabilities. As soon as his palm made contact with the breaking heaven halberd, his flesh was torn asunder. Even with his protective true energy, it proved utterly ineffective. Ah! A gut-wrenching cry erupted from Zhou Xiao as his arm was severed, blood pouring from a wound. Splatter! The halberd's light sliced through, leaving a grotesque gash across Zhou Xiao's neck, and then his head was sent soaring. In his eyes, disbelief loomed large. He had truly underestimated his own strength and had been slain so readily. Regaining his senses, Zhou Xiao dared not linger. His soul hastily detached from his corporeal form in a bid to escape. Yet, Lingtian had anticipated this move. After all, Zhou Xiao was a city lord, representing the divine feather dynasty, and such news could not be allowed to leak. Thus, prior to striking, Lingtian had prepared himself for the grim task of silencing him. As Lingtian raised his hand, Zhou Xiao's soul was ensnared within his grasp, unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. No, you cannot kill me. If I perish, the Divine Feather Dynasty will undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. Not only will you face death, but the entire Yi family will also suffer the consequences. Remember, I have pledged to protect the Yi family. Should any harm befall me, they will be unable to withstand the wrath of the 10,000 demons sect. Zhou Xiao clung to this thread of hope, yearning for Yi Lingtian to consider his connection to the Yi family and spare his life. Release me, and we shall consider today's events forgotten. I assure you I will no longer trouble you. In his desperate bid for survival, Zhou Xiao lowered himself to the utmost humility. Yet, in that moment of submission, a deep-seated resentment simmered within him as he silently vowed, "This wretched beast, if I survive, you shall pay dearly." Despite the fury boiling within him, Zhou Xiao dared not show any dissatisfaction when he met Yi Lingtian's gaze. He had assumed that his clear articulation of the stakes would compel Yi Lingtian to release him. However, to his astonishment, Yi Lingtian wore a mocking smile, regarding him as nothing more than a fool, which left Zhou Xiao feeling utterly humiliated. You needn't concern yourself with the Yi family's affairs. If those ruffians from the 10,000 demons sect dare to come, I would be more than willing to send them off on their way. You should prepare for your journey, Lord Zhou. Zhou Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, his face a mask of terror. No, please, at that critical moment. The man in the black cloak could no longer restrain himself. He launched a surprise attack from behind, igniting his life essence with a single strike. It must be said that the timing of the black-cloaked man's assault was impeccable, and with the enhancement of his life essence, the power unleashed was formidable. Yet, Yi Lingtian had been on guard against him all along. Thus, the attack missed its mark. Before the black-cloaked man could attempt a second strike, his body was obliterated into a mist of blood by the breaking heaven halberd. The death of the black-cloaked man filled Zhou Xiao with despair. As he realized his fate was sealed, faced with the inevitability of his demise, Zhou Xiao ceased his pleas for mercy, instead directing a venomous glare at Yi Lingtian. You wretched beast, await the endless retribution of the D. Shortly after Yi Lingtian's departure, as he engaged in battle with Zhou Xiao, several figures emerged, led by Gu Chun, who had previously vied with him for the Poshang spear. During this time, Gu Chun had been searching for those who opposed him at the auction, and upon learning that Yi Lingtian was the culprit, he hastened to pursue him. Curse be it, I have arrived too late. Observing the devastation surrounding him, Gu Chun could not help but utter a curse, believing Yi Lingtian had already been slain by another. Young master, where is the body? A man on his left suddenly spoke. Gu Chun quickly turned to the direction indicated, only to behold a headless corpse. No, this cannot be Yi Lingtian. Gu Chun furrowed his brow and stepped forward towards the location of the cadaver. Search the surroundings. Find this fellow's head, he commanded. Yes, young master. Before long, Zhou Xiao's severed head was produced by Gu Chen's men. Upon seeing it, the elder accompanying Gu Chen turned pale. Lord Zhou, this is the head of Zhou Xiao, the lord of Wutan's city. He has been slain. What? This is Zhou Xiao. Gu Chen's voice rose in pitch. Zhou Xiao possessed the strength of a second-level martial sovereign, and now he lay dead. What formidable power must the one who defeated him possess? Young master, we must leave immediately. We can no longer pursue this matter. Regardless of whether it relates to Yi Lingtian, the one who killed Zhou Xiao is beyond our capability to confront. Though reluctant, Gu Chen ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, among their group, the strongest was merely a second-level martial sovereign, hardly a match for Zhou Xiao. If the adversary could easily slay Zhou Xiao, they would pose a significant threat to them as well, thus necessitating a more cautious approach. Chapter 73, The Black Xian Forest. Just as they were about to depart, the elder beside Gu Chun suddenly changed countenance and quietly warned the others, be cautious, someone is approaching. Immediately, the figure in black robes led Gu Chun and the others swiftly into a hidden grove, producing a purple talisman from his storage ring and shattering it with utmost speed. The moment the talisman was broken, a cloud of purple mist enveloped Gu Chun and the others, causing them to vanish from sight. The talisman utilized by the elder was known as the Concealment Talisman, a powerful artifact designed to obscure one's presence, as long as one did not reveal themselves. Even a martial king would find it difficult to detect any anomalies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of rushing air drew nearer, even before their approach. Gu Chun and his companions sensed a heavy aura of malevolence. Moments later, several figures appeared before them. Upon recognizing the attire of the approaching individuals, Gu Chen was taken aback. Internally, he murmured, members of the 10,000 Demons sect. I never imagined they would arrive so swiftly, and even the sect leader is present. It seems they are determined to capture Yi Lingtian. Gu Chen had already learned of Yi Lingtian's slaying of a 10,000 Demons sect elder, and witnessing the sect leader's presence made it clear what their intentions were. Sect leader, there lies a corpse. One of the elders of the 10,000 Demons sect discovered the lifeless body of Zhou Xiao, immediately exclaiming in shock. Upon hearing this, the sect leader turned his gaze towards the direction indicated, only to be met with the sight of a headless corpse. However, upon recognizing the attire of the deceased, the sect leader's expression shifted dramatically as he strode towards the body, his eyes scanning the surroundings with increasing vigilance. Shortly thereafter, he spotted the severed head not far away. It was indeed Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao. The elders of the 10,000 Demons sect were momentarily stunned upon hearing this familiar name, their expressions rapidly shifting to one of alarm. The lord of Wielding city, Zhou Xiao, had been slain? Who could possibly commit such an act without fearing retribution from the divine Feather dynasty? The elders murmured in disbelief, their brows furrowing with concern as they cautiously surveyed their environment. After a brief silence, the sect leader broke the tension. It seems we have underestimated that young man. Yi Lingshan. I did not expect him to have the capability to bring down Zhou Xiao. Leader, are you suggesting that this was the doing of Yi Lingtian? The incredulous expressions of the elders spoke volumes. The sect leader replied solemnly, do not underestimate him. His willingness to expose his secrets indicates he possesses significant confidence. It is likely that Zhou Xiao was coveting his resources, pursuing him relentlessly, only to ultimately fall into Yi Lingtian's hands. Though the sect leader's analysis held merit, the elders still found it hard to accept. After all, Yi Lingtian's youth was a glaring factor, even if his Dantian had recovered. It had been but a short time since then. Slaying an established martial sovereign was indeed astonishing. Leader, should we pursue him? The elders hesitated. Their initial bravado waned in the face of Zhou Xiao's corpse, a flicker of fear creeping into their hearts. What is there to fear? I'm not Zhou Xiao. That worthless fool. Judging by the traces at the scene, the battle must have concluded recently. We should hasten our pace. We ought to catch up to that young man soon. Leader, what about the Yi family? The sect leader waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. The Yi family can act at any time. Our immediate priority is to deal with Yi Lingtian. The opportunities he holds are not to be missed. Let us move swiftly. Our time is limited. If that young man joins the Qingyan sect, it will become increasingly difficult to act against him. With that, the sect leader no longer hesitated, leading the elders of the 10,000 Demon sect swiftly in pursuit of Yi Lingtian. As the figures of the sect members faded from sight, Gu Chen and his companions emerged from the secret forest. A complex expression crossed Gu Chen's face. He was unwilling to depart without further action, his countenance fluctuating between resolve and uncertainty. After a moment of contemplation, he said firmly, let us follow them and see. At this, the elder in black robes hurried to interject, young master, this course of action is far too perilous. Before the black-robed elder could finish his words, Gu Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I merely wish to observe, and I cannot guarantee that I will refrain from taking action. As for the Wanmo sect, there is no need for concern. I represent the alchemy sect, and they would not dare to offend us lightly. The black-robed elder contemplated for a moment, realizing the validity of Gu Chen's reasoning, and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to observe. However, Gu Xiao, please remember to exercise caution. Safety must be the priority. The elder was not particularly worried about the Wanmo sect, but he harbored a deep apprehension towards Yi Lingtian. Having witnessed the events unfolding in Wielding City over the past few days, the elder had gained a rough understanding of Yi Lingtian's character. He was a man who would not shy away from confrontation, regardless of one's status. It was precisely for this reason that the black-robed elder felt compelled to reiterate his warnings to Gu Chen. Understanding the elder's concern was for his own well-being. Gu Chen promptly assured him, rest assured, Elder Han, I know how to proceed. With Gu Chen's promise, the black-robed elder nodded in satisfaction. Under his guidance, they swiftly pursued the direction in which the Wanmo sect had vanished. However, to ensure their safety, the elder deliberately maintained a certain distance from the members of the Wanmo sect. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Lingtian raced through the secret forest, each step covering dozens of yards. As he distanced himself from Wielding City, The environment grew increasingly desolate, and the beasts encountered along the way became progressively formidable. Throughout his journey, Lingtian faced several beast attacks, all of which he successfully countered, resulting in numerous beast patterns adorning the Hongmeng Tower. The stone pillar, etched with the image of the devouring dragon python, had its sealing power significantly diminished as a consequence. Estimating his current pace, Lingtian calculated that he would only need 2 days to reach the territory of the Qingyun sect. However, a formidable challenge lay ahead. To swiftly enter the Qingyun sect's domain, he must first traverse the Black Xian Forest. The Black Xian Forest was fraught with peril, home to a multitude of ferocious beasts. Even a martial king expert would not guarantee a safe return if they ventured too deeply within. Fully aware of the dangers that lurked in the Black Xian Forest, Lingtian had no intention of taking a detour. He aimed to seize the opportunity to hunt some beasts and expedite the complete unsealing of the devouring dragon python stone pillar. Moreover, with his bloodline awakening just a step away, the Black Xian Forest represented an opportunity for Lingtian. If he could leverage this chance effectively, achieving the awakening of his bloodline was not beyond reach. After careful consideration, entering the Black Xian Forest presented more advantages than disadvantages for Lingtian. Chapter 74. The Sect Master's Siege. After racing for nearly a while, Lingtian successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Black Xian Forest. The moment he stepped into this region, he sensed a significant oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Roar! The Black Xian Forest echoed with the roars of ferocious beasts from time to time, and the endless mountain range resembled a colossal mouth of an abyss, waiting for its prey to venture within. Without hesitation, Lingtian prepared to enter. "Youngster, stay right there." Just as Lingtian was about to depart, a thunderous shout resonated from behind, followed by a chilling surge of sword energy. With remarkable agility, Lingtian swiftly wielded his breaking heaven halberd, striking towards the source of the attack, colliding with the incoming sword energy. Boom! After a resounding explosion, the sword energy shattered, while Lingtian remained firmly in place, unaffected by the encounter. Swish, swish, swish. Though the sword energy was dispersed, the assailant seized the opportunity to close the distance rapidly. The newcomer was none other than a cadre of formidable figures from the 10,000 Demon sect, with its leader, Ling, scrutinizing Lingtian with a cold gaze. "No wonder you were able to slay a martial sovereign. You indeed possess some skill," he remarked. As he spoke, Ling signaled to the elders of the 10,000 Demon sect, who immediately understood and fanned out, encircling Lingtian. The Black Xian mountain range was fraught with peril, and the sect leader preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Hence, to prevent any unwarranted complications, it was imperative to block the escape route and prevent Lingtian from entering the treacherous terrain. "Young man, I am Ling, the leader of the 10,000 Demon sect. You must understand the reason for my visit," he said, a sinister grin plastered on his face. His icy eyes never leaving Lingtian, suffused with a palpable aura of malice. Without uttering a word, Lingtian responded by launching an attack with his weapon. Seeking death, Ling roared in fury, taken aback by Lingtian's audacity to strike at him in such dire circumstances, deeming him utterly reckless. Clash! Their weapons collided instantaneously. Despite having anticipated Lingtian's prowess, Ling was still caught off guard by the actual confrontation. What was intended as a mere casual strike sent shockwaves through Ling's arm, forcing him to retreat several paces as his internal energy surged tumultuously. Witnessing Ling falter after a single exchange, the elders of the 10,000 Demon sect were astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. "This boy possesses incredible strength, capable of repelling our leader head-on. No wonder even Jian Zhoushao fell to him. He truly possesses formidable capabilities, and his physical prowess must be of a high caliber." The elders engaged in hushed discussions, their admiration for Lingtian's strength mingling with an increasingly greedy glint in their eyes. Such an extraordinary body refinement technique was undeniably enticing, and if they could seize it, the overall strength of the 10,000 Demon sect would ascend to new heights. Regaining his composure from the shock, Ling began to regulate his breath and focus his energy, directing his sharp gaze back at Lingtian. "Indeed, your strength is surprising. But a martial master is ultimately just that, a mere ant in the presence of a martial sovereign. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between our realms." As the words fell, a dense aura enveloped Ling's sword, causing its blade to soar skyward, as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart. Simultaneously, a crimson glow enveloped Yuling's form, the malevolent energy coalescing around him, intensifying with each passing moment, while his eyes blazed a blood-red hue. In this moment, Yuling unleashed the unique secret technique of the Wanmo men, the Blood Fiend art, which harnesses the essence of slaughter to imbue all martial skills with formidable power. Judging by the density of his malevolent energy, it was evident that many had perished at his hands. Blood Fiend slash. Yuling struck forth with his sword, a vivid crimson arc of energy hurtling towards Lingtian at an astonishing velocity. Wherever the sword's aura passed, ancient trees were shattered and the ground was cleft open, forming a massive chasm. With a sharp sound, as the sword energy drew near, Lingtian's robe began to tear and a stinging pain coursed through his skin. Faced with Yuling's onslaught, Lingtian felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him, causing his expression to grow solemn. The vital energy within him surged forth, converging rapidly in his left arm, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Break the Fiend. As the Tiangang fist technique was executed, a fierce gale erupted around him, and Lingtian's fist collided with a blood-red sword aura, producing a deafening sonic explosion. How is this possible? Yuling's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding scene. His lethal strike had been thwarted by Lingtian's fist, a result he could scarcely fathom. Damn it, you shall die. Yuling increased his strength, his visage contorting into a grotesque snarl. Yet, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, Lingtian remained steadfast, not yielding an inch, while Yuling felt the pressure mounting. Jinyang. Lingtian launched another punch, this one imbued with even greater ferocity. Yuling's sword energy faltered and ultimately shattered under the force of the blow. Boom! The fist continued its relentless trajectory, crashing into Yuling's chest. A sharp crack echoed through the air as bone splintered, and Yuling's expression shifted drastically, pain radiating through his body as he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. A cry of anguish escaped Yuling's lips as he was forcefully driven into the ground by the sheer might of the impact. Master. The members of Wanmo Men were struck with horror, faced with the onslaught of the crowd. Lingtian chose not to confront them head-on. Instead, he deftly employed his extraordinary agility to swiftly create a safe distance between himself and his assailants. Quick, stop him! Xiaoling immediately sensed the impending danger as Lingtian drew ever nearer to the entrance of the Black Xian mountain range, clearly intent on entering. In an instant, Xiaoling vanished from his original position, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he surged toward Lingtian, quickly closing the gap. As the confrontation unfolded, Lingtian unexpectedly retaliated with a fierce counterattack, wielding his heavenly breaking halberd with remarkable speed. Xiaoling had no choice but to raise his sword in a defensive posture. The moment their weapons clashed, a profound resonance echoed through the air, and Xiaoling's expression shifted dramatically. You! A sudden burst of blood erupted from his mouth as Lingtian's immense force shattered his grip, sending his weapon flying. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoling's heavy form hit the ground, releasing a piercing wail that echoed in the surroundings. The remaining elders of the 10,000 demon sect were visibly shaken, their expressions transforming with fear as they halted in their tracks. Lingtian's strength was terrifying. A single exchange had left Xiaoling injured, instilling dread among them. Run! Flee quickly! A voice cried out, igniting a panic within the already demoralized crowd, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of resistance. With a leader to follow, even the hesitant elders turned to escape. You scoundrels! Xiaoling seethed from the ground, enraged at the betrayal of his comrades who chose to abandon him. However, as the group fled a short distance, they suddenly found their path obstructed by Lingtian, who declared, "Since you've come this far, none shall leave." With a swift motion, the heavenly breaking halberd sliced through the air, cleaving the nearest elder of the 10,000 demon sect in two before he could react. Blood gushed forth, and the remaining elders were paralyzed with terror at the sight. After dispatching the elder, Lingtian cast a glance behind him, revealing a contemplative expression. Hundreds of feet away, Gu Chun and his companions concealed themselves within the secretive woods, employing a talisman to mask their presence as they observed the fierce battle between Lingtian and the formidable warriors of the 10,000 demon sect. Upon feeling Lingtian's gaze, the elder in a black robe stiffened, his previous composure replaced by palpable tension. He muttered, "Strange, could he have detected our presence?" The thought sent waves of anxiety through him. Lingtian's power was insurmountable, Even with all his resources, he knew he could not match him. Moreover, with Gu Qian also present, a confrontation would jeopardize his safety, leaving him with far too many concerns to consider. At this moment, Gu Qian was also breathing heavily. Initially, he had only heard rumors and was aware of Yi Lingtian's formidable strength, but he had not paid much heed to it. However, witnessing it firsthand filled him with an overwhelming sense of jealousy and greed. He internally roared, "Why? Why does a disciple from such a humble family possess such extraordinary fortune? I refuse to accept this. If this opportunity were mine, I would undoubtedly harness its immense potential. Only I am worthy of such a gift." His fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound as he fixated on the fierce battle, wishing fervently for Yi Lingtian's demise. Yet, contrary to his desires, Qiu Ling lay grievously wounded on the ground, unable to move, while the remaining elders of the Wanmo sect were merely at the first stage of martial cultivation. Facing the relentless onslaught of Yi Lingtian, the elders found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Escape was not an option, leaving them in a state of utter despair. In just a matter of moments, Yi Lingtian had slain 3 elders, leaving only 2 desperately holding their ground. Incompetence, truly a band of useless fools. How can so many fail to contend with a single Yi Lingtian? The Wanmo sect is nothing but a farce. Gu Qian could not help but exclaim in anger, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Yet, deep within, a wave of trepidation arose towards Yi Lingtian, and upon regaining his composure, Gu Qian felt an unbearable humiliation. As a member of the refining sect, how could he feel fear towards a mere scion of a small family? The thought alone was enough to bring shame. "Young master, we must depart." The voice of the elder in the black robe echoed beside him. However, Gu Qian's face was filled with reluctance, clearly unwilling to leave so easily. The elder spoke again. "The Wanmo sect's forces are on the brink of collapse. Their annihilation is merely a matter of time. This young man is decisive in his actions. Should he free himself, we too may find our lives in jeopardy." The elder's tone was gravely serious, and, as Gu Qian reflected on Yi Lingtian's recent exploits, he gradually calmed down, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us withdraw for now." He cast a glance at the distant Yi Lingtian and said solemnly, "Yi Lingtian, this matter will not be settled so easily. I shall obtain the fortune that belongs to you." With that, under the guidance of the elder in black, Gu Qian and his companions swiftly exited the area. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Lingtian, possessing an extraordinary spirit, had long since detected their presence. He chose not to intervene against their departure, prioritizing the elimination of the Wanmo sect members instead. "No, please don't kill me. I am the Grand Elder of the Wanmo sect. If you spare me, I can offer you all the resources of the sect," the Grand Elder pleaded, unable to withstand the mounting pressure as the remaining elders were dispatched. Yi Lingtian had initially intended to eradicate all threats, but upon hearing those words, he found himself hesitating. It is impractical for one to venture to the 10,000 Demons Gate, as it would be an egregious waste of time. Thus, allowing the opponent to remain seems a prudent choice. Upon sensing the shift in Yi Lingtian's emotions, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Demons Gate suddenly brightened. Realizing that there might be a glimmer of hope in this affair, he hastily declared, "I am willing to offer my soul, pleading for your mercy, young Master Yi, that you spare my life. I shall dedicate myself entirely henceforth." Li Cheng, as the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Demons Gate, had descended to such depths for the sake of survival. The sect leader, Wielding, was incensed, thinking to himself that he should have eliminated Li Cheng from the outset. Witnessing Li Cheng's willingness to betray the 10,000 Demons Gate for his own life, Wielding's eyes burned with fury, filled with murderous intent. When confronted by Wielding's icy gaze, Li Cheng felt an unbidden tremor course through him, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, with Wielding's own life in jeopardy, he had no reason to fear him. "Very well, I accept your terms." Yi Lingtian's voice resonated, eliciting great joy from Li Cheng. He promptly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your benevolence." Without hesitation, Li Cheng offered his soul imprint to Yi Lingtian. To possess the soul imprint was to wield control over another's life and death. Henceforth, as long as Yi Lingtian so desired, he could extinguish Li Cheng's existence with but a thought, rendering concerns of betrayal moot. "Now, you may return. Ensure you bring the items to King Yun's sect when the time comes." "Yes, young master," Li Cheng replied with reverence, before turning to depart. "Ah, you treacherous wretch! I shall slay you today." Wielding suddenly erupted, charging towards Li Cheng. Chapter 76. The Inferno Giant Lizard. As Kai Yuling barreled towards him, Li Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. After all, he was merely at the first level of the Martial Master realm, with no chance against a fully committed opponent at the second level. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Yi Lingtian materialized before him, brandishing his weapon to confront Kai Yuling. Boom! The two forces collided. Although Kai Yuling had temporarily augmented his strength through the burning of his essence, Yi Lingtian was equally unyielding, unleashing nearly 100,000 pounds of force. No! A shrill scream escaped Kai Yuling's lips as his body was sent hurtling backward, his arm contorting grotesquely under the immense power. Blood spewing forth from his mouth as his bones shattered in considerable numbers. With a resounding crash, Kai Yuling's form was embedded into the ground. Blood pouring from his mouth and nostrils, his vitality significantly diminished. Observing Kai Yuling's wretched state, Li Cheng could not help but swallow hard, feeling immensely relieved by his decision. So powerful! Li Cheng marveled internally, utterly astonished that Kai Yuling, a second-level martial master, had proven utterly defenseless before Yi Lingtian. Regaining his senses, Li Cheng hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your assistance." Yi Lingtian nodded slightly. "Very well, you may leave now. Remember the tasks I have assigned." "Rest assured, young master. I will fulfill my mission," Li Cheng replied before hastening away. This time, there were no obstacles to impede him, although Kai Yuling harbored an intense desire for revenge. Wishing to rend Li Cheng to pieces, his body lay shattered, with most of his bones fractured, rendering him incapable of standing. As he watched Yi Lingtian approach step by deliberate step, fear began to grip Kai Yuling. He did not wish to perish so easily. After a moment of inner turmoil, he reluctantly spoke, "Please do not kill me. I can hand over the soul seal to you, if only you would spare my life." In the face of dignity and survival, Kai Yuling ultimately chose the latter, yet his heart brimmed with murderous intent, and his hatred for Yi Lingtian surged to its zenith. However, in order to survive, he suppressed these emotions, daring not to reveal a hint of them. Yi Lingtian chuckled, for Kai Yuling believed himself adept at concealing his feelings. Unaware that under Yi Lingtian's soul probe, he was utterly transparent, laid bare for all to see. Yi Lingtian would show no mercy to one who harbored such treacherous intentions. Furthermore, Kai Yuling practiced malevolent arts, and countless innocent lives had perished at his hands. Thus, Yi Lingtian could not possibly let him off lightly. With a swift motion, Yi Lingtian appeared behind Kai Yuling, and the heavenly breaking halberd gleamed with a chilling light, slicing through Kai Yuling's neck in an instant. Blood gushed forth from the wound as Kai Yuling's body fell, severed. As Kai Yuling's soul attempted to flee, the moment it detached from its mortal coil, Yi Lingtian seized it with a firm grip. "No, you cannot kill me." Kai Yuling thrashed wildly, but his struggles were futile against Yi Lingtian's unyielding hold. Realizing escape was hopeless, Kai Yuling resorted to furious cursing. "You wretched beast, may you meet a terrible fate. If I do not return alive today, word of your deeds will spread far and wide. Just wait, you little beast." Before he could finish his threats, the visage of Kai Yuling's soul twisted in agony, emitting a harrowing wail. With a thunderous motion, Yi Lingtian exerted force, shattering Kai Yuling's soul, and subsequently began to absorb his soul energy. After a moment, Yi Lingtian opened his eyes, a grave expression settling upon his face. Kai Yuling's words were not mere empty threats. He had indeed made preparations, and it would not be long before news of him spread. Yi Lingtian shook his head slightly, not overly concerned. With his current strength, he could handle most troubles that arose. Furthermore, once he joined the Qingyun sect, even if some harbored ill intentions towards him, they would think twice before acting. Of course, with Yi Lingtian's present power, coupled with the memories of his past life, his decision to join a sect was inconsequential. Even if he did join the Qingyun sect, it might not provide him with significant assistance. Yet, he still chose to venture to the Qingyun sect, primarily seeking a place in the immortal sect. The Qingyun sect was not weak within the Tianyuan continent, but there were even more formidable immortal sects above it. The Qingyun sect was essentially a vassal force to these sects, thereby possessing the privilege to recommend disciples. Yi Lingtian sought this coveted opportunity. Attaining entry into the celestial sect would undoubtedly expedite his cultivation. In a world rife with treachery, navigating the path alone proved exceedingly arduous. Aligning oneself with a formidable force could spare him from numerous unnecessary tribulations. Regaining his focus, Lingtian commenced the meticulous extraction of resources from the hills. Upon breaching the restrictions of his opponent's storage ring, he discovered a considerable quantity of spirit stones. A satisfied expression graced his face, for he had recently emerged from seclusion, having nearly depleted his own reserves of spirit stones, making this discovery most fortuitous. Once he had organized everything, Lingtian cast his gaze towards the entrance of the black mystic forest. Although no fierce beasts were immediately visible, an undercurrent of oppression was palpable. After a brief moment of hesitation, he charged forward without a second thought, moving with remarkable speed. As he stepped into the black mystic forest, the air was filled with the distant roars of beasts, mingling with the scent of blood, the atmosphere growing increasingly ominous. Furthermore, due to the dense, ancient trees, the deeper he ventured, the dimmer the light became. As dusk fell, visibility diminished further. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the depths of the secretive forest, and a crimson lizard burst forth, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Lingtian, green saliva dripping from its jaws. The moment the red lizard approached, Lingtian was assailed by a foul stench, and he instinctively wrinkled his brow. Recognizing the creature, he identified it as the fire giant lizard, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to a fourth-tier martial master. Its body was encased in formidable scales, rendering it nearly impervious to attacks from cultivators of the same realm. Moreover, this beast wielded the power of flames, marking it as a particularly potent foe among its kind. Sensing the rich vitality emanating from Lingtian, the fire giant lizard gazed upon him with avarice, gradually opening its gaping maw, from which a torrent of red flames erupted. With a thunderous roar, Lingtian swiftly retreated several paces, evading the onslaught. The ground beneath him was instantly transformed into a massive crater, charred and blackened by the scorching flames. Infuriated by its failed assault, the fire giant lizard lunged forward, intent on engaging Lingtian in close combat. This time, Lingtian did not shy away. He exerted force through his legs and met the charge head-on. With a resounding impact, the heaven-piercing halberd struck the fire giant lizard with great force, eliciting a pained roar as its colossal form was sent hurtling away, its scales shattering upon impact. Blood splattered, and the fire giant lizard's expression turned to one of sheer terror as it realized the strength of this human was far beyond its expectations. The celestial spear cleaved through the air, leaving a crimson line across the neck of the fiery giant lizard, which was promptly severed in two. In that instant, as the creature met its demise, the Primordial Tower responded by voraciously absorbing its essence. Within mere moments, the fiery giant lizard's body withered, and the primordial barrier manifested a new pattern. Following the absorption of the essence from one fiery giant lizard, the seal of the sky-devouring dragon python stone pillar loosened further, and at this rate, complete liberation was not far off. Retrieving his consciousness from the Primordial Tower, Lingtian wielded the celestial spear and pressed onward, unhesitatingly slaying any ferocious beast that dared to attack him. During his journey deeper into the forest, he diligently searched his mind for martial techniques, seeking a suitable spear technique to complement the celestial spear. Having possessed it for some time without an appropriate technique, he found it challenging to unleash its full potential. Seizing the opportunity while still within the black mystic forest, he aimed to refine his skills against the local beasts. After searching extensively, Lingtian finally identified a technique known as the Frenzied Dragon Spear Technique, a low-tier, earth-grade martial art. This technique was characterized by its bold and expansive movements. The greater the wielder's strength, the more powerful the technique became, fundamentally relying on brute force. After approximately 10 breaths, Lingtian grasped the essence of the Frenzied Dragon Spear Technique, and he began to familiarize himself with it in combat against the ferocious beasts. Unbeknownst to him, Lingtian had ventured into the core region of the Black Mystic Forest. Now, he needed only to traverse this area to successfully exit the forest. Upon entering the core region, he refrained from being as brazen as he had been on the outskirts, for this place was rife with martial sovereign-level beasts, and even some at the martial king level. While he might stand a chance against a martial sovereign, he had no hope of contending with a martial king. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he concealed his aura. With a spirit far exceeding his cultivation level, Lingtian could preemptively evade many dangers. The Black Mystic Forest, which others spoke of with trepidation, posed little threat to him. With his spirit probing ahead, he skillfully avoided formidable beasts, making his journey remarkably smooth. However, Lingtian remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. Swish, swish, swish. Lingtian moved like a wraith, darting swiftly through the secretive woods, gradually distancing himself from the core area. Suddenly, just as he was about to make his escape, a piercing cry erupted from the depths of the black mystic forest, accompanied by tremors in the ground and the roars of ferocious beasts. This abrupt upheaval transformed the previously tranquil forest into chaos, as the beasts of mere martial master rank surged toward the outer regions. As the stampede of fleeing beasts intensified, a tide of ferocity surged through the black mystic forest. Lingtian leapt onto a colossal ancient tree, directing his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Though he could not discern the specifics, the aura emanating from the chaos indicated a battle at the martial king level. Lingtian hesitated for a moment. The battle involving a beast of the martial king level surely indicated the emergence of some extraordinary treasure, and he truly did not wish to miss out on such an opportunity. After a brief change in expression, his gaze solidified with determination, ultimately deciding to investigate. After all, he possessed numerous escape techniques, and should an unforeseen circumstance arise, fleeing would not pose a significant challenge. Having made his decision, Lingtian immediately employed a secret technique to conceal his presence, swiftly approaching the source of the commotion. As he raced along, he encountered a multitude of fierce beasts, dispatching several with ease. Boom! Boom! Before he realized it, Lingtian arrived at the battlefield, where he was greeted by a deafening roar. Simultaneously, he sensed a piercing sword intent. Just as he traversed the dense ancient forest, a colossal serpent with wings caught his eye. This serpent measured nearly 20 zhang in length, its black scales glinting with a chilling light, and behind it, a pair of inky wings stirred up fierce gusts with each flap. From the aura it emanated, this serpent possessed at least the cultivation of a martial king at the 3rd level. This was a tongue snake. Lingtian instantly recognized the creature's identity, his expression tinged with surprise. The tongue snake, a type of ancient ferocious beast, contained a trace of dragon blood within, renowned in ancient times. However, the tongue snake clan had long since vanished from the world, and Lingtian had not anticipated encountering one here. Engaged in battle with the tongue snake was a tall woman clad in white. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her beauty was breathtaking, appearing to be of a similar age to Lingtian. Yet she had reached the 1st level of the martial king realm. With a swift motion, the woman wielded a green longsword, launching a relentless series of attacks against the serpent, each strike imbued with formidable sharpness. Though there was a slight disparity in their cultivation levels, the woman's terrifying combat prowess allowed her to exchange blows with the tongue snake, inflicting numerous wounds upon it. Roaring, the tongue snake lifted its head to the heavens, its crimson eyes blazing. With a powerful flap of its wings, the massive creature surged forward, swinging its tail directly at the white-clad woman. Faced with the full force of the tongue snake, the woman's expression grew increasingly grave as she struggled to keep up with the onslaught. The difference in their cultivation levels was palpable, compounded by the tongue snake's ability to harness its bloodline power to dramatically enhance its combat strength, placing the woman at a disadvantage. Realizing that continuing in this manner would lead to her downfall, she summoned her full strength, an icy aura enveloping her, thereby augmenting her power. The bloodline power, Lingtian thought. He was not particularly surprised that the woman possessed such an ability. After all, her early attainment of the martial king realm indicated a lineage of significance. Yet, even with the activation of her bloodline power, she could only manage to hold her ground against the tongue snake, unable to gain any advantage, and her demeanor grew increasingly tense. Lingtian withdrew his gaze, directing it towards the precipice of Tongue Shifang, where a dark cavern lay at its base. Through his earlier observations, Lingtian discerned that the tongue she was particularly concerned with this cave, suggesting that an opportunity awaited within. As the fierce battle between the two escalated, drawing further away from the entrance of the cave, Lingtian seized this moment as an opportune chance to act. Boom! Boom! The intensity of their confrontation surged, allowing Lingtian to slip into the entrance of the cave. Chapter 78, Dragon Bloodstone. Drip drop. Upon entering the cavern, the sound of water droplets striking the stone walls reached his ears. Contrary to his expectations of oppressive heat, A chill enveloped the space. Without hesitation, Lingtian quickened his pace, his form flickering within the cave until he reached its deepest recess. However, his search yielded no valuable resources, casting doubt upon the accuracy of his earlier assumptions. Oh! A soft exclamation escaped Lingtian's lips as his gaze was drawn to a golden egg. Within the nest of the tongue Qi, 6 eggs lay, 5 of which were entirely black, rendering the golden egg an anomaly. Upon glimpsing the golden egg, a glint of gold flashed in Lingtian's eyes. He sensed the presence of draconic might emanating from it, a formidable pressure at that. Lingtian was all too familiar with such phenomena. The unhatched tongue Qi before him had evidently undergone a mutation, awakening its bloodline. Mutated beasts experience a significant enhancement in both potential and innate talent, and considering this was an unhatched juvenile, it promised to become a considerable asset. To encounter such a treasure was beyond his expectations. Lingtian's previously gloomy mood lifted entirely. The mere existence of this golden egg signified a bountiful harvest from his venture. Without hesitation, he extended his hand towards the golden egg, intent on securing it within his storage ring. However, sensing the impending threat, a barrier formed around the egg, attempting to thwart Lingtian's advance. Oh! It even possesses self-defense mechanisms. Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, yet his determination to acquire the golden egg intensified. Boom! Utilizing his formidable strength, coupled with potent spiritual energy, Lingtian shattered the barrier with ease. In the next instant, he drew back his arm, catching the golden egg in his palm, its intense warmth washing over him. As the temperature rose, Lingtian furrowed his brow. It became evident that he could not store it within his ring. He activated his internal energy to shield himself. To his astonishment, the previously tumultuous golden egg calmed upon inadvertently absorbing a trace of his primordial purple energy. Lingtian's eyes brightened at this unexpected effect. With the golden egg now tranquil, he promptly secured it within his storage ring and prepared to depart. After all, this is the lair of the Vine Serpent, and the opponent is a martial king. Lingering here for too long is exceedingly perilous. However, as Lingtian turned to leave, his peripheral vision was captivated by a red stone, prompting him to halt in his tracks. The stone, roughly the size of a palm, lay nestled behind a vine serpent egg, easily overlooked if one did not scrutinize it closely. Grasping the stone, he was met with an unexpectedly chilling sensation. After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept across his lips. It was a dragon bloodstone. No wonder the vine serpent egg had undergone mutation. As its name suggests, the dragon bloodstone is permeated with the blood of dragon kin, though such occurrences are rare and demand a certain level of strength from the possessor. The golden egg he had acquired undoubtedly absorbed the essence of the dragon bloodstone, leading to its aberration. As he carefully attuned to the stone, he discerned that the residual dragon might within it remained robust. Although much of the essence had been consumed by the golden egg, he could still extract a few drops. With the dragon bloodstone secured, Lingtian hastened towards the cave's entrance. Roar! Just as he burst forth from the cave, an ear-splitting roar reverberated through the air. Flames swirling in the sky as a woman in a white dress was sent flying by a powerful strike. Upon witnessing this, Lingtian realized that the vine serpent's scales had shattered, blood gushing from its wounds, rendering it a pitiful sight. These injuries had incited the serpent's fury, exponentially amplifying its combat prowess. The woman's cultivation was already inferior, and after enduring prolonged, intense battles, she was no match for the suddenly enraged serpent. Oh no! Lingtian exclaimed, alarm coursing through him as he saw the woman hurtling toward him, drawing the serpent's attention. Under the icy gaze of the vine serpent, he felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of frost. Upon spotting Lingtian, the serpent momentarily faltered, but upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from him, its eyes blazed with an even deeper crimson. Roar! The vine serpent unleashed a ferocious roar and charged at Lingtian, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Lingtian understood that the serpent had deduced he had taken its egg, inciting its wrath. As the serpent closed in, he glanced at the descending woman in white. Resignedly, he muttered, "Very well, let me play the Good Samaritan." With that, he extended his hand to catch the incoming woman, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Startled by the embrace of a stranger, the woman in white shuddered, intent on speaking, but finding her words caught in her throat. After all, this man was aiding her, and now was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. Due to the sudden flare-up of her injuries, the woman coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling dramatically. Roar! The roar of the vine serpent grew ever closer, and the searing waves of heat struck him with great intensity, causing Lingtian's expression to turn grave. With a swish, 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 faced with a beast of king martial level, even with his exceptional agility, Lingtian found it impossible to shake off his pursuer in a short span of time. Realizing that this predicament could not continue, he gritted his teeth and made a beeline deeper into the Black Xian forest. This was the only way to evade the serpent's relentless chase. It must be noted that Lingtian's decision proved remarkably effective. As he ventured further, the vine serpent gradually slowed its pursuit. Sensing this shift, Lingtian's taut heart began to ease, yet he remained vigilant. Once all sounds of pursuit had dissipated, he cautiously slowed his pace, swiftly scanning his surroundings until he discovered a relatively concealed cave. Utilizing his spiritual sense to probe within, he confirmed the absence of any danger before he hastily carried the woman in the white dress inside and sealed the cave behind them. As night approached, the Black Xian forest would become fraught with peril. Thus, the wisest course was to remain here for the night and seek an exit once the darkness had passed. "Please, let me down," the woman in white implored as they entered the cave. Upon hearing her request, Lingtian promptly set her down. She quickly began to channel her energy, attempting to stabilize the chaotic aura within her. However, the battle with the fire centipede had inflicted injuries upon her, leaving her complexion notably pale. "Thank you," she whispered softly before closing her eyes to heal. An aura of coldness emanated from her, creating an impression of an impenetrable distance. Lingtian paid little mind to her demeanor. His act of saving her was merely a matter of convenience, devoid of any deeper intention. Yet after a short while, the woman emitted a muffled groan, her cheeks gaining a slight flush, and the previously settled energy within her began to spiral into chaos once more. Noticing her distress, Lingtian turned to her, their gazes locking. Her eyes, now a fiery crimson, bore into him with an intensity that suggested a loss of rationality. "Oh no, it's the fire giant lizard's venom," Lingtian exclaimed in alarm as the woman drew closer, an ominous weight settling upon him. The pain etched across her face revealed that her last vestige of reason was swiftly fading, and with a sudden motion, she reached for Lingtian. Even though he possessed remarkable combat prowess, facing a martial king was a daunting challenge he could scarcely withstand. With a swift motion, she seized his wrist, a wave of intense heat washing over him. Just as Lingtian prepared to resist, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably, his blood beginning to boil, and the temperature around him rising steadily. Damn it, when did this happen? As the peculiar sensation within him emerged, Lingtian realized, almost inadvertently, that he had accumulated a certain amount of fiery poison within his body. He understood that the presence of this poison was linked to his venture into the lair of the fire giant lizard, likely a consequence of collecting the dragon bloodstone. Now, as the woman in white drew near, the accumulated poison surged forth, gradually consuming his rationality. The fiery poison, a manifestation of supreme yang energy, could not be subdued by his true qi and spread rapidly throughout his body. With the poison fully unleashed, Lingtian took the initiative, drawing the woman in white into his embrace. He kissed her, and she trembled slightly, yet soon responded clumsily and kind. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, Lingtian drifted into a hazy slumber. Upon opening his eyes again, he was met with the formidable gaze of the woman in white, whose expression was laced with murderous intent. "Xianxia, you shall die," she coldly exclaimed, brandishing her long sword and swiftly aiming it at him. The sharp intent of her blade rushed toward him, prompting Lingtian to evade with a quick movement, narrowly escaping her attack. Fortunately, the woman had not exerted her full strength. Otherwise, given his current cultivation level, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand her assault. Cultivation level? As he regained his senses, Lingtian realized that merely one night had passed, yet his cultivation had ascended to the 5th level of martial master. Casting a glance at the woman in white nearby, he quickly discerned the reason behind this development. Sensing his scrutiny, the woman gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with fury, preparing to strike once more. This time, she did not hold back. With unparalleled speed, her sword swiftly found its way to his throat. "Hey, don't be reckless. I'm also a victim," Xianxia exclaimed. Her ire flared, and she retorted coldly, You are shameless." "How am I shameless? It was you who took the initiative, and I even saved your life." Is this how you repay my kindness? Lingtian, now disregarding the potential consequences, recounted the events of the previous night. He continued, "Rest assured, I, Lingtian, am not a heartless person. I shall take responsibility." "Lacheer, you are courting death," she declared, as an aura of frigid air enveloped her, and the sword energy filled the cave. Yet, in the end, she refrained from striking, her icy gaze fixed intently on Lingtian. She ultimately chose to relent. "In light of you saving my life, let this matter rest. I hope you will keep last night's events to yourself," she warned, her tone rife with menace. However, Lingtian stepped forward resolutely, stating, "I have said it before. I, Lingtian, am not one to shirk responsibility. From this day forward, you shall be my woman." A soft laugh escaped the woman in white. With a tone of derision, she remarked, "Your talent is indeed commendable, yet it is confined to this desolate land. To become a man worthy of my regard, Qi, you are still far from sufficient." As she spoke, Qi sheathed her sword and began to stride towards the cave entrance. "Wait," Lingtian called out to her, inquiring, "You are Qi, correct? Might I ask from whence you hail?" Despite being of a similar age, Qi possessed the cultivation of a martial king, and Lingtian instinctively recognized her extraordinary status. However, regardless of her rank, he remained unfazed. In his previous life, he was an unrivaled emperor, and to him, such distinctions were trivial. Given sufficient time, he held unwavering confidence that he could ascend to his former pinnacle. Qi turned to regard Lingtian, although she initially wished to dismiss him. The unwavering confidence reflected in his eyes compelled her to utter 4 words: "The sacred land of Xianxia." "Very well, I understand. It will not be long before I personally venture to the sacred land of Xianxia to retrieve you." "Humph, such audacity," Qi retorted coldly, casting a lingering glance before turning to depart, her expression betraying a hint of complexity. In an instant, she vanished from sight, and Lingtian chose not to pursue her, instead remaining in place to observe quietly. Aware of his current limitations, he refrained from entangling himself with her. Regaining his focus, Lingtian hastily exited the cave, only to be met with a scene of devastation. The ground was strewn with the corpses of ferocious beasts, a testament to the perils of this nightmarish place. After gauging his surroundings, he resolved to leave at once, recognizing that this region was far too treacherous for prolonged stay. Unbeknownst to him, Qi did not depart immediately, but instead concealed herself in the shadows, watching him. It was only after Lingtian had distanced himself from danger that she chose not to follow him further. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. She felt a desire to eliminate this man who had treated her with such levity, yet simultaneously wished for his safety. The memory of Lingtian's resolute gaze stirred within her an inexplicable sense of hope, but she quickly shook her head to dispel it. After all, he was merely a transient figure in her life. Pressing her lips together, Qi withdrew her gaze and turned away. Chapter 80. The Bloodline of the Golden-Winged Rock. Lingtian, who had been racing forward, abruptly halted and glanced back. Qi had indeed concealed herself remarkably well, yet he had discerned her presence all along. After observing for a moment, he gradually averted his gaze. Roar! Before Lingtian could ponder further, a thunderous roar erupted from the secret forest behind him. His expression hardened, and he hastened towards the outskirts of the mountains. The roar was familiar. It belonged to the fiery giant lizard, which seemed to have caught wind of his aura and was swiftly closing in. To evade being pursued, Lingtian employed his concealment techniques to mask his presence before altering his course to flee. After fleeing for a considerable distance, the sounds of pursuit began to fade, prompting Lingtian to exhale deeply in relief. As his emotions settled, Lingtian began to survey his surroundings, only to realize that he had successfully traversed the Black Shin Forest. Although Lingtian intended to head directly to the Qingyan sect, a sudden surge of frenzied, true energy erupted within him, awakening the dormant power of his bloodline, which now surged with vitality. Taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Lingtian's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer elation. He had not anticipated that his bloodline would awaken under such circumstances. Very well, let the awakening commence. This was indeed fortuitous for Lingtian. Should he successfully awaken his bloodline, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. After a thorough exploration of his spirit, Lingtian sought a secluded spot nearby and promptly entered a state of meditation. although situated on the outskirts of the Xian forest. The presence of ferocious beasts rendered this area relatively untraveled, alleviating Lingtian's concerns about interruptions. Before long, he entered a deep trance, and as he diligently circulated his cultivation technique, the response of his bloodline intensified. Boom! His blood coursed through his meridians, and a rich aura of vitality enveloped him. Emanating a faint crimson glow, time slipped away unnoticed, and an overwhelming force erupted from his Dantian, rapidly restoring the fragmented essence of his bloodline. As this power reached a critical threshold, it surged through Lingtian's limbs, causing his body to slightly swell and a look of agony to cross his face. Ugh! The sheer ferocity of the bloodline's power rendered Lingtian unable to control it momentarily, as he experienced a tearing sensation throughout his body, the excruciating pain provoking involuntary groans. As time quietly passed, Lingtian's swollen form gradually returned to normal, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him grew stronger, his long hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Crack! Crack! Numerous fissures appeared beneath him, spreading rapidly like a spider's web in all directions. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Lingtian abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, a fierce glint emanating from them, akin to two sharp swords. Ha! Lingtian let out a low roar, the power within him erupting like a volcano. Boom! The ground beneath him began to tremble violently, rapidly collapsing, and in mere moments, the surroundings were left in utter disarray. Yet, Lingtian remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him, instead focusing intently on comprehending the power of his bloodline. With the complete awakening of his bloodline, new revelations flooded his mind, and astonishment filled his gaze. To his surprise, he possessed the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. This body harbored such an extraordinary lineage, indicating that his identity was far more complex than it appeared. Indeed, the bloodline he had awakened was that of the golden-winged roc. It belonged to a lineage of inheritance. Inherited bloodlines are a unique transmission method of ancient clans, and families endowed with such bloodlines surely boasted warriors of imperial caliber in their ancestry. The most crucial point is that within Lingtian flows the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, a creature from ancient times, renowned alongside the dragon and phoenix. However, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. My primary focus must be on enhancing my strength. The original host's memories are scarce, offering little in terms of useful information, and Ling is reluctant to linger on this matter. As the Hongmeng Creation Sutra unfolds, the once tumultuous power of the bloodline gradually subsides, enveloping Lingtian in a tranquil aura, reminiscent of a return to simplicity. The entire process proceeds smoothly, and Lingtian soon adeptly masters the power of his bloodline. I am eager to witness just how formidable the bloodline, esteemed alongside the dragon and phoenix, truly is. With that thought, Lingtian unabashedly activated the golden-winged roc bloodline, and instantly, a radiant golden light enveloped him, a vast surge of power coursing through his being. Under the augmentation of the bloodline, Lingtian's cultivation ascended 3 minor realms, and his physical regeneration improved significantly, with his strength increasing by nearly 30%. Indeed, it has not disappointed me. Sensing the transformation within, Lingtian's face brightened with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Stepping out from his secluded training, the golden light around Lingtian dissipated, and the overwhelming pressure that had surrounded him receded like a tide, rendering him seemingly ordinary. As he walked, he glanced at the stone pillar within the Hongmeng Tower that sealed the devouring dragon python. After a period of relentless consumption and coupled with his cultivation advancement, the seal on the pillar had nearly worn away, and the devouring dragon python appeared increasingly vivid. This prospect filled Lingtian with anticipation. Having awakened the bloodline of the golden-winged roc, the addition of the devouring dragon python would further enhance his innate abilities. Yet, Lingtian understood the wisdom and moderation and was not overly eager to completely lift the seal on the devouring dragon python. Instead, he wished to use this time to deeply comprehend his own bloodline. I almost forgot about this. With that, Lingtian's hand swept across his storage ring, revealing a golden egg in his grasp. Ever since absorbing the Hongmeng purple Qi, he felt a distinct connection to this egg. In a bid to establish a profound bond, Lingtian decided to extract a drop of his essence blood and let it fall onto the golden egg. As the essence blood descended, the egg absorbed it eagerly, With the blood absorbed, Lingtian could feel the connection with the giant egg strengthening. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a tiny fissure appeared on the surface of the golden egg. Observing this, Lingtian relentlessly channeled the Hongmeng Creation Sutra, fervently directing Hongmeng Purple Qi into the egg. The egg welcomed the influx, consuming the qi voraciously, yet the cracks multiplied. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, a serpent's head broke through the shell. In an instant, a small serpent, entirely golden and adorned with a pair of wings upon its back, emerged in the palm of Lingtian's hand. Chapter 81. The second layer of the Hongmeng Tower. The golden serpent first lifted its head to glance at Lingtian, then lowered its gaze to the golden eggshell, promptly opening its mouth to begin feasting. The crisp sounds of crunching echoed as, in just a few moments, the eggshell was devoured entirely. After consuming the shells, the serpent's form expanded noticeably, and the resplendent golden light surrounding it gradually diminished. Moreover, with the consumption of the eggshells, the serpent's strength surged, now possessing the cultivation level of a 6th-tier warrior. Such prowess upon hatching attests to its extraordinary talent. From now on, you shall be called Little Gold, Lingtian proclaimed. As if comprehending his words, the golden serpent affectionately nuzzled his palm with its head. Tucking the creature into his sleeve, Lingtian quickened his pace onward. After nearly half a day's journey, Lingtian successfully departed from the Black Xian forest, stepping into the territory of the Qingyun sect, encountering scattered cultivators along the way. After spending another quarter of an hour, he finally arrived at the gates of Xianxia City. The scale of Xianxia City was several times larger than Wutan City, and the cultivators gathered here were even more formidable. After a casual glance around, Lingtian made his way directly to the entrance. The entire process was seamless. After paying a modest entry fee, he entered Xianxia City. Observing the dimming sky, Lingtian resolved to find a place to rest before visiting the Qingyun sect the following day, promptly seeking out a nearby tavern. Upon entering his room, he released Little Gold, providing it with some food before his thoughts guided him into the Hongmeng Tower. With his bloodline just awakened, it was essential to familiarize himself rapidly with this newfound power, and the Hongmeng Tower was the perfect venue for that. Given his elevated cultivation, Lingtian decided to attempt ascending to the second level. After all, the Hongmeng Purple Qi of the first level no longer offered him significant aid. Stepping forward cautiously, he reached the entrance to the second level of the Hongmeng Tower, where an immense pressure immediately enveloped him. Simultaneously, as the void distorted, a figure materialized before him, cloaked in black robes that obscured its features. This enigmatic figure, surprisingly, matched Lingtian's cultivation level. Yet, rather than succumbing to panic, Lingtian quickly deduced that this must be a trial of the Hongmeng Tower. To ascend to the second level, he would need to defeat the figure before him. With clarity of purpose, Lingtian lunged forward with a swift step, closing the distance between himself and the cloaked figure in an instant, launching a punch towards his opponent. To his astonishment, the figure showed no inclination to evade, instead raising its own fist to meet his. The collision of their fists resulted in a thunderous sound. Yet Lingtian found himself at a disadvantage, as the figure remained steadfast, unyielding. It is important to note that although his soul had entered the Hongmeng Tower, Lingtian could wield his power with the same efficacy as in his corporeal form. The recent strike I delivered was infused with an immense force, yet my opponent effortlessly withstood it. In fact, I sensed that the figure cloaked in black possessed additional strength. Is this projection perhaps a remnant left by a prodigious talent of ancient times? I murmured softly to myself. The moment the enigmatic figure appeared, I discerned that it was merely a projection. The power it exhibited piqued my profound interest. Consequently, I ceased to hold back, channeling my utmost strength as I relentlessly pummeled it. In response to my full frontal assault, the black-clad individual was momentarily pushed back. Yet, vanquishing him entirely proved to be far from straightforward. After a fierce exchange, I gained a general understanding of his capabilities. Although his strength did not match my own, the force behind his single-arm punches was still formidable, estimated at around 70,000 pounds. My own considerable might stemmed from the Hongmeng Creation Sutra and the ethereal Hongmeng Purple Qi, which had facilitated a transformation of my physical form. However, the figure before me was different. He had cultivated his power through his own efforts and had yet to utilize his true energy throughout our battle. If he were to unleash his full potential, he might indeed surpass me. The individual capable of leaving a projection within the Hongmeng Tower was undeniably not an ordinary adversary. Yet even so, he would not deter me. As my strength continued to swell, I began to gain the upper hand. Recognizing he could not match me, the black-clad figure felt his true energy surge violently within him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from his being, and a phantom of a purple dragon materialized behind him. A descendant of the Thunder Dragon bloodline. How fitting it would be to test the prowess of my golden-winged Great Pung bloodline against you. With a resounding cry, the phantom of the golden-winged Great Pung emerged behind me, its keen gaze fixed intently upon the purple dragon, gradually overpowering its aura. Empowered by the golden-winged Great Pung bloodline, my cultivation level surged, and my speed experienced a remarkable enhancement. Meanwhile, my blood seemed to boil with vigor, as if I possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Such terrifying power. Truly, the golden-winged Great Pung bloodline is formidable. In an instant, I transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from my original position. When I reappeared, I was at the left side of the black-clad figure, casually delivering a punch towards him. The figure reacted swiftly, countering with a punch of his own, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. The collision resonated with a thunderous impact, and I found myself gaining the upper hand. Although the black-clad man also drew upon his bloodline, he remained no match for me. Were it not for his mastery of physical techniques, he would likely have been gravely injured by my blow. This must come to an end. I would not grant him a moment's respite. My blood surged feverishly towards my left arm, and as I unleashed my punch, the air around us erupted with a piercing sonic boom. This strike was executed with such swiftness that the black-clad figure had no time to evade, forcing him to cross his arms defensively before his chest. With a single punch, Lingtian sent the figure clad in black robes crashing heavily against the tower wall, causing its form to waver into an ethereal state. Nevertheless, the opponent persisted, struggling to rise once more, preparing to strike again. Observing this, Lingtian swiftly closed the distance, raising his hand to unleash another punch. With a sharp gasp, his arm pierced through the figure's body, halting its movements as its breath ebbed like receding tides, rendering its form increasingly translucent. Lingtian quickly withdrew his arm, and the black-clad figure stood silently in place before gradually dissipating into nothingness. After exhaling a long breath, Lingtian immediately retracted his bloodline power, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him. He shook his head, murmuring, "My cultivation is still too low. This body struggles to bear such power." As he spoke, he strode towards the entrance, feeling no pressure, and confidently stepped forward. With a surge of purple light, Lingtian successfully ascended to the second level of the Hongmeng Tower. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Realm of Xianxia. The second level was considerably smaller than the first, featuring a central stone pillar adorned with intricate carvings, though their meaning remained indiscernible. However, Lingtian could surmise that, akin to the devouring heavenly dragon python of the first level, this pillar likely sealed an ancient ferocious beast. After a brief examination, he averted his gaze, recognizing that, given his inability to unseal the devouring heavenly dragon python, it was premature to contemplate the second level. Lingtian began to survey the second level of the Hongmeng Tower. As anticipated, the presence of Hongmeng purple Qi was even more profound. Upon entering, his pores opened wide, fervently absorbing the abundant energy. Seizing the opportunity, he settled into a meditative posture, channeling the Hongmeng creation technique. With a vast influx of Hongmeng Qi, he drew ever closer to the third level. After an indeterminate passage of time, following a vigorous shout, Lingtian successfully advanced his Hongmeng creation technique to the third level. His soul returned to his corporeal form, and upon opening his eyes, he was immediately enveloped by a torrent of spiritual energy. With a swift gesture, he conjured numerous low-grade spirit stones within the room, voraciously absorbing the surrounding essence. His body shrouded in a violet glow. His blood surged with fervor, the Hongmeng purple Qi permeating his internal organs, further augmenting his already formidable physique. Remarkably, the essence within him began to transform into a pale golden hue, and his meridians expanded significantly. This advancement to the third level of the Hongmeng creation technique elevated Lingtian's cultivation to the sixth level of a martial artist. Although it was merely a minor enhancement, his combat prowess experienced a substantial leap. Crucially, Lingtian's strength saw an immense boost, enabling him to unleash a force of 100,000 pounds with a mere punch. When combined with his bloodline and true Qi, the results would be even more formidable. In the same realm, none would dare withstand his blow. Certainly, exerting oneself to the utmost can impose a significant burden. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lingtian would not readily unleash his full strength. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he produced the nine-dragon cauldron, intending to refine his physical form. In the realm of Xianxia, few could compare to Lingtian in terms of physical prowess at his level. Yet even so, he felt it was still far from sufficient. After awakening the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, Lingtian increasingly valued the strength of his body. If his physique were not sufficiently robust, he could not withstand the might of his bloodline. The lessons learned from his previous battle underscored his shortcomings, as he found his body unable to bear the power of his bloodline, leaving him weakened after its use. Thus, his current endeavor was to overcome this issue, for only then could he freely draw upon the strength of his bloodline. As Lingtian entered the nine-dragon cauldron, flames enveloped his physique, crackling incessantly as his skin began to fissure. Though the process was excruciating, he remained silent, exhibiting an air of indifference, as if the cracking of his body were not his own. Sensing the timing was right, Lingtian retrieved the dragon bloodstone he had recently acquired, deeming it the perfect medium to extract the dragon's blood using the cauldron's flames. Upon contact with the surrounding flames, the dragon bloodstone emitted a resounding dragon's roar that resonated deep within Lingtian's soul. As the stone quivered, the flames around him morphed into a fiery dragon, coiling around him in a mesmerizing dance. However, this fiery apparition dissipated almost instantly, and the dragon bloodstone began to dim, revealing a drop of golden blood beneath it, soon followed by a second. Lingtian's face lit up with joy, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected smoothness of the process. Without hesitation, he seized the two droplets of essence and swallowed them whole. With a thunderous roar, the dragon bloodstone, now devoid of its precious blood, transformed into mere dust amidst a cacophony of sound. Lingtian paid this no mind. The instant the essence entered his body, a sharp pain surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire being, as if he were being torn apart. Even with prior preparation, Lingtian couldn't suppress a muffled groan, his expression contorted in discomfort. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the golden-winged rock bloodline intervened, its power suppressing the tumultuous dragon blood, greatly alleviating his pain. Lingtian also discerned another phenomenon. The golden-winged rock bloodline was now absorbing the essence's power. He did not dwell on this revelation for long. Regaining his focus, he promptly activated his techniques to harness the dragon blood to refine his physique. It must be said, the results were remarkable. Though it was merely 2 drops of dragon blood, they catalyzed a transformation in Lingtian's body, significantly enhancing the strength of his bones. Excellent. Under the exploration of his spirit, Lingtian gazed at the golden light emanating from his bones, and he could not help but exclaim with excitement. Time slipped away quietly, and the night gradually faded. When Lingtian emerged from the nine-dragon cauldron, the dawn had already broken. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, Lingtian casually moved his body, causing a symphony of resounding pops from his joints. At this moment, his blood surged like a dragon, and due to the recent conclusion of his cultivation, he exuded an overwhelming aura. Sensing his current state, Lingtian refrained from immediately stepping outside. Instead, he diligently circulated his energy, swiftly restraining his formidable presence. As he continued to refine his energy, the oppressive force surrounding him gradually diminished, rendering him seemingly an ordinary person. Having completed this, Lingtian pushed the door open and stepped out. Upon reaching the second floor of the tavern, Lingtian's attention was captured by the animated discussions of several individuals nearby. Have you heard? The Qingyun's sect plans to open the Xianxia secret realm, and this time they have invited numerous powerful factions to participate. The news had long since spread. The Xianxia secret realm was rife with opportunities, and seizing this chance could indeed alter one's fate. Unfortunately, the slots are limited. We are surely out of luck, lamented one of the speakers, his face etched with disappointment. However, the first speaker shook his head, wearing an enigmatic expression, and added, "You are mistaken. This time, the Xianxia secret realm is different. There is no so-called limit on slots. If you wish to enter, you need only submit 200,000 low-grade spirit stones." What? Is that true? The others instantly rose in excitement. their faces alight with anticipation as they turned to the speaker. Although 200,000 low-grade spirit stones was a considerable sum, it was still feasible to gather. And if they could truly obtain qualifications to enter the secret realm, it would be an incredibly profitable venture. Chapter 83. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Faced with the eager gazes of the crowd, the man promptly replied, "It is undoubtedly true. This information was proactively released by the Xianxia sect. The secret realm will open in 3 days. If you wish to enter, prepare your spirit stones in advance. However, there is one additional requirement." At this, the crowd furrowed their brows, realizing that the matter was indeed more complex than it seemed. What is the requirement? The requirement is that you must submit 10% of the resources you obtain within the secret realm to the Xianxia sect. As for what you submit, that is your choice, as long as it constitutes 10% of your gains. Initially displaying grim expressions, the crowd's spirits lifted upon hearing this condition. After all, a mere 10% of their profits was an entirely acceptable demand. "Let us return and prepare the spirit stones," they declared, rising in unison to depart. Thus, the news of the Xianxian secret realm's opening spread like wildfire throughout the entire Xuanyan city, igniting fervor among countless cultivators, all brimming with anticipation for the impending opportunity. Lingtian originally intended to attend the assessment at Xianxia sect, but upon receiving new information, he altered his plans, opting instead to focus on the Xianxian secret realm, postponing the examination for a later time. As word of the Xianxian secret realm spread, an increasing number of cultivators arrived in Xianxia city. With merely 3 days remaining, Lingtian decided to return to his abode and continue his cultivation, utilizing this time to further refine his physical form. In Wutan City, although Yi Hao had been slain by Lingtian, the presence of the esteemed elder Yi Han ensured that the Yi family still held considerable influence, remaining one of the preeminent families in the area. Under Yi Han's leadership, the Yi family swiftly assimilated the resources of the Wang family. Faced with the formidable advance of the Yi family, the other powers had no choice but to retreat. After all, the Yi family's brazen actions went unchallenged by the city lord's estate, which seemed to tacitly approve of the situation, an indication clear to all discerning individuals. The mere enmity of the Yi family was a burden too great to bear, and antagonizing the city lord would leave them with virtually no path forward. Thus, despite any lingering resentment, the various factions ultimately chose to concede, enabling the Yi family to consolidate all resources in a remarkably brief period. Within the Yi family estate, the high-ranking members of the clan wore smiles, their faces alight with excitement. "Elder, this time the Yi family has struck gold. The spiritual veins controlled by the Wang family exceeded our expectations," one elder remarked. "Indeed, the foresight of the elder is commendable. Opting not to confront Lingtian head-on has allowed our family to preserve its strength and recover all losses," another added. Yihan waved his hand gently. "Regardless of circumstances, Lingtian is one of us. It is true that we have wronged the siblings in the past. Reclaiming some resources is only just. I hope all of you can understand this. Rest assured, Elder, we harbor no grievances," came the chorus of agreement from the others. For them, the burgeoning strength of Lingtian was a matter of increasing hope. Though he had departed from the Yi family, he remained one of their own. Should he achieve great renown, the Yi family would undoubtedly benefit from it, a prospect that held nothing but promise for them. By the way, it has been some time since Zhou Xiao left Wutan City. Have we received any news of him? Yi Han inquired, glancing toward an elder seated to his lower left. The elder shook his head. In response to the esteemed elder, "No news has reached us. However what?" Yihan's interest piqued at the elder's hesitance, prompting him to press for more information. "However, the city lord's estate has been unusually solemn of late, forbidding anyone from entering. It seems something significant has occurred." At this revelation, Yihan's pupils constricted, and a bold conjecture surged within him. Could it be that Zhou Xiao has also met his demise? The statement sent shockwaves through the other elders present, their faces registering disbelief and astonishment. It is indeed conceivable that there exists such a possibility. Given Zhou Xiao's temperament, upon learning of the Yi family's consolidation of the Wang family's resources, he would undoubtedly seek to extract benefits at the earliest opportunity. Yet it has been quite some time since then, and the other party has remained utterly silent, clearly indicating that something has gone awry. "Grand Elder, do you think it could be Yi?" Before the elder could finish his words, Yihan interrupted him with a wave of his hand, coldly stating, "This matter should not be spoken of lightly." The elder trembled. suddenly realizing that if Zhou Xiao had indeed been slain, it was highly likely that Lingtian was the culprit. Yet the Yi family could never acknowledge such a truth. After all, the death of Zhou Xiao would inevitably lead to the emergence of a new city lord in Mutant City. Should the new lord use this to target the Yi family, it would spell disaster for them. Grand Elder, how should we handle this? Even if we attempt to conceal it, the truth will not remain hidden for long. If they are determined to uncover the facts, they will inevitably trace it back to Lingtian. After pondering for a moment, Yihan replied, "Let us act as if we are unaware of this matter. Even if they seek trouble, by then Lingtian will likely have successfully joined the Qingyun sect. With Lingtian's prowess, he will undoubtedly shine within the sect. Even if the new city lord wishes to target the Yi family, he must weigh the consequences." Following Yihan's analysis, the previously anxious expressions of those present gradually eased. "Very well, send some individuals to the periphery of the city lord's estate. Inform me immediately should there be any news." "Understood," one elder responded before promptly departing the hall. "You may also leave. During this period, remain vigilant and prevent any other factions from seizing an opportunity. They are not as benign as they appear." "Rest assured, Grand Elder. We shall make the necessary arrangements to ensure no oversight occurs." Once the others had exited, Yihan rubbed his temples, revealing signs of fatigue. Although he had maintained an air of composure, he too was beset by worry. After all, Zhou Xiao was a figure of the imperial court, and his untimely demise necessitated an explanation. In the face of the imperial court, the Yi family was no different from ants. The opposing party could extinguish them without the need for justification. At present, Yihan's only hope rested on Lingtian's successful ascension to the Qingyun sect. Only then could the crisis be averted. "Lingtian, you must strive to excel. The future of the Yi family rests upon your shoulders." With this whispered thought, Yihan exited the Grand Hall. All necessary actions had been taken. Now, he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The news of Zhou Xiao's demise was confirmed, and Mutant City welcomed a new city lord. Fortunately, due to the opening of the Xiantian secret realm, the new lord hastily made his way to the Qingyun sect and did not delve into the matter of Zhou Xiao's fall. Chapter 84, Divine Sword Sect, Bloodline Sect. Xianyun City. Lingtian stepped out, having spent the last 3 days not only refining his physique with the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, but also taking the opportunity to concoct various elixirs for unforeseen circumstances. As Lingtian stepped out of the room, he immediately sensed numerous formidable auras, all emanating from the direction of the southern city, exuding an air of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly decided to follow suit, for the path the crowd was taking led directly to the abode of the Qingyun sect. Along the way, a chorus of discussions piqued Lingtian's interest. The imminent opening of the Xiantian secret realm had attracted many powerful factions, and it was also accessible to numerous loose cultivators, ensuring that the competition would undoubtedly be fierce. Indeed, the convergence of so many strong individuals meant that surviving within the secret realm would become increasingly arduous. "I heard that the young master of the Divine Sword sect arrived just yesterday. It is surprising that he has chosen to attend personally." When the Divine Sword sect was mentioned, the speaker's expression was one of reverence, and the demeanor of those surrounding him grew notably grave. Among cultivators, distinctions of strength were apparent, and the same applied to sections. In the Tianyuan continent, the Divine Sword sect is regarded as one of the preeminent sects, with its foundation rooted in the sword path, exclusively recruiting sword cultivators, each of whom possesses exceptional talent. Since the decline of physical cultivation, sword cultivators have become a favored choice among many practitioners, and their combat prowess surpasses that of their peers of equivalent cultivation levels. Thus, it is no wonder that the Divine Sword sect's strength is vastly superior to that of other sections. The young master of the Divine Sword sect has also come. It is said he has successfully comprehended the intent of the sword, and, at such a tender age, possesses the cultivation of an 8th-level martial master, making him seemingly invincible within the secret realm. However, this is not a certainty. The young master of the Bloodspear sect has also arrived, and it was rumored not long ago that he too has grasped the essence of the spear. The Bloodspear sect and the Divine Sword sect have always been at odds, and a fierce confrontation between the two young masters is inevitable. It remains uncertain who will ultimately emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Witnessing a battle between these two prodigies would be a worthy spectacle for them. After a brief pause, the discussions resumed, and Lingtian gleaned a wealth of valuable information from their exchanges. Aside from the Divine Sword sect and the Bloodspear sect, a third force emerged, the Artifact Refining sect. Although members of the Imperial dynasty were also present, they had come independently, without displaying the Imperial banner. After the passage of a fragrant incense Styx duration, Lingtian followed the crowd into a secret forest, where no structures were visible. At the heart of the forest lay a narrow path that extended deep into its core, and behind the forest stood several towering peaks. The Qingyun sect was nestled among these mountains. After nearly a quarter of an hour's walk along the path, the group arrived at the foot of the Qingyun sect's mountains, where a considerable number of people had gathered. Disciples of the Qingyun sect were diligently maintaining order. Additionally, several elders had been dispatched to oversee the situation, among whom Lingtian spotted the figure of Mu Tiansheng. In such circumstances, Lingtian chose not to reveal his identity. Instead, he continued to conceal himself among the throng. After all, not only had he slain the leader of the Wanmo sect, but he had also eliminated Zhou Xiao, as a member of the Imperial dynasty, was sure to be under investigation by the Xunyu dynasty. With the formidable prowess of the Divine Feather dynasty, it would not take long for them to uncover his identity, especially with the presence of the weapon refining sect members. At such a moment, revealing one's identity would undoubtedly place one in the crosshairs of scrutiny. After all, within the gathering, Lingtian had also spotted Guchun. The moment he was recognized, his identity would be exposed. A sudden, light cough resonated through the air, prompting the previously murmuring crowd to fall silent, their gazes turning towards the source of the sound. There stood an elder clad in a green robe, stepping through the air with grace. Despite his white hair, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he radiated a profound aura of robust energy, enveloped by an intimidating pressure. The elder stood proudly in the void, his resonant voice echoing. Esteemed guests, I am Lu Mu, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect. I believe you are all well aware of the conditions for entering the secret realm, so I shall refrain from repeating them. However, I must emphasize one point. Due to the fluctuations within the secret realm, once you enter the Source Sky secret realm, your cultivation will be capped at the third level of the Martial Master realm. Upon Lu Mu's declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The scattered cultivators, after a brief moment of shock, did not express concern. Instead, their faces lit up with joy. For these scattered practitioners, this was indeed good news, as the majority among them were at the martial artist level, with only a few reaching the martial master tier. The rarity of martial sovereigns was akin to finding a phoenix feather. With a restriction on high cultivation levels within the secret realm, the disparity between the practitioners would be less pronounced, ensuring greater safety for themselves. In contrast, the expressions of those from the major factions shifted slightly, but quickly reverted to normal. For them, even with their cultivation curtailed, they held absolute confidence in their strength, believing that scattered practitioners would pose no threat. Moreover, even with the suppression of cultivation, their extensive martial experience would allow them to engage in battles beyond their level with relative ease. In truth, this scenario was more advantageous for the talented individuals among them. Silence. Lu Mu spoke again, and the discussions among the crowd ceased immediately, replaced by eager anticipation. The rules have been conveyed to you. Should any wish to depart, I shall not impede you. Now is your chance to reconsider. If you choose to remain, please submit your spirit stones and accompany me to the entrance of the Xianxia secret realm. Without hesitation, the cultivators presented their prepared spirit stones, Lingtian included. For him, the 200,000 low-grade spirit stones were but a trifling sum, and he was more than willing to part with them. Very well, you may accompany me. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Lu Mu wasted no time and promptly led the group into the Qingyun sect. Under Lu Mu's guidance, the cultivators followed him to the back mountain of the Qingyun sect, where a dense secret forest unfolded before them. Towering ancient trees dominated the landscape, and occasional glimpses of fierce beasts could be seen. However, these creatures were not particularly formidable, with Lu Mu leading the way. The mere aura of his presence sent them scattering in fright. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Mu paused before a sacred mountain, where several elders of the Qingyun sect were stationed around the divine site. Observing the scene, the assembled cultivators comprehended that they had arrived at the entrance to the Xianxia secret realm. Lu Mu nodded in acknowledgement to the elders and spoke, "Let us begin." Receiving Lu Mu's signal, the elders swiftly channeled their energies, and as they continuously formed seals, peculiar runes began to materialize on the ground. Lingtian quickly discerned the issue. The area was enveloped by a formation interlaced with spatial power, which evidently served as the key to unlocking the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 86. Entering the Secret Realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled as the formation was activated, drawing in the spiritual energy of the surrounding landscape for miles. A sharp tearing sound echoed, and a black fissure appeared at the center of the formation, gradually widening, though it remained highly unstable. After a moment of distortion, the entrance, which had been continuously warping, began to stabilize as the elders of the Qingyun sect infused their true energy to secure it. Gazing at the inky black entrance before them, the cultivators were filled with eagerness, yet they refrained from acting until Lu Mu gave the word. Moreover, even if they were to enter the secret realm, the disciples of the Xinjian sect and the Shueqiang sect would have precedence. Once the passage was entirely stable, the elders of the Qingyun sect withdrew their energies and turned their gazes toward Lu Mu. Lu Mu immediately understood. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Very well. The secret realm is now open. I wish you all fruitful endeavors." As soon as Lu Mu's words fell, the young master of the Xinjian sect stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Lu Mu nodded in acknowledgement, and then stepped aside to allow passage as the young master of the Xinjian sect dashed into the entrance, followed closely by several disciples of the sect. "Oomph." The young master of the Shueqiang sect let out a cold snort and promptly led his followers in pursuit. With these two factions leading the way, the remaining cultivators began to move as well. Fortunately, the elders of the Qingyun sect maintained order at the entrance, preventing any chaos from arising. At the rear of the crowd, Lingtian noticed an intriguing phenomenon. The opening of the Xianxian secret realm saw primarily the younger generation of prodigies from various factions entering, with very few seasoned powerhouses participating. In contrast, among the loose cultivators, there were many elders of advanced age. After a brief contemplation, Lingtian began to grasp the underlying reason. Although the Xianxian secret realm held opportunities, it bore little significance for the elders of the major factions, as they would have to shoulder considerable risks, rendering it not worthwhile. Conversely, loose cultivators faced greater challenges in advancing their cultivation. For some, the constraints of lifespan meant that failure to break through would lead to a dead end. Thus, the opening of the Xianxian secret realm represented a vital opportunity for them. Following the throng, Lingtian drew ever closer to the entrance of the secret realm, soon finding it to be his turn. With a swift motion, he stepped forward. The entire process unfolded without any unforeseen incidents. Lingtian successfully surged into the entrance of the secret realm, and the moment he stepped inside, an endless darkness enveloped him. After a brief moment of dizziness, the pitch-black surroundings regained their luminosity, transforming dramatically. As he surveyed his environment, Lingtian found himself amidst a majestic mountain range, where the ancient trees towered several times larger than those in the outside world, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was palpably more abundant. Indeed, his cultivation was restrained. While observing his surroundings, Lingtian also assessed his own condition. Upon entering the Xianxian secret realm, his cultivation had been suppressed to the 3rd level of the martial master realm. However, this had little impact on him, and could even be considered an advantage. Although the secret realm limited his cultivation, his physical body remained unaffected. With the current strength of his physique, Lingtian could easily traverse the Xianxian secret realm with confidence. Regaining his focus, Lingtian scanned the area, selected a direction, and commenced his exploration of this secret realm. Swiftly, he navigated through the dense forest, and in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had gathered several precious herbs. While their ranks were not exceptionally high, their quality was superb, making them excellent materials for alchemy. The secret realm was indeed extraordinary. Even the outer areas yielded such high-quality spiritual herbs, suggesting that the core regions would undoubtedly offer even greater treasures. Just as Lingtian finished his musing, a rustling sound emanated from his sleeve. The previously slumbering little gold had awakened, gazing at him with its pitiful eyes. "Very well, let me find you a fierce beast first." Lingtian understood that this little creature was hungry, so he planned to hunt a few ferocious beasts, seizing the opportunity to fully lift the seal on the devouring dragon python. His spirit rapidly spread out, and soon he made a discovery: a green feather eagle. It shall be. In a flurry of movement, Lingtian arrived at the location of the green feather eagle. As he approached, the eagle, sensing an anomaly, burst from its nest with a shrill cry, its cold eyes locking onto Lingtian. This aura. Lingtian's gaze shifted slightly. The energy radiating from the green feather eagle was comparable to that of a 6th-level martial master. This indicated that within the Xianxia's secret realm, the strength of ferocious beasts remained unaffected. No wonder those seasoned powerhouses were reluctant to enter the secret realm. This must be the reason for their apprehension. While murmuring to himself, Lingtian did not hesitate in his actions, charging towards the green feather eagle. Given its cultivation, it was no match for him. With a thunderous roar, Lingtian bent his legs and, utilizing the powerful recoil, leaped high into the air, positioning himself above the green feather eagle. He swung his fist downwards toward its back. The entire sequence transpired in less than a breath's time. The green feather eagle had no opportunity to react, and by the moment it sensed danger, it was already too late to evade. Lingtian's fist descended heavily, striking the back of the King Yu eagle, which immediately emitted a wretched cry of agony. With a dull thud, his fist pierced through the eagle's body, blood cascading from a wound. After a few futile struggles, the King Yu eagle fell utterly still. Upon witnessing this, Xiaojin gazed longingly at the lifeless form of the King Yu eagle, though he dared not rush forward without Lingtian's permission. "Go ahead and eat," Lingtian chuckled, tossing the eagle's carcass toward Xiaojin. To preserve the body, Lingtian had proactively severed the devouring power of the Hongmeng Tower. Had he not reacted swiftly, the King Yu eagle would have been reduced to little more than a desiccated husk. Once granted permission, Xiaojin dashed toward the carcass and began to feast voraciously. Despite his relatively small size, his appetite was astonishing. Within moments, the several-meter-long King Yu eagle was devoured entirely. From Xiaojin's current demeanor, it appeared he had not yet satisfied his hunger. "Let us continue to seek sustenance for you," Lingtian declared as he led Xiaojin deeper into the wilds in search of ferocious beasts. After a period of searching, Lingtian successfully vanquished 3 more martial master-level beasts, finally satiating Xiaojin's hunger. Following the consumption of the flesh and blood of 4 beasts, Xiaojin's aura grew increasingly potent, and his cultivation steadily ascended. Lingtian was exceedingly pleased, as Xiaojin's displayed talent far surpassed his expectations, marking a splendid moment of respite amidst the chaos. After ensuring Xiaojin was well fed, Lingtian did not cease his pursuit of ferocious creatures. However, finding martial master-level beasts offered limited utility, and he intended to delve deeper into the core regions in search of martial sovereign-level beasts.